At 8 o'clock in the evening, inside a dilapidated residential building in Yongla town, the sound of a child crying made Jiang Yu's head throb painfully. His body felt sticky and suffocating, as if he were drowning. With all his strength, he forced his eyes open. A little girl with pigtails was sobbing beside him. Am I not dead? Jiang Yu stared blankly at the ceiling. He had been flying to America for a business negotiation, and the plane crashed mid-flight. How could he possibly still be alive? Brother, you're awake. Mom, brother's awake. The little girl wiped her tears, overjoyed. What? Awake? A woman with sallow, yellowish skin rushed in. Seeing Jiang Yu's open eyes, tears streamed down her face. Yua, you're awake? You scare me to death. Wow. Does your head still hurt? Mom? What on earth was going on? Tears streamed down the woman's face. Yua, I'll give you all the money I have. I'm begging you. Just promise me you won't do anything stupid again, okay? Jiang Yu nodded dazedly. The woman wiped her tears, finally showing a faint smile. All right, wait here. I'll go get you something to eat. Go pour your brother a bowl of water. Where exactly am I? After the mother and daughter left, Jiang Yu frowned, sat up, and looked around. He climbed off the bed and surveyed the cramped room, his brow furrowing. The room was tiny and extremely old. Though the walls had been painted white, the surface was uneven and bumpy. His eyes shifted to the calendar hanging on the wall. At one glance, Jiang Yu was struck like lightning. May 13th, 1983. What the hell? Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through the back of his head. He clutched it and collapsed onto the floor, convulsing. A flood of memories that weren't his own crashed violently into his mind. Jiang Yu, from Shishui village, 20 years old, elementary school education. His father died, young his mother Lu Lian raised him alone. He has a 6-year-old sister, Yi. Coincidentally, this person shared the same name as him. But this Jiang Yu had dropped out of elementary school and spent his days with a gang of shady friends idle, constantly fighting and addicted to gambling. To help him reform, half a year ago, Lu Lian had moved the family to the town. Even so, he remained unchanged, continuing to gamble. He stole Lu Lian's monthly salary every time. This time, Jiang Yu demanded the last of this month's food money from Lu Lian. When she refused, he flew into a rage and slammed his head against the wall. That was the moment the Jiang Yu from the 21st century arrived in this body. Jiang Yu stared in shock. Was this reincarnation? This is insane. This guy is practically a beast. He, who had worked diligently for over 20 years, rising from a sales clerk to CEO of a listed company, how had he been reborn into such a piece of trash? Squeak, the door creaked open. Lu Lian, thin as a skeleton, walked in holding 2 meat buns. Yua, these 2 meat buns are from our neighbor. Quickly, eat them while they're hot. He carefully handed him a bowl of water. Brother, drink. Seeing their humble, submissive manner, Jiang Yu couldn't describe the complex emotions welling up inside. He took the water and buns, then gently rubbed Yi's little head. Thank you, both of you. Both Yi and Lu Lian stared at him with wide eyes. Jiang Yu had always been foul-mouthed and abusive. How could he be saying thank you now? Lu Lian's lips curled into a smile as she wiped away tears. Silly child. What's there to thank for among family? Mom will go cook you something more. Brother, I'll get you some pickled vegetables to go with the buns. Jiang Yu hadn't expected a simple thank you would make Lu Lian and Yi so happy. As he bit into the bun, a faint pang of sorrow stirred in his heart. He finished the water, then slowly chewed the bun. Mom, brother said, thank you just now. Does that mean he's going to change for the better? There's hope, Lu Lian replied. From the living room, Jiang Yu heard their conversation. He glanced toward the doorway. Lu Lian was busy cooking in the kitchen, while Yi handed her bowls. Don't worry. Since I've taken over this body, I'll make it up to you, Jiang Yu muttered, lying back on the bed after another bite of the bun. His head hurt too much. He needed rest. Boom! Suddenly, a violent knocking sounded at the door. Lu Lian ladled the dumpling soup from the pot, wiped her hands on her apron, and hurried to open the door. When she opened it, a man in a loose-fitting suit with shifty, beady eyes stood outside. Lu Lian's heart immediately sank. This was their landlord, Wang Chong. Last month's rent had been stolen by Jiang Yu. Wang Chong was here to collect the debt. Lu Lian quickly put on a forced smile. Brother Wang, what brings you here? Spit. Wang Chong spat on the ground, snarling, don't play dumb with me. You know damn well why I'm here. When are you paying the overdue rent? Lu Lian's face flushed with embarrassment. Brother Wang, I'm truly sorry. I'll pay it when I get my salary at the end of the month. Please give us a few more days. Get lost. You're already half a month late. Do you think I'm running a charity? Pay me the 5 yuan rent right now. Lu Lian quickly pulled several bills from her pocket and offered them to Wang Chong. Brother Wang, I'll pay 1 yuan first. At the end of the month, I'll pay both this month's and next month's rent. I'm begging you. Wang Chong snatched the money from her hand. Cut the crap. With that gambling junkie in your family, do you really think you'll pay up at month's end? Pay me now. Otherwise, get the hell out. Lu Yin glanced at the trembling Yi. Then Thud fell to her knees, kowtowing to Wang Chong. Brother Wang, please lower your voice. Don't scare the child. I swear, by the end of the month, I'll pay you. Please, give us a way to survive. Jiang Yu slept fitfully. The conversation outside reached his ears, but though he wanted to get up, he felt as if trapped in a nightmare, unable to open his eyes. Wang Chong kicked Lu Yin aside, peered into the house, and saw only Yi sitting trembling in a chair. A sinister grin spread across his face. He stepped forward and grabbed Yi, lifting her up. You're the one who needs to give me a way to survive. Looks like you can't pay today. I'll take your daughter as collateral. She'll cover 2 months' rent. No, Brother Wang, that's not possible. Lu Yin cried out, grabbing Wang Chong's arm. Wang Chong slapped her away. Ugly hag, don't dirty my sleeve. Wah-ah. Yi burst into loud sobs. Don't hit my mom. Bad man, don't hit my mom. Seeing neighbors peeking out, Wang Chong harshly pinched Yi's arm. Shut up. Lu Yin, frantic and tearful. Let go of Yi. Don't touch her. Brother. Brother, save Yi. Brother. Yi screamed desperately. What good is screaming for your good for nothing brother? Come quietly with me, and I'll sell you for a good price. You bastard. Jiang Yu shot upright from the bed, drenched in cold sweat. He slipped on his shoes and charged out. Chapter 2. The repugnant landlord. As he stepped outside, he saw Yi being lifted by Wang Chong, her legs kicking wildly, emitting small beast-like growls from her throat. Put my sister down, Jiang Yu shouted sternly. Wang Chong felt a twinge of fear. After all, Jiang Yu towered over him and was accompanied by a gang of ruffians. You're at home, huh? Wang Chong released Yi, who immediately threw herself into Jiang Yu's embrace, sobbing. Jiang Yu comforted her with gentle pats on her back, then turned to help Lu Yin up from the ground and ushered her into the inner room. Mom, hold on to Yi and don't come out. I'll handle this. That's not acceptable. I'll find a way. Lu Yin's gaunt, tear-streaked face revealed her distress, but before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Yu closed the door to the inner room. Cough, cough. Wang Chong cleared his throat awkwardly. Since you're here, Jiang Yu, let us get down to business. From now on, rent will be collected annually. You must give me $60 today, or you can pack up and move out with your family. Jiang Yu glared at Wang Chong, his expression hardening. We'll discuss the money later. Did you just hit my mother? And you want to sell my sister? Wang Chong swallowed hard, glancing at the nosy neighbors peering from their homes, and defiantly retorted, What's wrong with that? With your family's conditions, you expect to support a burden? I'm just doing a good deed. Don't push your luck. With a darkening expression, Jiang Yu slapped Wang Chong across the face, then advanced to seize him by the collar, delivering blows left and right. The onlookers were bewildered. Wang Chong was notorious in the area for being affluent. Yet Jiang Yu dared to strike him. You filthy scoundrel, you dare to hit me. Wang Chong shouted, covering his face. Jiang Yu landed another slap, seething, you dog. What's wrong with hitting you? I'll pay off the rent you're owed in 10 days, and after that, I won't be renting this shabby place anymore. You dare to touch my mother? I'll make you regret it. After several minutes of beating, Jiang Yu finally ceased, leaving Wang Chong's face swollen and bruised. You still want to curse? Jiang Yu raised his hand threateningly, causing Wang Chong to swallow his words hastily. Fine, 10 days it is. If you don't pay up then, I'll have someone throw your family out. With that, Wang Chong fled hastily, and the neighbors dispersed. Jiang Yu closed the door and returned to the inner room, addressing Lu Yin, whose face was streaked with tears. Mom, it's all right. Let us eat. You. How could you resort to violence? What if Wang Chong sends someone after you? Lu Yin's face was etched with worry. With Wang Chong's wealth, he could easily hire thugs to intimidate Jiang Yu. She wished for Jiang Yu to appease Wang Chong, yet feared provoking his anger. Don't worry, I have a plan. Just leave it to me, Jiang Yu reassured her. Lu Yin sighed and went to the kitchen to heat up some dumpling soup. Yi clung to Jiang Yu's leg, tears streaming down her face. Brother, do you really have a plan? I don't want you to get hurt. Jiang Yu tenderly ruffled Yi's hair. Don't worry. I have it all figured out. Just stay indoors for the next few days. Be careful not to let Wang Chong see you. In the kitchen, Lu Yin nearly dropped the spatula upon hearing this, quickly wiping away her tears. It seemed that Jiang Yu truly had a change of heart. He had always viewed Yi as a burden, yet now he showed concern for her well-being. 3 bowls of thin soup were placed upon the worn table, each bowl containing a scant broth, save for Jiang Yu's, which held 2 vibrant green vegetables. The vegetables at home have run out. You'll have to make do today. I will borrow some tomorrow, Lu Lian said with concern in her voice. Jiang Yu nodded, silently consuming his meal while Yi, with reddened eyes, served him pickles. Brother, please don't gamble away the rent next month. Otherwise, we will have no place to live. Listening to Yi's cautious words stirred an indescribable feeling within Jiang Yu. He was acutely aware that the former scoundrel Jiang Yu was not the man he had become, yet having inherited most of the original's memories. He felt an involuntary sense of guilt towards Lu Lian and Yi. Rest assured, I will not gamble, Jiang Yu replied, his head bowed. Before finishing the last drop of soup in his bowl, Lu Lian suddenly broke into tears. Good, good, as long as you won't gamble. Jiang Yu sighed, Mother. Please don't cry. I was a fool in the past, but I've turned over a new leaf. Your tears trouble my heart. Yi gently patted Lu Lian's back. Mama, don't cry. Mama is happy, no more tears. Lu Lian wiped her tears with her sleeve. After finishing the meal, Lu Lian quickly began to clear the bowls, but Jiang Yu stopped her. Mother, let me do it. Lu Lian was taken aback, and by the time she reacted, Jiang Yu had already taken the dishes to the kitchen to wash them. Brother, I'll help you, Yi said, running over with her short legs to hand him a cloth. Jiang Yu smiled and ruffled her hair. Witnessing this tender scene brought moisture to Lu Lian's eyes once more. Her son had changed for the better, and her efforts in moving to the town had not been in vain. As Jiang Yu washed the dishes, he pondered ways to earn money. Given that fate had granted him a second chance at life, he was determined to make something of himself, especially since he had his mother and sister to care for. Moreover, this era was rife with opportunities. What could he not achieve? It was merely the initial capital that posed a challenge. You need not worry about the rent in 10 days. My salary will come then. I will speak with Wang Chong to arrange 2 months' rent, so you can live in peace, Lu Lian said from behind him. Lu Lian, with only a junior high school education, could manage basic calculations. Since graduating, she had worked at the rice mill in town, earning 35 yuan a month, which was already considerably more than others. Alongside the monthly distribution of grain and meat coupons, she could support the family on her own. Yet most of her earnings were siphoned off by Jiang Yu's gambling, leaving the family to scrape by. While Jiang Yu was deep in thought about making money, he merely nodded in response to Lu Lian's words. Seeing his acknowledgement, Lu Lian pressed on. Moreover, you should apologize to the landlord. It's better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Just heed your mother's advice. Jiang Yu felt a headache coming on at her insistence. Let us not discuss that. Mother, my head is starting to ache. What? What happened? Did your old injury reopen? Quick, let me see. Lu Lian insisted, refusing to let Jiang Yu continue washing the dishes, pushing him towards the bed to rest. As the night fell and the lights were extinguished, Jiang Yu reclined on his bed, gazing out of the window at the moonlit sky. Though these times were marked by poverty, an inexplicable sense of comfort enveloped him. Lu Lian sat on the opposite bed, gently fanning Yi to sleep while also providing a soothing breeze for Jiang Yu. In a few days, I will settle this month's rent and look for another place to live. I understand you do not wish to apologize to Wang Chong, and I will not pressure you. We can find a new home. As long as you refrain from gambling, our lives will improve. If you prefer not to work for now, that is quite all right. I can support you both. A warmth spread through Jiang Yu's heart. In his previous life, he had been an orphan, never experiencing the bond between mother and child. He never anticipated finding a mother who cared for him in this new place. Mother, rest assured, I will never gamble again. I swear it by the heavens. Do not make foolish oaths. Be careful not to incur the wrath of the deities. Your mother simply wishes to believe in you. Lu Lian quickly interjected as Jiang Yu was about to make a vow. You are already 20 years old now. I am saving money to help you find a good wife, and then life will surely take a turn for the better. Pay attention to the young women around you. Goodness, are we already discussing marriage? Jiang Yu chuckled in disbelief. All right, I understand, mother. Now do get some rest. That night, Lu Lian fell asleep with a smile, dreaming of Jiang Yu finding a wonderful wife and Yi growing up to attend a prestigious university. The next day, Jiang Yu abruptly sat up in bed. Chapter 3. I am serious about acting by now. It was noon. Lu Lian, concerned for him, did not wake him and took Yi to work at the rice mill. Jiang Yu rose, finished the bowl of gruel Lu Lian had left for him, rummaged through his wardrobe for an old set of cotton fabric clothes, tidied his hair, and stepped outside. Today, he intended to return to Shishui village. The town was a fair distance from the village, and Jiang Yu wobbled along on the old-fashioned bicycle left behind by his father. In this era, such a bicycle was one of the 4 essential items, costing at least 200 yuan. Jiang Yu's family had once been relatively well off, but he had squandered it all. The bumpy ride left his backside sore. Upon reaching Shishui village, he dismounted and pushed the bicycle through the streets. Although small, the village was filled with trees and lakes. As he looked around, he saw mud brick houses adorned with slogans painted in red. 1 child per family, sterilization for the whole town. On the road, a few young girls played hopscotch with small tiles, bouncing on their toes and joyfully swinging their braids. A smile crept onto Jiang Yu's lips, reminiscent of his own childhood. In just over 30 years, such games would be supplanted by mobile phones. Zhang Paya, you're back? A voice called from behind, startling Jiang Yu. He turned to see a lanky man gazing at him with surprise. Yes, just came back to take a look, Jiang Yu replied nonchalantly. The man was Chen Wei, a former companion from Jiang Yu's past who had led him into a life of gambling. In Jiang Yu's memories, Chen Wei often leveraged his status as the village chief's nephew to collude with the gambling house and swindle his money. Dressed so stylishly, I hardly recognized you. Come on, let's go. It's been ages since we last met. I'm eager to return home, and we'll speak to you later. Jiang Yu quickened his pace, pushing his bicycle, wishing to disregard Chen Wei entirely. Why are you walking so fast? Where are you rushing off to? Your mother has sold your home to my uncle, and now widow Wang resides there. Chen Wei hastened to keep up with Jiang Yu. What? Jiang Yu halted abruptly, disbelief evident on his face as he stared at Chen Wei. You're unaware of this? Half a year ago, your mother transferred your land and house to my uncle. Since you've settled in town, why concern yourself with it? Come, let us gamble a bit, Chen Wei said, draping an arm over Jiang Yu's shoulder. His eyes gleaming with anticipation as he eyed the bicycle Jiang Yu was riding, thinking of the potential profit if he could win it. Jiang Yu's mind was in a whirl. He recalled that in 1982, the government allocated a certain amount of interest-free loans annually to bolster rural economic development. However, in this era, rural information was scarce, especially in small places like Shishui village. Even if people were aware, few dared to mortgage their homes. In later years, the government did not enforce the recovery of these loans, leading most to become bad debts. He had often heard his modern-day uncle lamenting the missed opportunity. Fearful that Lu Lian would disapprove, he had surreptitiously come to take their property deed to secure a loan, only to have it handed over to the village chief. Hey, Zhang Paya, why are you silent? Chen Wei waved his hand in front of Jiang Yu's face, noticing his dazed expression. Jiang Yu closed his eyes, pondering alternative solutions. After half a minute, he opened his eyes, a smile gracing his lips. Let us not gamble today. He patted Chen Wei's shoulder affectionately and added, I came to see the old home, and, more importantly, to invite you to dine at the state-run restaurant in the county. Chen Wei glanced at Jiang Yu, who was impeccably dressed, and swallowed hard. Aren't you in town? The county's state-run restaurant isn't inexpensive. In the 1980s, state-run restaurants were akin to 5-star hotels in the 21st century, not for their service, but for their prestige. These establishments, funded by national or municipal commercial departments, employed waitstaff akin to modern civil servants, drawing salaries from the state. A meal that would typically cost around 20 yuan, with most only indulging during the new year. For you, it may be costly, but for me, it's just a regular meal, Jiang Yu remarked, adjusting his suit. He surveyed the surroundings, ensuring no one was eavesdropping, before lowering his voice to Chen Wei. In fact, our family has already become a household worth 10,000 yuan. A household worth 10,000 yuan, Chen Wei exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. Jiang Yu quickly covered his mouth. Don't shout. I'm only sharing this because we're friends. My father saved that person's life, Jiang Yu said, subtly pointing upwards, leaving the identity of that person to Chen Wei's imagination. Chen Wei's breath quickened, and his face flushed red. He was uncertain of the identity of the individual in question, but it was evident that this person held some authority. He had known Jiang Yu since elementary school and understood him all too well. He was a quintessential simpleton, one who divulged everything, leaving no room for doubt about this matter. Chen Wei took a moment to steady his breathing. It was no wonder that Jiang Yu had always been able to cover the bills during their childhood outings, and somehow managed to repay his gambling debts consistently. He was, unbeknownst to many, a hidden millionaire. Instantly, Chen Wei's demeanor towards Jiang Yu transformed, his face adorned with a bright smile. Jiang Paya, no, brother Yu, I truly did not misjudge you. From the very first glance, I knew you were destined for greatness. Decisive and earnest, if placed within the pages of a Jiang Yu novel, he would undoubtedly emerge as a gallant hero. Listening to Chen Wei's flattery, Jiang Yu's lips curled into a smile. He had taken the bait. Truly, he was a good brother. Jiang Yu draped an arm over Chen Wei's shoulder, reassuringly stating, "Rest assured, now that I have prospered, I will not forget you. Come with me to the city today. I shall bestow upon you 50 yuan as pocket money, and together we shall amass wealth." 50 yuan as pocket money. Chen Wei felt a surge of exhilaration. In their village, 50 yuan could sustain one for half a year. Yet, here it was, mere pocket change in Jiang Yu's eyes. What a generous friend. "Let us go. I shall accompany you at once," Chen Wei exclaimed, his excitement rendering him flushed. "Truth be told, I intended to give you 70, but I require proof of land ownership. I fear you might think I am deceiving you." "Oh well, let us head to the county town," Jiang Yu murmured softly before mounting his bicycle. His words reached Chen Wei's ears clearly, prompting him to grasp Jiang Yu's hand eagerly. "Brother Yu, what's this about 70 yuan? You needn't worry. I am in no way concerned about your honesty." Jiang Yu sighed. "It is merely that old gentleman's concern. He doubts my friend's sincerity. He insists that only those willing to lend me proof of land ownership and identification are worth befriending. In truth, he did not truly require these items. He would return them in 10 days. It was merely a test of his brotherhood." "Oh dear. I shouldn't have revealed that," Jiang Yu exclaimed, hastily covering his mouth, feigning embarrassment. Chapter 4. Securing a loan. Seeing Jiang Yu's demeanor, Chen Wei felt no lingering doubts and confidently patted his chest, declaring, "Have no fear. I am your true brother. Wait here. I shall return with the necessary documents." Jiang Yu watched Chen Wei dash away, chuckling as he stroked his chin, pondering the effectiveness of his sales tactics. Before long, Chen Wei emerged carrying a cloth bag filled with documents. The two of them mounted their bicycles and pedaled into Wanping County. Jiang Yu surveyed their surroundings. The county town was modest, yet boasted significantly better housing than the town, with the nascent forms of modern residential areas beginning to take shape. A few audacious villagers were selling fruits and vegetables at roadside stalls. Jiang Yu led Chen Wei to a rural credit union. "Wei Zi, wait for me at the entrance. I have an acquaintance inside and shall greet them." "No problem," Chen Wei responded promptly, now viewing Jiang Yu as a pillar of support. He would follow his lead without hesitation. Inside the credit union, only a handful of patrons were present, and the branch manager wore a furrowed brow as he sat within. Jiang Yu, disinterested in waiting in line, placed his identification documents before Director Zhou. "Comrade, I wish to apply for a loan." Upon hearing this request, Director Zhou immediately perked up. "Of course, I will assist you." The higher-ups had set quotas for loan amounts. However, very few individuals sought loans in this area each month. Those who directly expressed their intent were treated with great reverence. Yet, as Director Zhou eagerly perused the documents, his expression darkened. "Comrade, these documents do not belong to you. Are you attempting to deceive me?" Jiang Yu, feeling uneasy, pointed toward the entrance. "These documents belong to my cousin. He is unable to speak and is afraid of strangers. So he asked me to help him secure a loan." Director Zhou stood and peered outside, scrutinizing Chen Wei's face. Dressed impeccably in a suit, Chen Wei refrained from approaching the counter, realizing that he must be someone of significance known to Jiang Yu, and nervously fidgeted while bowing slightly. Director Zhou's demeanor softened a bit. The young man appeared shy, yet he remarked, "To process a loan, we require not only these documents but also a business premises, which your cousin likely lacks." Jiang Yu confidently responded, "Although my cousin does not have one, my uncle does. He is the village head of Shishui village. And you may verify this." Director Zhou furrowed his brow, still conflicted. Jiang Yu pressed on, regardless of the amount. "I will decide on purchasing 1,000 yuan worth of government bonds on behalf of my cousin, but it must be in my name." Director Zhou's eyes gleamed with excitement. He had been nearly losing his hair over the recent government bond quotas. The authorities had mandated that employees within their credit cooperative must purchase these bonds, and they also had to encourage depositors to buy them. The bonds could not be redeemed for several years and were not inexpensive, making them an unappealing prospect for many. "Very well, although your documentation is incomplete, I will personally authorize a loan of 4,000 yuan for you. Please wait, I will fetch 3,000 immediately." Observing Director Zhou's sudden generosity, Jiang Yu felt a pang of regret. Had he known the loan amount would be 4,000 yuan, he would have suggested purchasing just 100 yuan's worth. He counted out 100 yuan to hold in his hand, while the remaining 2,900 was stuffed into his backpack. "You go. Have you finished your greetings?" Upon exiting, Chen Wei approached him. Jiang Yu nodded, handing him 80 yuan. "I don't have time to treat you to a meal today, so here's an extra 10 yuan for your ride home. I have some matters to attend to. We shall be in touch." With that, Jiang Yu rode off on his bicycle. He would be moving in 10 days and would no longer have any connection with Chen Wei. Chen Wei, unaffected by Jiang Yu's demeanor, grinned widely as he accepted the money. Riding home, Jiang Yu felt a newfound sense of wealth but lacked a project. He had already conceived of one. In the 1980s, the most lucrative ventures were in flipping goods and selling clothing. In a few months, a crackdown would commence, and during this period, he dared not engage in any illegal trading. Moreover, before his previous life as a salesperson, he had owned a clothing store, making this his area of expertise. With the knowledge of future fashion trends, he was well aware of what was in vogue: bell-bottoms, aviator sunglasses, and batwing shirts. By the time he returned to the town, it was already 7 in the evening. Jiang Yu, armed with grain and meat coupons, purchased rice, pork, and vegetables, all for a mere 80 cents, and even set aside a dime to buy 10 pieces of fruit candy for Yi. As he gazed at the bulging bag in his hands, he couldn't help but marvel at the astonishingly low prices of this era. Upon arriving home, darkness had already fallen. After a long day of cycling, he felt utterly exhausted. He tossed the bag onto the stove and collapsed onto his bed, his mind racing with thoughts of future plans. He had already decided on Yangsheng as his sourcing location, a place renowned for its affordable and fashionable clothing that would remain so for the next 3 decades. He recalled a prominent figure from the millennium era who had appeared on television, a billionaire in the fashion industry, recounting his journey starting from Yangsheng, only to tragically pass away from a heart attack at the age of 54. A sound of keys turning at the door interrupted his reverie as Lu Lian entered, leading Yi by the hand. Jiang Yu quickly rose and carried Yi over to the table, exclaiming, "Mom, come eat." Lu Lian's eyes widened in shock at the sight of the dishes on the stove. Yi burst into tears, crying, "Brother, didn't you say you wouldn't gamble anymore? Where did you get the money to buy meat?" Lu Lian's eyes also reddened. She had hoped her son had finally changed. Don't cry. Jiang Yu fumbled to wipe Yi's tears and popped a piece of candy into her mouth. "You both needn't worry. This money was earned by me, not from gambling." As he spoke, he pulled out a $100 bill from his bag and handed it to Lu Lian. "Do you really think I could win this much from gambling?" Staring at the stack of bills, Lu Lian gasped, "Where did you get so much money? You didn't steal it, did you?" Jiang Yu felt a wave of frustration. Did she truly doubt him so? "Don't ask too many questions, Mom. This money is honestly earned. I can manage." Seeing her son's displeasure, Lu Lian realized she might have overstepped and awkwardly replied, "Fine, as long as you didn't gamble, I'll go prepare dinner." Yi, with candy in her mouth and tears in her eyes, gazed at Jiang Yu. "Brother, I won't ask anymore. I want one more piece." Jiang Yu playfully tapped her head. "You can have more after dinner, just 2 pieces a day." As the family sat together for dinner, Jiang Yu announced, "I plan to visit Yangsheng tomorrow. I might stay overnight, so don't worry about me." Lu Lian's expression turned anxious. "Yangsheng is far. It might not be safe for you to go." Jiang Yu replied, "There are plenty of business opportunities there, and I intend to explore them." "Are you going to become self-employed?" "That won't do. I'll find you a job at the rice factory. Being self-employed will bring you scorn," Lu Lian lamented, her face clouded with worry. Jiang Yu insisted, "I'm not afraid of criticism for earning my own living. Mom, please don't try to dissuade me. I must go tomorrow." Unable to argue further and accustomed to yielding, Lu Lian sighed. "Very well, I'll support your decision." After dinner, Jiang Yu hurried to the street, persuading the street director to issue him a letter of introduction. He returned home, packed his belongings, and finally felt at ease enough to sleep. The next morning at 5, Jiang Yu boarded a bus to Sioux City. Standing on the soil of Sioux City in 1983, Jiang Yu was filled with exhilaration. The provincial capital was a stark contrast to the town, brimming with opportunities. Everywhere he looked, people were dressed in fine suits, adorned with watches. These were precisely the clientele he sought. After determining his selling location, Jiang Yu was imbued with determination. He squeezed into the ticket office and presented his introduction letter to the clerk. "Comrade, I would like 2 tickets to Yang City." The clerk returned his introduction letter, stating, "A hard seat ticket costs 15.6 yuan." Jiang Yu discreetly handed over 60 yuan to the clerk. "Comrade, please help me with a sleeper ticket," he whispered. Chapter 5. Meeting Zhang Xiaolan, the journey from Sioux City to Yang City took over 20 hours, and with the chaos on trains during that era, sitting in hard seats felt like inviting theft. However, sleeper tickets were scarce in the 1980s due to tight railway resources. Without some financial persuasion, acquiring one was nearly impossible. The clerk counted the money, glanced at Jiang Yu, and handed him a sleeper ticket. At 1 in the afternoon, Jiang Yu boarded the train, carrying a bag of nuts and water. It wasn't that he couldn't afford the train meals. It was simply unwise to buy food on the train at that moment, akin to beckoning thieves. Here I am. I have money. Come steal from me. The train's whistle blared, and Jiang Yu nestled into the upper bunk. Fortunately, those in sleeper compartments received extra attention from the attendants, ensuring a safe journey. By 11 the next morning, Jiang Yu finally set foot on the land of Yang City. Observing the bustling crowd and the vendors peddling their goods, he could hardly contain his excitement. This was the beginning of his fortune. Just as he pondered which direction to take, his eyes brightened at the sight of a tall, slender woman standing behind him. With a pointed chin, large eyes, and a prominent nose, her natural beauty eclipsed that of many stars. What captivated him most was the wooden sign she held aloft, bearing his name, Jiang Yu. Swallowing hard, he approached her. "Comrade, I am Jiang Yu. Are you here for me?" Although Jiang Yu had previously been a bit rough around the edges, he was undeniably handsome by the standards of that era. The woman blushed immediately. "Is your mother Lu Lian?" "Yes," he replied. "Then I am not mistaken. My name is Zhang Xiaolan. Lu Lian and my mother were classmates in elementary school. She called my mother, but since she was busy, she sent me to pick you up." Jiang Yu was momentarily taken aback, then felt a warm surge in his heart. No wonder his mother had been poring over old notebooks the previous night, even going out late to seek a guide for him. Though Zhang Xiaolan easily flushed, her character was vibrant and unpretentious. From her, Jiang Yu learned that her father owned a martial arts school in Yang City and that she was a practitioner herself. Jiang Yu mentioned he was there to wholesale clothing, and Zhang Xiaolan promptly led him to the wholesale market adjacent to the train station. After a brief walk of just over 10 minutes, Jiang Yu encountered a series of stalls beneath awnings. "Come and see. Bell-bottoms for 8 yuan each. Exceptional quality. All jackets for 5 yuan. The lively cries of vendors echoed, and many buyers crowded around the stalls, stuffing clothes into their woven bags. Zhang Xiaolan, wary of local hostility, steadfastly trailed behind Jiang Yu. He approached a female vendor clad in a white shirt and flared trousers. Unlike other stalls, hers was meticulously organized. Her garments were neatly hung or folded, reflecting a commitment to quality. Jiang Yu inquired about the price of the flared pants. "Wholesale is 12 yuan, retail is 15, she replied. Upon hearing the price, Zhang Xiaolan's expression darkened, and in her authentic Cantonese, she declared, "We are not outsiders. Do not attempt to overcharge us." The vendor, unperturbed, responded, "This is my price. Buy if you wish, or seek elsewhere." Jiang Yu examined the fabric of the flared pants, noticing the white fringes on the hems. These pants had been tailored, likely appealing to the young women in the provincial capital. "I'll take 100 pieces, 30 in denim, and 35 each in black and white." He pulled out 1,000 yuan from his bag, leaving the vendor astonished, before she cheerfully accepted the money. "I admire your straightforwardness. I also have suitable attire for men. Come take a look." She produced a blue suit from a canvas bag, unfolding it before Jiang Yu. His eyes sparkled. This suit, unlike the oversized black ones of this era, was tailored to fit, reminiscent of future men's suits. "This suit is sold as a set for 13 yuan. Will you take it?" she inquired cautiously. Jiang Yu examined the fabric, replying, "I'll take 20 sets." Regardless of the era, women remained the backbone of the fashion industry, and he intended to invest significantly in women-esque clothing. He continued to scour other stalls until nightfall, selecting vibrant colors. As today's youth had long grown weary of drab hues, each individual sought uniqueness and novelty. Otherwise, they would not purchase flared pants, even when deemed unfashionable by the authorities. Such items might struggle to sell in towns or counties, but would undoubtedly thrive in Sioux City. By the end of the day, Jiang Yu had amassed 4 large canvas bags of goods and purchased 5 irons. Zhang Xiaolan, no stranger to hard work, willingly helped him carry one of the bags. Seeing her effort, Jiang Yu opted for a guest house near the train station. "Why not stay at my home? Guest houses are expensive," Zhang Xiaolan suggested, one hand grasping a bag and the other wiping the sweat from her brow. "No worries, I'll depart early tomorrow, and it would be an inconvenience to trouble you." "This is more convenient," Jiang Yu replied politely, handing her a floral dress from the bag. Thank you for your help today. Xiaolan blushed as she accepted the dress. It was nothing. I'll head back now. Please visit me again. After her departure, Jiang Yu bought his train ticket for the next day. Exhausted from the day's endeavors, he collapsed onto the bed after securing his ticket. He set out this time with 2,800 yuan, and now only 100 yuan remains in his possession. On the morning of the third day, Jiang Yu finally arrived in Sioux City. He purchased some quality clothes hangers, carefully selected, for it is these small items that uphold the distinction between affordable and overpriced goods. Spending 5 yuan, he enlisted the help of a few young girls by the roadside to iron the garments, and after more than an hour of effort, he managed to find a bustling area to display the clothes. Seizing a megaphone, Jiang Yu began to call out, "Authentic American goods, designed by professional designers, limited edition. First come, first served." His announcement quickly attracted attention. "Is this truly American merchandise?" A young woman inquired. "Look at the cuffs. These are the latest designs from America. Unique to this collection. What is the price?" She asked. 35 yuan each, limited sales. This is the lowest price I can offer. The female customer hesitated upon hearing the price. 35 yuan was steep, nearly equivalent to a month's salary, yet she genuinely adored the trousers. Jiang Yu, seasoned in sales, discerned her inner conflict and urged, "These are crafted by American designers. You won't find a single piece like this in Sioux City." "It's too expensive," she replied. "Let me be honest," Jiang Yu continued. "My cost for these American goods is 30 yuan. Others sell them for 40. I can see these trousers suit you perfectly, so I quoted you 35. Feel the quality. They'll last you 2 to 3 years without issue." He then showcased a sky blue shirt. "Pair it with this shirt and a little bow tie, and everyone will say how fashionable you look. For this ensemble, you'd spend at least 150 yuan at a department store." His words were not unfounded. At that time, a department store was a symbol of luxury, and a visit there would seldom yield anything for less than 100 yuan. With his eloquent pitch, as the young woman continued to deliberate, a number of other young women gathered around. "What is the price for this outfit? The quality is remarkable, truly reminiscent of American goods." Jiang Yu beamed. "Ladies, please don't rush. We have plenty of stock. For this complete set, it's just 55 yuan, and if you buy 2 sets, it's only 50 yuan each. You can team up with someone nearby to share the purchase." Upon hearing the 2-piece deal for 50 yuan each, the surrounding customers quickly became animated, and soon the shirts and trousers were swept off the rack. Jiang Yu, accustomed to the presence of celebrities and possessing some fashion sense, displayed an attitude vastly different from the haughty sales clerks of the department stores. Whether they were merely spectators or genuinely interested buyers, Jiang Yu managed to flatter them until their cheeks flushed, eliciting delightful laughter. Women, regardless of the era, always appreciate kind words. When they are pleased, they are more inclined to reach for their wallets. Unexpectedly, the men's suits sold out first, with the buyers predominantly women purchasing for the men in their lives. In just 4 hours, the stall was entirely cleared, and Jiang Yu clung tightly to the last shirt dress to prevent it from being snatched away, while the other vendors around him looked on enviously. The women of Sioux City were indeed formidable. Gazing at the desolate stall, Jiang Yu couldn't help but reflect. After finding a small shop to store his cart and clothes rack, he purchased a cloth doll and a bag of snacks. He began to stroll through Sioux City, feeling utterly fatigued after an entire day of wandering. Were it not for Lu Lian and Yi waiting at home, he might have considered simply checking into a guest house for the night. Suddenly, Jiang Yu halted in his tracks. After all, he planned to move. Relocating to Sioux City would be even better. His eyes brightened at the thought. The next time he visited Sioux City, he would need to find a way to establish some connections. In this day and age, renting a home was not as simple as it seemed, especially in provincial cities where finding a desirable place through personal efforts was exceedingly challenging. Lost in thoughts about housing, Jiang Yu settled into a vehicle with his bag of money and returned home. As he approached the entrance of his building, burdened with packages, a lively female voice called out from behind. "Jiang Yu, why are you back so late?" Turning around, he saw a woman in a long dress approaching. She was in her 20s, with an average appearance but a pleasantly rounded figure. Her name was Wang Qiujuan, the eldest daughter of Wang Chong. Given Jiang Yu's good looks, she frequently sought his company whenever she had the chance. Wang Qiujuan shot him a reproachful glance. "We're only a few years apart. Why call me sister? I know what happened before. You acted impulsively. Come with me to apologize to my father today. We don't want to spoil our relationship any further." Jiang Yu felt utterly speechless. It seemed as though Wang Qiujuan was already assuming they were in a relationship. There's no need to mend any ties. We'll be moving in a few days. You're being emotional. Just come back with me to apologize. I can help with your rent. Jiang Yu, feeling exasperated, faced Wang Qiujuan directly. I don't need your assistance. We're not that close. This could create a negative impression. With that, he pushed past her and ascended the stairs. Wang Qiujuan stood frozen for a moment, and once she regained her senses, her expression turned a deep shade of anger. When Jiang Yu returned home, both Lu Lian and Yi were there. Their faces lit up with joy upon seeing him. You're back? Lu Lian exclaimed, eagerly taking the bag from Jiang Yu's hands. You must be exhausted. Let me prepare a warm towel for you. Are you hungry? Yi, pour your brother a glass of water. Lu Lian's caring words flowed incessantly as she wiped the sweat from Jiang Yu's brow and urged him to sit down. Yi, holding a cup, scampered over, her pigtails bouncing with each step. Brother, drink some water. A warm feeling enveloped Jiang Yu. In his previous life, he had to return home exhausted, only to lie alone on the sofa watching television, always on guard even when others were around. Now, living the second life, he could experience the warmth of family, and it was all worth it. He pointed toward the bag on the chair. Go check that bag. I brought you a gift. Upon hearing the word gift, he dashed over to open the bag, her face lighting up with delight. A cloth doll and candy. Hawthorn cake. Hugged the doll, her eyes sparkling with joy, and ran to Jiang Yu, clinging to his hand. I love my brother the most. Lu Lian's face also radiated happiness. You know your brother treats you well. You need to study hard and get into college to make him proud. Nodded earnestly, saying, Brother, next time I will bring you the first prize. All right, I shall await your good news, Jiang Yu replied with a smile, ruffling Yi's hair before turning to Lu Lian. Mom, that bag beside you contains a little something for you. Do try it on and see if it suits you. Lu Lian's haggard face displayed a hint of surprise as she rubbed her hands on her apron. I have a gift too? How could I forget yours? Go on. Take a look. All right, she replied, her eyes glistening with tears of joy. These were tears of happiness. Her child had grown up, become sensible, and even remembered to buy her a gift. Wiping her tears, she hurriedly retrieved a dress from the bag, her cheeks flushing. These clothes are meant for young girls. I don't think they would suit me. Yet, despite her words, her gaze lingered on the dress, unwilling to part from its beauty. What woman, regardless of age, does not love to look beautiful? She had never worn such lovely garments before, especially since Lu Lian had only just crossed into her 40s. What does it matter? I chose these specifically for your age. You haven't been to Sioux City. The ladies there dress just like this, and in Yang City, they are even trendier, wearing jeans. Jiang Yu remarked lazily. Lu Lian frowned. Jeans are not appropriate. Those are for ruffians. Jiang Yu couldn't help but chuckle at her perspective, but chose not to challenge her old-fashioned views, trusting that time would bring about her own evolution. All right, Mom. Wear this dress tomorrow. You will surely look splendid. I'm starving. Do we have anything to eat? Having been busy from dawn until dusk, Jiang Yu had not had a proper meal, and his stomach was now growling in protest. Lu Lian exclaimed, slapping her thigh. It's my fault, my fault. I'll whip something up for you right away. In a flurry, Lu Lian prepared a bowl of meat noodles for Jiang Yu. The aroma of the meat was tantalizing, and Jiang Yu could hardly contain his saliva. He devoured the bowl clean, leaving not a drop of soup behind. Are you still hungry? Lu Lian asked. No, I'm full. After finishing his meal, Jiang Yu slumped in his chair, letting out a contented burp, while Lu Lian collected the dishes to wash. With a cheerful smile, she asked, Did you run into Xiaolan during your trip to Yang City? That girl must be looking quite lovely now, right? I did see her. She looked quite nice. I owe this trip to her, Jiang Yu replied nonchalantly. I had a word with your Aunt Wu. From now on, every time you go to Yang City, she should pick you up. Remember to treat her to a meal and seize the opportunity. Lu Lian's words made Jiang Yu's heart skip a beat. Was she trying to play matchmaker? He straightened up, saying, Mom, right now, I just want to focus on making money. Matters of the heart are not on my mind. All right. You can just be friends for now, Lu Lian said, her face still beaming with a smile, clearly not taking Jiang Yu's words seriously. Jiang Yu felt utterly helpless as he reclined in his chair, gazing out at the moon, his mind contemplating the idea of relocating to Sioux City. Currently, setting up a stall was merely a temporary measure. The earnings from it were minimal. He envisioned opening a storefront in Sioux City, hiring someone to manage it, allowing him to escape the incessant busyness. As the sound of heartbreaking cries echoed from the inner room, Jiang Yu's heart sank, prompting him to rush inside. Chapter 7. The Art of Capture. There, he found the clothes rack toppled over, and Yi was kneeling on the ground, a bruise blooming on her right knee. Jiang Yu quickly scooped her up and called out, "Mom, bring the ointment. Yi has hurt herself." "What happened? How did she get hurt?" Lu Lian, who had just finished putting away the clothes, hurried in with the ointment to tend to Yi's knee. "What is going on? Did she bump into the rack?" Lu Lian asked with concern. Yi sniffled, gazing at Jiang Yu with trepidation. "I'm sorry, brother. I just wanted to hang your bag up, and I dropped it." As she spoke, her eyes began to glisten with tears. That was her brother's favorite bag, and she recalled how he had scolded her for a minor mishap before. Now, having dropped the bag, she feared his disappointment. Lu Lian looked at Jiang Yu with worry. You didn't mean to do it. Please don't be upset with her." Jiang Yu felt a pang of sorrow. During his college days, he had often envied his roommate, who had a thoughtful younger sister. His roommate had expressed a wish that his sister were less considerate, a sentiment Jiang Yu had struggled to understand then, but now it resonated with him. Yi's thoughtfulness tugged at his heartstrings. As Jiang Yu wiped away Yi's tears, her sobs only grew more intense. He placed a comforting hand on her small shoulder and looked her in the eyes. "Yi, please don't cry. Listen carefully to what your brother has to say." "All right." With a sniffle, Yi responded with a shaky om-hom. Jiang Yu cradled her in his lap. "Yi, a bag will never hold more importance than you in my heart. Please stop crying. I'm not upset with you at all." With tear-filled eyes, Yi wiped her face with her tiny hands and pouted. "Really?" Jiang Yu nodded vigorously, gently helping her dry her tears. "Go wash your face." In an instant, Yi's frown transformed into a smile, and she planted a kiss on Jiang Yu's cheek. "You're the best, brother." She then leaped off his lap, joyfully heading to wash her face. Lu Lian, relieved, bent to help Jiang Yu retrieve the bag. The zipper had burst open upon impact, and as she lifted it, a cascade of bills spilled out, startling her. She hurriedly shouted, close the doors and windows tightly. Don't let the wind blow out the fire." With a nervous urgency, she stuffed the money back into the bag and turned to Jiang Yu. "Where did this money come from? You mustn't engage in shady dealings." Sitting on a small stool, Jiang Yu replied, "Mom, I went to Yang City this time, remember? I sold clothes in Sioux City. This is all from the sales. If you don't believe me, you can ask Zhang Xiaolan. She accompanied me." Lu Lian's heart finally settled. She desired nothing more than a peaceful life for their family. Without yearning for wealth or luxury, holding the heavy bag, she couldn't help but marvel. How much money could this be? "I calculated it, principal and interest. It's nearly 6,000. We mustn't touch this money. I'll be going to Yang City again tomorrow." 6,000. Lu Lian gasped, collapsing onto the wooden bed, nearly crying out in shock. She clutched her bag, feeling as though she were floating. She had not anticipated that selling clothes could be so lucrative. Jiang Yu chuckled, acknowledging that while selling clothes can indeed be profitable, not everyone reaps the rewards. In this era, few can earn as much in a single endeavor as he does. With the advantage of his past life's memories, keen insight, and salesmanship, both are indispensable. Mere insight without the ability to sell is futile, and solely relying on salesmanship without quality merchandise fails to attract customers. The following morning, Jiang Yu set out once more for Yangqing, acutely aware that each day he delayed felt like money slipping away. As soon as he exited the train station, he spotted Zhang Xiaolan, adorned in the floral dress he had gifted her. The hem of the dress gently clung to her legs, exuding an aura of tenderness. "Xiaolan, I must trouble you again," he said. Zhang Xiaolan's cheeks flushed slightly as she replied, "It's no trouble at all. You are unfamiliar with this place, so it's only right that I lend you a hand." The atmosphere grew somewhat delicate, leaving Jiang Yu at a loss for words, resorting to an awkward smile. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaolan's generous nature soon alleviated the tension, and she guided him in selecting clothes. This time, Jiang Yu was quite adept, having previously navigated through a variety of new stock from a female vendor. His affable demeanor prompted the vendor to offer him a discount, and he successfully acquired the vendor's address, contemplating it as a future sourcing option. Upon seeing the name Zhu Huijin written on the paper, Jiang Yu felt an odd familiarity, though the source eluded him. He swiftly dismissed the thought, focusing instead on the convenience of having Zhu Huijin handle train shipments for his future store restocks. On this occasion, Jiang Yu procured goods worth 5,300, purchasing 2 sleeper tickets, one for himself and one for his belongings. He selected only the latest styles, limiting himself to a maximum of 100 pieces per design to ensure that customers would not easily encounter identical outfits. The principle of scarcity holds true in the marketplace. An overabundance diminishes value, and he aimed to sell at a premium rather than engage in wholesale. With a reliable vendor established, Jiang Yu's trip progressed swiftly, though he now had 2 additional bags to carry, prompting Zhang Xiaolan to assist him in transporting them to his room. Once seated, she wiped her brow, stating, "Next time you come, I'll have to bring my senior brother along. Otherwise, the 2 of us may not manage at all." Jiang Yu retrieved 50 yuan from his bag, offering it to Zhang Xiaolan. "I owe you for your help these 2 times. Please accept this." Zhang Xiaolan's expression soured at once. "I did not assist you for money." Realizing her misunderstanding, Jiang Yu hastily clarified, "That's not what I meant. I simply wish to show my gratitude for your efforts. This 50 yuan is just a small token of my appreciation." His explanations only muddied the waters further, and Zhang Xiaolan's demeanor darkened as she rose to leave. In a moment of impulsive frustration, Jiang Yu slapped his mouth and cursed under his breath, then stepped forward to grasp her shoulder. In a flash, Zhang Xiaolan instinctively executed a wrist lock. "Ouch, let go of me," Jiang Yu exclaimed, feeling as though his arm might break. Only then did Zhang Xiaolan realize her mistake and hurriedly release him, apologizing. "I'm sorry, it's just a habit." Jiang Yu rubbed his arm, pondering that Zhang Xiaolan, who appeared so gentle and demure, possessed such remarkable strength. "Well, our grievances have been settled. Come, allow me to treat you to a meal. Discussing finances can be set aside for now. Dining should pose no issue, right?" Zhang Xiaolan's face flushed a deep crimson. "All right. But I tend to eat lightly in the evenings, so please refrain from ordering anything too extravagant." Jiang Yu waved his hand dismissively and led Zhang Xiaolan to a noodle shop downstairs, where they ordered 2 bowls of noodles along with 2 servings of bone broth. Zhang Xiaolan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, looked at Jiang Yu. "I apologize for earlier. I'm just accustomed to training at the martial arts school." "No worries. Your demeanor is indeed advantageous. It helps to deter bullies," Jiang Yu replied, engrossed in his noodles. "But isn't there a prevailing admiration for Qigong these days? Has your martial arts school not been affected?" The mere mention of this topic darkened Zhang Xiaolan's expression. "Qigong is nothing but a deception. It is the ignorance of our countrymen that leads them to believe in it. Martial arts are the true heritage handed down through generations," she fervently explained. The Zhang martial arts school, inherited from her grandfather, once boasted numerous disciples, but now, with people believing that Qigong can cure all ailments, they have forsaken martial arts in favor of this trend. The school's operations have plummeted, and to sustain it, Zhang Xiaolan's parents resorted to selling pork, while she herself began trading potatoes from the village to the city. Upon hearing her plight, admiration shone on Jiang Yu's face. In these times, being a small business owner was often looked down upon, and a striking girl like Zhang Xiaolan must have faced considerable challenges. Rest assured, in the coming years, people will recognize that Chinese martial arts are the rightful path, Jiang Yu reassured her, to which Zhang Xiaolan beamed, "I believe you." The following morning, Zhang Xiaolan made a special effort to assist Jiang Yu in carrying his bundles to the train station. "Jiang Yu, I will come to help you again next time," she declared, her cheeks flushed. Jiang Yu was momentarily taken aback. By the time he reacted, Zhang Xiaolan had already dashed away. He shook his head in resignation, realizing that Lu Yin's wishes had indeed come to fruition. As usual, Jiang Yu purchased a sleeper ticket, and as soon as he lay down, his eyelids grew heavy, and he quickly fell asleep. In the dead of night, he was suddenly awakened by the sound of a woman quietly sobbing beneath his bed, startling him upright. What on earth? Is this a midnight fright? Even as an atheist, he felt a chill run down his spine. Grabbing his flashlight, he shone it to the side, revealing a slender young woman squatting on the floor, covering her mouth as she wept softly. "Quick, turn that off." The moment she saw the light, the young woman rushed forward to shield the beam from Jiang Yu's flashlight, and the few rays that slipped through her fingers illuminated her face, making Jiang Yu's heart race, prompting him to switch off the light. "Comrade, are you unwell?" he asked in a lowered voice. The girl shivered but did not respond, sensing something amiss. Jiang Yu considered seeking help from the train attendant when a rustling sound echoed through the carriage. "Damn it, that girl is cunning. I've been watching her all day, and now she's managed to escape. She must be somewhere in this carriage. Having finally discovered a rare find, I must bring her out." A man and a woman stealthily wielded flashlights, illuminating the train compartment as they approached Jiang Yu's section. The young girl, filled with trepidation, tearfully implored, "Comrade, please help me. Those two are human traffickers, and they are here for me." Jiang Yu's expression grew grave. "Human traffickers? Wait here, I will call the railway police." As he rose to his feet, the girl, in a panic, grasped his arm tightly. "No, don't call the police. I lost my identification." The footsteps of the traffickers drew nearer, and in a moment of desperation, she dove under Jiang Yu's blanket. A sudden chill coursed through him. Could she be attempting to deceive him? At that instant, a flashlight beam struck Jiang Yu's face, and he squinted, glaring at the gaunt couple before him. "What are you doing?" The couple, surprised to find someone still awake, offered awkward smiles. "Comrade, it's nothing. We are just looking for someone." "Looking for someone at this hour? Should I call the police for you?" Jiang Yu deliberately raised his voice, causing the pair to shudder. "No need to shout. We'll get off at the next stop." The railway police soon approached, inspecting the couple, who had neither tickets nor identification, and expelled them from the sleeper compartment. The couple, dejected, exited the train at the next station. Jiang Yu lifted the blanket and, with a resigned expression, addressed the girl still clutching his arm. "They have left. You can return to your compartment now." Embarrassed, she crawled away from him. "Comrade, you are a good person. I am too afraid to go back. May I just sit beside you?" Jiang Yu yawned. "Suit yourself." After a brief conversation, Jiang Yu learned her name was Li Jia, a 20-year-old from Sioux City, on a journey to reunite with a long-lost friend. Unfortunately, she had encountered the traffickers on the train, who had deceived her into parting with her ticket and identification. Thankfully, she had managed to escape by claiming the need to use the restroom. After a while, exhaustion overtook Jiang Yu, and he succumbed to slumber. The following morning, as the train arrived in Sioux City, he awoke to find Li Jia sleeping beside him. He gently roused her. "We have arrived in Sioux City. It's time to disembark." Groggy, she followed him off the train, volunteering to carry a bag of clothes for him. Once outside the station, Li Jia continued to trail closely behind Jiang Yu. Puzzled, he inquired, "What's wrong? Do you lack funds for your return?" She shook her head. "I have money. A drop of water shall be repaid with a fountain. You saved me on the train, and today I will assist you in selling these clothes." Though Jiang Yu felt reluctant, he could not dissuade her persistence, and thus allowed her to accompany him. After retrieving the stored cart and hangers, Jiang Yu purchased additional racks, while Li Jia offered to help iron the garments. They busied themselves for a while before finally hanging the clothes. Jiang Yu handed her a megaphone. "You need only to announce the merchandise." "What should I say?" "I have quite a loud voice." "Proclaim that these are authentic American goods, designed by professional designers, limited edition, first come, first served." Li Jia's eyes brightened. "You truly have American products." Jiang Yu nodded dismissively, and Li Jia, not one to hesitate, picked up the loudspeaker and was about to shout. "Authentic American goods. Designed by professional designers, first come, first served." However, before she could begin, someone from the other end of the street had already started to holler. This individual was one of the street vendors who had previously witnessed Jiang Yu's success. Now he was imitating Jiang Yu's display with considerable flair. Upon seeing Jiang Yu, he smirked disdainfully. Li Jia, her eyes wide with confusion, turned to Jiang Yu. "Look at that." Observing the identical merchandise on the vendor's stall, Jiang Yu remained unfazed. "It's fine. Just hand me the loudspeaker." Li Jia obediently passed the loudspeaker to Jiang Yu, who then raised it to his lips and began to shout with fervor. "Yu Province, Peng City, the largest clothing factory has closed down. The scoundrel of a boss has run off with his mistress, indulging in wine and gambling. Originally priced over 200, now everything is just 30 at the start. Private designs by overseas returnees, limited sales, act fast. Support domestic products. Love our China." Jiang Yu's spirited proclamation left the vendor momentarily stunned, and Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow at him. "Want to learn my marketing tactics? Can you manage it?" He tossed the loudspeaker back to Li Jia and continued shouting. Chapter 9. Collecting protection fees. Li Jia's face flushed crimson, yet having promised to assist, she could not abandon her post. So she took up the loudspeaker and began to shout, "Yu Province, Peng City." It soon became apparent that this catchphrase was highly contagious. Before long, the nearby shoppers found themselves unconsciously repeating it. Especially the phrases about limited-time discounts were irresistible to women of any era. Sure enough, a crowd quickly gathered. A female customer pointed to a dress and inquired, "What was the original price of this one?" "This dress was originally over 200. Now it's just 52. It was never sold to the public before, exclusively supplied to the elite families in Hong Province. This time, We are truly selling at a loss. We have to pay our employees, after all. 52? That's rather expensive. The dress was worn by the elite from Hong Province and was intricately machine-woven. With only about 100 pieces available nationwide, Jiang Yu spoke without batting an eye. In this era, people had grown accustomed to hand-woven clothing. Merely mentioning machine weaving would instantly capture their interest. Yet, in 30 years, this standard would likely reverse. The female customer was intrigued. And Jiang Yu draped a white shirt over the dress. This skirt looks stunning with anything. In winter, just throw on a woolen coat, and you'll be the most striking one on the street. Jiang Yu looked at the gathering crowd and continued with a smile. Today, we are offering limited sales. You can team up for purchases. Buy 2 pieces and receive a 10% discount, 3 pieces for 20% off, and if you buy 5 or more, I will throw in a pair of socks. But there are only 20 pairs available, so you must hurry. As soon as Jiang Yu uttered these words, the crowd erupted in excitement. Come on, I want to buy a piece. Will you team up with me? Yes. Is anyone else joining? Such promotional discounts were particularly enticing to women, and soon everyone was calling out to form groups. Director, isn't that Jia? What's she doing selling goods? That man must be her boyfriend. Not far away, 2 women clad in work attire stood by the roadside. Among them, the one with short curly hair was Li Jia's mother, Xiaolan, who squinted at the scene with a fiery glare in her eyes. The day's sales were remarkably brisk, and before long, there were hardly any clothes left on the stall. I'm dying of heat, Li Jia lamented as she sat on a small stool, fanning herself while gazing at Jiang Yu with admiration. Jiang Yu, you're incredible. Your promotional chant makes me want to buy something myself. Jiang Yu chuckled, explaining that it was a famous advertising slogan from the future, one that even women accustomed to a plethora of goods would find irresistible, let alone those from this era. He then took 50 yuan from his bag and handed it to Li Jia. This is your payment for today. Li Jia was taken aback. It was more than her monthly salary. She shook her head repeatedly, insisting, You helped me. I can't accept this. Jiang Yu firmly pressed the money into her hand. There's no need for such modesty. If it weren't for your assistance, I would have struggled alone. Li Jia hesitated to refuse further, her eyes gleaming at the sight of the money, and eventually tucked it into her pocket. I'll help you pack up, she said, her cheeks flushed. Meanwhile, on the other side, the street vendor Guqi, who had previously challenged Jiang Yu, had already packed up his stall and retreated into a narrow alley. Brother San, that kid with the girl has been making quite a fortune these past few days, Guqi remarked, handing 5 yuan to a tall, thin man with a cigarette dangling from his mouth. Zhu Sin stuffed the money into his pocket, looking down at the vendor with an air of authority. Fine. I'll take care of this for you. With a wave of his hand, several laid-back individuals followed him. Guqi smirked in Jiang Yu's direction, thinking, stealing my business? I'll make sure you regret it. Zhu San was notorious in the area as a street bully, often collecting protection fees, which amounted to 2 yuan each time. What if you refuse? Well, then, I'll just smash your stall. Having finished packing up, Jiang Yu turned to Li Jia. Let us go, after a long day. I'll treat you to some herbal tea. Sure, Li Jia replied with a smile. Herbal tea? We're also quite thirsty. May we share a cup? Zhu Sin swaggered over with a group of miscreants. Li Jia's heart raced, and she instinctively took a few steps back. Jiang Yu's expression darkened momentarily, but he soon donned a smile. What brings you gentlemen here? What do you want? Zhu Sin beckoned with a finger, and one of his lackeys kicked Li Jia's clothes rack out of her hands. Li Jia's face turned pale with fear. Zhu Sin raised an eyebrow at Jiang Yu. Let me introduce myself. I am Zhu San. Everyone calls me Brother San out of respect. This territory belongs to me. Have you paid your protection fee to set up your stall here? Jiang Yu replied with a grin. Ah, so it's Brother San. I've heard much about you. I was remiss in not approaching you sooner. Please, how much is the protection fee? Zhu Sin scoffed, thinking to himself how cowardly Jiang Yu was. 50 yuan. Pay it. And I'll guarantee your safety for this week. 50 yuan. Li Jia was utterly stunned. She had never encountered such an outrageous demand for protection money before. Unable to contain herself, she murmured, 50 yuan is far too much, and this street is public property, with no ownership whatsoever. Zhu San's expression darkened, and one of his lackeys swiftly stepped in front of Li Jia. You insolent woman, how dare you speak to Brother San like that? Do you believe I won't slap you into silence? Just as a hand was about to descend upon her, Li Jia instinctively let out a sharp cry. Bro, it's not right to hit a woman. Jiang Yu seized the man's hand, turning to Zhu San. Brother San, this girl may be a bit naive. But how about this? Let me treat everyone today at the tavern. We shall need to collaborate in the future. Upon hearing tavern, Zhu San's demeanor shifted slightly, his gaze fixating on Jiang Yu's bag. He waved his hand, summoning back his subordinate, and extinguished his cigarette on the ground. This girl may be foolish, but you, lad, show some sense. Let us go. I happen to be quite hungry. Familiar with the area, Zhu San led the group through an alleyway until they arrived at a tavern. Li Jia trembled beside Jiang Yu. Why are you still treating them to a meal? People like them will want money even after eating. Jiang Yu chuckled softly, refraining from answering her question directly. Instead, he asked, then why did you come with me? Aren't you afraid? Li Jia raised her small fist, her cheeks flushed. You helped me. It would be ungrateful to abandon you. Jiang Yu couldn't help but smile. This girl indeed had a sense of loyalty. Gathering around a table, Zhu San called over a waiter. What would you like to eat, gentlemen? The waiter inquired with a smile. Zhu San lazily lifted his chin, eyeing Jiang Yu. You order. But I must clarify, there's an art to this. If the dishes don't please my brothers. Before Zhu San could finish his sentence, he cast a glance at the group of thugs at the table, who immediately stood up, glaring menacingly at Jiang Yu. Chapter 10. Turning the tables, Li Jia instinctively clutched Jiang Yu's arm. He gently patted her hand in reassurance and addressed the waiter. Bring forth the finest dishes and the best wine. Ensure there is plenty of meat. After speaking, Jiang Yu turned to Zhu San with a smile. Brother San, what do you think of this? Zhu San, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, regarded Jiang Yu with newfound admiration. You, lad, understand the rules. Once this was said, the others settled back down. Zhu San beckoned to the man beside him. Tell the boys to get this kid drunk. I have my eye on that bulging bag of his. The man's eyes lit up as he relayed the message to his companions. Observing the glances directed at him, Jiang Yu discerned their intentions. Sioux City, despite being a provincial capital, had its share of lawlessness. While the security was not exemplary, it was not atrocious either. These thugs, Zhu San and his gang, were only bold enough to engage in petty extortion for protection money. They would be petrified at the thought of robbery. Their only plan was to intoxicate Jiang Yu, then brazenly take the money from his bag. If he reported them for theft, with no surveillance cameras, what evidence would there be? Before long, the dishes were served. For Zhu San and his crew, the fare was delectable. However, for Jiang Yu, accustomed to five-star dining, it lacked flavor. The wine, however, was rather delightful. As the rounds progressed and the dishes were savored, Jiang Yu and Zhu San engaged in spirited conversation. Zhu San raised his glass and exclaimed, You, my friend, are a man of forthrightness. Come, let us drink. Cheers. Jiang Yu responded, downing his drink in one go. Brother Zhang only drinks with Brother San and neglects us. How ungracious. Come, share a drink with me. Ma Zi beamed as he raised his glass toward Jiang Yu. Li Jia tugged at Jiang Yu's sleeve, saying, Jiang Yu, you should stop drinking. You'll end up intoxicated. Ignoring her plea, Jiang Yu rose and emptied his glass once more. Brothers, today we have become acquainted through this revelry. Let us drink again. Several individuals took turns enthusiastically toasting Jiang Yu. He did not refuse any of their gestures, clinking glasses and consuming the offered drinks. By the end, many were swaying slightly, Jiang Yu appearing quite tipsy as well. Li Jia's eyes brimmed with tears. What was she doing here, a young woman among a group of men in a tavern? Had she known Jiang Yu was a heavy drinker, she would have abstained from joining. Li Jia stood up, pulling Jiang Yu along. Jiang Yu, please stop drinking. I want to head home. What business do you have, girl? Let the men drink in peace. Ma Zi, swaying slightly, pointed at Li Jia and scolded her. Startled, Li Jia recoiled. Jiang Yu, with a smile, drew her close and whispered, There are some empty bottles under the table. Go fill them with plain water. A glimmer of hope flickered in Li Jia's watery eyes as she stealthily retrieved several bottles. Upon her return, half a bottle had vanished from Jiang Yu's table. Seeing Zhu San and the others drunkenly toasting Jiang Yu, Li Jia summoned her courage and approached. Jiang Yu, let me pour you a drink. With that, she picked up the bottle filled with water and began to pour for him. The dimly lit tavern, coupled with Zhu San and the others having indulged too much, made it difficult for them to notice. Jiang Yu imbibed another 3 bottles of water, observing that his companions were beginning to drift into a stupor. He drained his glass and slurred, Brother San, I need to relieve myself. You all keep drinking. Zhu San, his head resting on the table, waved him off. Hurry back. Jiang Yu exchanged a glance with Li Jia, who nervously clutched her bag and followed closely behind him. Ma Zi chuckled. This is the first time I've seen a woman accompany a man to the restroom. Laughter erupted among the group. Li Jia's face flushed crimson as she trailed Jiang Yu out of the tavern. Once outside, Jiang Yu shed the drunken demeanor, instantly regaining his composure. Let's move swiftly. Li Jia, her heart racing, hurried to keep pace with him. After walking several hundred meters from the alley, she finally exhaled with relief and gasped, "You're not drunk?" Jiang Yu smiled, recalling how he had ascended from a mere salesperson to the CEO of a publicly listed company. His tolerance for alcohol was well honed. Even if he had not switched to water, he would not succumb to their revelry. Yet, he knew that consuming too much would certainly induce some level of inebriation. Glancing at the dimming sky, he addressed Li Jia. "I'm fine. I truly appreciate your help today. Where do you reside? Allow me to escort you home." Li Jia initially intended to decline, but upon catching a glimpse of Jiang Yu's concerned gaze, she blushed and said, "I've lost my keys as well. Just take me to the supply and marketing cooperative." The mention of the cooperative left Jiang Yu momentarily stunned. "Where did you leave your keys?" he inquired. "My father is the team leader at the cooperative. He is there now, and I'm going back with him." This revelation startled Jiang Yu, igniting a fervent look in his eyes as he regarded Li Jia. The supply and marketing cooperative was akin to a large supermarket 30 years hence, yet at present, it belonged to a state-owned enterprise. Securing a position as a sales clerk was a considerable achievement, and becoming a team leader was even more remarkable. The cooperative was a bustling hub, ideal for networking, especially in a provincial capital teeming with influential figures. If he could forge a connection with Li Jia's father, it would pave a significant avenue for his future networking endeavors. "All right, just wait for me a moment." Rather than approaching immediately, Zhang Yu dashed off to purchase a case of Maotai liquor. Acquiring this case proved to be quite an endeavor. In this era, while buying liquor might be straightforward, obtaining a whole case required considerable effort. Although Li Jia's father worked at the cooperative, procuring a case of Maotai was no simple task. Upon arriving at the cooperative, Li Jia exchanged a few words with the sales clerk before stepping outside with Jiang Yu to wait. To prevent any misunderstandings, she explained, "This is a rule set by my father. The cooperative is often busy, and we might inadvertently disturb a distinguished guest if we barge in." Jiang Yu nodded in understanding. After a while, a short man in his 40s emerged, his physique notably more robust compared to others of his generation. It was rare to see a plump individual born in '83, indicating that the cooperative offered decent provisions. "Dad," Li Jia exclaimed, and tears streamed down her face upon seeing Li Jiantong. Alarmed, Li Jiantong quickly asked, "What's wrong?" "Jia, why are you crying?" Li Jia recounted the events from the train, sharing the harrowing encounter with the human traffickers that had left a significant psychological scar. While she had managed to hold back her tears in front of Jiang Yu, the presence of a family member overwhelmed her. Li Jiantong listened with growing horror. Gratefully grasping Jiang Yu's hand, "Comrade Jiang Yu, I cannot thank you enough for your help. If you ever need anything, do not hesitate to ask. I will certainly assist you in any way I can." Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Yu pressed the bag he was holding into Li Jiantong's hand. "Uncle Li, I do indeed have another favor to ask." Chapter 11. Dark Deals. Li Jiantong was momentarily taken aback. Jiang Yu's quick response was unexpected. Upon glancing at the bag, he was utterly astonished. So much Maotai. In this era, gifting a few bags of sugar or a couple of cans was already impressive. This was no ordinary matter. Li Jiantong swallowed hard, braving himself to respond. "I can only do my best. Please tell me what you need." "Well, I am planning to open a store in Sioux City and would like to rent a place here, so I was hoping you could help me find a way." Hearing this, Li Jiantong finally let out a breath of relief. He couldn't help but regard Jiang Yu with newfound respect. This young man was quite ambitious. "All right, that is certainly doable. What are your specific requirements?" "Near the train station, it would be ideal to find 2 single rooms, preferably in an area where police patrol regularly." "Rest assured, I will inquire about this promptly." Li Jiantong straightened his back as he spoke. After Jiang Yu wrote down his address for Li Jiantong, he embarked on his journey home. Meanwhile, in a nearby tavern, Zhu San and his companions had succumbed to intoxication, sprawling across the tables in slumber. The tavern owner approached and nudged him. "Comrade, we are closing." Zhu San yawned, opened his eyes, and rubbed his face, waking his companion Motzi. "Wake everyone up. We are closing." Motzi roused each person, but Jiang Yu was nowhere to be found. Both he and his bag had vanished. Motzi suddenly jolted awake, the effects of the alcohol subsiding. "Third brother, that lad is missing." Zhu San's eyes narrowed sharply as he glanced to the side. realizing Jiang Yu was indeed absent. "That scoundrel, stay alert. Grab your weapons. We must search." With Zhu San's command, the drunken patrons stirred with renewed vigor, ready to venture out in search of their friend. Just as they were about to exit, the tavern owner halted them. "Comrades, you haven't settled the bill yet. It's a total of 8 yuan. Motzi slammed his hand on the table. "Third brother, we've been swindled by that rascal." Zhu San's expression darkened as he waved dismissively at the owner. "Let the bill be deferred. I will settle it next time. I have urgent matters to attend to." "I'm sorry, but I cannot offer credit," the owner retorted. "Have you gone deaf?" Third brother said to defer it. "Are you seeking trouble?" The group of inebriated patrons began to protest loudly. The owner's demeanor shifted, and he summoned his family, all towering figures, causing Zhu San and his companions to fall silent. Reluctantly, Zhu San dug into his pocket and handed over the 8 yuan, resentment towards Jiang Yu brewing within him. Upon returning home, Jiang Yu found fast asleep, while Lu Lian waited for him with the lamp lit. Seeing Jiang Yu, she hurriedly removed the noodles from the stove. "You must be starving. Eat quickly and hand me your bag. It's quite heavy." Indeed, Jiang Yu had endured a long day, but he was not particularly hungry, having feasted at the tavern. Yet, under Lu Lian's concerned gaze, he forced himself to finish a large bowl of noodles. "Are you still hungry? I can prepare more." Jiang Yu, his stomach feeling full, waved his hands. "No need. I'm satisfied." He gestured towards the bag tossed on the bed. "Mom, please help me count it. I didn't have time to tally it today." "All right, you rest. Go to bed early." Exhausted, Jiang Yu slumped into a chair. Lu Lian sat on the bed, counting the money, growing increasingly astonished. One count was insufficient, so she recounted. "Yuan, there are 9,236 yuan here. We are on the brink of becoming a household with 10,000. She covered her mouth in disbelief. Looking at Jiang Yu. Sitting up straight, Jiang Yu glanced at the peacefully sleeping and said to Lu Lian, "Mom, I need to discuss something with you. Since we are relocating, I plan to move to Sioux City. You should resign from your job and come with me. Can receive a better education there." Jiang Yu had a clear plan. His experience with street vending was to gain insight into market trends, and he intended to open a store in Sioux City, necessitating his understanding of supply channels. Although he did not expect Lu Lian to assist him in any way, Wang Chong felt uneasy about leaving Lu Lian and in the town. Sioux City? That would not do. It was unfamiliar territory, and she would struggle to adapt. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Lian declined the suggestion. She contemplated moving, but only to a different location within the town. Relocating to the provincial capital would mean mingling with city folk who might look down upon them. Furthermore, her salary at the rice mill was quite substantial. Finding a comparable job in the provincial city could prove challenging. In Lu Lian's mind, being self-employed was inherently unstable. What if the government decided to prohibit individual entrepreneurship in the future? Is it better for you to stay in this town? Remember the last incident with Wang Chong? Everyone merely stood by, watching the chaos unfold. None came to assist, Jiang Yu remarked. Lu Lian was momentarily at a loss for words and mumbled. "Moving to Sioux City is far too troublesome. At least here, I have familiar faces nearby." With a sigh, Jiang Yu shifted his tone. "All right. If you are unwilling to go to the provincial capital, I will not pressure you. I shall move alone. After a long day of work, I will return home to an empty house, with no warm meal waiting. But rest assured, I will come back weekly. If I grow thin, I will come to you for a meal." Upon hearing this, Lu Lian's eyes brimmed with tears. "Fine, I will resign tomorrow and accompany you." Jiang Yu had grasped Lu Lian's vulnerability. Both Jiang Yu and were her Achilles' heels. She could not bear to see either of them suffer. Her child had finally experienced a change, and she felt grateful. With a resolute expression, Lu Lian gathered the money from Jiang Yu's bag. "When shall we move?" "I will start packing my clothes right away." Seeing her determination, Jiang Yu felt a surge of emotion. "No rush. Let us await news. Tomorrow will suffice for packing." Meanwhile, Wang Qiujuan returned home, closed the door, and collapsed onto her bed, sobbing uncontrollably. Wang Chong anxiously knocked on the door. "Dear daughter, what are you crying about?" "Open the door, let me in." Wang Qiujuan, with tears streaming down her face, lifted her head and shouted towards the door. "It's all your fault for urging Jiang Yu's family for rent. Now Jiang Yu despises me. It's all because of you. Have you gone back to that gambler? I have told you before that he is unworthy of you. If you pursue him again, I will break your legs. Go ahead and hit me." Wang Qiujuan flung open the door, tears cascading down her face as she looked at Wang Chong. You might as well kill me. Jiang Yu already finds me repulsive. He pushed me last time, and now he hasn't come to see me for days. At this, Wang Chong's expression darkened immediately. That scoundrel. He laid hands on me and dares to push my daughter? I will take care of him tomorrow. Li Jian's search for housing progressed more swiftly than Jiang Yu had anticipated. By midday the following day, Jiang Yu received a telegram. They had agreed to meet 10 days later, and with 9 days already passed, Jiang Yu estimated that Wang Chong would arrive within a day or two. He handed Lu Lian 200 yuan and set off for Sioux City that same day. Upon arriving at the supply and marketing cooperative, Li Jia was the first to emerge, looking somewhat embarrassed as she said, "My father is currently tied up with some matters. You might have to wait about half an hour. Would you like me to show you around the area in the meantime?" Jiang Yu was unfazed and replied with a smile, "That would be wonderful. Thank you for your kindness." With a blush, Li Jia led Jiang Yu around the vicinity of the cooperative. Though the summer of '83 was indeed warm, it was far more pleasant compared to the sweltering heat that followed. Jiang Yu, accustomed to sales and possessing a conversational charm, ensured the atmosphere remained unembarrassed. "You really offended Zhu San and his group yesterday. Should I ask my father for assistance?" Li Jia inquired with concern. "There's no need for that. I can simply set up my stall in a different location," Jiang Yu replied nonchalantly. With such a vast city like Sioux, it won't be easy for him to find me. He believed that relationships, much like a bank book, grew thin with overuse. Jiang Yu intended to foster connections through Li Jiantong in the future, and he considered this trivial matter something he could resolve independently. Li Jia couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Your mind works swiftly. The two shared light-hearted banter, appearing quite close. "Jia Jia," a deep female voice interrupted from behind, causing Li Jia to involuntarily shudder. Chapter 12. "Auntie, your face is quite thick." Turning around, she found Xiong Xiuzhen standing there with a serious expression. Li Jia's complexion paled slightly. "Mom, what are you doing here?" Xiong Xiuzhen cast a brief glance at Jiang Yu. "I happen to be strolling by. Who is this? Introduce us." Recognizing the tension in the air, Jiang Yu stepped forward. "Hello, Auntie. I am Jiang Yu, a friend of Li Jia." "A friend, is it?" Xiong Xiuzhen regarded Jiang Yu with a knowing look, then pulled out a dime from her bag and handed it to Li Jia. "Jia Jia, go buy 2 popsicles." Li Jia, fully aware of her mother's intentions to send her away, quickly protested, "Mom, Jiang Yu and I are just ordinary friends. Go quickly." Before Li Jia could finish her sentence, Xiong Xiuzhen interrupted with a sharp command. Li Jia's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she glanced at Jiang Yu before sprinting towards the supply and marketing cooperative. Jiang Yu, perceptive, directly asked, "Auntie, what do you wish to discuss with me?" Xiong Xiuzhen scrutinized Jiang Yu with disdain. Clad in ordinary work attire and wearing simple cloth shoes, he appeared rather unremarkable, save for his angular features, which were somewhat handsome. "Jiang Yu, let me be straightforward. You and Jia Jia are ill-suited. She is innocent and comes from a good family. You, as a mere individual entrepreneur, are not her match. It would be wise for you to recognize your place. I can help you find a job." Xiong Xiuzhen's bluntness was matched only by her haughty demeanor, demonstrating little regard for Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu was taken aback, but soon realized that Xiong Xiuzhen had misunderstood him. While her self-importance was quite off-putting, having encountered many pretentious individuals in his previous life, he chose not to take offense. "Auntie, Li Jia and I are simply friends, nothing like what you presume. My focus is solely on earning money, and I have no intention of pursuing a romantic relationship." "Humph," Xiong Xiuzhen scoffed. "Just a friend? Is that why Jia Jia brought you to meet Li Jiantong? I've seen many like you. If you think you can leverage Jia Jia to climb the social ladder, you are sorely mistaken. Speak plainly, what job do you seek? I will do my utmost to assist you, but stay away from Jia Jia, or I shall not hesitate to be unkind." Jiang Yu took a deep breath. He had misjudged the situation. This woman was indeed a piece of work. For Li Jia's sake, he refrained from insults. Though his tone carried a hint of disdain, "You may choose to believe what you wish, but if you doubt my words, I cannot change that. As for the jobs you suggested, I have no need for them. A few dozen yuan a month is insufficient for me." Xiong Xiuzhen's expression darkened as she admonished, "Young man, do not be overly ambitious. I shall grant you one final opportunity. Either I find you a job and you voluntarily part ways with Jia Jia, or do not blame me for taking action." Just as Li Jia returned, she overheard this exchange and hurriedly approached, exclaiming, "Mom, Jiang Yu is my friend. How can you threaten him? Xiaolan had not anticipated Li Jia's swift return, yet she remained unperturbed, sternly asserting, I am not threatening him. I am educating him. And you, friendships must be chosen wisely. Yesterday, when you were seen setting up a stall with him by my factory workers, do you understand how embarrassing that is? As your mother, you ought to consider my feelings. Tears brimmed in Li Jia's eyes, overwhelmed with a sense of injustice. I do not think setting up a stall is shameful. It is labor for income. What is shameful about that? Very well, Xiaolan retorted. You claim it is honest labor. Did you earn any money for helping him shout for a day yesterday? Wiping her tears, Li Jia opened her wallet. You can count it. There are 70 yuan here, 50 of which is Jiang Yu's payment to me from yesterday. Xiaolan was momentarily at a loss for words. Jiang Yu coldly interjected. Auntie, is that sufficient? Xiaolan's face darkened further. Mind your tone when addressing me. Do not think I am unaware of your intentions. You wish to use sweet words to corrupt Jia, to gain much from little. If I fail to see through you, then my life would have been in vain. Jiang Yu inhaled deeply, reminding himself that she was Li Jia's mother and that he should show her respect, refraining from retaliating against her provocations. Li Jia, I am going to the supply and marketing cooperative to wait for Uncle Li. I shall see you later. Who permits you to meet again? Xiaolan obstructed Jiang Yu's path, revealing her true nature. Let me make it clear. As long as I am here, you shall never be with Jia. A mere petty vendor is enough. Jiang Yu could no longer contain his frustration and stepped closer to Xiaolan. Being tall, he towered over her, causing her to feel somewhat intimidated. What? Do you intend to lay hands on me? You may rest assured. I find the very thought of touching someone like you repugnant. Jiang Yu's gaze was unwavering as he looked at Xiaolan. Li Jia is embarrassed by you? I see you have quite a thick skin. Losing a few faces would not matter. How dare you? She sputtered. So much talk, merely out of disdain for petty vendors. Did I ever ask you to set up a stall? Did I ever lay a hand on you? If you cannot tolerate it, then endure it. I am more concerned about you polluting the air by merely existing. Did I say anything? Jiang Yu exerted all his will to refrain from using foul language. Xiaolan trembled with rage. Jiang Yu, uninterested in her, turned and walked away. Li Jia cast a glance at her mother, hesitated for a moment, and then followed Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu, my mom went too far just now. I am so sorry. On the way, Li Jia apologized to Jiang Yu, her voice laden with guilt. Jiang Yu paused, then smiled. This has nothing to do with you. As long as you do not hold it against me for speaking harshly to your mother, I do not blame you. Li Jia grinned, offering him an ice pop, whispering. In fact, I found it quite satisfying. I have never dared to stand up to my mom. Jiang Yu took a bite of the ice pop, feeling its refreshing coolness. After all, she is your mother, but you might have a tough time when you return home today. Li Jia's expression darkened, and she forced a smile, saying, It's fine. Actually, my parents divorced a long time ago. I now live with my father. Divorced? Jiang Yu nearly dropped his popsicle in surprise. Although marriage and divorce had become commonplace after 30 years, divorce was still a significant matter, especially for women, as it carried substantial repercussions. Li Jia paused. Managing a faint smile, they divorced when I was in elementary school. My mother found my father lacking ambition and financial stability. She even resorted to using a glass shard to threaten him into divorce. But things are better now. She has become the director of a wool spinning factory. Jiang Yu finally understood why Xiaolan had nearly raised her chin to the heavens earlier. It turned out she was the director of a wool spinning factory. Nowadays, even a female worker at such a factory could look down on others with disdain. The position was quite prestigious. Observing Li Jia, whose fists were tightly clenched, Jiang Yu quickly apologized. I'm sorry for bringing up something that saddens you. Li Jia shook her head. It's all right. It's been so many years, I no longer mind. As they approached the entrance of the supply and marketing cooperative, they noticed Li Jiantong smiling as he escorted a middle-aged man, approximately 40 years old, out. Mr. Liu, rest assured, we will continue to strive and serve more people, he assured. Spotting Li Jia, Li Jiantong called her over to greet Mr. Liu and introduced Jiang Yu with an unusually warm smile. Mr. Liu, this is a friend of mine from a different generation. Don't let his youth fool you. He is quite impressive and is currently engaged in business, a promising talent. Jiang Yu extended his hand to Mr. Liu, politely stating, Hello, Uncle Liu. I am Jiang Yu. With the surname Jiang and a name that resonates throughout the universe. The words left everyone momentarily stunned, but Mr. Liu was the first to recover. A knowing smile appearing on his lips as he shook Jiang Yu's hand. Old Li is not mistaken. You indeed possess a certain grandeur, young comrade. Upon hearing this, Li Jiantong felt a jolt of surprise, and his gaze towards Jiang Yu subtly shifted. After Mr. Lu departed, Li Jiantong looked at Jiang Yu with a hint of skepticism. Do you know Mr. Lu's identity? No, but anyone who can be transported by a Dongfeng vehicle must hold considerable stature, Jiang Yu replied. In this era, those who traveled in a Dongfeng car with a dedicated driver were typically prominent figures. He deliberately made his name sound remarkable to ensure Mr. Lu would remember him. Li Jiantong expressed his admiration, giving Jiang Yu a thumbs up. I am increasingly impressed by you. The three then proceeded towards the location where Jiang Yu intended to rent an apartment. This place was merely 2 miles from the train station, featuring a 2-bedroom unit furnished to a high standard, nearly ready for immediate occupancy. However, what delighted Jiang Yu the most was that the flat came with a yard enclosed by a high wall, which would be convenient for storing goods in the future. The rent was 15 yuan per month, considered pricey at that time, yet Jiang Yu readily agreed to the rental. From now on, we will be neighbors, Li Jiantong said with a smile, before lowering his voice to point towards the largest house nearby. That is where old Deng lives. He resides there alone and has a rather eccentric personality, so do avoid any interaction with him. Jiang Yu regarded the house, nodding thoughtfully. The mansion must be at least 300 square meters. With such a grand estate guarded by an elderly gentleman, no one dares to lay a hand on it. If anyone were to claim that this old man lacks influence, Jiang Yu would be the first to scoff in disbelief. After securing the rental of the house, Li Jiantong returned to the supply and marketing cooperative. Jiang Yu, it's still early in the day. What are your plans? Li Jia inquired. There are still a few garments left at my place from last time. Should we take them out to sell? Jiang Yu felt it was indeed too early, but those few pieces would hardly suffice for a sale. Li Jia, where is the clothing wholesale market around here? I intend to procure some stock to sell in the neighboring county, while reselling from Yangqing to Sioux City offers higher profits. Who says there's no profit in selling from a provincial capital to a county? It's just not as lucrative. If I had stock on hand, I wouldn't want to complicate matters. All right, I'll take you to source some goods, Li Jia replied with a smile, inexplicably enjoying the prospect of selling clothes alongside Jiang Yu. She borrowed a vehicle from her Unit S driver, Xing Jian, to take both of them to the nearest wholesale market. It was challenging to find garments of such quality as those from the Yangqing store. So Jiang Yu made a hasty purchase of 3,000 yuan worth of stock before heading to the adjacent Jiayu County. This county boasts the highest number of factories in the vicinity, which means ample workers, making the clothing more marketable. The largest factory in Jiayu County is the meat processing plant, followed by the agricultural machinery factory. The workers at the meat plant tend to have more disposable income. We could sell there, Li Jia suggested to Jiang Yu. All right, I'll follow your lead, Jiang Yu responded with a smile. Driver Xing Jian assisted the two in preparing the clothes, and they found a spot in front of the meat processing plant to set up. It was lunchtime, and the factory workers were either playing cards at the entrance or napping nearby. Before Jiang Yu could utter a word, Li Jia excitedly picked up the megaphone. Shall we use the same pitch as last time? Jiang Yu raised a finger to signal her to pause. In a different location. We must adopt a different approach. Your announcement should be, special offer from a returning designer for the workers of Jiayu Meat Processing Plant. Imported goods originally priced at 300 yuan, now available for just 30. Exclusively today. Li Jia's eyes lit up upon hearing this. After repeating it to herself a few times, she began to shout towards the factory. Special offer from a returning designer for the workers of Jiayu Meat Processing Plant. Imported goods originally priced at 300 yuan, now available for just 30. Exclusively today. Her voice startled the resting workers inside the meat plant. What do you mean by a special offer? Could you clarify? A woman in an apron rushed out. Jiang Yu smiled and pointed to Li Jia. This is Comrade Li Lu Si, who grew up in Jiayu County, residing right here by the meat processing plant. She later emigrated to America to become a fashion designer and has returned specifically to give back to the people of Jiayu County. An American designer? Upon hearing this, the eyes of the workers at the meat plant sparkled with intrigue. In these times, it seems anyone associated with America shines with a certain allure. Li Jia, taken aback by Jiang Yu's words, could only offer a smile to the crowd. The garments are crafted from American fabric, specifically designed by Ruth Li for our meat processing factory. She merely charges a fee for the material, with each piece priced at 30 yuan. Hurry! Those who arrive first will have the opportunity to acquire garments with more fabric. Jiang Yu rallied the crowd, and several individuals were already eager. with the first elderly woman beginning to retrieve her money. I'll take one. Wait a moment. At this juncture, a woman of graceful appearance stepped forward, furrowing her brow as she regarded Li Jia. You claim to be an American designer, then speak a few words in English. Do not attempt to deceive us. Upon hearing this, others joined in agreement. Yes, say something in English. Xiao Zhao is a high school student who has studied the language. Speaking English posed a challenge for Li Jia, as she had always struggled with it in school. I apologize. Our designer has communication difficulties, and I am assisting her in overcoming this. Please refrain from such questioning, Jiang Yu interjected in English. Listening to his fluent and authentic pronunciation, the woman's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Your English is remarkably good. We have spent over a decade in America. The environment has altered our pronunciation. If you remain skeptical, we can return. Rest assured, we do not lack the funds for this batch, but we simply wish to discourage an attitude of unearned gain. Jiang Yu articulated once more in English. The onlookers were left speechless, including Li Jia, who almost believed Jiang Yu had returned from America. The woman's face flushed slightly. All right, I believe you are indeed returnees, but that last statement was quite lengthy, and I did not quite comprehend it. Jiang Yu, bemused, reiterated it in Chinese. And now no one was disbelieving. They clamored for the garments and made their payments. Give me one. I want that one. The dress with the most fabric. Li Jia struggled to collect the money, while Jiang Yu maintained order. Each person can take a maximum of 5 pieces, no more, as this is a gesture of goodwill. Not a sale. During a brief respite, hundreds of workers from the meat processing factory rushed out, and all the merchandise was swiftly claimed. Once in the car, Li Jia handed the bag of money to Jiang Yu, wiping the sweat from her brow. I truly admire you. Your English is exceptional. Those elderly women were like a frenzy. I saw many from the agricultural machinery factory come to snatch them up. Jiang Yu presented her with 5 large bills. This underscores the significance of mastering a language. In his previous life, his company collaborated with multinational enterprises, and he had diligently worked on his English proficiency. Li Jia did not refuse this time, placing the money into her purse. Her cheeks flushed as she asked Jiang Yu, "May I learn English from you when you have the time?" "Of course, that would be no problem," Jiang Yu replied with a smile. That evening, Xing Jian first drove Li Jia home, and then, at Li Jiantong's request, he drove Jiang Yu back to the town. Seizing the opportunity while returning Li Jia, Jiang Yu discussed with Li Jiantong the matter of helping him oversee a shop in Sioux City. Li Jiantong readily agreed, promising to take him to inspect a storefront at Canal Square next time. Meanwhile, on the train from Yang City to Sioux City, Zhang Xiaolan sat next to a burly man, her senior brother Su Zhuang. Su Zhuang was filled with trepidation. "Xiaolan, did you not inform the mistress before following me out? What if something goes awry?" Zhang Xiaolan bit her lip. "It's all right, I left a note." She had calculated that today should be the day Jiang Yu traveled to Yangcheng. Yet as the afternoon wore on without his arrival, her heart grew increasingly unsettled. It felt as though a tiny figure in her mind was urging her to seek out Jiang Yu. Upon learning that Su Zhuang was heading to Sioux City for business, she had not hesitated to accompany him. Meanwhile, in Yongla town, Yi hung her little head and asked, "Mama, when will brother come back? I miss him." Lu Lian, soothing Yi, replied, "Soon, dear. You should try to sleep." After finally lulling Yi to sleep, Lu Lian stood up, stretched her arms, and gazed at the darkening sky, sighing, "Why hasn't Yu returned yet?" Suddenly, there came a series of loud knocks at the door. Chapter 14. Matters that money can resolve are no matters. Lu Lian's heart leapt. Could it be Jiang Yu returning? She hurried to the door. "You." As she swung the door open, Wang Chong stood before her, flanked by a group of men wielding steel rods, glaring menacingly. Lu Lian recoiled slightly. "Brother Wang, are you here to collect the rent?" I have." Wang Chong struck the wall with a steel rod, producing a resounding thud. "Where is that scoundrel Jiang Yu? Bring him out." Lu Lian nearly collapsed in fright, her voice trembling. "Brother Wang, you hasn't returned yet. Please, keep your voice down. It's late. And we don't want to disturb the neighbors. You dare to make demands?" Wang Chong bellowed, gesturing to his men. "If Jiang Yu is not here, drag his mother downstairs." At his command, a ruffian stepped forward, seizing Lu Lian by the collar and pulling her toward the stairs. Lu Lian, unable to resist, stumbled and fell, her leg twisting painfully as she was dragged down from the second floor. The building, already dilapidated, had uneven steps that scraped the flesh from her legs. Despite the pain, Lu Lian remained silent, her her thoughts consumed with worry over what would happen if Jiang Yu returned. Suppressing her agony, she knelt before Wang Chong, pleading, "Brother Wang, it was wrong of you to strike you last time. I bow to you. Please show mercy and spare him." As she spoke, she began to bow her head in supplication. "Bah!" Wang Chong spat at her. "Spare me your groveling. Even if you crack your head today, I will wait for Jiang Yu to return. That dog dared to strike me and provoke my girl. If I don't break him today, I am not Wang." In the stillness of the night, even the slightest sound was amplified, and the commotion roused several neighbors, who emerged, bleary-eyed, to investigate the disturbance. What a nuisance at this hour. To have such ruffians as neighbors is truly a stroke of bad luck. Jiang Yu was in dire straits. The men Wang Chong had brought were the fiercest fighters in town. Another spectacle was about to unfold. In this small town, the number of households possessing a television is remarkably scarce. Each resident primarily dedicates their days to work, emerging early and returning late, leading a rather mundane existence. Any quarrel among families becomes a topic of fervent discussion for days, and the current situation at Jiang Yu's home has drawn even greater attention. The crowd of onlookers swells, and Lu Lian feels an intense heat flush across her face. However, at this moment, her thoughts are solely consumed by Jiang Yu, and she disregards everything else, hastily pulling out 60 yuan from her pocket. "Brother Wang, here is the money. Please do me a favor and let Jiang Yu go today. When he returns, I will bring him to apologize to you." Wang Chong's eyes gleamed as he snatched the money into his pocket. "You think you can have face in front of me? This money was owed to me from the start. Do you think I want to beat Jiang Yu? Don't delude yourself. Brother Wang, I beg you. I implore you. Spare Yuzi. You can hit me instead, just don't harm him." Jiang Yu had not truly endured hardship growing up, and the thought of him being subjected to the onslaught of so many steel rods was unbearable for Lu Lian. With tears streaming down her face, she rushed forward, tugging at Wang Chong's trousers. "Get lost." Wang Chong kicked Lu Lian to the ground, then stepped on her face. "Hit you? You don't even deserve it. Your face is as yellow as an orange peel. I'll be haunted by nightmares about you tonight. Just wait here. I want to see Jiang Yu kneel and bow his head." At this moment, Jiang Yu had reached the street corner. "Xinggu, just drop me at the entrance. I can walk in myself." Xing Jian chuckled. "The team leader has instructed me to take you to your doorstep, so sit tight." Jiang Yu produced a pack of cigarettes and handed it to Xing Jian with a grin. "Thanks, Xinggu." Upon seeing the pack, Xing Jian's eyelids twitched. Jiang Yu was exceedingly generous, and it was no wonder the team leader held him in high regard, as did Xing Jian himself. The vehicle pulled directly to the building's base, and upon spotting the car, the neighbors widened their eyes in astonishment. In this town, merely owning a basic bicycle was a source of envy, and now, a car had arrived. What amazed them further was that Jiang Yu was seated in the passenger seat, cheerfully bidding farewell to the driver. Wang Chong was taken aback and quickly removed his foot from Lu Lian's head. As Jiang Yu exited the car and noticed the throng of neighbors surrounding him, he inquired, "What brings everyone here? Jiang Yu, why did you let that driver leave? Hurry and chase after him. Don't go home just yet. There's south trouble at your place." Lu Lian, known for her amiable nature, quietly urged Jiang Yu. Having established a few good relationships within the building, Jiang Yu was utterly perplexed. Who is causing trouble? With the crowd's gaze now fixed upon him, Wang Chong, a man highly concerned with his image, straightened his posture and stepped forward despite his trepidation regarding the small car. "Jiang Yu, you finally returned. I bet that car was scratched by you, right?" Wang Chong folded his arms, eyeing Jiang Yu cautiously. Upon seeing Wang Chong, Jiang Yu's expression darkened immediately. "Yes, I did scratch the car. What of it?" Wang Chong sighed with relief. As long as it was merely a scratch, it was manageable. Though he could not afford a car yet, the idea of merely scratching one was a simple matter. What he truly feared was that Jiang Yu had been deliberately returned home. Wang Chong's confidence surged instantly as he glared fiercely at Jiang Yu. "You scoundrel! Who gave you the audacity to push my daughter? Today, I shall settle the score with you." Jiang Yu replied coolly, "If you could ensure your daughter bothers me less, I would refrain from pushing her. Who are you calling a bother?" Wang Chong trembled with rage, acutely aware of the odd stares from those around them. How could Jiang Yu utter such words? If others were to discover that Wang Qiujuan had developed feelings for Jiang Yu and was pursuing him, where would he hide his face? "I am referring to your daughter, Wang Qiujuan. She is indeed the one bothering me. Are you listening?" Exhausted from a long day, Jiang Yu felt increasingly impatient as he attempted to push past Wang Chong and return home. Just a few steps forward, he spotted Lu Lian on her knees. being guarded by others, and his eyes instantly filled with tears. "You bastard, was this your doing?" Jiang Yu grasped Wang Chong by the collar. Unfazed, Wang Chong, emboldened by the numbers at his back, defiantly declared, "It was indeed my doing. Your mother failed to raise you properly, and I demand her to kneel and apologize. To hell with you." Before Wang Chong could finish his taunt, Jiang Yu swung a fist, striking him squarely in the face. The speed was so astonishing that those around them were momentarily stunned, for Wang Chong had brought his entourage. Was Jiang Yu courting death? Chapter 15. A failed scheme leads to losses. Jiang Yu disregarded all caution, raining down blows upon Wang Chong. Wang Chong, having long since exhausted himself, was no match for Jiang Yu, who struck him with such force that he cried out in agony. "You lot, don't just stand there, come help me." Wang Chong shouted at the bewildered onlookers. The leader, Huzi, was the first to react, swinging his steel rod to the ground. "Damn it! How dare you strike the employer in front of me? You must be seeking death." With a wave of his hand, Huzi rallied his companions to encircle Jiang Yu. "Hit him! Beat him mercilessly!" Wang Chong scrambled to his feet, yelling hoarsely. Huzi spat on the ground, raising the steel pipe to bring it down upon Jiang Yu's head. Yawazi, Lu Lian, her face ashen, suddenly stood up to shield Jiang Yu. "Wait." Jiang Yu gently moved Lu Lian aside, and, maintaining an unwavering gaze at Huzi, asked, "How much did Wang Chong pay you?" "I'll give you double." He had clearly heard Huzi refer to Wang Chong as the employer, surmising that these men were merely hired hands. Huzi hesitated, halting the steel pipe mid-swing, and looked at Jiang Yu with confusion. "You can truly offer double?" Originally, they had no real ties to Wang Chong. They had only come to assist after he had offered them a mere $5. If Jiang Yu could provide a greater sum, they would certainly reconsider their actions, as money held paramount importance. Seeing Huzi wavering, Wang Chong hastily interjected, "Huzi, don't believe that scoundrel. He is nothing but a gambler. Where would he find the money? That car today was merely a ride he hitched. I'll add an extra $2. Huzi raised an eyebrow at Jiang Yu. "Brother, I'm afraid I have to do this." Jiang Yu pulled out a stack of banknotes from his bag, holding it up for Huzi to see. "If you give Wang Chong a good beating, this money shall be yours." As he beheld the stack of banknotes, a profound silence enveloped the air, punctuated only by the collective gasp of those present. Among the bills, there were at least 2 substantial denominations. Jiang Yu tapped the money in his hand and turned to Huzi, inquiring, "What do you say? If you wish to rob me, so be it. But do not forget that vehicle from earlier. You should be able to discern whether I was hitching a ride." Observing Jiang Yu's poised demeanor, Huzi could not help but swallow hard. Such grandeur indicated he was no ordinary figure. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Wang Chong stealthily attempted to slip away. Huzi, however, waved his hand, and 2 of his subordinates restrained Wang Chong. Panicking, Wang Chong exclaimed, "Brother Hu, you cannot disregard the code of the streets." With a resounding slap, Huzi struck Wang Chong across the face, his tone menacing as he retorted, "What code? I am not acquainted with Brother Yu until now, but from this moment forth, he is our leader. Attack." At his command, several individuals brandished iron rods and descended upon Wang Chong, who cried out in agony. The rapid escalation of events left the onlookers in a daze. Huzi approached Jiang Yu with a smile, asking, "Brother Yu, are you satisfied?" Jiang Yu tossed the money into Huzi's hands, declaring, "Unless you can ensure a thorough beating for at least half an hour, you shall not keep this money." Huzi, startled, straightened up and assured, "Rest assured, it will be done." The gathered neighbors were abuzz. None had anticipated that Jiang Yu was indeed a concealed heavyweight, and they flocked around him and Lu Lian. "Xiao Yu, would you care to join my family for dinner tomorrow morning? My home is open to you. I will prepare whatever you desire." Jiang Yu paid them no heed, assisting Lu Lian as they entered the house. Meanwhile, Wang Chong's cries of distress echoed, and his money was seized. Lu Lian, listening from within, felt a chill run down her spine. "You, perhaps we should let this go. They are our neighbors." Jiang Yu gazed at the wound on Lu Lian's leg, his expression darkening as he applied ointment. When Wang Chong came seeking trouble, he showed no regard for our community. "Mother, I apologize. This time, I have implicated you. You are my son. There is no need to speak of implicating. Perhaps we should let it go. Look how Wang Chong is wailing. He will awaken the entire neighborhood." "Very well," Jiang Yu replied, rising to exit. Lu Lian's lips curled into a slight smile, believing Jiang Yu had come to a resolution. To her surprise, he shouted down the stairs, "Gag him." Huzi promptly removed his foul sock and stuffed it into Wang Chong's mouth, the odor so pungent it nearly made Wang Chong retch. "Ah, you, what are you doing?" Lu Lian sighed, resigning herself to her son's whims. After meticulously tending to Lu Lian's wound, Jiang Yu inquired, "Mother, have you resigned from your job at the rice factory?" "Yes, the manager is a good person. He provided me with my wages for this month." "Good. I have secured a rental in Sioux City. Tomorrow, let us tidy up and move." Lu Lian nodded. Her hesitation vanished. "All right. I will hurry tomorrow to avoid further trouble from Wang Chong." The following morning, while Jiang Yu was still deep in slumber, Lu Lian rose early to tidy up. Exhausted from his daily toil, Jiang Yu had finally found respite from commuting to Yangqing, and she wished for him to rest a while longer. Though the household belongings were few, Lu Lian, being frugal, was reluctant to discard any of them and brought everything along. When Jiang Yu awoke again, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. Yi was playfully toying with his fingers beside him. "Brother, you finally woke up. Are we going to Sioux City today?" Yi inquired with her big, sparkling eyes filled with joy. Jiang Yu stretched lazily and gently ruffled Yi's little head. "Yes. Do you really want to go to Sioux City?" Yi nodded vigorously, her gaze resolute. If they went to the provincial capital, Mother wouldn't have to work at the rice factory anymore. Those people there were quite malicious, making Mother do all the labor, just as bad as Wang Chong. Hearing this, Jiang Yu glanced at the bustling Lu Lian. Lu Lian had just finished cooking, wiped her sweat, and cheerfully said, "Hurry, brush your teeth, and come eat." Jiang Yu grinned. "All right, I'm on my way." The familial affection he longed for in his past life was now fully realized in this one. Today, Lu Lian had extraordinarily prepared 5 dishes and a soup, with 3 of them being meat dishes. Just the aroma was enough to whet his appetite. The pork in this era was exceptionally delicious. Free from the additives that plagued later times, the fragrance was truly mouth-watering. "So much meat! So much meat!" Yi exclaimed, her dark eyes gleaming with excitement as she leaned over the table. Jiang Yu quickly picked up a piece of meat and placed it in her mouth. "Go wash your hands before eating. Don't let your drool drip into the bowl." Yi stuck out her little tongue and obediently ran off to lather her hands with soap. Jiang Yu had been busy lately, and opportunities for the whole family to gather for a meal were rare. Lu Lian, beaming with delight, exclaimed, "Everyone, eat more and don't waste anything. Today we feast." The family joyfully began to use their chopsticks. "Jiang Yu, is Jiang Yu around?" At that moment, a crisp voice rang out in the town. Chapter 16. I am Jiang Yu's wife. After disembarking from the train, Zhang Xiaolan parted ways with Su Zhuang, as her desire to see Jiang Yu was overwhelming. She hailed a cab and made her way to the town, but forgot the exact location of Jiang Yu's residence, resorting to calling out instead. "Who are you? And what do you want with Jiang Yu?" At that moment, Wang Quzh, dressed in a floral shirt, approached with an angry expression. She had come to confront Jiang Yu, as he should not have struck her father, but was taken aback to hear someone audibly calling out. Zhang Xiaolan smiled. "Comrade, do you know Jiang Yu?" "I am his friend. Could you take me to his home?" Upon seeing Zhang Xiaolan's face up close, Wang Quzh's expression soured further. This woman was undeniably captivating. Clearly a femme fatale. "I am Jiang Yu's wife. Are you his mistress?" Wang Quzh accused, hands on her hips, glaring at Zhang Xiaolan. Zhang Xiaolan was momentarily stunned, then felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. "Jiang Yu is married? I had no idea." "Huh." Wang Quzh spat at Zhang Xiaolan, her anger boiling over. "You pretend not to know. I knew Jiang Yu was out every day for a reason. It must have been to meet you, this vixen, seducing another woman's husband. You filthy wretch." Zhang Xiaolan took a few steps back, furrowing her brow. "Comrade, please do not speak recklessly. You shameless hussy. You won't even admit to being the other woman. Everyone, come and take a look." In the midst of a tumultuous scene, Wang Qiujuan vociferously accused a woman of being a homewrecker, inciting a gathering of curious onlookers from the nearby residences. Jiang Yu, caught in the midst of a family meal, was alerted to the commotion at his door. "Jiang Yu, come quickly. Wang Qiujuan is fighting with a woman, insisting that she is your mistress." Confused, Jiang Yu set down his chopsticks and rushed outside. Not far from his home, he found a throng of people engrossed in the spectacle, with Wang Qiujuan furiously attempting to claw at Zhang Xiaolan. However, each of her aggressive advances was deftly evaded by Zhang Xiaolan, who, though initially calm, began to show signs of anger. "If you continue this nonsense, I shall retaliate," she warned. "Xiaolan," Jiang Yu exclaimed as he squeezed through the crowd, his eyes widening in disbelief at the unfolding chaos. Zhang Xiaolan hesitated momentarily at the sound of his voice. A brief pause that Wang Qiujuan seized to launch an attack on her face. If successful, it could mar Zhang Xiaolan's beauty for weeks. You shall perish, Wang Qiujuan hissed, her rage palpable. Just as her hand was about to connect with Zhang Xiaolan's face, Jiang Yu swiftly intervened, clasping Wang Qiujuan's wrist tightly. Zhang Xiaolan exhaled in relief and stepped closer to Jiang Yu, explaining, I had no idea she was your wife. It seems she has misunderstood our relationship. Who said she is my wife? I am not married at all, Jiang Yu retorted, narrowing his eyes at Wang Qiujuan. Wang Qiujuan, I have warned you to leave me alone. I have no affection for you whatsoever. Wang Qiujuan's expression hardened, and in a fit of rage, she pointed accusatorily at Jiang Yu. What? Are you bewitched by this vixen? Was it not she who incited you to assault my father yesterday? Jiang Yu, can you truly face me after this? Taking a deep breath to regain his composure, Jiang Yu replied, What do I owe you? Unperturbed, Wang Qiujuan persisted, Jiang Yu, I command you, return home with me at once and kneel to apologize to my father. I shall grant you one more chance, and we can arrange our wedding in a few days. Jiang Yu, is this your girlfriend? Zhang Xiaolan interjected, furrowing her brow in dismay. Jiang Yu, having lived 2 lifetimes, had never encountered anyone as obstinate as Wang Qiujuan, and he felt his temper rising. No, she is delusional, trapped in her own fantasies, harassing me daily. Xiaolan, let us leave. As he grasped Zhang Xiaolan's arm to guide her home, Wang Qiujuan erupted in fury, lunging forward to grasp Zhang Xiaolan's hair. You shameless couple. I will not stand for this. Zhang Xiaolan, caught off guard, cried out in pain as her hair was yanked. You vile creature. Do you think you can seduce my man simply with your looks? I will ruin your face today. Wang Qiujuan spat, tugging fiercely. Enough. Jiang Yu could no longer contain his fury. He retaliated with a resounding slap across Wang Qiujuan's face, sending her staggering backward, covering her face in disbelief. She stared at Jiang Yu, incredulous. You struck me? I will not let this go. Wang Qiujuan raised her fist and struck towards Jiang Yu, tears streaming down her face. Get lost. Jiang Yu swiftly pushed her to the ground, his expression as cold as ice as he gazed at her. Wang Qiujuan, let me reiterate, I truly despise you. I never intended to be with you, so stop speaking for me. After proclaiming this, he took Zhang Xiaolan's hand and departed. Wang Qiujuan sat on the ground, momentarily stunned, before bursting into tears. It was only at the doorstep that Jiang Yu realized he was still holding the young girl's hand and hurriedly released it. I apologized, Xiaolan. I was just caught up in the moment. Zhang Xiaolan blushed slightly but waved her hand dismissively. It's all right. Upon entering, Lu Lian was taken aback to see her son with the girl. Who is this? Zhang Xiaolan cheerfully offered the fruit she was holding. I am Xiaolan, Zhang Xiaolan. Lu Lian's face lit up with a wide smile. Ah, Xiaolan. My goodness, you've grown so much that I hardly recognized you. She excitedly touched Zhang Xiaolan's shoulder. Come in, just in time for dinner. As Zhang Xiaolan settled at the dining table, Lu Lian handed her a towel to dry her hands. Jiang Yu sat beside Zhang Xiaolan, feeling a pang of guilt. I'm sorry you had to encounter that upon arriving. Is your head still hurting? Zhang Xiaolan quickly shook her head. No, it's fine now. She was unreasonable. It has nothing to do with you. Jiang Yu sighed and placed a piece of meat into Zhang Xiaolan's bowl. By the way, I haven't asked you yet. What brings you here? Zhang Xiaolan's heart raced. Well, since you didn't go to Yanqing yesterday, I was worried something might have happened to you. Jiang Yu felt a mix of gratitude and awkwardness, replying, Thank you for your concern. Zhang Xiaolan blushed. It's nothing. The atmosphere grew more awkward as Lu Lian cheerfully served Zhang Xiaolan more meat. Xiaolan is so thoughtful. I haven't seen your mother in years. How is she? My mother is doing well and often mentions you. With Lu Lian mediating, dinner was quite lively. After the meal, Jiang Yu volunteered to wash the dishes while Lu Lian took Yi outside to stroll, leaving Zhang Xiaolan and Jiang Yu alone. Jiang Yu was no fool. He understood Lu Lian's intentions and felt a slight headache. He was solely focused on earning money and did not wish to contemplate matters of the heart. As Zhang Xiaolan assisted Jiang Yu by passing dishes, she accidentally tripped over the stool beneath her and stumbled towards the ground. Jiang Yu quickly rushed forward and caught her. Are you all right? Zhang Xiaolan's face flushed. I'm fine. It's just that your hands are wet. Jiang Yu was taken aback and hastily released his hold around her waist, leaving behind 2 damp handprints. I'm sorry. You don't need to be so formal with me. Zhang Xiaolan moved the stool aside and smiled. You mentioned you're moving. Where to? Sioux City. Jiang Yu replied while washing the dishes. I plan to take my mother and EE to the provincial capital for safety and convenience in sourcing supplies. I intend to move this afternoon. Zhang Xiaolan grinned widely. How fortuitous. I can help you move today. I'm quite strong. On the other side, Wang Qiujuan returned home in tears, where Wang Chong was nursing his injuries. Upon seeing her distressed state, he hurriedly inquired, "Why are you crying again? Which scoundrel has upset you?" Unable to contain herself, Wang Qiujuan collapsed onto Wang Chong's lap, sobbing uncontrollably. "It's Jiang Yu. He's out there seeing another woman and even attacked me alongside her. He threatens to leave. I have treated him so well. Why doesn't he love me?" Once again, it was about Jiang Yu. Wang Chong, infuriated, picked up a cup from the table and hurled it to the ground. "When will you amount to anything? Can't you see that Jiang Yu has already beaten your father to a pulp? Is it that you cannot live unless you marry him?" Wang Qiujuan, with tear-filled eyes, looked at Wang Chong and declared, "Yes, I must marry him. If I cannot have him, I might as well die." Chapter 17. For him to marry in you worthless creature. Wang Chong, in a fit of rage, raised his hand as if to strike Wang Qiujuan. She wiped her tears, lifted her chin defiantly, and shouted at him, "Go on, strike me. Kill me if you must. After all, Jiang Yu has already been seduced by that little vixen. Go ahead, in my life." Wang Chong's body trembled, and his hand, raised in anger, ultimately fell back down. "What a miserable fate I have." He sank into a chair, feeling as though he had aged a decade. Wang Qiujuan quickly dried her tears and grasped Wang Chong's hand, her face full of desperation. "Dad, Jiang Yu must be like this because you didn't approve of us. You need to apologize to him and persuade him to marry me. After we wed, I will make him sell his sister for you." "Apologize to him? Are you really my daughter?" Wang Chong gazed at Wang Qiujuan in disbelief. "Dad, I beg you. I cannot live without Jiang Yu." Wang Qiujuan continued to cry and make a scene. After a while, Wang Chong sighed and helped Wang Qiujuan to her feet. "Fine. You are my only daughter. Who else should I care for? But let me make this clear. You can marry Jiang Yu, but he must come into our family. After the wedding, you must keep a close watch on him and ensure he does not gamble." Wang Qiujuan's eyes sparkled with hope as she eagerly nodded, "No problem. After we marry, we will surely honor you. Let us go to Jiang Yu's house." Wang Chong sighed again, lamenting, "That scoundrel is lucky." Achoo! At that moment, at the entrance of the house, Jiang Yu rubbed his nose. "What? Caught a cold?" Zhang Xiaolan asked with concern. Jiang Yu, carrying 2 suitcases, shook his head. "No. Just a sudden itch in my nose. Let us get going." The group set off towards the bus station, laden with bags. As Wang Chong and Wang Qiujuan hurried toward the station, they happened upon Jiang Yu and his family waiting for the bus. "Jiang Yu!" Wang Chong shouted, rushing toward him with Wang Qiujuan in tow. Alarmed, Jiang Yu urged his mother, Lu Lian, "Mom, hurry up and get on the bus." By the time Wang Chong arrived, Jiang Yu was already on the bus. Wang Chong clung to the window and yelled, "You brat! I need to talk to you. Here's 3,000 yuan. Get married to my daughter." Jiang Yu found it amusing and spat a mouthful of saliva onto Wang Chong's face. "Go to hell." Wang Chong was about to retaliate with more insults when the bus pulled away. "Jiang Yu! Jiang Yu!" Wang Qiujuan ran alongside the vehicle, calling out desperately, only to stumble and fall to the ground, weeping inconsolably. "Dad, what should I do? Jiang Yu has left. How can I marry him?" Wang Qiujuan cried out, hammering the earth with her hands. Wang Chong, witnessing her distress, felt a pang of sorrow and rushed to grasp her hand tightly. "My dear girl, is there not another option?" "No," she retorted, her voice filled with anguish. So many people witnessed what happened yesterday. Her demeanor had taken on a pathological intensity as she gritted her teeth, declaring, "I must marry Jiang Yu. I refuse to believe he won't return. If he doesn't, I will take my own life. I will die right now." Wang Chong took a deep breath and pulled her to her feet. "I can no longer manage this for you. Come, let us go to the street office. Even if Jiang Yu is absent, I have ways to ensure you can marry him." In the afternoon, Jiang Yu arrived at his rented accommodation, where Lu Lian and Yi were both pleased with their new home. The family tidied up the place together. That evening, Lu Lian wished to invite Zhang Xiaolan to stay over, but Zhang Xiaolan shook her head repeatedly. "Auntie, I left a note for my mother when I came out. I must return today, but rest assured, I will visit you often." Lu Lian, increasingly fond of Zhang Xiaolan, replied, "That is settled then. You must come often. You." See Zhang Xiaolan to the train station. Jiang Yu nodded, lifting the bicycle out of the courtyard and patting the rear seat. "It might be a bit bumpy. Hold on tight." Zhang Xiaolan sat sideways on the back of the bike, saying, "Thank you for this." Jiang Yu grinned. "It's nothing. I'll be bothering you every day when I go to Yanqing." Even in the provincial capital, the roads were not as smooth as they are now. The bicycle jostled slightly, causing Zhang Xiaolan to instinctively grasp Jiang Yu's shirt. In the sweltering summer heat, Jiang Yu wore only a thin shirt, and even through the fabric, Zhang Xiaolan could feel the warmth of his skin, her cheeks flushing slightly. Jiang Yu felt a flutter in his heart, but quickly dismissed it. Just as he rode out of the alley, he encountered a familiar face. Li Jia approached, carrying a bag of fruit along with some soy sauce and sugar. Upon seeing the person seated on Jiang Yu's bicycle, her expression paled. "Li Jia, what brings you here?" Jiang Yu halted the bicycle and greeted her. Li Jia forced a smile. "I thought I'd bring you some things since you're moving today. Is this your girlfriend? She's quite lovely." Seeing the fair-skinned, delicately featured Zhang Xiaolan, even Li Jia, who had been pampered since childhood, felt a twinge of insecurity. At her words, Zhang Xiaolan's ears turned crimson. Jiang Yu was taken aback for a moment before chuckling. "You misunderstand. We are not in a relationship." Zhang Xiaolan jumped down from the back seat and, with poise, extended her hand toward Li Jia. "Hello, Comrade Li Jia. My name is Zhang Xiaolan, a friend of Jiang Yu." Li Jia exhaled in relief and politely shook her hand. "Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you." The two women maintained a facade of calm, yet internally, each was tumultuous with emotions. After a brief exchange with Li Jia, Jiang Yu continued to escort Zhang Xiaolan to the train station. As Zhang Xiaolan awaited Su Zhuang, they moved to a quieter area. "Are you planning to open a store in Su City? Is there any way I can assist you?" Jiang Yu jested. "When the time comes, you should come and be my clothing model. Just stand there, and I assure you, many will make a purchase." Zhang Xiaolan's cheeks flushed as she tucked her hair behind her ears. "The potato harvest in the village has been poor lately. Who knows? I might also come to Sioux City. If I can't find a job, I could very well model for you." The two shared a light-hearted moment. But as 6 o'clock approached, Su Zhuang hurriedly ran over, looking dejected. "Junior sister, I can't find my introduction letter. There's no way I can return today. You'll have to go back on your own." "How could this happen?" Zhang Xiaolan furrowed her brows. "I can manage on my own, but without your introduction letter, you won't be able to stay at the guest house. What will you do when they check the rooms tonight?" Su Zhuang was at a loss, his face clouded with worry. Jiang Yu reassured him, "There's no need to panic. If you don't mind, Su Shixiang, you can stay at my place for the next few days." Su Zhuang would never refuse. "Jiang brother, I appreciate your hospitality during these days." Zhang Xiaolan expressed her gratitude as well. "All right. I will expedite the process of getting a new introduction letter sent over. I entrust my senior brother to you for the next few days." After seeing Zhang Xiaolan off on the train, Jiang Yu took Su Zhuang home to drop off his luggage. "Brother Su, for the next few days, you'll have to bear with sharing a room with me. I need to step out tonight. Would you care to accompany me? I'll go with you. If we encounter any ruffians, I can lend a hand." Jiang Yu accepted without hesitation, and together they set off to find Li Jiantong regarding a storefront. Li Jiantong guided them to Canal Square, where Jiang Yu's eyes immediately fell upon shop number 82. It was street-facing, had a high foot traffic, and was not situated near any small eateries. Plus, it was the largest space available. Jiang Yu inquired, "Uncle Li, this storefront looks promising. Which entity does it belong to?" In this era, all shops were state-owned, and regardless of location, one had to approach the managing unit to lease a space. Li Jiantong's expression grew somewhat awkward. "This is an asset of the woolen mill. I may not be able to assist you this time." Jiang Yu's countenance also darkened slightly. It was unfortunate that it belonged to the woolen mill, where he had unresolved issues with Xiong. "All right, thank you, Uncle Li. I am already grateful for your help in scouting the storefront." After slipping a pack of cigarettes to Li Jiantong, he promised that while he couldn't assist with this matter, he would take care of the reading registration process afterwards. "Is it difficult?" Su Zhuang asked as they returned home, sitting on the bed. Jiang Yu leaned against the pillow and sighed. "I have a conflict with the director of the woolen mill. If I step in, I surely won't secure the lease." Su Zhuang knitted his brows. Although he hailed from a martial arts background, the martial arts school had declined in recent years. He had also accompanied his master and mistress in business, proving he was far from foolish. "Can't we bypass the director? Why not go directly to the factory manager?" Suddenly, an idea struck Jiang Yu, and he smiled broadly. "That could be a viable route. However, we need to prepare. We must first ascertain where the factory manager resides." Su Zhuang thumped his chest confidently. "This is my forte. I'll inquire over the next few days." Jiang Yu trusted Su Zhuang. knowing that someone who had lived in Sioux City for many years would certainly have a better grasp of the area. The following day, Jiang Yu made the effort to purchase 10 large Qianmen cigarettes to give to Su Zhuang, understanding that a little incentive was necessary for gathering information. Jiang Yu has always adhered to the principle of trusting those he employs, believing that if one harbors doubts, they should not be engaged. The following day, he boarded a train to Yangcheng to procure supplies. With autumn merely 2 months away, he contemplated acquiring some outerwear and leggings. While he knew that Zhu Huijin had outerwear, the mention of leggings left her perplexed. What are leggings? Are they thermal pants? Jiang Yu suddenly recalled that during this era, leggings did not yet exist. Even the form-fitting pants only emerged in the late 1980s. He sighed, resigning to the idea that it was perhaps best to simply procure outerwear. Yet Zhu Huijin persisted. Tell me the style, and I shall create it for you. You can sew? Jiang Yu inquired, astonished. Zhu Huijin proudly lifted her chin. My family once served as court tailors. All the garments here are designs I have drawn. Upon hearing this, a wave of memories began to swirl in Jiang Yu's mind. It was not merely the name Zhu Huijin. There was something familiar about her words. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he widened his eyes in astonishment as he gazed at Zhu Huijin. Chapter 18. The emergence of a past luminary. As Jiang Yu looked at Zhu Huijin, vague memories gradually revived. Zhu Huijin, a native of Yangcheng in the 1980s, came from a lineage of court tailors. Could this be the very luminary of the fashion industry who passed away at the age of 54? Under Jiang Yu's sympathetic gaze, Zhu Huijin felt a chill run down her spine. She was merely curious about the style of leggings and had no intention of stealing designs. Jiang Yu recalled a news story from his previous life. Zhu Huijin, the fashion mogul, discovered on her 54th birthday that her second husband was in bed with her secretary, who had been with her for a decade. During the divorce proceedings, she found that her assets had been surreptitiously transferred by the two. Ultimately, she succumbed to a heart attack in a fit of rage, effectively dying from the stress. Looking at Zhu Huijin before him, Jiang Yu sighed. Sister Zhu, if I may be so bold, how old are you this year? Zhu Huijin, visibly unsettled, replied, 28. Jiang Yu gently placed a hand on her shoulder, solemnly stating, Sister Zhu, promise me you won't marry again, and please, do remember to have regular health checkups. At this, Zhu Huijin was left speechless. Let us not dwell on such matters. Instead, tell me how to make these leggings. If they sell well, we can split the profits 50-50. Jiang Yu felt a sense of relief as he reminded Zhu Huijin. He took up a pen and paper to sketch out the design. He was indeed a professional in fashion design. It's quite similar to stockings. They should be one piece. For autumn, we can add a bit of fleece. For winter, more. Ideally, they should have an open bottom to accommodate socks, but the fabric must have good elasticity. Leggings were not overly complicated to create. Yet it was his first experience with them, and Zhu Huijin's eyes sparkled with excitement. These leggings are sure to sell well. When will you return? I'll have 2 samples ready for you. Jiang Yu also sketched a modern double-breasted trench coat style from his memory, agreeing to return to see the samples. Zhu Huijin looked at Jiang Yu with newfound admiration, offering him a generous discount of 20% off all garments. Jiang Yufeng hurried back to Sioux City, weary from his travels. This time, he managed to bring in only over 5,000 worth of goods. Otherwise, he would have truly been unable to recover them. With a little over 3,000 remaining, he deemed it sufficient to establish a shop, though the subsequent renovations would prove challenging. The building materials he desired were undoubtedly expensive, and he could only hope for a swift return on this batch of goods. Recently, Jiang Yufeng had been exceedingly fatigued. Upon returning home, Lu Yin and Su Zhuang assisted him in ironing his clothes, while Yi, hesitant to touch the iron, busied herself hanging garments on the rack. This coat is unlike anything I have seen before. Will it sell? Lu Yin expressed her concern, yet her grip on the coat remained firm. Jiang Yufeng found it amusing. Why not join me at the stall this time? We might see if it sells. He intended it as a joke, but Lu Yin took him seriously. All right, I will accompany you to spare you from exhaustion. Yi raised her small hand excitedly, declaring, I want to go too. Jiang Yufeng gently flicked her forehead. You have school this afternoon. How have you been getting along with your classmates? Li Jiantong was remarkably efficient. Within a day, Yi had completed her enrollment procedures and was now a student at Sioux City Primary School, having begun her studies just yesterday. Yi's expression instantly fell. Her head bowed as she helplessly fiddled with her fingers. They secretly call me a country bumpkin. I don't want to go to school. Jiang Yu looked at the handmade clothes Lu Lian had sewn for Yi and felt a pang of regret for having overlooked this. I'm sorry for neglecting this. Let us make a deal. If you focus on school for the next few days, I will surprise you with something special later. A surprise. All right. Let us seal the deal. Yi, only 6 years old, relished in such mysterious promises, promptly extending her pinky to make a pact with Jiang Yu. After sending Yi off to school, Lu Lian deliberately donned the shirt dress Jiang Yu had purchased for her. The three then pushed their cart to the corner of South Street to sell clothes, while West Street was being watched over by Zhu San. And Jiang Yu was not foolish enough to collide with him. Su Zhuang trailed alongside, carrying extra hangers, and informed Jiang Yu. Director Yin of the woolen mill usually resides in the company quarters, but his parents live on Qingshui Lane along Shahu Road. He returns home every Sunday. Su Zhuang relayed all the information he had gathered. The director's name was Yin Mingbo, and since assuming his position, he had been exceedingly busy, spending most of his time at the company. He would return home once a week. There were family quarters, but Yin Mingbo's parents were reluctant to move, remaining in Qingshui Lane. The personalities of Old Master Yin and Old Madam Yin were starkly different. Old Madam Yin was gentle, while Old Master Yin, despite his upright demeanor, always wore a stern expression, intimidating the neighbors. A glimmer of inspiration flashed in Jiang Yu's eyes. Old Master Yin could indeed serve as a breakthrough. Su Gu, I owe you one this time. Let us visit Director Yin's house together tonight. It was Wednesday, leaving them 5 days in total. Within this period, he intended to win over the family of Director Yin. Upon arriving at the selling location, Su Zhuang assisted Jiang Yu in attracting customers. Given the distance between South Street and West Street, this area was filled with new clientele, allowing Jiang Yu to exert minimal effort. Su Zhuang's martial prowess was not in vain. His powerful shout could be heard throughout the entire street. Once the promotional offers were announced, a throng of customers swiftly gathered around. Lu Lian found herself overwhelmed with the influx of cash. It wasn't until mealtime that the crowd began to thin. To keep an eye on the stall, Jiang Yu could only take Lu Lian and Su Zhuang to a nearby vendor for their meal. He called out to the proprietor for 3 bowls of beef bone soup noodles and 2 portions of liquor. Lu Lian quickly interjected, I'll just have the plain noodles. Those beef bone bowls are 50 cents each, quite expensive. Jiang Yu gently tapped the bag Lu Lian was clutching tightly and said, Consider the money you made this morning. Does that 50 cents really matter? Lu Lian hesitated, wanting to express her reluctance, but with the vendor present, she couldn't risk embarrassing Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu handed 2 yuan to the vendor and also ordered a basket of buns for the hearty Su Zhuang. Feeling somewhat guilty for being treated by Jiang Yu in the very house he resided in, Su Zhuang pulled out the last yuan from his pocket and offered it to Jiang Yu, saying, Take this, I'll pay for my own. Without a second thought, Jiang Yu accepted the coin and then counted out 10 bills for Su Zhuang, stating, Brother Su, I accept your money. You've been helping me these past few days. Selling clothes today as well. This is your payment, you must accept it. Upon seeing the stack of bills, Su Zhuang's eyelids fluttered, and he waved his hands in refusal, insisting, I'll just run errands. I can't possibly take your money. This time, Lu Lian felt no reluctance. She couldn't bear to see Su Zhuang alone in a foreign place, especially since he was Zhang Xiaolan's senior. Little Su, take the money. You've been shouldering the heavy tasks around the house. You deserve it. Su Zhuang could no longer decline, accepting the money and placing it in his pocket, his eyes slightly reddening at the age of 25. After selling the clothes, Su Zhuang accompanied Jiang Yu to purchase some canned gift boxes and 2 tins of milk powder before heading to Qingshui Alley. At the alley entrance, Jiang Yu cautioned Su Zhuang, Brother Su, watch for the right moment to assist me. If you feel unprepared, just remain silent. Su Zhuang, unsure of Jiang Yu's intentions, nodded in agreement. They arrived at Old Master Yin's doorstep, where Jiang Yu knocked on the door. Who is it? Came a somewhat aged voice. Old Madam Yin opened the door, leaning on a cane. Is this the residence of Old Master Yin Guoji? Jiang Yu asked, his voice tinged with excitement. Old Madam Yin paused and called into the house. Dear, someone is here for you. Moments later, Old Master Yin, leaning on his cane, ambled to the door. Jiang Yu's gift box suddenly fell to the ground, and tears streamed down his face. Chapter 19, Benefactor. I have sought you for 18 years. Old Master Yin was startled and quickly called for Old Madam Yin to bring tissue. Young comrade, what is the matter? Jiang Yu stepped forward, grasping Old Master Yin's hand with fervor. After all these years, I finally see you again. Old Master Yin, bewildered, asked, young comrade, have we met before? Su Zhuang stood by, maintaining a stern expression, unsure of what to say. Jiang Yu's outburst made Su Zhuang wonder if he intended to recognize him as a father figure, but Old Master Yin was nearly 70 years old. Fortunately, Jiang Yu's subsequent words brought him a sense of relief. Jiang Yu wiped away a tear, recalling, 18 years ago, you rescued a pair of beggars by the roadside. You may not remember this act, but my brother and I have etched it in our hearts. Old Master Yin appeared somewhat perplexed. As this was indeed a memory that eluded him, Su Zhuang seized the opportune moment to present a gift box to Old Master Yin, stating, Sir, my brother and I have sought you for quite some time. A drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. Jiang Yu silently commended Su Zhuang for his timing. It dawned on Old Master Yin that these visitors had come to express their gratitude, and he promptly invited Su Zhuang and Jiang Yu into his home for tea. However, Jiang Yu, with tears still glistening, interjected, there is no need for tea. Our hearts are content simply to see our benefactor in good health. His words were imbued with sincerity, which led Old Master Yin to genuinely question whether he had indeed saved them. Before he could inquire further, Jiang Yu and Su Zhuang departed. Su Zhuang, somewhat bewildered, asked, why are we leaving? He seemed eager to invite us in. Jiang Yu shook his head, explaining, individuals from families like Director Yin's often harbor a strong sense of caution. If we appear overly enthusiastic, it may provoke suspicion. Su Zhuang pondered this and realized the truth in Jiang Yu's words. If he were in a position of wealth and power, he too would be wary of someone claiming to return a favor. Shall we return now? Su Zhuang inquired. No, Jiang Yu replied. Let's visit the neighboring homes, lend a hand, and spread the word. Thus, Jiang Yu and Su Zhuang began performing good deeds in the vicinity of Old Master Yin's residence. They assisted one neighbor in repairing furniture and ran errands for an elderly resident, purchasing a bag of sugar. Jiang Yu had brought Su Zhuang along, partly to ensure he wouldn't feel out of place alone, and partly because Su Zhuang's strength far surpassed his own. Young comrades, you have truly been a great help. Please, have a glass of water, one neighbor offered. Jiang Yu accepted the water with a smile, saying, this is merely our duty. Old Master Yin saved our lives, and we aspire to follow in his footsteps, emulating his spirit of kindness. In just one evening, the alley buzzed with excitement, as news spread of how the individuals Old Master Yin had once rescued had prospered and returned to assist their neighbors. Some residents even took it upon themselves to deliver vegetables to Old Master Yin's home. Staring at the baskets of produce at his doorstep, Old Master Yin was at a loss. His wife, leaning on her cane, exclaimed excitedly, indeed, good deeds reap rewards. Our neighborhood relationships are flourishing. Old Master Yin, scratching his head in confusion, remarked, but I truly do not recall such an event. His wife shot him a glance, retorting, you often forget the simplest things. So why is it surprising that you would forget something from 18 years ago? Those two young comrades did not seem to be lying. They dropped off their gifts and left. Old Master Yin silently nodded, acknowledging the validity of her point. For 3 consecutive days, Jiang Yu discreetly placed vegetables at Old Master Yin's doorstep each morning before continuing to assist others in the community with Su Zhuang. Observing the produce at his door and listening to the chatter outside, Old Master Yin began to piece together the source of the gifts. On the 4th day, when Jiang Yu and Su Zhuang arrived once more, they found Old Master Yin already waiting at the door, eager to greet them. Jiang Yusin reflected that the moment had arrived, yet he maintained an expression of bewilderment. Come in, Elder Yin beckoned. Jiang Yu exchanged a glance with Su Zhuang, and together they entered the room. Elder Yin had prepared tea well in advance. I am aware of the efforts you both have made over the past few days. You have worked hard. Jiang Yu waved his hands in protest. This is merely our duty. There is no hardship in it. You saved our lives, and we are willing to carry on this spirit. Su Zhuang nodded earnestly in agreement. Jiang Yu's words resonated deeply with Elder Yin. What fosters the growth of a nation? It is the act of inheritance. If everyone can carry forward the right spirit, our nation will undoubtedly rise to become a monumental force, unparalleled in history. Although Elder Yin possessed a somewhat eccentric character, he cherished sincere younger generations, and he conversed effortlessly with Jiang Yu. Elder Yin enjoyed discussing matters of national development, and as one who had come from the future, who could be more enlightened about the path ahead than Jiang Yu? The two engaged in increasingly spirited dialogue, while Su Zhuang listened quietly, growing more and more in admiration for Jiang Yu. As they prepared to depart, Jiang Yu, with a face full of regret, clasped Elder Yin's hand. "Grandfather Yin, we shall not be able to come tomorrow. I am truly grateful for the opportunity to converse with you today." Elder Yin furrowed his brows. After the events of the past few days and their recent discussion, he held Jiang Yu in high regard and felt a sense of reluctance at the thought of their absence. "Why can't you come? Are you traveling out of town?" Jiang Yu nodded, then sighed. "We have grown quite fond of Sioux City. We had originally planned to rent a storefront here for our business, but alas, we have offended the wrong person." Elder Yin's heart sank as suspicion arose within him. Could this be their ulterior motive for approaching him? He sighed again and inquired, "Whom have you offended? Tell me." Jiang Yu fell silent, refraining from speaking. Su Zhuang promptly interjected, "My brother is particularly averse to causing trouble. I am unaware of the details. When I ask him, he fears that I might stir up conflict and create more issues." This exchange entirely dispelled Elder Yin's final doubts, and his gaze towards Jiang Yu softened further. "Share your thoughts with me. Keeping them bottled up is not healthy." After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Yu sighed and said, "Very well, I shall reveal it. The person I have offended wields considerable influence. She is the director of the woolen mill. I had my eye on a storefront there, but I dare not pursue it." Jiang Yu recounted the entanglements between himself and Xiaolan. Even Elder Yin, with his vast experience, was incensed. Is there truly such a director at the woolen mill? You saved her daughter, and instead of gratitude, she looks down on individual entrepreneurs. What is a mere storefront to her? I shall take it upon myself to rectify this matter. Jiang Yu's heart leaped with joy. This was the very response he had been awaiting, though he feigned hesitation, saying, "The position of the woolen mill's director is quite significant. I would not want you to offend her on my account." Elder Yin scoffed, "She is not worthy of my ire. Come back this afternoon. I shall treat you both to a meal." Upon uttering these words, Jiang Yu immediately realized that they were to meet the legendary director Yin that very afternoon. Upon returning home, Su Zhuang expressed immense admiration for Jiang Yu. "You truly possess an innate talent for business. The storefront endeavor is likely to succeed." Jiang Yu smiled and replied, "Your letter of introduction has also arrived. You can head to the train station shortly." Su Zhuang hesitated briefly, then lifted his gaze with unwavering determination. "Brother, may I accompany you in your endeavors?" Chapter 20. The storefront is secured. Jiang Yu was momentarily taken aback. He had indeed considered recruiting Su Zhuang. With his martial arts skills and quick wit, Su Zhuang was promising. Yet he was currently venturing into the clothing industry without the foresight of future trends. Could he truly succeed? After pondering for a moment, Jiang Yu placed a reassuring hand on Su Zhuang's shoulder. "Brother Su, my clothing business predominantly sells women's apparel. Are you capable of sourcing and selecting garments?" "I may not be able to do so now, but I am willing to learn," Su Zhuang replied with unwavering resolve. At over 20 years of age, he was contemplating marriage and supporting his master and mistress in managing the martial arts school. Having spent time with Jiang Yu, he recognized that Jiang Yu was destined to amass considerable wealth. Observing Su Zhuang's steadfast demeanor, Jiang Yu gently patted his shoulder. "Very well, before we open the store, you shall accompany me in sourcing goods. Later, I will procure some foreign magazines for you to peruse." Su Zhuang's face lit up with joy as he expressed his gratitude repeatedly. By noon, Lu Yin returned with a troubled expression. "Mother, what troubles you?" Jiang Yu inquired with concern. Lu Yin sighed. "It is nothing significant. I simply have not found suitable employment. This city of Su is vast and crowded. The school attended by Yi provided a cafeteria for lunch, and Jiang Yu often left early and returned late. Accustomed to hard work, Lu Yin felt restless in her idleness and had spent several days searching for a job without success. Jiang Yu had initially envisioned that moving to Sioux City would allow Lu Yin to enjoy a comfortable life at home, yet she now seemed increasingly insecure. "Mother, why not refrain from job hunting for the time being? In a few days, I will receive a large shipment of goods, and I could use your assistance," Jiang Yu suggested. Lu Yin's brow relaxed, and she smiled. "Very well, I shall also explore the big city." For parents, the most fulfilling aspect of life is being needed by their children. Lu Yin's anxiety stemmed from her recent inactivity, which made her feel unneeded. In the afternoon, Jiang Yu provided Su Zhuang with some magazines to peruse, while he was now capable of independently managing matters concerning Old Master Yin. Before dinner, Jiang Yu visited Old Master Yin's home to assist Old Madam Yin in tidying up. Old Madam Yin, kind-hearted, held a great fondness for Jiang Yu. That evening, a tall, slender middle-aged man entered, a briefcase tucked under his arm. "Father, mother, I have returned." The newcomer was Yin Mingbo, the director of the woolen mill. Old Madam Yin greeted him with delight, while Old Master Yin grumbled disapprovingly. "You arrive only after dinner is prepared, rendering you of no assistance whatsoever." Yin Mingbo was not angered. He had long discerned the nature of his father, who was outwardly cold, yet warm within. With a smile, he entered the house. However, upon seeing Jiang Yu at the dining table, he paused and inquired, "Dad, who is this?" The old gentleman remained silent, while Madame Yin cast an annoyed glance in his direction and informed Yin Mingbo of the recent events. With a smile, she added, "Thanks to Jiang Yu, otherwise, with your father's stubborn temperament, I truly would not know how to manage our neighborhood relations." "You are too kind," Jiang Yu replied with a smile, rising to extend his hand towards Yin Mingbo. "Hello, Uncle Yin." Despite harboring doubts, Yin Mingbo concealed his feelings, shaking Jiang Yu's hand and asking, "Jiang Yu, do you remember where my father rescued you?" Before Jiang Yu could respond, the old man became agitated, slamming his chopsticks down on the table. "What? You still doubt Xiao Jiang?" Yin Mingbo quickly retorted, "I do not. I was merely asking." Jiang Yu, while placating the old man, smiled and said, "Grandpa Yin, there is no need to be upset. If I were in your position, I would ask the same." "Uncle, I was quite young at the time and cannot recall the exact location, only that it was near Gongchen Bridge." Jiang Yu was always meticulous in his preparations and had long inquired about the places the old man frequented. Indeed, upon hearing this, Yin Mingbo's skepticism lessened. As the four of them dined together, the old man and Jiang Yu occasionally discussed significant developments. Yin Mingbo attempted to interject, but found that the old man disregarded his comments. Instead, Jiang Yu skillfully redirected the conversation. After the meal, Madame Yin went to wash the dishes, and Yin Mingbo stood up, eager to stretch. "Mingbo, sit down. I wish to speak with you," the old man said sternly. Jiang Yu's eyes brightened, knowing that the old man was about to address a serious matter. Yin Mingbo felt a sense of apprehension. What was to come? Nevertheless, he quickly complied, asking, "Dad, what is it?" 20 years ago, I merely owed Xiao Jiang a debt of gratitude, yet here we are today. One must reciprocate kindness in kind. Xiao Jiang has been looking after your mother and me for so long. How do you intend to repay him?" Yin Mingbo realized the gravity of the situation but could not ignore the subject. He turned to Jiang Yu, saying, "Jiang Yu, please share your concerns. I will do my utmost to assist." He did not wish to remain in debt to anyone, and if it were a matter of little consequence, it would be best to settle it sooner rather than later. "Xiao Jiang, please reiterate what you mentioned yesterday. Do not worry about being a bother." The old man spoke to Jiang Yu with a gentler tone. Jiang Yu nodded, not holding back, and clearly articulated the complexities of his relationship with Xiong Xiuzhen. Upon hearing this, Yin Mingbo furrowed his brow. This Xiong Xiuzhen is rather unreasonable. Jiang Yu pressed on, "I truly wish to establish a home in Sioux City to care for my mother and sister. As the weather grows colder, I cannot remain on the streets selling goods. I have my eyes on the storefront at number 82 Canal Square, but unfortunately, it belongs to your factory. So I must seek your assistance regarding my situation with Director Xiong." Number 82 Canal Square? Yin Mingbo recalled this storefront vividly. It was a commercial property renovated from a wealthy family's asset in the old society, spacious and 2 stories high, now under the jurisdiction of the woolen mill. The storefront is available for rent. However, the price is fixed and cannot be altered. It will not be inexpensive, amounting to $1,500 for the year. As Yin Mingbo pointed out, the elderly gentleman inhaled deeply, casting a worried glance at Jiang Yu. "Xiao Jiang, this is a substantial sum. Perhaps we should consider other options." $1,500 is a fortune for many in Sioux City, where a year's salary barely reaches 300 or 400. Yet, Jiang Yu remained unfazed and promptly declared, "The price is not an issue. Can we sign a 10-year lease?" While the sum may seem exorbitant to others, for Jiang Yu, a trip to Yangcheng would allow him to recoup the investment. With $13,000 in hand, he could easily afford to rent a shop. Yin Mingbo looked at Jiang Yu in disbelief, astonished that such a young man could possess so much money. "All right, come see me at the woolen factory on Monday. I can secure the 10-year lease, but subsequent rent will undoubtedly fluctuate with the market." After finalizing the arrangement, Yin Mingbo returned home. Jiang Yu gratefully clasped the old gentleman's hand. "Grandfather Yin, I truly appreciate your help this time." Yin Mingbo patted Jiang Yu's hand reassuringly. It's nothing. When you earn money in the future, take good care of your family and contribute to the nation. Jiang Yu nodded earnestly. Rest assured, I will not disappoint your expectations. Meanwhile, in the tailor shop, Xiaolan had come to collect the dress she had ordered. Jia, doesn't this look beautiful? She said, draping the garment over herself. Li Jia, seated anxiously on a nearby bench, replied, Mom, we've been out all day. Can you please help me with what I asked? With a sudden motion, Xiaolan slammed the dress onto the table, glaring at her daughter. Is it for that boy that you speak to your mother this way? Li Jia recoiled in fear, her voice barely above a whisper. I was just a bit anxious. After hearing from Li Jiantong about Jiang Yu's interest in the woolen factory storefront, she sought her mother's assistance, only to find Xiaolan non-committal, leading her on a shopping spree for 3 days and introducing her to various acquaintances. Xiaolan slowly placed the dress into a bag and said, Let me be frank, I do have some influence over who rents the woolen factory storefront. Li Jiajia's face brightened at this, but Xiaolan continued, However, I will not assist that boy who spoke disrespectfully to me and expects my help? Not a chance. Desperate, Li Jia stepped in front of Xiaolan. Mom, I'm begging you. Didn't I tell you about how Jiang Yu saved me? Just because he saved you, does that mean he can leverage your gratitude? And being able to save my daughter is his good fortune. Many would desire to connect with me, yet cannot. Mom, you are being unreasonable, Li Jia protested, stamping her foot. Xiaolan's eyes widened in anger as she delivered a sharp slap across Li Jiajia's face. Jia, I see you have been spoiled by your father. You would defy me for some mere small-time entrepreneur. You must have feelings for him, don't you? Let me make this clear. You and he are absolutely incompatible, and as long as I am at the woolen factory, he shall never rent that storefront. Li Jia covered her face, her complexion pale. Xiaolan, observing her daughter's distress, felt a pang of compassion. She approached Li Jia, gently patting her shoulder, and softened her tone. Jia, you must understand that your family background is already exceptional among your peers. When seeking a partner, you should choose someone worthy of you. This is all for your own good. For my own good? Li Jia managed a bitter smile. She vividly recalled her parents' divorce while she was still in middle school. And the moment her grandmother pointed at her, questioning Xiaolan, you insist on divorcing. What will become of Jia? The words Xiaolan uttered that day haunted her forever. I will consider that I never had this daughter. As the memory flooded back, tears streamed down Li Jia's cheeks like a string of pearls. Jia? Xiaolan felt an inexplicable panic, wanting to wipe away her daughter's tears. But Li Jia evaded her touch and turned to leave. Crying, Li Jia wandered aimlessly until she found herself, almost unconsciously, at Jiang Yu's doorstep. Shaking her head, she bitterly murmured, I've caused him trouble again. I no longer deserve to see him. Just as Jiang Yu returned home on his bicycle, he spotted Li Jia squatting at his door, and with a puzzled expression, he asked, What are you doing here? Flustered, Li Jia quickly dried her tears and replied, I just happened to walk this way. Noticing her red-rimmed eyes, Jiang Yu was taken aback, but chose not to press the matter. Would you like to come in for a cup of tea? Li Jia shook her head, then quickly nodded. That would be wonderful. I actually have something to discuss with you. Having already stirred up trouble, her only course of action now was to consult Jiang Yu on how to remedy the situation. As they entered the house, they found Yi had returned and was happily skipping rope in the yard. Upon seeing Jiang Yu, Yi ran over with a beaming smile and hugged his leg. Brother, Mom cooked meat again tonight, and since you weren't here, I ate your share too. Jiang Yu affectionately ruffled Yi's hair, teasing, Aren't you worried about indigestion after eating so much? You're getting chubby. I'm not chubby. I won't play with you anymore. Yi pouted and ran back to her rope skipping. Suppressing a chuckle at the scene, Li Jia remarked to Jiang Yu, Your sister isn't chubby at all. Jiang Yu simply smiled, fully aware that Yi was not overweight. He was merely teasing her. Lu Lian emerged carrying 2 bowls of water, cheerfully saying, Come, sit and chat. Li Jia, have some water. Thank you, Auntie. Li Jia politely accepted the water. Lu Lian, choosing not to intrude further, retreated to tidy up the room. Jiang Yu gulped down a few sips of water and inquired, What did you want to talk to me about? With her hands cradling the teacup, Li Jia bit her lip and confessed, Jiang Yu, I am so sorry. As soon as she spoke those words, tears cascaded down her cheeks. Jiang Yu was bewildered, urging, Please don't cry. What is the matter? After a moment of sobbing, Li Jia lowered her head and said, I heard from my dad about your plans to rent a store, so I went to ask my mom for help. However, not only did she refuse to assist, but she also said she would absolutely prevent you from renting it. Hearing this, Jiang Yu sighed in relief. He thought it was something serious, but he had already secured the store. It's all right. You needn't worry about it. I've already taken care of the shop matters. Taken care of it? How did you manage that? Li Jia's eyes widened, glistening with tears as she gazed at Jiang Yu. In short, it's been rented. Please don't cry anymore, and thank you for your help. Jiang Yu expressed his heartfelt gratitude. He understood the rift between Li Jia and Xiaolan, and he was truly appreciative that she was willing to plead on his behalf. Li Jia wiped her tears away, her ears flushing red. It's nothing. I'm just glad you've managed to rent it. After a brief conversation, Li Jia headed home. Lu Lian, having seen Li Jia leave through the window, hurried outside. Her expression laced with concern. What's going on between you and Li Jia? Jiang Yu chuckled, somewhat exasperated. There's nothing happening. We're merely friends. Lu Lian sighed in relief. Li Jia was indeed a good girl. She had even brought her soy sauce before. However, to be fair, she still leaned more towards Xiaolan. Upon returning to his room, Jiang Yu found Su Zhuang engrossed in a magazine, occasionally jotting down notes with utmost seriousness. Spotting Jiang Yu, Su Zhuang grinned. Did you resolve the shop issue? We're signing the contract tomorrow. You should come with me. The following morning, Jiang Yu and Su Zhuang arrived at the wool spinning factory. After notifying the person at the entrance to inform Yi Mingbo, they waited outside. Just then, Xiaolan, having finished her breakfast, entered the factory and unexpectedly encountered Jiang Yu waiting at the door. Jiang Yu furrowed his brow, feeling particularly unlucky, given Xiaolan's temperament. He was certain a scene was inevitable. Indeed, upon seeing Jiang Yu, Xiaolan's expression darkened immediately. She waved dismissively at the nearby female workers. You all go ahead and start working. I have some matters to attend to. Understood, Director Xiong. After sending the others away, Xiaolan walked up to Jiang Yu, her gaze piercing and venomous. What are you doing here? Did you fail to persuade Li Jia to come to me? And now you have to take matters into your own hands? Jiang Yu, unfazed by her audacity, replied coolly, I am here to see Director Yin. Humph, Xiaolan scoffed. I knew you were audacious. Who do you think you are? Just a small-time entrepreneur wishing to meet Director Yin. What a joke. Su Zhuang, unable to tolerate her condescension any longer, stepped forward with a frown. What kind of talk is this, you woman? Su Zhuang had trained in martial arts since childhood and was robust. His sudden approach startled Xiaolan, causing her to stagger back a few steps. Regaining her composure, she glared at Jiang Yu. So, you've even brought someone to threaten me now? Security. Security. Two burly men in work uniforms brandishing batons rushed over at her call. What's the matter, Director Xiong? Xiaolan, trembling with fury, pointed at Jiang Yu. This person is here to cause trouble for me. He's brought thugs to threaten me. Quickly, take them to the police station. The two men exchanged glances, their expressions darkening as they displayed a menacing glare. Su Zhuang clenched his fists. Do you want me to take action? These two won't be able to handle me. Jiang Yu's expression turned icy. If he could, he truly wished to give Xiaolan a good beating. As the two security guards approached, Jiang Yu exclaimed, We are not here to cause trouble. We are merely waiting for Director Yin. If you doubt our intentions, feel free to escort us to the police station. But I fear it might delay matters concerning Director Yin. The guards hesitated at his words, casting glances at Xiaolan. With a dismissive snort, Xiong retorted, Do you believe everything he says? The director is far too busy to meet with a mere individual entrepreneur. He is simply trying to take advantage of the situation. Hurry and send him to the police station. Who are you sending to the police station? A commanding voice interrupted, and Yi Mingbo approached. Upon seeing him, the security guards respectfully stepped aside. Xiong was taken aback by Yin's timely arrival, yet maintained her composure, greeting him with a polite, Director. He knitted his brows. Ever since he learned of Xiong's actions from Jiang Yu, his opinion of her had plummeted. What is happening here? Why are we involving the police station? He inquired. Xiong scoffed at Jiang Yu before addressing Yin. There is an insufferable fool insisting he has an appointment with you. I was just about to expel him. A country bumpkin does not deserve to meet you. Yin's expression darkened further. I do indeed have an appointment with Jiang. Xiong was momentarily stunned. Jiang Yu smiled as he extended his hand towards Yin. Uncle Yin, I appreciate you coming out to greet me. This is my cousin, Su Zhuang. He nodded. The contract is ready. Let us proceed to my office. With that, he led Jiang Yu and Su Zhuang towards the office, ignoring Xiong completely. Xiong clutched her bag tightly, her face a mask of fury. Indeed, Xiang Xiaolan's behavior was utterly unacceptable. Once back in the office, Director Yin's expression remained grim. He had always thought of Xiang as a good person, but to his dismay, she had bullied 2 young men at the factory gate, sending them to the police station. Once Jiang Yu explained the situation, Xiang would be left with no dignity. Had it not been for the person behind Xiang, he would have reprimanded her thoroughly. Jiang Yu chuckled. Uncle Yin, calm down. I didn't expect to run into Director Xiang either. Naturally, Yin would not blame Jiang Yu for anything. He retrieved the contract. Let us discuss business. The rent is 1,500 yuan per year, and a 10-year lease is acceptable, but there will be a 5% annual increase. If you can agree to this, we can finalize it with your signature. Without hesitation, Jiang Yu replied, no problem. A 5% annual increase was already a rather low rate. Envisioning the future development of the canal square invigorated him, and he eagerly signed the contract, paying a year's rent up front. Thank you, Uncle Yin. Jiang Yu extended his hand to him. Yin Mingbo clasped his hand in return. There is no need for thanks. Setting aside past grievances, this space is yours to rent. I will make a point to visit you in the future. Jiang Yu grinned. All right. I'll give you a discount then. A smile crept onto Yin's lips, realizing why his elder had such fondness for Jiang Yu. If it were anyone else, they might have simply mentioned sending a few gifts, but Jiang Yu's approach made it all the more endearing. Today you delivered several items, and tomorrow he will deliver a few more. Eventually, there will always be matters that require his attention, and that is precisely what he fears the most. Jiang Yu possesses an exquisite sense of balance, knowing how to offer a discount without imposing any undue pressure. Upon receiving the contract, Jiang Yu felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him, as if a heavy stone had finally been lifted from his heart. Brother Su, let us head to the shop, Jiang Yu said, tossing the keys to Su Zhuang. Su Zhuang, equally exhilarated, understood the significance of securing this storefront. After all, he and Jiang Yu had devoted 4 days of voluntary labor at Qingshui Alley to make it happen. As they approached the factory entrance, Jiang Yu was intercepted by Xiang Xiaolan. What do you want now? He asked, his patience wearing thin. Xiang Xiaolan's gaze fell upon the contract in Jiang Yu's hand, her eyes gleaming with malice. I never anticipated you possessed such capabilities. But let me make one thing clear. Do not think that knowing Director Yin guarantees your success. And do not even dream of my consent to your relationship with Jejia. I have my ways to deal with you. Xiang Xiaolan's words shattered Jiang Yu's earlier good spirits, leaving him feeling somewhat irritable. Director Xiang, do you know why your marriage ended? He asked, stepping closer. Taken aback, Xiang Xiaolan's expression shifted uneasily. What does that have to do with you? I merely wish to remind you, Jiang Yu replied, that with your temperament, no man would willingly marry you. With that, he turned on his heel and walked away. Su Zhuang observed the fluctuating emotions on Xiang Xiaolan's face, following Jiang Yu out. Had he dared to add, Andy, I believe Jiang Yu is right, Xiang Xiaolan might have fainted on the spot. As Jiang Yu opened the doors to the Yunhe Plaza storefront, he exhaled a deep breath, a smile spreading across his face. Su Zhuang marveled. No wonder this place was once home to a wealthy family. The staircase is remarkably sturdy, and the walls are impeccably smooth. Jiang Yu produced a steel measuring tape from his pocket, handing it to Su Zhuang. Hold it steady. I need to take some measurements for the upcoming renovations. Su Zhuang grinned. Why bother with renovations? A good cleaning and a few shelves should suffice for the opening. Jiang Yu meticulously recorded the measurements in his notebook, then fixed a serious gaze on Su Zhuang. Brother Su, if there were a row of stalls selling the same items, all with wobbly tables and backless chairs, which one would you choose? Su Zhuang paused, puzzled by the question, but eventually replied, I'd just enter any of them. Now, if one of those stalls had sturdy tables and comfortable chairs with backs, which one would you choose? Su Zhuang's eyes lit up as he looked at Jiang Yu. I would select the one with the sturdy tables. Seeing Su Zhuang's understanding, Jiang Yu smiled. That is precisely the type of establishment we aim to create. Although the concept of renovations was not yet prevalent in this era, Jiang Yu firmly believed that, regardless of the time period, people aspire to a higher quality of life. Consider the hot pot. Why do most people prefer Heideleo? It is the service. Similarly, why do we perceive 15 yuan for a cup of milk tea from a roadside stall as expensive, yet find it reasonable in a chain store? It is due to reputation, and the same applies to decor. When individuals encounter unfamiliar shops, their initial focus is invariably drawn to the establishment's decor. Naturally, they are more inclined to wander through those that appear well appointed. Naturally, the price of a well-renovated shop, even if somewhat elevated, is not a concern. With newfound knowledge, Su Zhuang approached his tasks with greater vigor, and the two quickly memorized the dimensions of the storefront. Although Jiang Yu had no prior experience in renovations, he had observed enough in his past life to form a mental calculation. "Young brothers, I see you have rented this shop." A cheerful male voice called from outside. Turning to the sound, a middle-aged man entered with a smile. Upon meeting his gaze, Jiang Yu squinted slightly, accustomed to sales. He could discern that the man's smile was rather insincere. Noticing Jiang Yu's silence, the middle-aged man slapped his forehead. "Look at me. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Zhang Hongye, and I plan to open a shop nearby as well. I'm just observing what projects to undertake." As he spoke, Zhang Hongye extended his hand towards Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu politely shook it. "Hello, I am Jiang Yu. You truly possess talent, Jiang. You've secured the best storefront in this area. May I ask what kind of shop you intend to open?" "A clothing store." Jiang Yu understood that Zhang Hongye's inquiry was a subtle probe, but he was indifferent. Eventually, the nature of the shop would be revealed. Zhang Hongye smiled. "A clothing store is a commendable venture. I may consider it as well. Perhaps we will become competitors, and we should look out for each other." Jiang Yu chuckled but remained silent. Competitors are often adversaries, after all. Zhang Hongye soon departed after a brief visit. Su Zhuang approached Jiang Yu, remarking, "I sense something peculiar about that man." Jiang Yu gazed after Zhang Hongye, his instincts telling him that they were not of the same ilk. After measuring the shop's dimensions, Jiang Yu and Su Zhuang visited several stores to examine building materials. They found that many shops only offered basic supplies, but upon describing certain items, some merchants were willing to customize them, albeit at a premium price. Jiang Yu spent the night sketching his ideal shop design. The concept featured predominantly white lighting, with an arched entrance in the center and 4 fitting rooms positioned at the corners of the ground floor, with 2 additional rooms upstairs. He meticulously annotated the placement of clothing rods, hooks within the fitting rooms, and specified that the full-length mirrors must be positioned at an angle. Upon reviewing Jiang Yu's detailed notes, Su Zhuang gasped in astonishment. "Such decor will cost at least 7,000 or more. Not to worry, we'll find some skilled masons. If we proceed according to this plan, it should take at least 2 months to complete, just in time for us to open during the National Day celebrations." Jiang Yu contemplated. Based on his standards, 7,000 might not suffice, but he could earn some money by setting up a stall in the meantime. Su Zhuang patted his chest confidently. "You can trust me with the masons. There are plenty of apprentices in the martial arts school who excel in this work. Installing the ceiling will be a breeze, and we can settle their wages later." "Very well, I entrust this matter to you," Jiang Yu replied with a smile. "Now, let us rest. Tomorrow we shall procure our supplies." The following day, Su Zhuang went to the market to buy building materials while Jiang Yu, accompanied by Lu Lian, set off for Yangqing. After some time spent together, he entrusted Yi to Su Zhuang's care, and both Yi and Lu Lian were pleased with the arrangement. This time, Jiang Yu brought with him a capital of 10,000, intending to acquire a larger stock. If he couldn't sell everything, he would simply extend his sales period. In the realm of building materials, payments are always made gradually, yet he could ensure the supply. Upon arriving at the train station, Lu Lian felt a twinge of nervousness, closely trailing Jiang Yu, wary of anyone attempting to pilfer his bag. "I once thought the farthest I would ever travel in this lifetime would be to Su Province. Yet here I am, destined for Yang City," she reflected after settling comfortably onto the sleeper train. Jiang Yu leaned forward and smiled at her, assuring, "There will be many good days ahead. Once the store opens, I shall take you out to explore." Lu Lian grinned widely. "All right, then mother shall enjoy herself. This trip to Yang City, we must visit Aunt Wu." After disembarking, Jiang Yu's mind lingered on the leggings crafted by Zhu Huijin. Once he had secured accommodations at a guest house, he took Lu Lian to the wholesale market. The weather was gradually turning cooler, and most stalls showcased an array of identical long-sleeved shirts and trousers, causing Jiang Yu to shake his head in disapproval. The mindset of people in this era seems rather fixed. Even with the drop in temperature, must one exclusively wear long sleeves and trousers? Why not long-sleeve dresses? Aren't trench coats appealing? Upon arriving at Zhu Huijin's stall, he noticed that her prices were higher than others, resulting in fewer customers. "Sister Zhu, have the leggings been completed?" Zhu Huijin, languidly seated on a small stool, perked up upon hearing Jiang Yu's voice. "You've arrived. Let me show you. I initially intended to make 2 pieces, but ended up with 10. As for the double-breasted trench coat you mentioned, I haven't put it on sale yet." Jiang Yu examined the leggings in his hands, his eyes lighting up. The polyester fabric was quite elastic and of moderate thickness. "This is perfect. Let us proceed with this design," he remarked, casting a few more admiring glances at Zhu Huijin. No wonder she would eventually become a fashion mogul. Her sourcing channels were certainly exceptional. In this era, purchasing fabric still required fabric tickets, and polyester was far from inexpensive. Yet Zhu Huijin claimed to have successfully crafted 10 pairs. Regarding the trench coat, although it differed slightly from his expectations, it was of little consequence. Such merchandise would sell well in Su province. "Sister Zhu, I won't partake in the revenue split for the leggings. You can keep the trench coat design for your sales, but may I purchase the leggings exclusively for myself?" Jiang Yu continued, "I am also planning to open a store in Su province, and I trust your judgment. I intend for you to be my supplier, and at that time, you can handle the shipping for me." Zhu Huijin hesitated for a moment while scrutinizing the leggings. "That is indeed feasible, but these leggings are not particularly challenging to produce. I estimate that once you sell your initial batch, others will be able to replicate them." "What is the point?" "Let them replicate. Our goal is to establish a brand," Jiang Yu replied, holding up the leggings and flipping them to the hem. "For instance, in this location, please sew on a label indicating the brand, material, and a string of numbers. Even if others imitate, it matters not, provided that people recognize my products as the genuine article." The prevalence of counterfeiting in the fashion industry is all too common. Fast forward 30 years, and one will find counterfeit bags, shoes, and high-quality replicas on every street corner. If he were to guard against every imitation, when would that ever cease? His objective was to ensure that people understood he represented authenticity, while everything else was mere imitation. His target clientele consisted of those who sought genuine products. Jiang Yu's words were not entirely comprehensible to Zhu Huijin. However, since the design was Jiang Yu's idea, she would not entertain any notions of deceit. "All right, let us proceed as you suggest. Please inform me in advance of the trademark name," she said, "but the fabric for these leggings is rather costly." "The cost price is 15 yuan. "No problem," Jiang Yu replied without hesitation, producing the money to purchase all the leggings, and naturally, he did not overlook the trench coat. Lu Lian observed the bag gradually deflating, her heart fluttering with concern. Yet, having witnessed Jiang Yu's tenacity in selling clothes, she suppressed her feelings of regret and uttered not a word. The quantity of clothing this time was overwhelming, and Jiang Yu contemplated the necessity of arranging for shipping. He purchased a few charming pieces of children's clothing from other stalls and insistently bought Lu Lian several sets of autumn attire, all selected with great care. "Mother, you already have clothes. Why purchase so many more?" Lu Lian urged, exasperated. "At your age, do you truly need new attire? Do not concern yourself with those old garments." "I am delighted to buy you new clothes," Jiang Yu insisted, producing the money once more. Lu Lian had no further objections. How could she complain about her son's filial piety? Upon returning to the guest house, Jiang Yu urged Lu Lian to don her new clothes. "Mother, with this ensemble, you appear a decade younger," Jiang Yu exclaimed, giving her a thumbs up as he admired her in her new attire. Chapter 24. The 30-year-old beauty sister Lu Lian smiled, tugging at her new clothing. What nonsense! Can clothing truly make one appear younger? Although Jiang Yu's statement was somewhat exaggerated, it was not entirely unfounded. When he first met Lu Lian, her complexion was sallow, and her figure so frail that a gust of wind could easily topple her. However, in recent days, with better nourishment and the occasional skincare products Jiang Yu had procured for her, her skin had improved significantly. With both Jiang Yu and Yi possessing striking looks, how could Lu Lian be deemed unattractive? That evening, Jiang Yu took Lu Lian to explore the night market. This was indeed his original intention. Lu Lian's horizons were limited to him and Yi, and he pondered what would become of her once Yi grew up and he entered the workforce. His primary objective for this trip was to broaden her perspective, ensuring she did not remain confined to the monotony of daily meals. As they approached a state-run restaurant, Lu Lian's gaze brightened. "You, look over there, isn't that Xiaolan?" Following Lu Lian's line of sight, Jiang Yu noticed Xiaolan sitting at a stall at the intersection, her table laden with potatoes. Although the weather had cooled considerably by this hour, beads of sweat glistened on Xiaolan's forehead. Jiang Yu and Lu Lian approached, and as Xiaolan wiped her brow, she hardly glanced up. "Would you like to buy some potatoes? They're all fresh and top quality." "Xiaolan, it's us," Jiang Yu called out. Xiaolan paused, surprised at the sound of his voice, her expression shifting to one of joy, albeit tinged with a hint of awkwardness. Her hair was damp with sweat, sticking to her forehead. Jiang Yu, Aunt Lu Lian, what brings you here? Had I known, I would have come to fetch you. Zhang Xiaolan, a bit embarrassed, brushed her hair back. Jiang Yu explained, my mother and I came to stock up. We intended to visit your home tomorrow, but we unexpectedly encountered you today. Lu Lian observed the young girl Zhang Xiaolan, still setting up her stall late into the night, and felt a pang of sympathy. She approached and handed Zhang a handkerchief to wipe her sweat, saying, look at how hot it is. Take this handkerchief. I'll go buy you a bowl of cool tea. Zhang Xiaolan, clutching the handkerchief, felt warmth in her heart. Jiang Yu squatted down, inspecting the potatoes. These potatoes are quite fresh. Are these all leftovers from today? Zhang Xiaolan nodded. Recently, more people have been collecting potatoes, making it harder to gather them. There are also many sellers. These are what I couldn't sell today, but it's fine. They can be sold tomorrow. Potatoes keep well. Although Zhang Xiaolan spoke lightly, Jiang Yu could see the worry etched on her face, revealing the truth of the matter. Jiang Yu took a seat on a nearby bench. At this late hour, will anyone still come to buy them? I reckon there aren't many left. Business has been slow lately. Perhaps it will improve in time. Observing the passers-by, Jiang Yu turned to Zhang Xiaolan and asked, how much do you sell your potatoes for? Zhang Xiaolan was momentarily taken aback, unsure of the intent behind his question, but replied, I bought them for 5 cents per pound and sell them here for 1 yuan per pound. Jiang Yu understood and picked up a nearby megaphone, calling out, potatoes for sale, freshly sourced, cultivated with care. Let us start a healthy lifestyle from our food. 2 yuan per pound, 5 yuan for 3 pounds, and just 7 yuan for 5 pounds. Group purchases and limited time offers. Don't delay. At his shout, a crowd quickly gathered. An elderly woman inquired, what do you mean? These potatoes promote health? Can they cure ailments? Jiang Yu handed a potato to the woman. While these potatoes may not cure diseases, they can enhance beauty and slow aging. Just look at my sister. She is 30, yet you wouldn't guess it, would you? The sister he referred to was, of course, Zhang Xiaolan. As Jiang Yu's words reached her ears, she felt her cheeks flush, though she hesitated to correct him. 30? No way. She looks like a girl of 18 or 19. Don't deceive us. The astonishment was palpable among the crowd. Jiang Yu grinned. Do I seem like someone who would lie? The soil these potatoes are grown in is meticulously cultivated, resulting in limited yields. Once these are gone, there won't be any more. You all can see for yourselves. If you wish to buy, this is the price. If not, we won't mind taking them back home, but I must caution you, it's best not to eat too many potatoes at once. Regardless of the era, no woman is devoid of a desire for beauty, and the onlookers were eager to partake. Some men even squeezed into the throng, challenging the notion that men lack such concerns. All right, I'll take 3 pounds to try, said one. We want 5 pounds, chimed in another. As Jiang Yu weighed the potatoes, he occasionally miscounted, treating 1.5 pounds as 1 pound and 5.5 pounds as 5, resulting in even more buyers. In just a few minutes, the potato stall was entirely cleared. Zhang Xiaolan's hands and bag were filled with money. She looked at Jiang Yu in admiration. You are truly remarkable. I couldn't sell them all day. Jiang Yu smiled, choosing to remain silent. For this was the essence of marketing strategy. Just then, Lu Lian approached, carrying 2 bowls of cool tea. She handed one to Zhang Xiaolan and the other to Jiang Yu, expressing her dissatisfaction. I just heard everything. You're deceiving everyone. Xiaolan is even younger than you by half a year. Jiang Yu sipped his herbal tea and remarked, I merely used that as a metaphor. I have not lied. Potatoes indeed possess the ability to enhance beauty and delay aging. Lu Lian, rendered speechless, shot Jiang Yu a glare. Jiang Yu, feeling somewhat innocent, rubbed his nose. Zhang Xiaolan laughed, covering her mouth, and said, Auntie, please do not blame Jiang Yu. If it weren't for him, I would still be uncertain about when I could set up my stall today. Lu Lian chuckled in response. Well, as long as you do not hold his abruptness against him, that suffices. After assisting Zhang Xiaolan in packing up her stall, Jiang Yu invited her to dine at the state-run restaurant. As they enjoyed their meal, they engaged in lively conversation. Zhang Xiaolan smiled at Jiang Yu and said, So, Su Shixiang is following you. It seems he has found a promising path. She continued, In just a few days, you have already secured your storefront. Soon, I shall have to call you Boss Jiang. Jiang Yu replied, You flatter me. I actually have a favor to ask of you. I need to hire a few masons to renovate my shop, and Su Zhuang mentioned that there are people at the martial arts school. I would appreciate your help in notifying them. Zhang Xiaolan jokingly responded, What is there to be shy about? Tomorrow morning, I will speak to them. These junior brothers may not excel in martial arts, but they are exceptional masons. However, they must be compensated fairly. Upon hearing this, both Jiang Yu and Lu Lian couldn't help but laugh. Lu Lian then said with a smile, Xiaolan, please tell your mother that I will visit her tomorrow. It has been many years since we last met, and I wonder if she will still recognize me. Lu Lian and Zhang Xiaolan's mother, Wu Peifan, had been close friends since elementary school, but due to inconvenient transportation and time constraints, they had lost touch after Wu Peifan's marriage. At the mention of this, Zhang Xiaolan's expression suddenly turned pale, and biting her lip, she said, Auntie, you might not be able to see my mother on this trip. Chapter 25. Bringing Zhang Xiaolan home. Lu Lian was taken aback. What has happened? Is there something wrong with your mother? Zhang Xiaolan's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Yet she forced a smile, saying, my mother is fine. It is just that my father was robbed on the road and suffered a severe injury. My mother is currently taking care of him and has not yet returned from the hospital in Xiaolan. How could this happen? Lu Lian's face reflected her concern. Jiang Yu, noticing that Zhang Xiaolan was on the verge of tears, hurried to comfort her. Do not worry. Your father is strong and will surely be all right. Zhang Xiaolan wiped away a tear and said, I feel the same way. They won't let me go to them. So I will focus on earning money here to support the martial arts school and help cover their medical expenses. Zhang Xiaolan's feigned strength stirred a sense of empathy within Jiang Yu. He had heard from Su Zhuang that the martial arts school's condition was deteriorating year by year. But for Zhang Xiaolan's father, it was a legacy. Since childhood, Zhang Xiaolan had assisted her father in earning a living to support the brothers at the school. Now that her father was in trouble, it seemed she would have to bear the burden alone. Xiaolan, the business of selling potatoes has become quite challenging. Have you considered changing your line of work? Zhang Xiaolan frowned. I have pondered this for quite some time, but I only know how to sell potatoes. I lack experience in other areas and am uncertain about what I could do if I changed careers. Jiang Yu understood her plight. However, to be candid, selling potatoes did not yield substantial profits. The cost price is 5 cents per pound, while the selling price is 1 yuan per pound. Even for a ton of potatoes, one could merely earn 100 yuan, and it is unlikely that Zhang Xiaolan could sell them all in a single day. Moreover, the price of potatoes is fixed. How high could it possibly go? Lu Lian tugged at Jiang Yu's sleeve and whispered, You, why not let Xiaolan return to Su province with us? It seems rather lonely for her to be here alone. Jiang Yu shared the same sentiment. Zhang Xiaolan had assisted him so much, and given that their parents were friends, it was only right to offer help. However, their home consisted of just 2 small rooms. Where could Zhang Xiaolan possibly stay? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flashed through Jiang Yu's mind. Although his home had only 2 rooms, it did not preclude the availability of rental properties elsewhere, especially as he had a neighbor he had long wished to get acquainted with. With this thought in mind, Jiang Yu addressed Zhang Xiaolan, Xiaolan. It isn't safe for you to be here alone. Since you're still uncertain about your plans, why not come with us to Su province? I am opening a clothing store, and you could lend a hand. Zhang Xiaolan hesitated, but wouldn't that trouble you? If one were to ask her whether she wished to go to Su province, the answer would undoubtedly be yes. This period had been her most vulnerable, and what could be more healing than being in the presence of someone she cherished daily? Yet, she had always prided herself on her independence and disliked being a burden. Her presence would surely impose on Jiang Yu and Aunt Lu Lian. Lu Lian, sensing her reluctance, reassured her, there's no trouble at all. Since your mother isn't home, it is my duty to care for you. You, dear child, are simply too polite. Zhang Xiaolan felt a wave of gratitude wash over her as she glanced at Jiang Yu, who nodded encouragingly in return. Thus, she resolved, all right, I will return home to pack my things and accompany you to Su province tomorrow. Lu Lian observed Jiang Yu and Zhang Xiaolan sitting together, and the more she looked, the more she felt they were a perfect match, a smile creeping onto her face. All right, I'll send a telegram to your mother, assuring her that you are safe with me. The following morning, Jiang Yu purchased 6 sleeper tickets for the afternoon train, arranged for the shipping of their clothes, and then took Lu Lian to a tea house for breakfast. They ordered a pot of oolong tea, delicate cups in hand. Lu Lian's hands trembled. She was accustomed to drinking plain water and had never indulged in such luxurious tea, which was typically reserved for the affluent. Jiang Yu understood that Lu Lian preferred to watch him and eat first before she began, so throughout breakfast, he made sure to serve her the delicious morsels. Mom, these shrimp dumplings are exquisite. The black bean chicken feet are delightful. Do eat more. Jiang Yu ordered all the delectable items he could recall. If one were to inquire about what to do if they couldn't finish their meal, it was a concern that rarely crossed the minds of most people in that era, as they often faced hunger rather than excess. All right, you eat too, Jiang Yu urged, serving Lu Lian, who could not refuse. Especially since the dim sum was truly delectable, and she indulged bite after bite. Comrade Jiang Yu? A calm male voice interrupted him. Jiang Yu turned to see two impeccably dressed gentlemen passing by their table. At first glance, he recognized one of them as Mr. L, whom Mr. Li Jian had previously introduced to him. Rising from his seat, Jiang Yu greeted, Mr. L, what a coincidence. I have brought my mother to Yansheng for a taste of the local delights, and have encountered you here. Lu Lian observed Mr. Lu, impeccably dressed, and felt a twinge of apprehension as she nodded in his direction. Mr. Lu glanced at the lavish refreshments on the table, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. The spread was indeed quite valuable. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Comrade Jiang Yu is a promising young man. Honoring one's parents is a virtue, and young Jiang is undoubtedly filial. After offering a word of commendation towards Jiang Yu, Mr. Lu did not linger. Do you know this gentleman? Lu Lian inquired of Jiang Yu, as she watched Mr. Lu enter the private room of the restaurant. A subtle smile danced on Jiang Yu's lips as he replied, Not very well, but I am certain we will become acquainted in due time. In the afternoon, after waiting for Zhang Xiaolan and her 3 junior brothers at the train station, the group hurried back to Su province, with Lu Lian heading home first, while Jiang Yu accompanied Zhang Xiaolan to the residence of the esteemed Elder Deng. As for the junior brothers, they followed their eldest brother and stayed in the shop. Elder Deng had a rather cantankerous temperament, often sitting in his yard soaking up the sun, with few neighbors willing to engage him. While housing was in short supply for many, he enjoyed a spacious residence of over 300 square meters, safeguarded by his status, which inevitably stirred envy and resentment among those who looked on. Yet, Elder Deng remained unconcerned, preferring to ignore the opinions of his neighbors. When Jiang Yu and Zhang Xiaolan arrived, Elder Deng was busy tidying up the entrance. Jiang Yu approached him politely, asking, Grandfather Deng, is your house available for rent? Elder Deng squinted at Jiang Yu, inquiring, Are you planning to stay? Jiang Yu shook his head, and Zhang Xiaolan stepped forward, saying, Grandfather Deng, I intend to stay, though I am uncertain for how long. Elder Deng scrutinized Zhang Xiaolan. She was indeed attractive, youthful, yet exuding a sense of composure. The rent is 10 yuan per month, payable in full regardless of your stay duration. Cleanliness is paramount, and late returns are strictly prohibited, he declared, hands clasped behind his back. Before Zhang Xiaolan could respond, Jiang Yu interjected, That is perfectly acceptable. Elder Deng cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Yu and leisurely added, No bringing men home for overnight stays. Instantly, Zhang Xiaolan's cheeks flushed crimson, and Jiang Yu felt a twinge of discomfort under Elder Deng's scrutiny. After signing the rental agreement, he paid a month's rent and assisted Zhang Xiaolan in tidying up her new abode. Zhang Xiaolan produced a large bill from her pocket, saying, Jiang Yu, thank you. Here is the rent. Jiang Yu declined, but she persistently attempted to place it in his hands, as her upbringing had instilled in her a strong sense against taking advantage of others. With a hint of resignation, Jiang Yu remarked, You will need to help me sell clothes later, so we can deduct the rent from your wages. At this, Zhang Xiaolan finally returned the money to her pocket, grinning. That works for me. After a long day, Lu Lian prepared a sumptuous dinner to celebrate. Yi was overjoyed, jumping and clapping her hands. Go call your sister Xiaolan to join us for dinner, Lu Lian instructed, patting Yi's head. Okay, Yi chirped, her little legs eager to run outside. Wait a moment, Jiang Yu called out. Chapter 26. Corrupting Elder Deng. Yi halted, her big eyes blinking in confusion as she looked at Jiang Yu. Invite Grandfather Deng to join us for dinner. Yi was rather displeased, remarking that Grandpa Deng appeared rather stern. Be good and call Grandpa Deng over, Jiang Yu gently said as he patted Yi's head. Tonight, your brother will show you the surprise we promised. Really? Yi's eyes sparkled instantly. I'm going right now. With that, she dashed out with her little legs. Jiang Yu couldn't help but chuckle at the little one's enthusiasm. Yawazi, you've grown up and become thoughtful. I'll go add a couple more dishes, Lu Lian said, casting a comforting glance at Jiang Yu before heading to the kitchen. Their son had matured, showing consideration for others. Aware that Xiaolan lived with Grandpa Deng and concerned for her comfort, even making an effort to foster a good relationship with him. Jiang Yu was perplexed by Lu Lian's knowing look. Could it be that his mother had become astute enough to discern his intentions? Meanwhile, Yi had reached Grandpa Deng's home. Spotting Zhang Xiaolan, she hurried over, her voice bright and clear. Sister Xiaolan, Mommy wants me to call you for dinner. Zhang Xiaolan stepped over the threshold, smiling as she ruffled Yi's hair. All right, let me change my clothes, and I'll be right there. Yi nodded vigorously and ran to knock on Grandpa Deng's door. Who is it? Grandpa Deng scrutinized Yi. Nervously clutching her clothes, she replied, Grandpa Deng, my mommy wants you to come eat with us. Looking down at the small figure before him, Grandpa Deng huffed lightly. I can cook for myself. I don't need to eat at your place. With that, he began to close the door. Yi panicked. This was a task entrusted to her by her brother, and she was eager for the surprise. In a moment of desperation, she slipped into Grandpa Deng's room. Grandpa Deng, can we have dinner together today? Grandpa Deng, unaccustomed to dealing with children, felt somewhat uncomfortable. I prefer to eat alone. Please leave. Yi clasped her hands anxiously and summoned her courage to continue. We made lots of meat at home. It smells so good. Observing the little girl who stubbornly refused to leave, Grandpa Deng felt a hint of exasperation. Just then, Zhang Xiaolan emerged from her room, having changed her attire, and noticed Yi and Grandpa Deng locked in a stare. What is going on, Yi? Zhang Xiaolan approached. Yi, looking forlorn, explained. I want Grandpa Deng to have dinner with us. Zhang Xiaolan turned to Grandpa Deng. Grandpa Deng, why not join us for dinner? Under the gaze of two hopeful pairs of eyes, Grandpa Deng sighed deeply. How could there be such persistent individuals? With a slight grimace, he stepped out of the room. Grandpa Deng, Yi exclaimed. He turned, giving her a gentle glare. What are you shouting for? Don't you have to go home? At this, Yi beamed. Skipping to his side, Grandpa Deng let out a soft grunt. He was not swayed by persuasion, but merely found it a hassle to refuse. After all, it was just a meal. Was he really afraid? The group gathered around the table for dinner. Lu Lian enthusiastically placed dishes before Grandpa Deng, saying, Grandpa Deng, Xiaolan will be staying with you from now on. We'll be counting on you. Old Master Deng snorted. What trouble is there in paying rent to live there? Don't expect me to help with anything in the future. Lu Lian was instantly taken aback. Master Deng's words were indeed quite stifling. If he chose not to speak, so be it. She decided not to engage further. You, how is the progress with your shop? Jiang Yu gestured for Yi to serve Master Deng a piece of meat, then turned to Lu Lian. Su Zhuang is renovating with Xiaolan's apprentices. Once I submit the paperwork and obtain the business license, we can operate normally once the renovations are completed. Lu Lian nodded, her heart racing. She never expected their family to open a shop. How much had changed in such a short time? Previously, they struggled to afford a meal, and now they were enjoying meat daily. The meal passed simply, and old Master Deng left shortly after finishing, not lingering. His peculiar character was not easily swayed by flattery. Jiang Yu had not gone out of his way to please him. To deal with such a sharp-tongued yet tender-hearted elder, one must be patient. If one meal wasn't sufficient, then two. If two didn't suffice, then three. What was there to fear about not fostering a good relationship? After the meal, Yi quickly dashed to Jiang Yu's room, extending her hand. Brother, where's my surprise? Look at you, so eager. Jiang Yu chuckled, producing 5 bags and handing them to her. Go try them on. Wow. Yi exclaimed upon seeing the princess dress and little shoes inside the bags. Do you like them? Jiang Yu teased, gently tapping her nose. Yi pouted and hugged Jiang Yu's arm. Brother, you are so kind. Knowing you are good to me, I will study hard. If anyone bullies me in class, you can take revenge for me. No one bullies me anymore. When others call me a country bumpkin, Xiao Shui stands up for me. Yi proudly lifted her little head. Jiang Yu smiled and ruffled her hair, impressive. Now, go wash up and get to bed early. Yi nodded obediently and ran out of the room. Watching her retreating figure, Jiang Yu felt a pang of sympathy. He recalled that it was after their father's death that Lu Lian discovered she was pregnant with Yi. From the day she was born, Yi had never seen her father and had to endure the burden of having an older brother like Jiang Yu. At 9 o'clock that evening, Su Zhuang returned, and Lu Lian had prepared a bowl of meat and noodles for him. Jiang Yu inquired, Su, how is it today? Is the 3,000 enough? Su Zhuang, excited, replied while eating, it's sufficient. I was there watching. Those little rascals wouldn't dare slack off. As soon as the ordered goods arrive, I estimate we'll be set up in less than 2 months. Jiang Yu was pleased. Don't go tomorrow. Join me in setting up the stall instead. Let's stay up late tonight. I'll teach you how to sell the clothes. Sure. Su Zhuang gulped down the broth. Jiang Yu laid out a cloth on the ground, displaying the selected styles, explaining to Su Zhuang the colors that suit darker skin tones and how to create outfits that elongate the legs. In his previous life, Jiang Yu had managed a clothing store and thus possessed a fair understanding of the subject. Unfortunately, without any human models available, he could only make a few slight adjustments for Su Zhuang to see. Su Zhuang sat in the courtyard, diligently taking notes and listening intently. Lu Lian found it amusing to witness the two grown men discussing fashion and decided to join them by pulling up a stool. In the end, they collaboratively created a stack of simplified vouchers, with Jiang Yu adding his English signature to prevent any potential forgeries. The following morning, when Jiang Yu and Su Zhuang awoke, Lu Lian had already taken Yi to school. Ding ding ding. Just as Jiang Yu finished his morning routine, a series of knocks echoed from outside. Chapter 27. Ilian International Clothing Store. Upon opening the door, Zhang Xiaolan entered, carrying a large bowl of hot dry noodles, smiling as she said, "This is what Grandpa Deng asked me to bring you, saying he wanted to repay you for the meal yesterday." Jiang Yu couldn't help but chuckle. The old man was even more peculiar than he had imagined. After finishing breakfast with Su Zhuang, Jiang Yu presented a shirt dress, a double-breasted trench coat, and leggings to Zhang Xiaolan. "Xiaolan, please change into this outfit. With you here today, I believe I can set a new record for the shortest time to make a sale." Zhang Xiaolan, unfazed, joked back, "You said it. If we don't break the record, don't blame me." As she went to change, Jiang Yu waited in the courtyard, contemplating that once the store became profitable, he could hire celebrities for endorsements and advertisements. Although celebrity endorsements were not yet popular in the country, he firmly believed they could stimulate consumer spending. "Su Gu, you will be in charge of collecting payments and distributing the vouchers. Remember to inform customers that our store at Canal Square will open on October 1st, and anyone registered will receive a 30 yuan discount on their purchases that day." While 30 yuan might seem negligible in the future, it represented a whole month's salary in the present, which would undoubtedly be an enticing offer for buyers. Su Zhuang nodded. "So, what shall we name our store?" "Let us call it Ilian Clothing." Jiang Yu had already decided on this name, as it resonated with both Yi and Lu Lian's names. Additionally, Ilian could also be derived from French, which would certainly add a competitive edge given the current preference for foreign brands among the populace. "I'm ready." Zhang Xiaolan emerged from the room, her cheeks slightly flushed. Jiang Yu was momentarily mesmerized, overwhelmed by the aura of elegance that enveloped her. Zhang Xiaolan truly suited such attire, resembling a vibrant university student. An inspiration struck Jiang Yu. Perhaps he could design overalls that modern university students would adore. Currently, most people wore utilitarian overalls, but he was confident that introducing styles from the future would spark a market explosion. Seeing Jiang Yu and Su Zhuang staring at her in awe, Zhang Xiaolan blushed and said, "What are you two looking at? We should head out." Su Zhuang expressed admiration. "Junior sister, you look splendid in that outfit." Jiang Yu nodded in agreement. "Let us hurry. The remaining 9 pairs of leggings are likely to be snatched away." Once they had neatly pressed the clothes, the trio pushed 2 carts towards South Street, where they had previously received a substantial shipment that had not been fully utilized. South Street was bustling with crowds, many of whom recalled Jiang Yu's clothing stall. With the addition of Zhang Xiaolan, attention was instantly drawn to them. "Su Gu, while I converse with the customers, please listen closely. There is an art to flattering." After instructing Su Zhuang, Jiang Yu picked up a megaphone and called out, "New trench coats and leggings now available. Don't miss out. Direct from the manufacturer, fresh designs and styles, limited quantities. Act fast to seize this opportunity." The term leggings was still a novel concept for people of this era, and upon observing Zhang Xiaolan wearing a set from their collection, curiosity piqued as a crowd gathered. "What are leggings? How much do they cost?" Jiang Yu explained, "What my sister is wearing on her legs is called leggings. They are flattering, versatile, and this is a new model. It's the first of its kind in Su province and indeed all of Huagua, priced at only 40 yuan each." 40 yuan is quite reasonable. Jiang Yu continued, "Feel the fabric. It has great elasticity and is imported. You could wear it daily this autumn. If you find it elsewhere in the country, it's undoubtedly a counterfeit. I've only managed to acquire 9 pieces." Upon hearing that there were only 9 pairs, the women in the crowd became frantic, eagerly snatching them up, most purchasing the same outfit as Zhang Xiaolan's. The cost price of the trench coats was 30 yuan each, but Jiang Yu sold them for 95 yuan, without any concern about sales. As the leggings sold out, Jiang Yu smiled at the crowd, announcing, "No need to rush. On October 1st, our Ilian International Clothing Store will open at Canal Plaza. These leggings were invented by us, so remember this store for authentic products." He added, "Furthermore, Anyone purchasing over 100 yuan today can become a member of a lane and receive a 30 yuan discount voucher. Upon hearing this, the women nearby eagerly approached Su Zhuang, who, following Jiang Yu's guidance, clumsily registered their purchases while distributing discount vouchers. Thanks to Zhang Xiaolan's modeling, business was exceptionally brisk, and Su Zhuang felt confident that they would sell quite a bit more in the afternoon. He retrieved a cart, planning to return home and bring back more merchandise. By noon, the crowd had thinned, and after Zhang Xiaolan bought 2 bowls of cold noodles, she and Jiang Yu quickly finished their meal before resuming their sales pitch. Meanwhile, in a nearby alley, Li Jia and Xiong Xiuzhen were in a heated argument. "Mom, I don't want to see those people. Please don't pressure me." Li Jia was distressed, as Xiong Xiuzhen had been insisting she meet wealthy individuals. Initially oblivious, Li Jia now understood her mother's intentions, to find her a suitable partner among them. "If you're not willing to meet them, who do you expect to see?" Xiong Xiuzhen's expression darkened. "Are you hoping to see that poor Jiang Yu? Today's guests are at least the sons of department heads. Your future partner should be of that caliber." "Mom, enough. I don't want to discuss this anymore. I'm going home." Li Jia stamped her foot and stepped out of the alley, prompting Xiong Xiuzhen to hurriedly follow her. "You simply do not understand," she began. But before she could finish her sentence, she noticed Li Jia had halted, staring vacantly across the street. Following her gaze, Xiong Xiuzhen saw Jiang Yu laughing and conversing with a woman, their affectionate demeanor reminiscent of a couple. "Is that Jiang Yu?" She squinted, scrutinizing the scene. Indeed, confirming it was him. Was that woman his girlfriend? No, merely a friend, the same one she had seen before. As Li Jia spoke, she bit her lip tightly, recalling that Zhang Xiaolan was the woman who had occupied the back seat of Jiang Yu's car last time. Whether they were still just friends this time, she could not ascertain. "Heh," Xiong Xiuzhen scoffed coldly. "What friend? To me, it appears he has a new girlfriend. How dare a mere petty trader act so recklessly? Just wait until I teach him a lesson." With that, she strode angrily towards Jiang Yu. "Mom, what are you doing?" Li Jia exclaimed, hurriedly grasping her arm. "It's normal for him to be dating someone if we're not together." Xiong Xiuzhen forcefully shook off Li Jia's hand. "Normal? He was pursuing my daughter. How could he so easily abandon her for another woman? Does he even consider me?" Although Jiang Yu had never proclaimed a relationship with Li Jia, and she opposed their union, Xiong Xiuzhen believed he should desperately plead for her approval rather than engage with other women. Upon seeing Zhang Xiaolan's appearance, Xiong Xiuzhen's anger reached its peak. She charged forward, pushing aside the customers surrounding them. "Jiang Yu, how long has it been since you started cavorting with this shameless woman? I truly underestimated you. You must give me an explanation today." Both Jiang Yu and Zhang Xiaolan were momentarily taken aback by the barrage of insults. Xiong Xiuzhen crossed her arms, looking down at Zhang Xiaolan. "You vixen, at such a young age, relying on your looks to ensnare men. How disgraceful. Unjustly branded a vixen." Zhang Xiaolan clenched her fists. "Auntie, please do not speak recklessly." "Heh, dare to act like a vixen yet refuse to admit it?" Xiong Xiuzhen turned to the onlookers. "Listen well, this vendor is an ungrateful scoundrel who once pursued my daughter, now cavorting with this vixen. If you buy their clothes, you might as well be wearing rags." Li Jia stood at the back of the crowd, tears streaming down her face. It was utterly humiliating. How had she ended up with such a mother? Feeling too ashamed to step forward and pull Xiong Xiuzhen away, she stood frozen, her hands and feet icy. Jiang Yu's anger surged. On account of Li Jia, he had tolerated Xiong Xiuzhen for far too long, but now she seemed resolute in her shamelessness. He pulled Zhang Xiaolan behind him, striving to contain his temper. "Xiong Xiuzhen, I have treated you with respect as Li Jia's mother, but if you demand an explanation, very well, I shall provide one today. Li Jia was nearly sold by a human trafficker on the train, and it was I who rescued her. Yet you insist that I seek to elevate myself by associating with your family. Xiaolan is my friend, and her father lies in the hospital. It is already a struggle for her to make a living. You incessantly call her a vixen. Are you intent on causing her demise?" Jiang Yu spoke with reason, and the surrounding onlookers began to regard Xiong Xiuzhen with disapproval. Particularly those who had purchased clothing, their expressions twisted in disgust as they felt cursed to wear tattered garments. Who would relish such a fate? Xiong Xiuzhen was momentarily at a loss for words. Although she believed Jiang Yu had profited from saving Li Jia, she could not utter such sentiments in front of the crowd. She adjusted her attire and coldly huffed at the onlookers. "What are you all staring at? Just because he claims this woman is his friend, you believe him? A man and a woman, so affectionate at their stall, only to declare they are friends in the end? Huh, I have never encountered such shamelessness. Do not go too far. Zhang Xiaolan's face flushed with anger. Had this not been a female elder, she would have genuinely considered kicking her away. What is happening? Why the commotion? Su Zhuang returned with clothing in hand. Witnessing this scene unfold, Jiang Yu cast a frosty gaze at Xiaolan. Did you see? We are 3 people, and even if we were 2, our intentions are pure. What is there to fear in conducting business together? Upon seeing Su Zhuang, Xiaolan felt utterly cornered and could only stubbornly mutter, he arrives now. Who knows where he was before? The surrounding customers had long been displeased with Xiaolan. Even if one is well off, it is unacceptable to bully others. I bought these clothes from this stall previously. They were meant for 3 people. You do not thank the person who saved your daughter. Yet you come here to ruin someone else's business. Your malice knows no bounds. Did you not hear? This young lady's father is ill, forced to seek a livelihood. Do you possess no compassion? The crowd chimed in, and Xiaolan's face burned with shame. You wait. Today's affair is far from over. With a grim parting remark, she squeezed through the crowd and departed. Thank you all for helping me drive away the troublemakers. Now, for those purchasing clothing. If you spend over 200, I shall give you a 20% discount, Jiang Yu announced with a smile. The customers surrounding him immediately resumed their fervent shopping. The ruckus caused by Xiaolan not only failed to hinder Jiang Yu's business, but instead accelerated his sales. By revealing Zhang Xiaolan's father's illness and his act of valor in saving Li Jia, he garnered both sympathy and trust from the customers. Those who act heroically are always well regarded, and compassion often inspires greater generosity. Zhang Hongya stood at a distance, observing the bustling stall with an icy demeanor. Competitors are always adversaries. Who does not know this? Furthermore, the storefront he had set his sights on had been leased by Jiang Yu, igniting a smoldering fury within him. Just wait. Opening a business will not be so easy. As the clock struck 5, the garments at the stall were finally sold out. Jiang Yu presented 100 yuan to Zhang Xiaolan, saying, Xiaolan, I apologize for the inconvenience today. The clothes you are wearing suit you well. Zhang Xiaolan clutched a stack of cash, warmth enveloping her heart. What grievances could she possibly harbor? That troublesome individual had been sent packing. Yet, it must be said, your salary is quite generous, covering meals and lodging, and now even attire. Jiang Yu chuckled softly. You are destined to be the face of our establishment, naturally deserving of such treatment. Upon returning home, Su Zhuang and Jiang Yu conferred. Lo and behold, the pure profit amounted to over 6,000, not even accounting for unsold items. Jiang Yu handed 3,000 to Su Zhuang. This is for the renovations. You may use it as you see fit. Just keep a record. I want to specifically pay you a wage. Su Zhuang nodded vigorously, learning from Jiang Yu without incurring tuition and even receiving a stipend, plus enjoying meat at every meal. Where else could one find such a fortunate opportunity? In the following days, Jiang Yu, eager to mentor Su Zhuang, refrained from setting up at their usual spot and instead focused on a new location where Su Zhuang took the lead. They also promoted the clothing store. That previous customer, shorter in stature, should have been advised to choose high-waisted pants and tuck in her blouse. The timid demeanor of that customer required Jiang Yu to encourage her, complimenting slender figures or, in the case of fuller shapes, extolling their amiability. Jiang Yu's decisions were steadfast, with Su Zhuang as the focal point. He would only assist by collecting payments during sales. After each customer departed, he would explain to Su Zhuang the appropriate approach for such clients and which styles to recommend. Lu Lian occasionally lent a hand, though her understanding was limited. Nonetheless, she listened intently, remarking that all the family's wits seemed to reside in the head of Yuzi. Early the next morning, as Su Zhuang and Jiang Yu prepared to set up their stall, a knock resounded at the door. Su Zhuang smiled at Jiang Yu. That must be Xiaolan. You should answer it. Jiang Yu, aware of Su Zhuang's intentions, sighed in resignation and opened the door. Xiaolan, you've arrived at the perfect moment. Just as he began to speak, he halted, for standing at the threshold were Li Jia and Li Jiantong. Chapter 29. Giving my all to assist you. Li Jia's expression was somewhat awkward. Apologies, I am not Xiaolan. We have a matter to discuss with you. Jiang Yu quickly composed himself and invited Li Jia and Li Jiantong inside. Unsure of how long this might take, he instructed Su Zhuang to proceed with setting up the stall, taking Zhang Xiaolan along, assuring that business would remain steady. Jiang Yu poured 2 cups of tea and inquired, Uncle Li, what brings you here today? Li Jia lowered her head, her eyes glistening. I am truly sorry, Jiang Yu. I couldn't stop my mother from troubling you that day, and I've caused you additional trouble, dragging Xiaolan into it as well. Jiang Yu was momentarily taken aback, then replied, "What have you to apologize for? This matter does not concern you." His conflict with Xiaolan was between them alone. He would not unjustly direct his ire towards Li Jia. Li Jiantong comfortingly patted Li Jia's back, addressing Jiang Yu sincerely. "Xiaojing, you have indeed suffered an undeserved misfortune. I know Xiaolan's character well. She is vengeful. Having offended her, you can expect retaliation." Jiang Yu furrowed his brow. "I will be opening my store soon, and my ties with the woolen mill are tenuous at best. Does she have allies behind her?" Li Jiantong's expression darkened considerably, revealing a reluctance to voice whatever troubled him. Li Jia bit her lip and said to Jiang Yu, "My mother has connections with people in the political sphere." Jiang Yu's expression became somewhat grave. He had not anticipated that Xiaolan's connections were quite significant. "All right, I understand now. Thank you for the heads up." Jiang Yu refrained from asking for their assistance, which only deepened Li Jia's feelings of guilt, and tears began to stream down her cheeks. Li Jiantong, feeling a surge of compassion, gritted his teeth and spoke to Jiang Yu. "To be honest, my position holds little power. I merely have access to information. Tomorrow at noon, there will be a banquet at the Huban Hotel, which might be of use to you in the future. However, this information is confidential, so please do not disclose it." Although Li Jiantong spoke in veiled terms, Jiang Yu grasped the implication. The individuals attending the banquet were undoubtedly influential figures. "Understood, Uncle Li. Thank you for sharing this with me." As they were about to leave, Li Jia, who had remained silent until then, looked steadfastly at Jiang Yu and declared, "Rest assured, if anything happens to you, I will do everything in my power to help you." Jiang Yu was taken aback, and Li Jia said no more, following Li Jiantong out. The situation was indeed troublesome, yet Jiang Yu did not allow it to weigh heavily on his mind. After all, business ventures seldom proceed without challenges. He regarded this as a rite of passage in entrepreneurship. It seemed imperative to expedite the acquisition of a business license, he murmured to himself. Street vending was the most susceptible to trouble, but with a fixed business location, it would require considerable effort for anyone to cause him distress. Jiang Yu contemplated how to infiltrate the banquet the following day. Regardless of whether Xiaolan intended to act against him, establishing connections was essential for his business. After sitting in contemplation for about 10 minutes, a smile gradually appeared on his lips. "I've got it." Achoo! At the entrance of the school, Yi rubbed her little nose. "Why do you have a sneeze? Have you dressed too lightly?" Lu Lian hurriedly checked Yi's temperature. As many people were falling ill in this weather, "It was just a sudden itch in my nose," Yi replied with a smile. "Maybe my brother is missing me." Meanwhile, Zhang Yu explored the terrain around the Huban Hotel. The hotel's location was somewhat remote, situated at the end of East Street, by the lakeside. Jiang Yu struck a deal with the owner of a nearby farmhouse restaurant to reserve a table for the following noon. He ordered a total of 7 dishes, and the owner's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Comrade, with such an order, how many guests are you expecting tomorrow?" Jiang Yu chuckled. "Not many, just my mother and sister. You see, now that I've made some money, I want to treat them to something special, so make sure not to waste any." The owner gave Jiang Yu a thumbs up, recognizing him as a dutiful child. After leaving a deposit of 5 yuan, Jiang Yu departed. He had not considered which leaders he might meet the next day, but he had dealt with several in his past life, and they all shared a common trait. They were rather suspicious. As for the possibility of failing to make connections, that was not a scenario Jiang Yu entertained. Upon returning home, Lu Lian had already prepared lunch. Grandpa Deng, who had been called to meals daily by Yi, had come to accept their routine and leisurely took his seat at the table. Jiang Yu placed some food into Lu Lian's bowl, saying, "Mom, I won't be cooking at home tomorrow. Since Yi is on break, I'll take you out for a meal." "Out to eat?" Lu Lian was somewhat taken aback, questioning the motive behind the gesture. "It's nothing. I merely wish to treat you to a fine meal," came the response. Setting down her chopsticks, Lu Lian adopted a more solemn demeanor. "Yujia, I understand your intentions to be filial, but with the imminent opening of the store, expenditures must be curtailed. Every penny saved counts, so please refrain from unnecessary spending." As her circumstances improved, Lu Lian's character had also evolved. Once incapable of refusal and overly accommodating to others, she was now gradually developing her own perspective. Transitioning from frugality to extravagance is simple, yet the reverse is challenging. She felt that Jiang Yu had become somewhat complacent and required guidance. Jiang Yu offered a wry smile. He had initially been reluctant to share business matters with Lu Lian, but circumstances left him no choice but to divulge the animosities between himself and Xiong Xiuzhen. Tomorrow is Saturday, and Xiong Xiuzhen will be in the vicinity to see Li Jia. I thought that if I went out, I might avoid her. Jiang Yu ultimately refrained from informing Lu Lian about Li Jian's cautionary words, knowing her temperament would likely lead her to worry excessively, disrupting her peace of mind. Lu Lian was incensed, losing her appetite. How can such individuals exist in this city? I see Li Jia as a fine young woman, yet she is burdened with such a mother. It is truly unfortunate. Xiaolan must also be suffering. Jiang Yu hastily reassured Lu Lian, do not worry. I confronted her at the time, and Xiaolan was not distressed. With a sigh, Lu Lian conceded, very well, tomorrow we shall dine out. Despite her inner discontent, she recognized that, as ordinary citizens, they had little means to contend with the director of the woolen mill. Jiang Yu had achieved his objective and, with a smile, encouraged her to focus on the positive. Thanks to her, our family can still enjoy a meal out. Lu Lian's expression softened, and she hesitantly turned to the elderly Deng sitting nearby. Grandfather Deng, will you join us tomorrow? Deng grunted in response. Your son's filial piety is directed at you. What purpose do I serve? Jiang Yu, not looking up and casually chewing his food, added, Yi will be going as well. Deng's hand paused over his chopsticks as he shot Jiang Yu a glare, recognizing the cunning nature of the young man. Later that evening, Su Zhuang returned, dragging a cart. Having taken 300 items out, but only bringing back 50. Su Zhuang had made strides in sales. Next, he needed to refine his aesthetic sensibility. Jiang Yu instructed him to procure supplies independently that week and send a telegram to Zhu Huijin, requesting her assistance in monitoring the situation. The following day, Jiang Yu donned a suit and took the family to the restaurant, with grandfather Deng feigning a broken pot at home as an excuse to accompany them. Just as they arrived at the entrance of the restaurant, a car sped towards them. Upon seeing the individuals disembarking, Jiang Yu's spirits lifted. The leading middle-aged man was none other than Mr. Lu. Leadership, this is indeed the place, he remarked. Surrounded by a throng of admirers, Mr. Lu entered the Lakeview restaurant without noticing Jiang Yu, who couldn't help but grin, realizing that the chances of his initial plan succeeding had just increased significantly. Yujia, wasn't that Mr. Lu we encountered in Yangqing? During the meal, Lu Lian felt a flutter of anxiety in her heart and turned to Jiang Yu, inquiring, what kind of leader is he, and how do you know him? Jiang Yu shook his head, replying, it was Uncle Li who introduced us, but I am still unaware of his position. Uncle Li didn't even divulge his name, although old Master Deng remained silent. His keen ears and sharp eyes were attuned to the situation. Just by observing Jiang Yu's gaze directed across the table, he discerned the young man's ulterior motives. He sought to make the acquaintance of a leader. Old Master Deng leisurely savored his meat, fully aware of the surname L. Yet he saw no reason to share that knowledge with Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu, sensing the lack of advantage in revealing such information, took it in stride. Grandpa Deng, this is delicious. At that moment, Yi placed a piece of eel into old Master Deng's bowl. He paused, glancing up at Jiang Yu. Mr. L is named Lg Shua. I forget his exact title, but he was previously with the Municipal Public Security Bureau. He values integrity. A glimmer of realization sparked in Jiang Yu's eyes. Thank you, Grandpa Deng. His suspicions had proven correct. Old Master Deng, capable of managing a grand residence alone, surely possessed considerable skill. With a grunt, old Master Deng fell silent once more. Halfway through the meal, Jiang Yu pulled Yi aside. Yi, could you do your brother a favor? Do you see that uncle standing across from us? When the moment is right, would you slip into the restaurant? Brother, are you planning something mischievous? I assure you, I am not up to no good. There is someone inside whom I wish to meet. I simply have no other way to enter, so I must rely on you as my excuse. Jiang Yu crouched down, earnestly gazing into Yi's eyes. However, you must remember, lying is not a commendable trait. I find myself in a difficult position this time, but do not follow my example, all right? Yi nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling with excitement, feeling quite grown up due to Jiang Yu's manner of speaking. After sealing their agreement with a pinky promise, she dashed across the street, seizing the opportunity while the security guards were distracted and slipped inside. Jiang Yu kept a watchful eye on her. Upon seeing her success, he jubilantly clenched his fist and swiftly made his way to the entrance of the Lakeview restaurant. What do you want? You can't just enter here. The security guard blocked Jiang Yu's path, glaring at him with an angry frown. With urgency etched on his face, Jiang Yu pointed towards the interior. Gentlemen, my sister has gone inside. The guards turned to see Yi bouncing around the restaurant on her short legs, their faces instantly filled with alarm. Important figures were present today. How had this little girl managed to gain entry? Though tempted to pursue her, her small stature made her disappear in an instant. And with other children in the restaurant, how could they possibly identify who was who? Please, let me in to find my sister. I promise I won't disturb anyone inside, Jiang Yu pleaded. The guards hesitated. You cannot just enter here. Tears welled in Jiang Yu's eyes at their refusal. Blame me. For having earned a bit of money, I wish to bring my sister here to enjoy some fine dining. However, she just mentioned seeing someone who resembled our father, and she ran away. I should have told her that our father passed away the year she was born, yet I lacked the courage to do so. As I spoke, Jiang Yu found himself unsteady, muttering, blame me, blame me. The two security guards, witnessing his distress, felt a pang of sympathy. Ultimately, the fault lay with them. Had they been more vigilant, this young man would not be in such anguish. One of the guards sighed and approached Jiang Yu, patting him on the shoulder. Comrade, you may enter, but refrain from conversing with strangers and avoid the second floor. Just find your sister. Jiang Yu, filled with gratitude, bowed repeatedly to the guards, thanking them profusely. Once he entered, the two guards wiped away tears, acknowledging the young man's struggles. Upon entering the restaurant, Jiang Yu swiftly located Yi, taking her hand to prevent her from getting lost. He then observed the surroundings, dressed in a suit that allowed him to blend in seamlessly, unnoticed as an intruder. After 3 minutes of searching, he finally spotted Lu Zhixue on the second floor. A smile crept across Jiang Yu's face as he guided Yi towards him. At a table on the second floor, Lu Zhixue was engaged in conversation with others. He remarked, the development of Yangcheng is beyond our imagination. The influx of outsiders has significantly elevated the standard of living, far surpassing that of the mainland. Opposite him, Pan Bin adjusted his glasses with a grin and said, Old Lu, you visited Pingcheng this time. Why only mention Yangcheng? Do you believe Pingcheng's development pales in comparison? Jiang Yu was taken aback by the remark. The question was indeed insidious. It reflected a common suspicion among those in power. With a table full of listeners, how could Lu Zhixue respond? To express doubt about Pingcheng's special economic zone would imply a lack of faith in national policy, while asserting that Pingcheng would surpass Yangcheng could easily spark controversy. Indeed, Lu Zhixue's expression darkened. Pan Bin, however, continued to sip his tea with a smirk, urging, Old Lu, why the silence? The others at the table turned their gaze towards Lu Zhixue, eager to see how he would navigate this predicament. Yangcheng's profound heritage and prosperity were undoubtedly unmatched by the nascent Pingcheng, which was only established as a city in 1979. At this juncture, Jiang Yu stepped forward and stated, It is but a single phrase that resolves this conflict. Comparing Pingcheng, which was only founded in 1979, to Yangcheng, with its 2 millennia of history, is indeed unfair. Lu Zhixue's eyes brightened slightly as he turned to Jiang Yu, surprised to see him smiling in greeting. Pan Bin's expression soured. Who are you? I am addressing Director Lu. What gives you the right to interject? Jiang Yu then looked at Lu Zhixue and said, Mr. Lu, I still remember the guidance you offered me last time. May I speak on your behalf? Lu Zhixue was momentarily taken aback, but eventually nodded. Pan Bin scoffed, You are audacious. If you claim that Pingcheng cannot compare to Yangcheng now, what of the future? Which of the special zone and Yang City will flourish more in the future? Jiang Yu cast a profound glance at Pan Bin, recognizing him as a provocateur. There exists no debate regarding which city will fare better. Yang City boasts a rich historical and cultural heritage and places significant emphasis not only on economic advancement, but also on the enhancement of people's livelihoods, focusing on comprehensive strength. In contrast, the special zone was established with the intent of modernizing infrastructure, attracting foreign investment, and introducing technology, thereby enabling us to better adapt to the international market and ultimately expand our reach. Chapter 31. An Instant Connection? The cunning Zheng Hongye, the individuals at the dining table nodded in silent agreement, acknowledging that this young comrade had articulated the matter succinctly. Lu Zhixue sat in his seat, gazing intently at Jiang Yu. This was their third encounter. From the moment Jiang Yu introduced himself, El had sensed that this young man was exceptional, and he was pleasantly surprised by his insights into national affairs. With admiration in his eyes, El listened attentively to Jiang Yu's words. Yang City is not far from Pingcheng, and its current development has outpaced many other regions. With the guidance of the special zone in Pingcheng, Yang City is poised for even more rapid growth. Conversely, Yang City can also infuse fresh talent and valuable experience into Pengcheng. Jiang Yu smiled and turned to Pan Bin. Thus, I believe Yang City and Pengcheng are complementary cities, and our nation will not favor the development of just one city. What do you think? As soon as Jiang Yu finished speaking, applause erupted around him. Pan Bin's expression darkened. The young man's eloquence is impressive. He found it challenging to refute Jiang Yu's remarks. Any contradiction would risk placing a label of bias towards one city upon him. Jiang Yu replied with a smile, "It is not my eloquence. It is all thanks to Mr. L's teachings. When I heard them, it was like a revelation. Indeed, your humility is commendable. You embody the essence of self-effacing wisdom." The table remarked, casting appreciative glances at L. Jishua. L. Jishua chuckled, waving his hand. "All right, enough flattery lest I gain a few more pounds in appetite. As for you, Old Pan, your level of awareness still requires improvement." This elicited another round of laughter, although Pan Bin's expression remained dark as thunder. L. Jishua rose and patted Jiang Yu on the shoulder, leading him to the balcony. "Mr. L, I apologize for my abruptness. I hope I have not caused you any trouble," Jiang Yu said sincerely while seated across from L. Jishua. L. Jishua was momentarily taken aback, as he had expected Jiang Yu to seek his praise. Instead, he found himself amused by Jiang Yu's apology. "You are quite different from others. No need for concern. In fact, I owe you my gratitude for coming to my aid." L. Jishua smiled at Yi, who was seated nearby, before turning his gaze back to Jiang Yu. "Given your presence here, your family background must be quite impressive. Previously, I thought, as oldly described, that you were merely a small business operator." At this point, a look of embarrassment crossed Jiang Yu's face as he lowered his voice. "Uncle L, I must confess I made a mistake." L. Jishua was taken aback, not noticing Jiang Yu's subtle change in address. "What mistake?" Jiang Yu gently patted Yi's little head, exhaling a sigh as he said, "I took our family to dine across the street. My sister urgently needed the restroom and accidentally went the wrong way, so I followed her in. It seems that this place is not frequented by ordinary folks, and I dare not venture out carelessly. Please do not hold it against me." Lu Jishua, thinking it was a matter of great importance, chuckled and shook his head. "No worries, just follow me, and I shall escort you out." Jiang Yu's face brightened with surprise. "Thank you, Uncle Lu." Lu Jishua led Jiang Yu from the second floor to the first, exiting through the hall. Their conversation flowed merrily as Lu Jishua quizzed Jiang Yu on matters of policy development, to which Jiang Yu responded with remarkable clarity. The restaurant was filled with leaders, and they all stared wide-eyed as Lu Jishua personally escorted a young comrade out. Upon reaching the entrance, Lu Jishua called over his assistant, Yang Xiaolan, Xiaolan. "I found a kindred spirit in Comrade Jiang Yu. Please leave him your contact information." An assistant to a leader is often a close confidant, and Lu Jishua's willingness to share his number signified that Jiang Yu could seek his assistance in the future. However, if Jiang Yu acted unwisely, it remained uncertain how many times that number would be available to him. Although Lu Jishua did not reveal his identity, it was of little consequence, for they now had a means of contact. Jiang Yu, holding the note in his hand, couldn't help but smile. Once home, he would arrange for the installation of a landline. Clutching Jiang Yu's hand, gazed at him with admiration. "Brother, I couldn't understand what you said, but I think you are amazing." Jiang Yu squatted down and pinched Yi's little face. "Study hard. You will witness everything I spoke of today." Upon returning to the restaurant, Lu Lian and Old Master Deng had already finished their meal. Seeing Jiang Yu and Yi come back, Lu Lian hurriedly served them some dishes. "Where have you two been? You've taken so long. The food is cold. I need to ask the boss to reheat it." Jiang Yu handed the note to Lu Lian. "I just ran into Mr. Lu outside with Yi and had a chat. This is his contact information, Mom. Please keep it safe." This number was of utmost importance to Jiang Yu. He feared losing it if kept with himself, yet Lu Lian was someone he could trust completely. Upon hearing it was a leader's contact, Lu Lian's hands trembled slightly as she carefully folded the note and tucked it into her pocket. "I will make several copies for safekeeping." After Jiang Yu finished his meal and left, Yang Xiaolan walked into the restaurant and inquired of the owner, "When did that table in the corner arrive?" The owner, recalling Jiang Yu vividly, smiled. "That young comrade made a reservation yesterday, saying he wanted to treat his family to something special. Truly a dutiful child." Yang Xiaolan returned to the car and relayed the owner's words to Lu Jishua. The gathering was known to only a few, and Jiang Yu's presence yesterday seemed coincidental. Lu Zhishui set down the newspaper, his expression softening. It seems I have been overly suspicious. After escorting his family home, Jiang Yu contemplated bringing some food to his junior disciples, ordering several bowls of bone soup noodles from a roadside vendor. Meanwhile, Zhang Hongyi entered Jiang Yu's shop carrying 3 bowls of noodles, accompanied by a man clad in a crisp cotton shirt. "Come, my dear brothers, I've brought you lunch," Zhang Hongyi cheerfully called out. "Zhang, you have come again, haven't you?" Peng Shuo wiped the sweat from his brow with his sleeve and called to the 2 upstairs. "Come down. Zhang has brought us food again." "Thank you, Zhang." "Thank you, Zhang." The 2 upstairs immediately washed their hands and descended, taking their seats at the table to begin their meal. Peng Shuo looked at his 2 junior brothers and expressed his gratitude to Zhang Hongya. "Zhang, you have been so kind to bring us food during this time. It truly is a bother for you." Zhang Hongya feigned displeasure. "What are you saying? I share a bond with Jiang Yu as brothers, and naturally, I must lend my humble support to his establishment." After saying this, Zhang Hongya glanced around, admiration gleaming in his eyes. "Brother Jiang truly has a wonderful idea. This chandelier is an excellent addition." He gestured subtly to the man beside him, who nodded and began to wander silently through the shop. Peng Shuo felt a surge of joy. It was their first encounter with such a design. Initially apprehensive, they were now increasingly amazed as their work progressed. It seemed that in another month, they would have it completed. Zhang Hongya smiled. "Indeed, from my very first day here to today, the transformation of the shop has been remarkable. It stirs my curiosity. May I see the complete design to satisfy my intrigue?" Chapter 32. Something happened to old Master Deng. A look of embarrassment crossed Peng Shuo's face. "Zhang, our senior brother mentioned that the design plans can only be shared with internal members. However, you are no outsider. Should I ask him when he returns?" A fleeting coldness flickered in Zhang Hongya's eyes, but was quickly concealed as he burst into laughter. "Peng Laudi, I was merely jesting. Your senior brother is indeed correct. Such things should not be divulged casually." Peng Shuo then sighed in relief, chuckling sheepishly. "By the way, please write down your shop's name for me. I forgot what Brother Jiang mentioned earlier, and I need to promote you." "No problem at all." Peng Shuo thumped his chest and took out a piece of paper to write. Though he struggled with spelling, he managed to write the characters for Ilian. Zhang Hongya glanced at the writing and slapped his forehead in realization, chuckling. "Ah, indeed, I am getting old and forgetful. Yes, it is Ilian." The smile on Zhang Hongya's face deepened as he spoke the name. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he departed with his companion. As soon as they stepped out of the shop, Zhang Hongya's expression darkened. "Have you all taken note? Remember everything, although the shop's structure differs. Minor modifications should pose no issue. Organize the details upon returning, and then come back. The shop's name has been decided, Ilian." A smile curled at the corners of Zhang Hongya's mouth. When he left Kyoto, he had already wagered with the old man that he would carve out a career in Su Province. He had noticed Jiang Yu's clothing stall on West Street, and it was this discovery that inspired him to enter the fashion industry. He had considered taking over a shop and inviting Jiang Yu to work, but unexpectedly, Jiang Yu had acquired the very shop he intended to take, thus becoming his competitor. Zhang Hongya cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Yu's establishment, a mere boy. Yet he thinks he can compete with me. He should mourn his ambition. As Jiang Yu arrived near the shop, bearing 2 bowls of rich bone soup noodles, he caught sight of Zhang Hongya departing, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. Upon entering the establishment, he found Peng Shuo and the others just finishing their meal, their expressions brightening as they respectfully greeted him. "Boss Jiang." Placing the bags on the table, Jiang Yu inquired, "Was that Zhang Hongya who just left?" "Indeed," Peng Shuo replied with a smile. "Brother Zhang has been periodically bringing us meals these days, all thanks to your goodwill." "Thanks to my goodwill?" Jiang Yu's demeanor turned serious, his voice rising. "Tell me everything he has done during his visits. Leave nothing out." Typically gentle, Jiang Yu's sudden intensity startled Peng Shuo. "Brother Zhang came to deliver food, check on the renovation progress, and inquire about our future plans," Peng Shuo hurriedly explained. The other 2 also detailed Zhang Hongya's words and actions, leaving Jiang Yu with a chilling expression. It appeared that Zhang Hongya had scrutinized the shop's renovations under the guise of delivering meals, while his accomplices documented the design details. Such a cunning scheme. With a cold smile, Jiang Yu surmised Zhang Hongya's intentions. Was he attempting to pilfer his achievements? It wouldn't be that simple. He retrieved paper and pencil to sketch a new design, roughly mirroring his shop's layout, but omitting the design for the shutters and outlets. Instead, he added a hollowed ceiling, pink night lights for the evening, and a large glass mirror on the wall, clearly indicating that it must be affixed tightly to the surface. Jiang Yu handed the design to Peng Shuo, instructing, if Zhang Hongye returns, place this drawing on the table for him to discover. Additionally, find a moment to inform him that our design has received international acclaim and will be flawless. Recognizing Jiang Yu's stern demeanor, Peng Shuo sensed the gravity of the situation, guilt washing over his face. Understood, boss. After he leaves, we will close up for renovations. It was my oversight. Jiang Yu said little more, setting down his bags and turning to leave. He was not one to overlook transgressions. Even if Peng Shuo and the others had been deceived, they had nonetheless compromised the shop's confidential information. If he continued to be lenient now, such incidents would undoubtedly recur. By the time he reached the street corner on his way home, it was already 6 in the evening, and the streets were deserted as Jiang Yu walked alone. Suddenly, he heard rustling sounds behind him. Turning back, he saw no one, yet the noise persisted as he continued walking. A chill ran down his spine. Could he be haunted in broad daylight? He quickened his pace and ducked into a nearby alley. Leaning against the wall, he observed as a woman, adorned with a wide-brimmed straw hat, emerged from a corner, her features obscured by the shadow of her hat. As her footsteps approached, Jiang Yu swiftly stepped out and grasped her arm. What do you want by following me? The woman was clearly startled, leaning forward abruptly, one hand pressing against Jiang Yu's chest. Jiang Yu, it's me. Upon hearing her voice, Jiang Yu released his grip, surprised. Why have you been following me stealthily? Li Jia withdrew her hand, her heart racing, having come too close to Jiang Yu during that sudden lean. I wasn't. I was just going home. You're heading home in this direction? Jiang Yu furrowed his brow. Are you looking for me? Li Jia removed her hat, lowering her head. My mother knows you live nearby, so I was watching over you, afraid she might cause you trouble. Jiang Yu couldn't help but chuckle, instinctively ruffling Li Jia's hair. How can there be such a foolish girl like you? Li Jia's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. I'm not foolish. I have time during the day to visit my mother, and then I can come back to keep an eye on you at night. So she won't have time to bother you. Jiang Yu found her naivety rather amusing. This 20-year-old girl was far too innocent. If Xiaolan truly wished to create trouble, would she require a personal appearance? There was no need for such hardship. He could handle it himself. Li Jia lowered her head in silence, yet tears began to fall uncontrollably. Jiang Yu was taken aback by her sudden tears, feeling somewhat helpless. Why are you crying? Did I say something wrong? Li Jia shook her head vigorously, wiping her tears. Jiang Yu, you are truly wonderful. I keep causing you trouble, yet you never blame me. If anything were to happen to you, I would do everything in my power to help you. After uttering those words, Li Jia turned and ran away. Jiang Yu sighed. What a lovely girl she was, unfortunate to have such a mother. Just as he reached home, Yi came running, tears streaming down her face. Brother, Grandpa Dang is lying in bed and won't he wake up no matter how much I call him. Chapter 33. This is my grandson. Won't he wake up? Wasn't he fine in the morning? Jiang Yu felt a surge of panic and rushed towards Grandpa Dang's house. The door was locked, but through the window, he saw Grandpa Dang lying in bed, unresponsive. He called out several times with no reply before forcefully kicking the door open. Brother, what happened to Grandpa Dang? Yi's tears flowed freely. Children may not grasp many things, but they certainly recognize kindness. Grandpa Dang, despite his gruff exterior, would occasionally bring her hawthorn cakes and stuffed dolls, and Yi genuinely regarded him as her own grandfather. Jiang Yu checked Grandpa Dang's pulse and was relieved to find he was still breathing. Yi, don't worry, I'll take Grandpa Dang to the hospital right away. Jiang Yu scooped up Grandpa Dang and hailed a taxi, with Yi climbing in beside him, holding tightly onto Grandpa Dang's hand, suppressing her tears. Fortunately, their residence was not far from the hospital. Upon arriving, Jiang Yu rushed inside, calling out, Doctor, please come help. Yi echoed his plea. The on-duty doctor and nurses rushed out, quickly recognizing the urgency of the situation. Without discussing payment, they immediately took Grandpa Dang into the emergency room. About half an hour later, a nurse stormed out, angrily addressing Jiang Yu. This is your grandfather, I assent it? How could you not know he has high blood pressure? How could one continue to consume pig liver and drink chicken soup, oblivious to dietary restrictions? Hypertension? Jiang Yu was taken aback. A gentleman he knew in his previous life succumbed to hypertension before reaching 60. Grandpa Dang, who appeared quite spirited and was not overweight, turned out to be a patient of high blood pressure. I apologize, we are his neighbors, and we only just learned of this matter today. Please inform us of all precautions, and I shall certainly remind him in the future. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's words, the nurse's expression softened considerably, and she escorted him to settle the medical fees. Yi clutched Jiang Yu's hand. Brother, Grandpa Deng will be all right. He will be fine. The angel in white is here, he reassured her. After an hour of anxious waiting, the emergency treatment concluded, and the doctor informed Jiang Yu that the elderly gentleman would need to be hospitalized for a few days, having been administered anesthesia, and would not awaken until the following day. Concerned that Grandpa Deng would be alone in the hospital without care, Jiang Yu returned Yi home, then borrowed a small stool to sit beside the hospital bed, keeping vigil. Although their initial acquaintance had been for ulterior motives, the bond forged over these days was genuine. Jiang Yu remained by Grandpa Deng's side throughout the night, his eyes never closing. At last, as morning dawned, exhaustion overcame him and he succumbed to sleep. By 11 o'clock, Grandpa Deng awoke, glancing at the slumbering Jiang Yu with a hint of surprise. A neighboring patient looked on enviously. You are indeed fortunate. Your grandson has kept watch over you all night, and just now fell asleep. Grandpa Deng, rarely showing such emotion, managed a slight smile. Indeed, my grandson is quite filial. Grandpa Deng, you are awake. At that moment, Lu Yin entered the room with Yi in tow. Upon seeing that Grandpa Deng had awakened, Yi rushed forward to embrace his arm, tears of joy welling in her eyes. Lu Yin approached with a lunchbox. Forgive me, I was unaware of your hypertension. Today, I prepared eggplant and bitter melon. I hope you do not find the meal too bland. As Lu Yin's voice droned on, Jiang Yu slowly opened his eyes. Realizing Grandpa Deng was awake, he quickly wiped his face and stood. It's good that you are awake. I will inquire with the doctor. Mother, let us refrain from allowing Grandpa Deng to eat for now. Surrounded by this family, Grandpa Deng felt an indescribable warmth within. Those who previously sought his favor had only been after his inheritance, yet Jiang Yu's family seemed different. With Lu Yin keeping watch, Jiang Yu finally returned home for some rest, planning to return later for the evening shift. The elderly gentleman, having maintained his fitness regimen, was discharged after 3 days. Zhang Xiaolan and Su Zhuang returned with supplies, including various materials needed for renovation, and were taken aback upon learning of the events. Zhang Xiaolan exclaimed, from now on, I must closely monitor Grandpa Deng's medication and diet. Su Zhuang, mimicking Jiang Yu, laid out the newly acquired designs on the floor. The designs you wanted have been taken to Sister Zhu for development. Each piece of clothing brought back bears a trademark. And I procured 300 pairs of leggings as per your instructions. Jiang Yu examined the labels on the trousers, nodding in approval. Zhu Huijin truly lived up to her reputation as a formidable figure. Everything he had mentioned, she had managed to have designed with remarkable accuracy. In the future, he would undoubtedly seek to recruit Zhu Huijin, for her supply channels alone were enough to ignite his envy. The renovation is now progressing smoothly. It is July 28th, and Peng Shuo has assured that the installation will be completed before September. Su Zhuang's eyes lit up. So we can open in September? Or should we wait until National Day? Jiang Yu shook his head, stating that the paint odor would take a month to dissipate. In this era, latex paint has not yet been invented, and the smell of paint is extremely pungent. Opening the business without allowing the odor to air out would leave a lingering scent on our clothes. However, it won't be long now. We are just waiting for the business license to arrive in a few days. After being reminded by Li Jian, Jiang Yu promptly submitted the necessary materials for the business license and even bought a colorful butterfly to help establish connections. This time, they directly procured clothing worth 10,000. Even more than before. With many upcoming tasks to attend to, Jiang Yu decided to set up stalls separately with Su Zhuang, seizing the opportunity to accumulate more funds during this period. The clothing was simply too abundant, and Lu Yin, after some hesitation, also offered to assist Jiang Yu in selling goods. Jiang Yu wholeheartedly supported her idea, teaching her a few catchy phrases to shout, and sent her to set up a stall beside the pharmaceutical factory. This location would attract customers with financial means, and there would be security present, ensuring safety. Meanwhile, Zhang Hongya quietly observed Peng Shuo and his companions squatting aside, stealthily tucking half of the design blueprint into his pocket before departing. Peng Shuo paused, holding his chopsticks, and instructed his 2 junior disciples, we will close the shop for renovations. Zhang Hongya turned a corner and entered another store, handing the renovation plans to the foreman of the bricklayers. Follow this design. It must be completed before October 1st. The foreman appeared troubled. Many materials on this list are unavailable in the market. We just began the renovations not long ago. It will take at least a week to prepare this batch of materials. Completing it before October 1st is rather challenging. Zhang Hongya had only acquired this store a week ago, frequently running to Jiang Yu's place to monitor the renovation progress while also needing to adjust according to his own store's layout. The walls were yet to be finished. Zhang Hongya pulled out a thick wad of cash from his bag and tossed it onto the table. Add 300 as your overtime pay. If you lack workers, find more. The foreman swallowed hard at the sight of the money, sliding it into his pocket. Boss Zhang, rest assured, we will complete it on time. Jiang Yu, the promotion for my new store will rely entirely on you, Zhang Hongya said, rising and tucking his bag under his arm, ready to leave. A young worker who had been quietly listening to the conversation between the foreman and Zhang Hongya suddenly perked up at the mention of Jiang Yu's name. Chapter 34. Disturbance at the stall. He hurriedly stepped forward to block Zhang Hongya's path. Boss, is the Jiang Yu you mentioned the tall and slender fellow who looks quite handsome? Zhang Hongya, initially displeased at being interrupted by a painter, replied, yes. He appears to be in his 20s, tall and slender, selling clothes. That's him. The painter's fists clenched tightly, his expression turning menacing. He was none other than Guqi, the vendor who had previously sought Zhu San to collect protection fees from Jiang Yu. Not only did Zhu San fail to collect the fees, but he also lost some money in the process. Unable to locate Jiang Yu, he had come to settle the score with him, resulting in a beating and the loss of the money he had on hand. Short on funds and too intimidated to set up his stall again, he reluctantly returned to his former trade as a painter. Little did he know that Jiang Yu, the very person who had caused him such distress, had actually prospered. Zhang Hongya observed Guqi, trembling with rage, and felt a surge of curiosity. What is this? Do you have a grudge against him? A grudge? It's more than that. He nearly ruined me. Guqi seethed, recounting the events that had transpired to Zhang Hongya in a torrent of words. Zhang Hongya stroked his chin, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes as he produced 20 yuan and handed it to Guqi. Go. Inform Zhu San that Jiang Yu typically sets up his stall at the South Street entrance. Guqi accepted the money, a fierce glint igniting in his gaze. As fate would have it, Jiang Yu was indeed at the South Street today, and the customers who had previously missed out on the leggings flocked back. Eager to snatch them up, a young woman handed over her money, saying, the leggings you sold before matched every outfit perfectly, kept me warm, and were convenient for wearing with socks. Please, bring me another pair. As Jiang Yu retrieved the leggings, he showcased the brand label at the pant leg for everyone to see. Be sure to recognize this logo. The series of numbers are specially designed. As long as you purchase from the official Ilian store, you can be assured of authenticity. If you're ever uncertain, feel free to inquire at the front desk. Those who received the pants gazed at the string of English letters on the label, their eyes sparkling with delight. Truly international quality. Among the women present, many had become ardent fans of Jiang Yu. They would buy from no other stall, drawn by the innovative designs, reasonable prices, and his appealing looks. Who wouldn't he want to shop from him? Jiang Yu warmly attended to each customer, having only consumed 2 steamed buns for lunch. By the afternoon, his stomach was growling with hunger. Just as he pondered where to find a meal, Xiaolan approached with a lunchbox in hand. Jiang Yu, this is a meal Grandpa Deng asked me to bring you. Jiang Yu was momentarily taken aback. Had the old man changed his demeanor? He opened the lunchbox to find not only a meal, but also 3 large buns. Smiling at the thought of the old fellow, he sat on a small stool to eat. How is Grandpa Deng feeling today? He inquired, chewing on a bun. Xiaolan, seated beside him, chuckled. He made these buns himself. His spirits are quite good. After this illness, he seems much improved. He is still a bit grumpy, but at least he listens more. Jiang Yu nodded with a smile and took another bun, his hunger genuine and pressing. Suddenly, a loud voice echoed from afar. We finally caught up with you. A group of unruly individuals swaggered menacingly towards Jiang Yu's stall. Leading them was Zhu San, clad in a floral shirt. Jiang Yu's expression darkened. He hadn't anticipated encountering this group. He leisurely finished his bun, dusted off his hands, and stood up. Is that you, Brother San? Long time no see. Long time no see, my foot, shouted the man beside Zhu San, kicking over the stool in front of the stall. You dared to mess with us last time. Today, I'm going to teach you a lesson. Xiaolan rose, narrowing her eyes as she stepped behind Jiang Yu. What is going on? Do you need me to intervene? Jiang Yu shook his head and lowered his voice. This was a bustling area, and acting recklessly would attract the patrolling police. Zhu San maintained a stern expression. You little cur, what enthusiasm you possess, whispering to a woman. Speak. How shall we resolve the matter from last time? Jiang Yu chuckled softly. Third brother. I was merely careless due to inebriation last time. I certainly did not intend to deceive you. After I sobered up, I rushed back, only to find that you had all left and settled the accounts, leaving me with no recourse. Enough of your nonsense. Ma Zi erupted, stepping forward to seize Jiang Yu by the collar. Do you truly think us fools? If you were careless, would you have remembered to take your bag? Even changing locations to set up shop. Third brother, today we must teach this brat a lesson about the rules. Zhu San pulled out a cigarette, lighting it with an air of authority, and waved his hand decisively. Smash him. Let us see who dares to move. If you don't scram, don't blame me for being rude. Zhang Xiaolan could no longer contain herself. She forcefully removed Ma Zi's grip and coldly positioned herself in front of Jiang Yu. You filthy scoundrel. Ma Zi cursed while attempting to advance. However, Zhu San halted him with an outstretched hand. Wait. Third brother, confused, glanced back at Zhu San, who was staring at Zhang Xiaolan, utterly captivated. This young lady was simply too enchanting. Her figure, her eyes, even her fierce expression was strikingly beautiful. Zhu San tugged at his flamboyant shirt, hands shoved in his pockets as he looked at Jiang Yu. You've struck gold. Having such a stunning beauty come to your aid. The girl who accompanied you last time was so swiftly discarded? You truly are a wretched creature. Jiang Yu frowned. Mind your words. Be cautious of your tone. Cautious. Zhu San scoffed. The word does not exist in my vocabulary. You dared to play me last time. Today, I will ensure your downfall. Unless, he shifted his gaze to Zhang Xiaolan, greedily appraising her from head to toe. Unless you permit this young lady to join me for a couple of drinks and some fun, then I shall let this matter slide. Upon hearing this, Ma Zi and the others erupted into laughter, some even whistling and jeering. Zhang Xiaolan's face flushed with anger, her fists clenched, ready to strike Zhu San. But Jiang Yu stepped forward first, grabbing Zhu San by the collar. You miserable wretch. Have you come here after eating dung? Your mouth reeks of filth. What is the matter? I gave you face, and you think to play me? According to the rules, if you have the guts, let us take this to the alley. Without a doubt, Jiang Yu's insults were remarkably sharp, leaving Zhu San momentarily stunned, his lackeys equally bewildered. Once they recovered, Zhu San's face turned crimson with rage, his chest heaving. Wretched creature, you brought this upon yourself. Come here. With Zhu San's command, Ma Zi and the others all closed in on Jiang Yu, glaring menacingly as they began to drag him toward a narrow alley, with Zhang Xiaolan following closely. Jiang Yu glanced at her. Xiaolan, don't worry about this spot. You can unleash your skills. The phrase unleash your skills made Zhang Xiaolan smile involuntarily, and this smile only further enchanted Zhu San. Jiang Yu observed the drooling Zhu San and his companions, shaking his head. These individuals had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. Zhu San wiped the corner of his mouth, instructing his subordinates, handle him. Today, I intend to take this beauty home. Chapter 35. The origin of scams. In a swift motion, Zhang Xiaolan unleashed a punch from her left hand, leaping forward with a bow stance to deliver a powerful kick that sent Zhu San flying several meters backward. The sound echoed as Ma Zi and his companions stood in shock, their eyes wide as they watched Zhu San arc gracefully through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. Jiang Yu, taken aback, couldn't help but applaud. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Dazed from the impact, Zhu San clutched his abdomen and shouted vehemently, Damn it, everyone, get over here. Take down this fierce tigress first. No face strikes. Today, I must drag this wretched woman home. Ma Zi, regaining his composure, spat on the ground and exclaimed, You wretched woman, why do you insist on defending this scoundrel? How dare you ambush Brother San? I'll make you pay. The group charged at Zhang Xiaolan, who, having trained in martial arts since childhood, stood her ground, raising her fists to engage them in combat. Zhu San, with a scowl, rose from the ground and yelled, Hit her hard. Attack when I'm not paying attention. I refuse to believe that four of us can't handle one woman. At this moment, Jiang Yu lounged leisurely against the bed, overhearing Zhu San's words. He spoke slowly. Let me remind you. The woman you speak of comes from a martial arts family and has been training since she was young. What did you say? Zhu San, incredulous, turned to Jiang Yu, unable to believe his ears. Jiang Yu, unfazed, gestured forward with his chin. Look. With a sweeping kick from Zhang Xiaolan. Even the last of Ma Zi's struggling crew was sent sprawling to the ground, each one of them howling in dismay. Zhang Xiaolan stood up, dusting off her hands, and remarked with a frown, With such limited skills, how dare you come to collect protection fees? Your flashy moves hardly qualify as martial arts. Zhu Xin stood there, dumbfounded. As Jiang Yu approached and slapped his face gently, still want to fight? No more fighting, no more. Zhu Xin shook his head vigorously, fear evident in his eyes. Jiang Yu rummaged through Zhu San's pocket, producing a large bill and holding it between his fingers. You wasted my time, so consider this your payment. With that, he exchanged a glance with Zhang Xiaolan, and the two departed together. After their departure, Zhu San looked at his sprawled subordinates on the ground, terror creeping into his heart. As a collector of protection fees, he had now been robbed. Who could he turn to for justice? Damn it, Gucci, you scoundrel, you've caused me trouble. Zhu San clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. He knew he could not hold Jiang Yu accountable for this loss. It would have to be settled with Gucci. Upon returning to their stall, Jiang Yu gave Zhang Xiaolan a thumbs up. Xiaolan, your skills truly opened my eyes. Having not visited the martial arts school for a while, Zhang Xiaolan was exhilarated from practicing her skills. Proudly lifting her head in response to Jiang Yu's compliment, she declared, of course. No one in the school can match me except for the elder brother. Jiang Yu and Zhang Xiaolan sat closely together on a small stool, with Jiang Yu leaning forward, engrossed in their conversation. As Zhang Xiaolan lifted her head to turn, the distance between them diminished, so close that their lips were nearly touching. The sudden proximity left both of them momentarily stunned. At this distance, Jiang Yu could even sense the warmth of Zhang Xiaolan's breath, which carried a sweet fragrance. And her lips appeared remarkably soft upon closer inspection. Hey, are there still any leggings left? At that moment, a female customer approached the stall and called out. The two of them snapped back to reality, quickly turning their heads away. Zhang Xiaolan's face flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple, her heart racing like a startled deer. Jiang Yu, on the other hand, endeavored to present a serious demeanor as he promoted the clothing to the customer. Despite having lived 2 lives, he was not the kind of sage who remained unperturbed had the customer not arrived. He was uncertain whether he would have dared to kiss her. By 6 in the evening, the clothes at the stall were finally sold out. Jiang Yu took out 100 yuan and handed it to Zhang Xiaolan. Xiaolan, this is your pay for today. Go on, head home. Zhang Xiaolan, being quite magnanimous, chose not to dwell on the earlier incident. She placed the money into her bag and replied with a smile, you go back first. I need to send some money to my mom. Dad's hospital fees need to be settled. How much longer does your uncle need to stay in the hospital? If you're short on funds, I can. Before Jiang Yu could finish his sentence, Zhang Xiaolan waved him off and hurried away. Jiang Yu couldn't help but chuckle. She was still as stubborn as ever. Upon returning home, Lu Lian and Su Zhuang also arrived, dragging their goods along. Su Zhuang had taken 300 items and was left with 50, which Jiang Yu had anticipated. However, he was taken aback to learn that Lu Lian had taken 200 items and also returned with just 50. Wow, you're incredible. To sell so successfully on the first day? Jiang Yu exclaimed in admiration. Lu Lian grinned widely. It's all about the location you chose. Those folks over there aren't short on cash. Plus, the lessons I followed with Xiao Su proved to be quite beneficial. The three of them gathered around the table to tally their earnings. Without considering the initial costs, Jiang Yu had made 3,800 yuan, Lu Lian earned 1,900, and Su Zhuang made 2,500. In just one day, they had amassed nearly 10,000 yuan. Lu Lian stared at the pile of money on the table, her hands trembling with excitement. 10,000 in a day. This money comes too quickly. Jiang Yu chuckled. In this era, being a 10,000 yuan household was an unattainable dream for many. Yet, if they dared to take that step forward and were willing to dream and act, earning 10,000 was entirely feasible. In this age, even pigs could fly. Why should people not be able to soar? Lu Lian became addicted to making money and decided to set up her stall independently for a few days. Jiang Yu, feeling reassured, set off with Su Zhuang towards Yangqing. This time, his primary purpose was not to procure goods, but to finalize the new inventory needed for the opening day with Zhu Huijin. The train station was bustling with chaos. Jiang Yu typically dressed in old clothes for his trips here, believing that discretion was always wise. However, upon disembarking from the train, he was immediately targeted by a group of individuals. The leader was a wiry man with a sharp face, known as Alay. Brother, care for a rickshaw ride? It's cheap. Alay approached with a broad grin. Jiang Yu waved his hand dismissively. I'm just nearby. I can walk there. Why walk when you can save your energy? I'll give you a free ride wherever you need to go. No matter how Jiang Yu refused, Alay persisted, calling over his companions to surround him. Didn't you hear Yuga say he is not taking a ride? Do not provoke further, or I shall be unyielding. Su Zhuang's voice, thick with the accent of Yancheng, carried an air of intimidation. However, Rei remained undaunted, pushing Su Zhuang away with impatience. What business is it of yours? We are not taking you. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Zhuang executed a shoulder throw, sending Rei crashing to the ground. Rei let out a cry, then fell silent, his eyes closing as he lay still. His companions, realizing what had transpired, quickly surrounded Su Zhuang. You've harmed our brother Lei. Compensate us. Su Zhuang furrowed his brow. I barely exerted myself. How could he suddenly faint? Unconcerned, Rei's companions clamored for compensation, calling out to the crowd. The train station, already bustling with people, became a scene of chaos as bystanders gathered, drawn to the lamentations of Rei's friends, who accused Su Zhuang, some even suggesting calling the police. Su Zhuang grew anxious. Yugu, I acted impulsively. I did not anticipate he would be so fragile. It seems I shall have to visit the station today. Jiang Yu regarded Rei, who lay motionless on the ground, his eyelashes still fluttering. He marveled at the fact that the art of deception had existed even at this moment. He patted Su Zhuang's shoulder reassuringly. Do not worry, I will ensure his recovery. Chapter 36, a precise intervention. With that, Jiang Yu adopted an urgent demeanor, raising his voice to the crowd. Please, everyone, disperse and allow the patient some air. Is there anyone here with a sewing kit? I am a doctor, and it is imperative that we attend to this comrade swiftly. His words prompted the crowd to part, and an elderly woman rummaged through her bag, producing a sewing kit for Jiang Yu. Here you go, young man. Jiang Yu retrieved a needle from the kit and approached Rei, causing his companions to panic and rush to intercept him. What are you doing? They exclaimed. I am attending to this comrade, Jiang Yu replied confidently. He has been unconscious for a while, and the hospital is some distance away. Have no fear. I am experienced. I can handle individuals like him with precision. Absolutely not. Who does not know you are in league with the assailant? What if you injure our brother Lei further? Rei's companions protested vehemently. You are insulting my integrity as a physician. Jiang Yu's voice rose, laced with indignation. I studied medicine to save lives, not to deceive or harm. He straightened, addressing the onlookers. I assure you all, I harbor no ill intentions. Should I fail to treat this young man properly, I will willingly turn myself into the authorities. I implore you to bear witness to my commitment. He bowed deeply to the crowd. This display moved many in the assembly to tears. Such was the compassion of a healer. Yet, Rei's companions persisted in obstructing Jiang Yu, knowing Rei had not truly fainted, fearing that treatment would expose the ruse. The crowd, unable to bear the sight any longer, urged them to step aside. Let the young man do his job. He has given his word. Do not delay the necessary treatment. Su Zhuang stepped forward, seizing the two dissenters and tossing them aside with authority. I have assured you there is a way to help. Do you not wish to see this comrade treated? Rei's companions attempted to advance again, but were met with a spontaneous blockade from the crowd. With obstacles removed, Jiang Yu approached Lei, kneeling beside him while the needle's tip lightly grazed Lei's hand. Lying on the ground, Lei's eyelids trembled violently, inwardly cursing his fate. He was merely feigning unconsciousness, but now he pondered whether it would be better to awaken or remain unresponsive. With so many witnesses surrounding him, if he suddenly regained consciousness, it would reveal his deceit. Conversely, if he chose to remain still and the needle were to pierce his skin, the pain would be unbearable. As Lei wrestled with his dilemma, Jiang Yu grasped his hand and swiftly inserted the needle into his index finger. A piercing scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig resonated through the air, causing Lei to spring up from the ground. The crowd stood in shock. After all this time, a single needle had brought him back to life? Jiang Yu patted Lei's shoulder and inquired, My young friend, do you feel any discomfort? Lei rolled his eyes, cradling his finger and wailing, What have you done to me? Why does my head hurt so much? You must take me to the hospital. You are responsible for this. Headache aside, why was he clutching his fingers so dramatically? Su Zhuang scoffed, still oblivious to Lei's ruse, perceiving him as nothing but a fool. The gazes of the surrounding crowd turned skeptical towards Lei. At that moment, a passerby recognized Lei and pointed him out, exclaiming, I remember this man. He pretended to suffer from heat stroke while riding in his rickshaw just minutes after I got in an attempt to swindle my money. Upon hearing this, Lei ceased his cries and angrily shouted at the accuser, Shut your mouth. Who's trying to swindle anyone? Defamation could land you in jail. Jiang Yu toyed with the silver needle in his hand and suggested, "Shall we visit the police station to discuss this matter? If you faint on the way, I can always give you a few more injections." As soon as Jiang Yu finished speaking, Su Zhuang stepped forward and lifted a lei off the ground, declaring, "Let us go to the police station and seek justice." A lei and his companions were filled with trepidation. Their pasts were riddled with troubles, and no one dared to approach the police station. A lei exchanged a glance with his comrades, suddenly breaking free from Su Zhuang's grip, and together they fled in haste. Su Zhuang attempted to pursue them, but Jiang Yu halted him, saying, "Forget it. We don't want to chase them back to their lair. Besides, it's getting late. Next time we encounter them, I'll gather my brothers from the martial arts school and eradicate their entire gang." Su Zhuang vowed fiercely. As the crowd dispersed, Jiang Yu and Su Zhuang made their way to a nearby and close to the train station to secure accommodations. Jiang Yu intended to wait for Zhu Huijin to finalize the designs, so he booked several days in advance. Meanwhile, downstairs in the inn, Alei and his companions stood with ominous expressions, casting wary glances at the upper floors. Following this individual seemed like an opportunity too lucrative to ignore. After settling their luggage, Su Zhuang returned to the martial arts school, while Jiang Yu ventured alone to Zhu Huijin's stall. Today, her booth appeared more desolate than usual. Despite the garments on display being more exquisite than ever, potential buyers disregarded her, opting instead to fill their bags at the cheaper stalls nearby. "Sister Zhu, long time no see. You look more radiant than ever," Jiang Yu greeted warmly. As the two had become familiar over time through repeated transactions, Zhu Huijin did not mind the occasional banter. Zhu Huijin was engrossed in a magazine when she heard a sound. Raising her head, she burst into laughter and exclaimed, "Have you eaten honey today? Come and take a look. I have made the overalls you mentioned last time. Do they meet your standards?" As she spoke, she retrieved a plastic bag and handed the overalls to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu's eyes lit up as he observed the garment, noting the brand label on the back and the pockets on the front. Unlike the current loose-fitting work overalls, this design featured tapered legs, with 4 buttons added at the top to accentuate one's figure. "Sister Zhu, you truly are the most skilled seamstress I have ever encountered. Your work is exactly as I envisioned," Jiang Yu remarked in admiration. Zhu Huijin had crafted the overalls in 4 different colors, each version pleasing to Jiang Yu, who subsequently agreed that the overalls would be exclusively sold by Zhu Huijin's shop. Naturally, she consented, even going so far as to draft a written agreement with Jiang Yu. Handing him the document, Zhu Huijin assured him, "Rest assured, stealing someone's design is akin to stealing a child. I would never do such a thing. Besides, apart from you, I have very few customers." Jiang Yu tucked the agreement into his pocket, his expression wavering. "Sister Zhu, have you ever considered becoming my partner?" Zhu Huijin paused, taken aback. "What do you mean by partner? Although I currently only have one shop, I certainly plan to expand nationwide. If you are willing to be my partner, I can offer you a 5% share. I would provide the designs, and we could source directly from your factory." Jiang Yu understood that someone like Zhu Huijin, capable of swiftly producing samples and garments, surely had a factory behind her. His previous hesitation stemmed from her being only 28 and still at the nascent stage of her career. He questioned whether her business acumen had matured at this point. However, he was genuinely attracted to the clothing factory Zhu Huijin had access to, recognizing that sourcing directly from the manufacturer would yield lower prices and eliminate concerns about stock shortages. If he relied on Zhu Huijin for supplies, what would happen if she relocated and he could no longer reach her? After hearing Jiang Yu's words, Zhu Huijin fell silent. After a long pause, she finally spoke. "If it were just me, I would certainly be willing to partner with you, but I am currently entangled in troubles, and partnering with me would only bring you harm." Chapter 37. The female mogul of the streets. Jiang Yu was momentarily taken aback, wanting to inquire further. But Zhu Huijin was unwilling to share more, so he refrained from pressing. He presented her with several design sketches, including modern blazers, foundational dresses, and even a bold attempt at modern best friend outfits and couple attire. Jiang Yu dared to request only 10 pieces of the couple attire, as the young couples of this era remained rather conservative, and the number of universities in Su province was still limited. Understanding the market was crucial for sales. Holding the design sketches created by Jiang Yu, Zhu Huijin's eyes were filled with disbelief. "I previously believed that my designs were already far ahead of others. But after meeting you, I realized what it truly means to be a novice in the presence of a master. Your clothing could grace the pages of a magazine." Unintentionally, Zhu Huijin's words sparked a fresh idea in Jiang Yu's mind. Currently, fashion magazines in the country are exceedingly scarce. The ability to publish one's own magazine could significantly enhance sales. Although he may not yet possess the capacity to launch a magazine, capturing photographs for display in clothing stores poses no challenge. That evening, Su Zhuang, concerned for Jiang Yu's safety, returned to the guest house. Brother Yu, during my visit back, I inquired about Alay. It appears he has substantial backing and seems to have set his sights on you. I intend to keep a close watch on you these days to prevent any mishaps. Jiang Yu furrowed his brow. Are they targeting just one individual? Su Zhuang shook his head. No, Alay's superior, Zhang Jie, is a woman renowned in the underworld of Yang City, though few have actually seen her. It is said she possesses a robust physique. Previously, her crew stirred up minor disturbances without resorting to robbery, maintaining a relatively good reputation. However, recently, her subordinates have been aggressively extorting money, particularly from outsiders, leaving no room for escape. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu's expression darkened. He intended to remain in Yang City for a few more days, which meant he would have to be on guard constantly. This time, I will return after the grand opening next month. A crackdown is set to commence, and if Zhang Jie's men dare to cause trouble then, it would surely be their undoing. The following morning, after confirming the samples with Zhu Huijin, Jiang Yu proceeded to place an order and requested her to arrange for shipping to Su Province. The first batch of clothing designs for the store was finalized, and Jiang Yu sighed in relief as he and Su Zhuang strolled through the lighting market. Proper lighting is of utmost importance for a clothing store. For instance, if the daylight starkly contrasts with the store's interior lighting during the day, shadows may obscure the window displays, thereby distracting potential customers. If the garments are not clearly visible, what are the chances of them entering the store? The fixtures Jiang Yu selected were rather expensive, amounting to a total of 2,000 yuan, which made Su Zhuang wince in pain. Brother Yu, these lights are exorbitantly priced, Su Zhuang lamented. Jiang Yu smiled in due time. You will no longer perceive these lights as costly. Su Zhuang scratched his head. Are they going to be discounted soon? Just as Jiang Yu was about to explain, a woman's voice emerged from behind them. They are not going to be discounted. Rather, once your income increases, you will naturally regard those 2,000 yuan as insignificant. Jiang Yu turned to see a woman with sun-kissed skin and a spirited expression approaching. She smiled gently and asked Jiang Yu, Comrade, do you not agree with me? Jiang Yu, taken aback momentarily, nodded in affirmation. Indeed, you are correct. The disparity in wage levels between Yang City and the mainland has grown considerably. A monthly income of 30 to 40 yuan is considered high on the mainland, whereas in Yang City, it can reach 60 yuan. And in the special economic zone of Prung City, it could be 4 to 500 yuan. When one earns 100 yuan a month, purchasing a dress entails significant deliberation. However, when one's monthly earnings rise to 1,000 yuan, would hesitation linger as long? Su Zhuang suddenly grasped the concept. Now I understand. I had been mistaken. The woman extended her hand towards Jiang Yu. Hello, my name is Zhang Jie. It is a pleasure to meet you. Upon hearing the name Zhang Jie, Jiang Yu's eyelids twitched, and he glanced at Su Zhuang, pondering how it was said that Zhang Jie was rather burly. Su Zhuang, equally tense, regarded Zhang Jie with skepticism. Observing their reactions, Zhang Jie smiled reassuringly, stating, There is no need for doubt. I am indeed Zhang Jie. My subordinate may have offended you yesterday, and I am here today to extend my apologies. Let us go for some tea. Su Zhuang maintained a stern demeanor, responding, No need for tea. Just refrain from keeping an eye on us in the future. Zhang Jie feigned innocence, retorting, I wasn't watching you at all, and then pointed at Jiang Yu. My attention has always been on him. Let us proceed to the tea house next door. I shall treat you. After speaking, Zhang Jie clapped her hands, and a group of more than 10 men wielding steel pipes emerged, glaring menacingly at Jiang Yu. Including the previously encountered Alay from the train station, Jiang Yu quickly assessed the situation. With such a formidable group and weaponry, it was evident that Zhang Jie had anticipated Su Zhuang's protective presence. Is this a trap laid by Sister Zhang? Zhang Jie grinned, lifting her chin confidently. It's not quite a banquet of death, but I do require you to attend alone. Please. Jiang Yu narrowed his eyes. Such hospitality is hard to refuse. I shall accompany Sister Zhang. You go. Su Zhuang urgently grasped Jiang Yu's arm. Without looking back, Jiang Yu reassured him, It's fine. Wait for me outside the tea house. Anyone who dares to harm you will face the wrath of the Zhang Martial Arts School. Upon hearing the name of the Zhang Martial Arts School, Zhang Jie's expression shifted slightly as she instructed Alei, "Take good care of our friend." Upon arriving at the tea house, Zhang Jie chose a secluded private room, draping the surroundings with fabric curtains. She ordered a pot of tea guanyin and personally poured a cup for Jiang Yu, saying, "You possess quite a bit of courage." Jiang Yu took a sip of tea, replying, "It's not bravery, it's a lack of options. However, I didn't expect you to personally seek me out for the sake of the money in my possession. But you're too late. I've already spent it all." Zhang Jie held her teacup, gazing at Jiang Yu intently. "I did not come for your money. I only learned of Alei and the others' extortion attempts recently and reprimanded them yesterday." Jiang Yu, somewhat surprised, pointed to himself. "You're not here for my money? Are you truly here to apologize?" According to Su Zhuang, Alei and his group had extorted quite a bit recently. If an apology were indeed in order, why focus solely on him? Zhang Jie bit her lip. "Apology is one aspect, but I am indeed in need of money. I've had people following you since yesterday. You seem to be quite affluent." Jiang Yu scoffed. "If I recall correctly, you just stated you weren't here for the money." After a moment of silence, Zhang Jie replied, "I am in need of funds, but I disdain theft. Today, I am here to negotiate a deal with you." Raising an eyebrow, Jiang Yu inquired, "What sort of deal?" Zhang Jie stood up, removing her coat to reveal a cream-colored camisole, her alluring figure subtly evident. "I have little to offer for trade. Just this body. I require 3,000 yuan. Of course, if you are willing to accept an IOU, my life will be yours in the future." Jiang Yu was taken aback, nearly blinded by the sudden revelation, and hurriedly exclaimed, "Let us discuss this calmly. Quickly put your coat back on." Zhang Jie wrapped her coat tightly around herself and crossed her legs, saying, "Speak. How do you choose?" In 2 lifetimes. This was the first time Jiang Yu encountered such a situation, feeling somewhat at a loss. He sat down to understand Zhang Jie's circumstances. Having dropped out of middle school, she was now 22 years old. Her team had originally followed her brother, Zhang Cheng. Although they operated in the shadows, Zhang Cheng never oppressed the weak. He aspired to the chivalrous ideals of the martial arts world, earning the respect of his subordinates. 2 years ago, Zhang Cheng was diagnosed with leukemia and admitted to the hospital, entrusting his men to her before his hospitalization. However, his condition deteriorated, requiring substantial funds, leading to his underlings, like Alei, resorting to extortion. Now, with Zhang Cheng's health worsening, the hospital advised that a doctor from Hong Province should be consulted. But the fee for the doctor was 3,000. With reddened eyes, Zhang Jie lit a cigarette and said, "Choose. If you refuse to lend me the money today, it's fine. You can leave at any time, and no one will stop you." Jiang Yu pondered the information swirling in his mind before rising and stating, "I can lend you 3,000, but you must repay me within 10 days. 10 days? Zhang Jie scoffed. "If I could earn 3,000 in 10 days, would I even need to seek your help?" "I am not speaking falsely," Jiang Yu replied, pulling 3,000 from his bag and placing it on the table. "Take this to the hospital first. If you trust me, by the end of September, have your brothers go to Su province to find me, and I will help you earn 3,000 within 10 days. After saying this, Jiang Yu left an address and exited the private room. At the door, Su Zhuang was confronting Alei and the others. Upon seeing Jiang Yu, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Brother Yu," he greeted. Jiang Yu nodded. "Go back." Alei attempted to intervene, but Zhang Jie waved him off, allowing her to leave. After Jiang Yu departed, Alei approached Zhang Jie, asking sisterly. Zhang Jie handed Alei a bundle of cash, saying, "Take this to the hospital. By the end of September, you and the brothers will head to Su province. From now on, my life belongs to Jiang Yu." Holding the cash in his hands, Alei's eyes turned red, and he wiped away a tear. "All right. My life also belongs to that kid." Jiang Yu and Su Zhuang returned to the guest house, and along the way, Jiang Yu recounted the events to Su Zhuang, who was equally moved. Sitting on the bed, Jiang Yu said to Su Zhuang, "Brother Su, my intentions in sending them are somewhat selfish. They are numerous, and I plan to develop the express delivery industry, starting with local deliveries. Initially, I intended this for the brothers at your martial arts school, but Zhang Jie and her team are more suitable." Su Zhuang felt a warm surge in his heart, despite Jiang Yu being the true boss. He took the time to explain this to prevent him from overthinking, reinforcing Su Zhuang's belief that his decision to follow Jiang Yu was indeed correct. Though Jiang Yu was younger, he willingly addressed him as Brother Yu. After spending 5 days in Yang City, Jiang Yu finally returned to Su province. Su Zhuang grabbed a quick bite on the way before overseeing the renovations. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu hurried home, laden with bags. Lu Yin and the others were having dinner when they saw Jiang Yu return, their faces lighting up with surprise. Yi rushed over and hugged Jiang Yu's leg, exclaiming, "Brother, you're finally back. Did you bring me a gift?" "Yes, I did," he replied. Jiang Yu presented 2 bags to Yi, one containing a princess dress and the other filled with charming hair accessories. Overjoyed, Yi leaped with excitement as she held the accessories. Old Master Deng scoffed, remarking, "Children do adore such gaudy trinkets. You were not this elated when I gifted you a pencil case." Yi fell silent, and Jiang Yu, smiling, produced an exquisite dragon-headed cane. "Grandpa Deng, this is for you. Having a cane will make your walks more comfortable. I am not lame. Why would I need a cane?" Old Master Deng muttered, yet he was already trying it out. The onlookers found it amusing, and Lu Yin nudged Jiang Yu with her eyebrows raised. "What gift did you bring for Xiaolan this time?" Sitting at the dining table, Zhang Xiaolan's cheeks flushed as she waved her hand. "I don't need any gifts. I'm quite familiar with Yanqing." Jiang Yu handed her a hair tie, saying, "I wasn't too sure what to get you, but this hair tie caught my eye." Zhang Xiaolan accepted it, her face turning rosy. "Thank you." With Jiang Yu's return, the dining atmosphere became more lively. Even the usually reticent old Master Deng chimed in occasionally. Lu Yin, shedding her usual melancholy, appeared particularly cheerful. Xiaolan has been helping me with the stall these past few days, and we've made 20,000. Jiang Yu responded with delight. "Then the task of managing the stall will be yours from now on. I need to hurry and secure the business license." The following day, Jiang Yu visited the Industrial and Commercial Bureau for inquiries, only to be met with a curt response from the staff. "Cannot process, not qualified." Stunned, Jiang Yu asked, "Which material is unqualified? Is it the venue?" The staff, impatient, waved him off. "All are unqualified. Hurry up, don't delay the next person." Exiting the bureau, Jiang Yu furrowed his brows and headed towards the supply and marketing cooperative, seeking assistance from Li Jiantong regarding the matter. Li Jiantong swiftly made inquiries, and by the time Jiang Yu returned home for dinner that evening, results had emerged. The issue was tangled in bureaucratic machinations, with implications strongly hinting at Xiong Xiuzhen. Su Zhuang felt a surge of anger, wishing he could deliver a punch to her. He had never encountered such a despicable woman. The renovations were nearly complete, and he had specifically ordered the first batch of goods, yet she had obstructed the business license. It seemed she intended to leave Jiang Yu with nothing. Jiang Yu's expression darkened as well. "Let us not rush. There is still time before the opening. I'll think of a solution. The urgent matter is to uncover who is behind Xiong Xiuzhen. If it's a minor official, I can manage that. My concern is if she is backed by someone formidable, then I may have to seek help from LVG Xue." That call was one he preferred to avoid unless absolutely necessary. As Jiang Yu contemplated the situation, he lost his appetite and retreated to his room. Old Master Deng observed his retreating figure, deep in thought. Meanwhile, in a guest house in Su Province, Xiong Xiuzhen was dressing, embraced from behind by a shirtless man. This man, Meng Chao, serves as the Deputy Section Chief of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. "I've handled the matter regarding the business license as per your instructions. Should I stay tonight?" Chapter 39. Apologizing to Xiong Xiuzhen? Xiong Xiuzhen cast a reproachful glance at him. "Why should you stay? Don't you have to deal with that ferocious tigress at home? If she finds me at my workplace, it would be disastrous." Meng Chao's expression darkened as he withdrew his hand and stepped aside. "Why bring her up? Every mention of her drains my energy. Just go." Noticing his irritation, Xiong Xiuzhen quickly grasped his hand. "Please don't be angry. I won't mention her again." Meng Chao grunted in acknowledgement. "That's more like it. Let's go. I'll drive you home." Xiong Xiuzhen assisted Meng Chao in putting on his coat, wary of being seen, and the two descended the stairs in a discreet manner. Meng Chao drove the bureau's vehicle, escorting Xiong Xiuzhen to her residence. Just as she alighted from the car, he couldn't resist taking advantage of the moment. Xiong Xiuzhen shot him an admonishing look. "Oh, I must say, you are truly—" Her sentence abruptly halted as a slender woman stood a short distance ahead. "Li Jia. Jia, what brings you here?" Xiong Xiuzhen asked, awkwardly tucking her hair behind her ear. "Come, greet Uncle Meng." Li Jia approached and nodded to Meng Chao. "Hello, Uncle Meng. Why, our Jia has become more beautiful by the day," Meng Chao remarked, eyeing Li Jia with increasing intrigue. Suppressing her discomfort, Li Jia expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Uncle Meng." After Meng Chao departed, Xiong Xiuzhen pulled Li Jia into the house. Her brows furrowed. "What are you doing here? It's late, and Li Jiantong is not worried?" Li Jia bit her lip. "Mom, Why did you block Jiang Yu's business license? At this, Xiaolan's countenance turned icy. Who told you I was the one who blocked it? His inability to secure the license is due to his own incompetence. It has nothing to do with me. A glimmer of disappointment crossed Li Jia's face. Mom, you needn't hide it. Dad has already inquired. It's you who sought Uncle Ming's assistance, which is why Jiang Yu cannot obtain his license. Be quiet. Xiaolan slammed her hand on the table, glaring at Li Jia. Are you questioning me? Yes, I did have someone block his business license, so what? If he were truly capable, he should find a way to resolve it himself, rather than relying on you to come to me. Li Jia trembled at her mother's wrath, yet summoned her courage to respond. Mom, Jiang Yu is my savior. Could you please stop targeting him? He is set to commence operations in October. How can he do so if you obstruct his license? Xiaolan scoffed. Whether he opens for business or not is of no concern to me. He has straddled 2 boats, trampling on my daughter Zhu Huijin. If I do not deal with him, who will? Tears brimmed in Li Jia's eyes. Mom, Jiang Yu has never said he wanted to be with me. You have misunderstood him. I beg you, please let him go this time. Never. Xiaolan glared at Li Jia. If you came here just for that, then leave at once. Don't disturb my mood. Mom, I beg you, please spare Jiang Yu. With gritted teeth, Li Jia fell to her knees, tears cascading down like pearls scattered upon the ground. Since the moment she met Jiang Yu, she had continuously caused him trouble. Had she known this would be the case, she would have preferred to follow the human trafficker on the train. After all, they were her own flesh and blood. Seeing Li Jia in such distress, Xiaolan felt her eyes welling with tears. Spare me this act. Are you truly doing this for that scoundrel? Mom, I beg you, I truly beseech you, please let him go. From now on, I will obey you. Whoever you want me to meet, I shall meet, and I will not see him again. Is that all right? Li Jia repeatedly bowed her head, her forehead turning red from the impact. Xiaolan could not bear to watch. All right. You are driving me to despair. Li Jia ceased her bowing and turned her gaze to Xiaolan. With a sigh, Xiaolan instructed, tell that boy, as long as he comes to apologize to me, you two shall no longer have any contact, and this matter will be considered settled. I cannot concede any further. You may leave now. With that, Xiaolan entered her room and closed the door, wiping away her tears. Oh, the hearts of parents are truly pitiable. Li Jia rose from the floor, wiped her face, and made her way to Jiang Yu's home. At that moment, Jiang Yu was in the yard giving a lesson to Su Zhuang and Lu Lian. Upon seeing Li Jia, he was momentarily taken aback. Li Jia, why have you come so late? I have something to discuss with you, Li Jia replied, her expression somewhat awkward, before forcing a smile towards Lu Lian and Su Zhuang. Hello, Annie. Hello, Brother Su. All right, you chat with you. I'll go fetch you a glass of water, Lu Lian said with a grin. Su Zhuang merely nodded coldly and returned straight to his room. This incident was instigated by Li Jia's mother, and even if he held grudges, he could not muster any enthusiasm for Li Jia. Her face grew even more awkward as Jiang Yu gestured for her to sit. What is it that you wish to discuss? He asked. Li Jia fidgeted with the hem of her clothing. You are aware of the business license issue, right? My mother is the one who has been obstructing it. Yes, I know, Jiang Yu replied. I just spoke with my mother. She said she could allow the business license to be processed normally, but Jiang Yu smiled slightly. But she wants me to apologize, doesn't she? Li Jia lowered her head even further. I know she has been in the wrong throughout this. She initially misunderstood you, harassed you, and even caused trouble at the stall. But I thought, if an apology could resolve this, then perhaps I should just apologize, as there seems to be no other solution. Jiang Yu took a sip of water, his expression turning serious. If it were someone else, I might have gone to apologize, but you know your mother's temperament better than I do. If I apologize now, she may let this matter go, but she will only become more relentless afterward. I am not one who excels at enduring. Xiaolan is the type who bears grudges. There is no way I would ever soften towards her. To deal with someone like Xiaolan, one must become a thorn in her side, something that will cause her pain and fear. Li Jia's hand trembled around her cup, and she fell silent. Jiang Yu softened his tone. I understand you wish to help me. I appreciate your intentions. Since you have come, I need not ask further. Can you tell me who is backing your mother? After a moment of silence, Li Jia finally spoke. If I tell you, will you report my mother? I will not. Jiang Yu gazed earnestly at Li Jia. I won't expose the relationship between him and your mother. I merely wish to ascertain his position. This information is crucial for me to resolve the situation. Li Jia hesitated for a moment, then raised her gaze to Jiang Yu. Fine, I trust you. He is Meng Chao, the deputy section chief of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. Jiang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was not a significant official, merely someone working at the bureau. This meant there were more avenues for him to explore, though it would require a substantial expenditure to facilitate matters. After Li Jia departed, Yi hurried over to Jiang Yu's side. Brother, do we need to find someone from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to obtain a business license? Jiang Yu affectionately ruffled Yi's hair. Yes. Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. If it's the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, we can just look for Grandpa Deng. Chapter 40. The King of Hell is easy to meet, but the little ghosts are troubling. Jiang Yu was taken aback by her words, lifting Yi onto his lap. Why is it sufficient to seek out Grandpa Deng? Yi raised her small hand high. Last time, Grandpa Deng took me out to play, and an uncle greeted him. Grandpa Deng said he was the deputy director of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. I'm absolutely certain. Is that so? Jiang Yu's eyes brightened, an involuntary smile spreading across his face. He hadn't anticipated that Grandpa Deng had such an influential connection. A deputy director of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, what could he possibly worry about now? The following morning, Jiang Yu, holding a bowl of hot dry noodles, knocked on Grandpa Deng's door. Grandpa Deng, he exclaimed with a broad smile. Grandpa Deng, well aware of Jiang Yu's intentions, donned a stern expression. That little rascal Yi told you, didn't she? Come in. Jiang Yu swiftly entered Grandpa Deng's room and placed the noodles on the table. Grandpa Deng, do you know the deputy director of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau? Grandpa Deng grunted, handing a cup of water to Jiang Yu. I do. He used to be a servant in my household. Jiang Yu, caught off guard, spewed the water he had just swallowed. You must be joking, Grandpa Deng. He asked the deputy director. Do you think I have nothing better to do than to deceive you? Grandpa Deng shot Jiang Yu a glare and tossed a rag from the table at him. He was indeed my servant when he first came to my estate. He was just a little boy working in my yard. During the Cultural Revolution, I gave him some money to leave early. Jiang Yu was taken aback, realizing the significance of Grandpa Deng's connection. This was indeed an unexpected stroke of fortune. A mischievous glint flickered in Jiang Yu's eyes. Then, Grandpa Deng, I must entrust this matter to you. If I were to ask someone else, the cost would be exorbitant. It's better to invest that in Yi. You little rascal, get out of here. Grandpa Deng brandished his dragon-headed cane at Jiang Yu. Ejected from the house, Jiang Yu wore a smile on his face as he called back through the door. Then, Grandpa Deng, when I need your assistance in the future, I want to hold back. Bang. Grandpa Deng shot him an exasperated look before slamming the door shut. You're younger than me, and yet more verbose. Early the next morning, Jiang Yu accompanied Su Zhuang to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, seeking the staff responsible for issuing licenses. It was the same person as before, now sitting behind a desk marked with the name Xiao Hao. Upon seeing him, Xiao Hao's brow furrowed. Why are you here again? Didn't I tell you that you are unqualified and cannot process your business license? Jiang Yu smiled slightly, inquiring about the specific deficiencies, asserting that it would be unreasonable to be deemed unqualified without clarity. Xiao Hao was taken aback. Typically, those who came seeking his assistance were deferential and polite. Yet here was Jiang Yu, questioning him instead. His expression darkened. I have already stated that there are deficiencies across the board. If you persist in your inquiries, it will be considered obstructing official duties. With a cold smirk, Jiang Yu slammed his hand on the table. Obstructing official duties? I merely wish to understand why my business license has not been approved. You claim it is unqualified. Where exactly is it lacking? What are the reasons for this shortcoming? Are you comprehending me, Comrade Xiao Hao? His voice rang out, resonating throughout the hall for all to hear. Colleagues turned their gaze towards them, and Xiao Hao's face flushed with anger. What is this attitude you have? What attitude should I adopt? Should I beg for your assistance? Do you comprehend the essence of the phrase serving the people? I am here to obtain a business license, a lawful right as a citizen. Is it not within my rights to know the reasons for the delays? Or does the issuance of my business license hinge upon your whims, Comrade Xiao Hao? Jiang Yu's voice grew louder, and Xiao Hao was nearly beside himself, fearing that the leaders above would overhear their escalating confrontation. Stop spouting nonsense. Jiang Yu stood, fixing his gaze on Xiao Hao. I will not elaborate further. I shall return this afternoon for a reasonable explanation regarding the deficiencies. If you remain silent, I will come back tomorrow. Unless you are intentionally targeting me, I will invoke the law to safeguard my rights. I refuse to believe that no one is willing to advocate for the common people. With that, Jiang Yu turned on his heel and departed. Su Zhuang nodded towards Xiao Hao, saying, Reassess our documents. We are upstanding citizens. If there are any deficiencies, we shall rectify them. You cannot simply accept bribes without fulfilling your responsibilities. Upon hearing this, Xiaohao's expression darkened completely, and his colleagues regarded him with disapproval. Jiang Yu had indeed offered him cigarettes previously to facilitate the business license process, an unspoken rule of the industry known to all around him. However, while knowledge of this fact was one thing, vocalizing it was quite another. Moreover, the fact that he had accepted the bribes without delivering results would certainly reflect poorly should it reach the ears of his superiors. Once outside the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, Jiang Yu and Su Zhuang headed towards the shop. As Su pedaled his bicycle, he asked, "Brother Yu, I followed your instructions to the letter. But why take such an approach? Why not just ask Grandpa Deng for a favor?" Jiang Yu smirked slightly. "The king of hell is easy to meet, but the little ghosts are troublesome. Xiong Xiuzhen is that little ghost. If I do not make her feel the sting now, she will continue to cause me headaches in the future." But we did not confront her. We confronted Xiaohao. You will understand soon enough. Jiang Yu's commotion at the Industrial and Commercial Bureau was justified, intended to instill fear in Xiaohao, hoping that word would reach the leadership above, thereby compelling him to dutifully issue the business license. He was grateful that Xiong Xiuzhen acted swiftly. Had she intervened on the eve of opening, reclaiming his business license, it would have indeed caused him considerable trouble. However, he now has time to spend with Xiong Xiuzhen. His storefront paperwork and documents are all compliant. Regardless of the circumstances, Meng Chao is determined to provide him with the business license. As for any future troubles, Grandpa Deng is there. Upon arriving at the shop, the walls had already been beautifully decorated, and the surroundings featured the louvered windows that Jiang Yu had mentioned. Only a few simple renovations remained. Jiang Yu instructed Su Zhuang to carry the table outside and place the meal on it, calling out to Peng Shuo and the others to take a break for lunch. "Hello, boss. Master brother." As soon as Peng Shuo came downstairs, he greeted Jiang Yu and Su Zhuang. After all the brothers had emerged, he locked the door with a key. Since the last incident, Peng Shuo had been on high alert. Jiang Yu remarked, "From now on, you all can eat outside. There's a strong smell of paint inside." "Understood, boss," the group replied before quietly starting their meal. "Jiang, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to run into you today," smiled Zhang Hongya as he approached. Chapter 41. I choose the third option. A glimmer of coldness flickered in Jiang Yu's eyes, but he quickly masked it, instead adopting a grateful demeanor. "Brother Zhang, it's been a while. I heard from Peng Shuo that you occasionally came by to check on them while I was away. I truly don't know how to thank you." Zhang Hongya was momentarily taken aback. He had assumed Jiang Yu was aware of something when he saw Peng Shuo and the others closing the shop for renovations. However, it appeared that Jiang Yu was entirely oblivious. With this thought, Zhang Hongya couldn't help but smile wider, patting Jiang Yu on the shoulder. "You're being too polite. We're like brothers, after all. By the way, I forgot to mention, I've also rented a storefront here and plan to sell shoes. I see you're selling clothes quickly. Teach me a few tricks sometime." "Ah," Jiang Yu feigned a frown. "No need to wait. I can teach you right now. Brother Zhang, have a seat. We haven't had a proper chat yet." Zhang Hongya's eyes sparkled with delight as he sat down beside Jiang Yu. "Then I humbly request your guidance, Brother Jiang. What marketing strategies are best for a new opening?" "To seek guidance is too much," Jiang Yu laughed, waving his hand dismissively. "However, I've certainly gathered some insights from my years in the fashion industry." Su Zhuang, sitting nearby, furrowed his brow at this statement, recalling that Brother Yu had only entered the clothing business 3 months prior. Yet Zhang Hongya held no doubts. He had been navigating the market for nearly a decade. Understanding that experience was vital. If Jiang Yu was selling so swiftly, he must have some accumulated knowledge. "Brother Jiang, please continue," Zhang Hongya urged. Jiang Yu nodded and continued. "Shoes and clothing both belong to the fashion industry, so they're quite similar. In every field, one cannot expect to profit immediately, especially in fashion. As long as you don't incur losses, that's already a success. You must build your reputation and cultivate repeat customers. Therefore, promotion is of utmost importance." Zhang Hongya listened intently. "That makes sense. Initially, we need to use capital to retain customers. How do we do that? Through promotions and discounts. If you can buy a shirt of the same quality for $10, would you spend $100? Furthermore, it is essential to accurately gauge the psyche of customers. Everyone harbors a tendency to seek bargains. Thus, when a customer first tries on an article of clothing, you might deliberately make a phone call, suggesting that the owner is willing to grant a further discount of 30%. Surely, the customer would feel compelled to purchase it. For to refrain from doing so would be to incur a loss. Jiang Yu continuously endeavored to instill this mindset in Zhang Hongya, interspersing his discourse with examples that prompted Zhang to nod vigorously, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Though he had never ventured into the realm of fashion, he could not deny the depth of Jiang Yu's analysis of the industry. Ultimately, Jiang Yu concluded with a smile, stating that his intention for the grand opening was merely to orchestrate a promotional event, and offered these humble insights for Zhang's consideration. Zhang Hongya grasped Jiang Yu's hand, exclaiming, "Brother Jiang, you are far too modest. These are not mere humble suggestions, but profound insights. I must learn from you." Jiang Yu reciprocated the pleasantries with a smile. After Zhang Hongya departed, a sinister smile crept across his lips. Jiang Yu was indeed a naive fool. The previous incident involving Zhu Sen had not caused him much trouble. But this time, Jiang Yu had unwittingly invited difficulties upon himself. One could only wonder if he would come to regret his choices by the time of his opening. Jiang Yu's expression turned cold as he observed Zhang Hongya's retreating figure. "Brother, why did you share so much with him? That man clearly harbors ulterior motives," Su Zhuang remarked. Furrowing his brow, Jiang Yu rose, stating, "Forget everything I just mentioned. Our goal is to establish a brand store, not a wholesale outlet. Now, let us finish our meal and proceed to the Business Administration Bureau." Upon hearing this, Su Zhuang chuckled, realizing that Zhang Hongya was unwittingly walking into a trap. For 2 consecutive days, Jiang Yu caused a stir at the bureau, and eventually, Xiao Hao, fearing repercussions, rushed to Meng Chao's office to relay the situation, confessing his reluctance to deny Jiang Yu a business license any longer. "I told you this fellow was a fool. Instead of seeking my assistance, he chose to cause a ruckus at the bureau," he lamented. Upon learning of these developments, Xiong Xiuzhen ground her teeth in frustration. She had already taken a step back, merely awaiting Jiang Yu's apology. Who would have anticipated such a turn of events? Meng Chao maintained a composed demeanor, stating, "Does he truly believe that his petty cunning can stand against me? If necessary, I shall simply grant him the license." "No." Xiong Xiuzhen slammed her fist on the table, her chest heaving with indignation. "If I grant him the license, it would signify my defeat, and I cannot swallow that bitter pill." "Calm down," Meng Chao urged, attempting to soothe her. "The higher-ups are already becoming aware of this issue. The business license must be issued to him, but he has entirely offended me. Should I choose to inspect his store, I could easily fabricate a charge of speculation against him." Hearing this, Zhu Huijin finally regained her composure, leaning against Meng Chao. "Let us proceed as you suggest. It is not that I am heartless, but rather that he clings to his pride while suffering the consequences. I shall speak with Jijia later." Meng Chao's eyes narrowed slightly as he inhaled the fragrance emanating from Zhu Huijin. Indeed, Jijia is a fine young woman. On the 3rd day, when Jiang Yu returned to the Business Administration Bureau, Meng Chao personally attended to him. "So, this comrade seeks an explanation?" Meng Chao scrutinized Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu glanced at the nameplate on his chest, smiled, and signaled Su Zhuang to discreetly exit the hall. Turning to Meng Chao, he remarked, "Deputy Director Meng, it is an honor to finally meet you." A light, seemingly carefree statement from Meng Chao, however, unsettled him, prompting him to raise his chin defiantly. "This is the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, not a place for frivolous disturbances. Come to my office. I will address this matter for you." "Very well." Jiang Yu responded with a cheerful smile as he followed Meng Chao into the office. As soon as Meng Chao settled into his chair, he produced a business license and tossed it onto the table. "There are no others present, so I shall speak plainly. Your documentation is in order. This is your business license, and you may take it. However, once you do, the subsequent events are beyond my assurance." "Is Deputy Section Chief Meng threatening me?" Jiang Yu feigned surprise. Meng Chao scoffed, leaning forward on the table. "As I mentioned, there are no others here. There is no need for you to put on a fade before me. What you need to know has likely already been conveyed by Li Jia. You understand precisely what I mean. I offer you 2 choices. First, take your business license, but I can guarantee your shop will not remain operational for more than a week. Second, take the license and kneel to Xiaolan in apology." Jiang Yu smiled, reaching for the business license on the table. "I choose a third option, to take my business license and ensure you regret all your previous actions." Meng Chao laughed, looking at Jiang Yu with disdain. "You are bold, young man. Regret? Perhaps in your next life." "What next life?" At that moment, a middle-aged man in a suit entered, supporting an elderly gentleman. The pen in Meng Chao's hand suddenly fell to the floor. Chapter 42. Dismissal and Investigation. The man in the suit was none other than Dong Xingyan, the deputy director of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. And the elderly gentleman he assisted was, of course, old Master Deng. Director, what brings you here? Meng Chao immediately plastered on a smile as he approached. And who is this esteemed uncle? Anxiety gripped his heart as he wondered how much of his earlier conversation with Jiang Yu, the deputy director, had overheard. Dong Xingyan's expression darkened. If I hadn't come, it seems this bureau would soon bear your name. Meng Chao was taken aback, hastily replying, Director, what do you mean? The Industrial and Commercial Bureau serves the people. How could it be associated with Meng? Huh? Dong Xingyan scoffed, guiding old Master Deng to a nearby seat. You acknowledge that the bureau serves the people. Then why did you instruct Xiao how to obstruct Comrade Jiang Yu's business license? Your actions are tarnishing the bureau's reputation. Upon hearing this, Meng Chao's heart sank. The scoundrel Xiao Hao had dared to report him to the director? Director, please don't listen to that fool Xiao Hao's nonsense. I have not obstructed Comrade Jiang Yu's business license. Look, I have already given it to him. Saying this, Meng Chao threw a furtive glare at Jiang Yu. Isn't that right, Comrade Jiang Yu? Jiang Yu nodded, producing the business license with a smile. Deputy Section Chief Meng indeed handed the license to me. Meng Chao sighed in relief, spreading his hands towards Dong Xingyan. Director, you see, I am not lying. However, upon hearing this, Dong Xingyan's expression grew even graver. Old Master Deng huffed, addressing Dong Xingyan. Look at what kind of farce your deputy director is running. A mere section chief dares to jest in your presence. Dong Xingyan's face flushed with anger, and he swiftly delivered a resounding slap across Meng Chao's face. With a sharp slap, Meng Chao was momentarily stunned, 5 vivid red fingerprints immediately appearing on his face. Director Dong, why did you strike me? I have already explained. Xiao Hao slandered me. I merely facilitated the issuance of the business license for Comrade Jiang Yu. I am a good person. Silence. Dong Xingyan's fury boiled over. He had been supported by the young master during his fall from grace, and despite his attempts to repay this debt over the years, the young master had consistently rebuffed him. Now, after finally being granted a favor, he discovered that the source of the turmoil was none other than his own subordinate. Meng Chao's complexion drained of color. Director Dong, be quiet. Dong Xingyan snapped, then stepped forward to bow sincerely to Jiang Yu. Comrade Jiang Yu, I have thoroughly investigated the matter. You have been wronged, and on behalf of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, I extend my sincerest apologies. Jiang Yu hastily evaded Dong Xingyan's bow, assisting him upright. Uncle Dong, this matter is not your fault. I am immensely grateful for your intervention. Please do not demean yourself. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's respectful address to Dong Xingyan, Meng Chao was left dumbstruck. Jiang Yu and Director Dong were acquainted. Meanwhile, Dong Xingyan felt even more ashamed and turned to the venerable old Master Deng. Uncle Deng, I have neglected the education of our bureau's employees, and I apologize for the distress caused to your grandson. Old Master Deng huffed. In the field, one cannot be without command. The Industrial and Commercial Bureau is vast. There will inevitably be a few bad apples. You must decide how to resolve this. Dong Xingyan's expression turned serious. Rest assured, I shall provide you with an explanation. Comrade Jiang Yu's business license will be issued, and I have the authority to dismiss Meng Chao. Boom. The declaration fell like a thunderclap, leaving Meng Chao utterly collapsed on the ground. Jiang Yu glanced at Meng Chao and addressed Dong Xingyan. Uncle Dong, may I speak? Dong Xingyan, with a favorable impression of Jiang Yu, nodded. As the aggrieved party, your opinion is certainly warranted. Meng Chao's face turned a ghostly white. Jiang Yu was to voice his opinion? Wouldn't that surely result in a harsher penalty? He hastily clutched Jiang Yu's pant leg. Comrade Jiang Yu, I was blinded by ignorance before. Please spare me. Jiang Yu, displaying a reluctant expression, turned to Dong Xingyan. Director Dong, this incident has not inflicted significant damage upon me. My recent disturbances have also impacted the Bureau, and Deputy Section Chief Meng's earlier remarks were largely driven by anger. Meng Chao could hardly believe Jiang Yu would speak on his behalf, and after a moment of stunned silence, he fervently nodded. Yes, precisely. I was merely speaking in anger. Jiang Yu continued. Thus, a minor reprimand would suffice. Achieving the position of Deputy Section Chief is not easy. I would feel uneasy if he were dismissed. Dong Xingyan sighed, patting Jiang Yu on the shoulder. You are a good child, kind-hearted and gracious. Uncle Dong will heed your counsel. With that, he cast a stern glare at Meng Chao. Since Comrade Jiang Yu has interceded on your behalf, you shall not be dismissed. However, You are no longer fit for the role of deputy section chief. Pack your belongings and transition to a position as a staff member. The positions of clerk and deputy section chief differ significantly. Yet Meng Chao felt immensely grateful to still be in his role, hastily expressing his thanks. Thank you, Director Dong. Thank you. Dong Xingyan scoffed, noting that Meng Chao didn't even know whom to thank, clearly unworthy of the section chief's position. Dong Xingyan moved to assist Old Master Deng. Uncle Deng, the matter has been resolved. Shall I take you and Comrade Jiang Yu out for a meal? Old Master Deng grunted and turned to Jiang Yu. You rascal. Why aren't you following? Jiang Yu complied, trailing behind Dong Xingyan and Old Master Deng. As they exited, he cast a smile at Meng Chao. That smile sent a chill down Meng Chao's spine, who had only just relaxed. Jiang Yu accompanied Dong Xingyan and Old Master Deng to a state-run restaurant for dinner. At the table, Old Master Deng deliberately broached topics that made Dong Xingyan uncomfortable, and Jiang Yu adeptly steered the conversation away from any awkwardness. By the end of the meal, Dong Xingyan's impression of Jiang Yu was exceedingly favorable. Comrade Jiang Yu, you are the epitome of a magnanimous young man. Having someone like you is a blessing for our nation. Jiang Yu humbly waved his hand. Director Dong, you flatter me. The future of this country relies on individuals like you. I have a small request. My shop will open on National Day, and I hope you can attend the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Dong Xingyan patted his chest in assurance. Rest assured, I will be there. He mused that this young man was quite resourceful. Nowadays, most shops simply set off a few firecrackers to celebrate their openings. Ribbon-cutting was more of a Western custom. Su Zhuang also sought out Old Master Yin, extending an invitation for Yin Mingbo and his wife to join the ribbon-cutting ceremony. After parting ways with Director Dong, Old Master Deng glared at Jiang Yu. You could have dismissed Meng Chao, eliminating the problem entirely. Why did you plead for him? Soft-heartedness may lead to future troubles. Jiang Yu smiled. Grandfather Deng, there's no need to test me. You know my intentions well. Dismissing Meng Chao now may seem like a permanent solution, but it would only breed more resentment towards me. I would then be unable to predict how he might retaliate. It is better to keep one's adversary in sight than to let them lurk in the shadows. Moreover, after this incident, Meng Chao may think twice before confronting me again. I might even require his assistance in the future. Old Master Deng grunted. I fear you might be overthinking this. It seems all the cunning in your family resides solely within you. Meanwhile, at Xiong Xiuzhen's home, Meng Chao kicked the table violently. Chapter 43. A living Luxianglian. The table shook, and the crystal glasses shattered spectacularly. What on earth are you doing? Xiong Xiuzhen exclaimed, heartbroken at the sight of the 100 yuan crystal cups lying in ruins. Damn it! Meng Chao kicked the table again, glaring fiercely at Xiong Xiuzhen. Do you know that because you wanted me to obstruct Jiang Yu's business license, I nearly faced disaster? Xiong Xiuzhen furrowed her brow. Did Jiang Yu cause a scene at the Industry and Commerce Bureau again? A mere individual entrepreneur, you could simply find someone to expel him. Is it truly that exaggerated? Meng Chao, infuriated to the point of breathlessness, retorted. A mere individual entrepreneur? How can such a trivial figure address our deputy director as uncle? I have been demoted to a staff member, and all of this is because of you. What? Xiong Xiuzhen's complexion turned pale as she slumped into a chair. This cannot be true. I have investigated him. He is just a country bumpkin. How could he possibly be related to your deputy director? There must be some mistake. Meng Chao seized Xiong Xiuzhen's collar with both hands. I wish I were mistaken, but the demotion notice has been posted. You have truly brought me to ruin this time. From now on, you must temper your temperament. If you cause me any more trouble, I will no longer intervene on your behalf at the woolen mill. With that, Meng Chao forcefully tossed Xiong Xiuzhen to the ground and stormed away. Sitting on the floor, Xiong Xiuzhen clenched her teeth in frustration. Useless person, unable to assist your woman. And now you dare to blame me? Demoted to a staff member, yet still trying to play the big shot in front of me. I will replace you soon enough. After venting her anger, Xiong Xiuzhen rose, surveying the disarray around her, her eyes aflame with fury. That little wretch Jiang Yu has quite the audacity. I must get to the bottom of this. With that declaration, she donned her coat and stormed out. Meanwhile, having resolved the issue with the business license, Jiang Yu began preparations for the opening, taking Zhang Xiaolan to a photography studio for a photo shoot. Originally, he intended to purchase a camera in the Pengqing Special Zone, but upon reflection, realizing his lack of expertise in photography, he opted for the convenience of a studio instead. Master, let us take standing shots, just like those female stars. Jiang Yu communicated with the photographer. The photographer gestured to Jiang Yu and began capturing images of Zhang Xiaolan. In 1983, photography was still a challenging endeavor. Unlike the ease of snapping digital photos in later years, where one could simply select their favorites from a multitude of shots. At that time, each photograph required a roll of film, leaving no room for multiple selections. Thus, photographers aimed to capture each image to perfection, often spending half an hour on a single shot. Consequently, photographs of stars from the 1980s exuded a captivating brilliance, their eyes sparkling, even the strands of hair appearing exquisite. Jiang Yu arranged for 3 shots in one style: a front view, a back view, and a side profile while walking. Having prepaid for the session, the photographer was particularly enthusiastic. After 2 hours of shooting, they managed to complete the 3 styles, leaving Zhang Xiaolan quite exhausted. Jiang Yu handed her a glass of water. "You've worked hard today. If you're too tired, we can return tomorrow." Wiping the sweat from her forehead, Zhang Xiaolan smiled. "It's no trouble. This is my first time taking so many photos, and I'm quite happy. I feel like a star." Jiang Yu chuckled. "Once we finish this set, we'll move on to couple outfits. I'll join you, so don't feel shy." Zhang Xiaolan's ears turned slightly red, but she feigned indifference. "What's the big deal? It's just a photo shoot." With that, she sipped her water and stepped back in front of the camera to continue shooting. At that moment, several men entered the room, and standing at the center was a tall, slender man in his 50s. Upon seeing Jiang Yu, the middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback. His face flushed with excitement. "Isn't this the very embodiment of the cold gentleman?" Jiang Yu, bewildered, asked, "Excuse me, what did you say? I couldn't quite hear you." The middle-aged man, visibly animated, circled around Jiang Yu several times before extending his hand and saying, "Hello, comrade. May I have a moment to speak with you?" Although perplexed, Jiang Yu sensed no ill intent from this individual and nodded. "We can talk over there. My friend is currently taking photographs." "Perfect." The middle-aged man pulled Jiang Yu to a nearby bench, his face radiant with enthusiasm. "Comrade, my name is Wang Shulin, the director of Dream of the Red Chamber. I believe your appearance and demeanor align perfectly with the character Lu Xianglian. Would you be interested in auditioning for us in Kyoto the day after tomorrow?" Dream of the Red Chamber? Jiang Yu was astonished. It was 1983, and he realized they were referring to the 1987 adaptation, which was set to begin filming the following year. It was a classic of unparalleled repute, often hailed as a masterpiece. "What do you think, young comrade?" Wang Shulin inquired again. Jiang Yu finally regained his composure, replying, "Director Wang, I do not intend to pursue acting. I have opened a clothing store and plan to manage it." Wang Shulin seemed surprised. Jiang Yu appeared quite young, yet he had already established a business. However, he remained undeterred. "A shop can be entrusted to others. If necessary, I can help you find someone to oversee it. It wouldn't interfere with your filming." The young comrade's appearance was too fitting for his envisioned Lu Xianglian, handsome, with an air of cold sophistication, particularly those steady eyes. Jiang Yu shook his head. "Director Wang, I truly have no interest in acting. However, as a citizen of Huan Nation, I would be willing to invest in your project once filming commences. What do you think?" Jiang Yu was well aware of the future acclaim the 1987 adaptation would receive. Indeed, if he were involved, he would undoubtedly become an overnight sensation. Yet, the thought of such traditional acting terrified him. He had no formal training. What if, when it aired, people lamented that Dream of the Red Chamber was splendid, yet the character of Lu Xianglian had been poorly cast? How embarrassing would that be? Wang Shulin's expression dimmed slightly as he produced a piece of paper, scribbling down his contact information before handing it to Jiang Yu. "Young comrade, there's still time before filming begins. Should you change your mind, please reach out to me." At this moment, Wang Shulin felt nothing but regret. He hardly considered Jiang Yu's offer of investment. The young man appeared to be around 20. How much could he possibly invest? Jiang Yu, in turn, provided his contact information to Wang Shulin, saying, "Director, I appreciate your kindness. Please feel free to contact me once filming starts." He certainly had no intention of changing his mind, but with this serendipitous opportunity before him, how could he remain indifferent? Jiang Yu recalled Wang Shulin mentioning in an interview the financial constraints faced by the production team. He thought that by stepping in as an investor, the money would surely return manifold. Wang Shulin's eyes brightened as he tucked Jiang Yu's contact details into his pocket. Having secured the contact information meant there was still hope. "Jiang Yu, it's time to shoot the couple's outfits." At that moment, Zhang Xiaolan wiped her sweat and stepped forward. Chapter 44. Lu Yan is beaten. Wang Shulin was once again taken aback, his eyes filled with astonishment. Shui Baochai? This is indeed Shui Baochai. Zhang Xiaolan was startled. Jiang Yu. What is this uncle talking about? Jiang Yu, bemused, explained everything to Zhang Xiaolan, who naturally declined the proposal. To begin with, committing to 5 years would jeopardize her family's martial arts school. Wang Shulin, clearly not giving up, left his contact information with Zhang Xiaolan and, in an attempt to win their favor, had the accompanying photographer take couple photos of Zhang Xiaolan and Jiang Yu. Meanwhile, an unexpected visitor arrived at Jiang Yu's home. Xiong Xiuzhen stood at the door with a stern expression, while Li Jia was tugging at her arm. Mom, you promised that this visit is to apologize to Jiang Yu. Please maintain a good attitude, Li Jia urged. Earlier that day, Xiong Xiuzhen had visited her workplace, informing her that the business license had been obtained and expressing her desire to visit Jiang Yu's home. Initially, Li Jia had refused, but after Xiong Xiuzhen mentioned wanting to apologize in person, she consented. I know, you've repeated it countless times during the journey. Xiong Xiuzhen replied impatiently. She harbored doubts about Jiang Yu's connection with the deputy director of the Bureau of Industry and Commerce, and, upon inquiring with Li Jia, found her completely uninformed. Thus, she seized the pretext of an apology to have Li Jia accompany her. An apology? If Jiang Yu truly had such formidable backing, she could apologize. After all, they would be family in the future, so there was no harm in making amends. However, if Jiang Yu had no connection to the deputy director, Xiong Xiuzhen narrowed her eyes and pushed the door open, entering the courtyard. Lu Lian was busy cooking at home. Hearing the door open, she initially thought it was Jiang Yu returning. Wiping her hands on her apron, she rushed outside. You're back? As soon as she spoke, she saw Li Jia and Xiong Xiuzhen standing in the yard. Although she did not recognize Xiong Xiuzhen, Li Jia quickly introduced, Aunt Lu Lian, this is my mother. We are here to apologize to Jiang Yu for our previous mistakes. Lu Lian was somewhat taken aback. Given the prior events, her impression of Xiong Xiuzhen was quite poor. However, since they were here to apologize, she couldn't maintain a stern demeanor. Lu Lian forced a smile. All right, please have a seat. I'll get you some water. With that, she walked into the kitchen. Xiong Xiuzhen scrutinized Lu Lian, snorting disdainfully, so rustic. Li Jia tugged at Xiong Xiuzhen's sleeve. Mom, don't say that. Just sit down. Moments later, Lu Lian returned with 2 cups of water, placing them on the table with a smile. You should be back soon. Thank you for your patience. Li Jia hastily waved her hand. Aunt, there's no need to be so polite. We are here to apologize, so waiting is the least we can do, right, Mom? Xiong Xiuzhen half-heartedly agreed, glancing at the cup in her hand. How old is this cup? How many people have used it? Is it clean? Lu Lian was taken aback by the question. Xiong Xiuzhen's attitude certainly did not reflect one coming to apologize. Nevertheless, she replied, I just washed it. It's clean. Xiong Xiuzhen furrowed her brows and reluctantly set down her cup. You appear to be older than me. I shall address you as Sister Lu. Please, take a seat, and let us engage in some casual conversation. Mom. Li Jia stamped her foot and spoke in a hushed tone. Mind your tone. She then turned to Lu Lian, her expression apologetic. I'm sorry, Aunt Lu. My mother can be a bit blunt. Please don't take it to heart. Lu Lian's expression softened slightly as she took a seat opposite Xiong Xiuzhen. The latter pulled out a handkerchief to wipe her hands and inquired, Sister Lu, where is your ancestral home? I've yet to meet your husband. I hail from Shishui village. My husband passed away 6 years ago, Lu Lian replied, echoing the information Xiong Xiuzhen had gathered. The latter frowned slightly. Do you have any relatives around here? What brought you to move? Lu Lian smiled broadly. We don't have any relatives in the provincial capital. It was all Yua's idea to move here. He wanted to provide a better environment for me and Yi. No other relatives? How does Director Dong from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau know Jiang Yu? Is there a connection? Xiong Xiuzhen probed further. Lu Lian shook her head. Today is the first time Yua has met Director Dong. Bang! Before Lu Lian could finish her sentence, Xiong Xiuzhen erupted in fury, slamming her hand on the table. First time meeting? So, you have no relationship with Director Dong at all? Lu Lian appeared startled. We don't have any relationship. Huh? Xiong Xiuzhen was infuriated. I knew it. That Jiang Yu is nothing but a good-for-nothing. This scheme is his doing. Li Jia panicked and hurriedly grasped Xiong Xiuzhen's hand. Mom, what's wrong? Weren't we here to apologize? What do I have to apologize for? Xiong Xiuzhen flung Li Jia's hand away, poking her forehead. Do you know that Jiang Yu's actions resulted in Uncle Chao being demoted? You're such an ingrate. siding with that scoundrel against your own mother. Hearing Xiong Xiuzhen refer to Jiang Yu as a beast made Lu Lian tremble with anger. Director Xiong, you're making things difficult for our Yuhua. How dare you insult him? What have I insulted him for? That is not an insult. It is a statement. Jiang Yu is a shameless creature, trying to cling to our Jia. What audacity he has. With a swift motion, Lu Lian splashed water from the table onto Xiong Xiuzhen's face, her lips quivering with rage. If you insult Yuhua one more time, I swear I will confront you. She knew how hard Yuhua worked, waking up early and toiling away in the clothing business. He had faced countless difficulties because of Xiong Xiuzhen, and now she still dared to insult him. Why should she? It was Yuhua who saved Jia, saved your daughter. And I never intended for Jia and Yuhua to be together. Why do you always bully him? Why do you consistently torment my son? Lu Lian shouted at Xiong Xiuzhen, her eyes glistening with tears. Water dripped from Xiong Xiuzhen's face onto her clothes as her eyes widened in disbelief. You vile woman! How dare you splash me? With that, she lunged at Lu Lian, pinning her to the ground and striking her mercilessly. Mom! Li Jia was terrified and rushed to pull Xiong Xiuzhen away, but Xiong Xiuzhen retaliated with a slap to Li Jia, roaring, "Get away, you traitorous wretch! I will not rest until I make this shameless woman pay." As she spoke, she raised her hand again, striking Lu Lian on the head. Lu Lian, a woman accustomed to years of agricultural labor, possessed greater strength than Xiong Xiuzhen. However, her gentle nature meant she had never engaged in a fight. She could only restrain Xiong Xiuzhen's grasp on her hair, but for a fleeting moment, she endured a barrage of slaps, her face stinging with pain. You wretched creature! If I don't put an end to you today, I will have lost my resolve. Once I deal with you, I will ensure that your wretched offspring receives its due punishment. Xiong Xiuzhen spat venomously while continuing her assault, as Li Jia, in tears, attempted to intervene, only to be cast aside. At that moment, Jiang Yu and Zhang Xiaolan returned, witnessing this distressing scene. Jiang Yu's eyes instantly turned a fiery red. Chapter 45. Confronting Xiong Xiuzhen, Aunt Lu Lian. Zhang Xiaolan exclaimed in horror. Before she could take action, Jiang Yu surged forward, seizing Xiong Xiuzhen and flinging her away from Lu Lian. Xiong Xiuzhen's knees struck the ground painfully. Gritting her teeth, she hissed, "You little brat. Do you dare to strike me?" Jiang Yu helped Lu Lian to her feet, his voice trembling slightly. "Mom, are you all right?" Lu Lian, disheveled, adjusted her clothing. "I'm fine. You, don't worry." Seeing Lu Lian's swollen face, Jiang Yu's eyes burned with fury. This was the second time his mother had been victimized because of him. Taking a deep breath, he entrusted Lu Lian to Zhang Xiaolan and turned towards Xiong Xiuzhen. Xiong Xiuzhen glared at him with malice. "What do you want, you little brat? Are you planning to hit me?" Jiang Yu grasped Xiong Xiuzhen by her collar, gritting his teeth as he enunciated each word. "I would relish the opportunity to end your existence." With that, he raised his hand. Xiong Xiuzhen panicked and called out to Li Jia, "Jia, look at this. This is the man you admire, and he dares to strike your mother. Do you see him for what he truly is now? Jiang Yu, I warn you, if you lay a finger on me, you can forget about dating Jia." Li Jia, in tears, rushed to grab Jiang Yu's arm. "Jiang Yu, I was wrong to bring my mother here. Let me take her away, all right?" Jiang Yu ignored Li Jia's plea, forcefully shaking her off, and delivered a resounding slap to Xiong Xiuzhen's face. The sharp crack of the slap echoed in the courtyard, rendering it utterly silent. Xiong Xiuzhen staggered backward, clutching her face, disbelief etched across her features. Did he truly dare to strike her? "Xiong Xiuzhen, I have tolerated your insolence for Li Jia's sake, but you have grown increasingly brazen. This is your final warning. If you dare to cause trouble in my home again, be prepared to be carried out." Jiang Yu's expression was as cold as ice, his demeanor chilling to the bone. Fear flickered in Xiong Xiuzhen's eyes, momentarily rendering her speechless. "How could you?" Li Jia, regaining her composure, looked at Jiang Yu in disbelief, yet ultimately remained silent. Jiang Yu took Lu Lian from Zhang Xiaolan's support and turned to enter the house. "Xiaolan, see our guests out." It was only then that Xiong Xiuzhen reacted, her rage boiling over as she lunged at Jiang Yu, her teeth clenched in fury. "You little brat, I will take you down with me." Zhang Xiaolan stepped forward to intercept Xiong Xiuzhen, her voice icy. "You are not welcome here. Do not return. You vile creature. You are just as despicable." Xiong Xiuzhen's fury reached its peak as she clawed at Zhang Xiaolan's face. Zhang Xiaolan, growing impatient, seized Xiong Xiuzhen's arm and pulled her outside. "Li Jia, Observing Jiang Yu's retreating figure, felt a wave of sorrow wash over her, as if something precious had been lost. She hurriedly stepped in front of Jiang Yu, pleading, "Jiang Yu, I was wrong this time. My mother said she came to apologize, and I believed her. I'm truly sorry." With hopeful eyes, she awaited his response, recalling how he would gently reassure her in the past. However, Jiang Yu merely replied, "Li Jia, you should go back." After saying this, he assisted Lu Lian into the house and closed the door. Li Jia stood frozen, her heart heavy and cold. After a long moment, she lowered her head and exited the courtyard, where Xiaolan continued to shout and create a scene, drawing the attention of neighbors, while Zhang Xiaolan frowned at her antics. "Comrade Xiaolan, you should go back. I'll handle my mother," Li Jia said softly. Zhang Xiaolan hesitated for a moment, then nodded and entered the courtyard, shutting the door behind her. "How dare that beast hit me? I'll make you pay for this." Xiaolan screamed into the courtyard, having been pampered her entire life. Who would dare strike her? Now, she had been humiliated by Jiang Yu. If she didn't retaliate, she felt she would die of indignation. Li Jia grasped her tightly. "Mom, enough. Let us go back." Xiaolan bellowed, "Go back? You ungrateful wretch. Your mother has been attacked. I will not rest until that beast pays." As more and more people gathered, Li Jia suddenly broke down, shouting at her mother, "Mom, that's enough. Let us go back." Xiaolan paused, turning to see her daughter, who was crouched on the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Inside the house, Jiang Yu was applying medicine to Lu Lian's injuries, while Zhang Xiaolan prepared dinner in the kitchen. "Jiang Yu, this isn't Li Jia's fault. Your attitude towards her was a bit harsh just now," Lu Lian remarked, patting Jiang Yu's hand. He rolled an egg over the swollen area on her skin. "Yes, I understand. Is Yi at Grandpa Deng's house?" "Yes, thankfully she is there. Don't tell her what happened. Just say I had a fall." "All right, I won tea," Jiang Yu replied calmly. Following this incident, his desire to earn money intensified. It was clear that his current earnings were insufficient, allowing Xiaolan to persist in her disturbances. If he were still the CEO of a publicly listed company in his previous life, who would dare to bully his family? Without money, one could be trampled upon, lacking even the courage to resist. This truth remains unchanged through the ages. During dinner, Jiang Yu discussed plans with Zhang Xiaolan. Subsequently, Peng Shuo and others would remain in Su province as bodyguards, also responsible for the safety of Lu Lian and Yi. After finishing dinner, Jiang Yu called Yang Xian. "Assistant Yang, our store will open on October 1st. I wanted to ask if you have time to come and help with the ribbon cutting." Yang Xian, taken aback, wondered why Jiang Yu was not seeking higher-ups, but rather asking for his assistance. After checking his schedule, he hung up and relayed his confusion to Lu Zhixue, who erupted in laughter. "The young comrade indeed possesses remarkable intelligence. He accurately anticipated that you would inquire about me." Yang Xian was utterly baffled. "Director, I still do not comprehend." LV Zhixue set aside the documents in his hand. "Allow me to ask you. If Jiang Yu were to call and directly request your assistance in cutting the ribbon, how would you respond?" "I would find such a person lacking in awareness. Calling you for a trivial matter and then, by pretext, decline," Yang Xian replied. He spoke the truth. An assistant is capable of discerning superfluous information for their superior, who is exceedingly busy. If Jiang Yu were to call merely to solicit help for a ribbon-cutting ceremony, he would undoubtedly refuse. LV Zhixue chuckled. "Thus lies his cleverness. By extending an invitation to you, it undoubtedly incites your curiosity to consult me, ensuring the message reaches my ears." LV Zhixue perceived Jiang Yu's stratagem with clarity. Yet he bore no resentment towards Jiang Yu's approach. Inviting him to the ceremony was a gesture of respect, not a plea for assistance with a significant matter. What was there to be upset about? Return his call. I shall be in Su province on National Day and can make an appearance. Chapter 46. Su Zhuang's arrest. Upon receiving LV Zhixue's directive, Yang Xian returned Jiang Yu's call to convey the leader's sentiments. After hanging up, Jiang Yu's eyes sparkled. Initially, he had contemplated reaching out to LV Zhixue for assistance only in a dire situation, but after the events of the day, his perspective shifted. From this point forward, he intended to leverage LV Zhixue's influence. Originally, Jiang Yu planned to gradually expand the store, yet now he could hardly wait. He aimed to establish it as a brand store, aspiring to venture into the international market within a year. The business license was secured, and the renovations were nearly complete. To ensure a timely opening, Jiang Yu was tirelessly occupied, overseeing the renovations, neutralizing odors with grapefruit peels, preparing display stands, and orchestrating a fashion show. On August 25th, the crackdown policy commenced. By mid-September, thousands were apprehended and imprisoned. Fortunately, Jiang Yu had preemptively alerted Zhang, allowing them to evade calamity. Upon returning home, Lu Lian approached with a warm towel. In such cool weather, you still managed to work up a sweat. How is everything at the store? Jiang Yu accepted the towel and wiped his face. The shelves are all set up. Today I accompanied Peng Shuo and the others to eliminate odors with grapefruit peels. Hence my late return. Lu Lian beamed. That is wonderful. The grand opening is imminent. I have already informed Grandpa Deng and the others. And they will come to support us on the opening day. More people will bring liveliness. Jiang Yu smiled. All right, I understand. As they engaged in casual conversation, Peng Shuo rushed in, breathless. Brother Yu, the master brother has been taken to the police station. You must go and check. Jiang Yu was startled by the news and hurriedly followed Peng Shuo out. What happened? He asked, quickening his pace towards the police station. Peng Shuo, in a state of urgency, explained. The master brother passed by Zhang Hongye's shop today and noticed it was almost identical to ours. So he confronted him and gave him a beating. Zhang Hongye retaliated by having him locked up. Jiang Yu's heart tightened, and he quickened his steps even further. Upon arriving at the police station, Su Zhuang had already been detained. Jiang Yu claimed to be a relative of Su Zhuang, which allowed him access for a visit. Su Zhuang emerged, handcuffed, and upon seeing Jiang Yu, he wished he could bury his head in the ground. What transpired? Was it not stated that the renovation design was specifically shown to Zhang Hongye by me? Why did you still go and strike him? Jiang Yu furrowed his brows. He had cautioned Su Zhuang to exercise particular caution during this period of intensified crackdowns. The fact that Su Zhuang resorted to violence must have stemmed from another reason. Forget about the renovation, Brother Yu. Their shop sign is also called Ilian. Even the name is a blatant imitation of ours. When I confronted Zhang Hongye, he accused me of retaliating unjustly, and I lost my temper and struck him, Su Zhuang expressed indignantly. We have been vigorously promoting Ilian outside, only to have it serve as an advertisement for him. It pains my heart. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu took a deep breath. The notion that Zhang Hongye even plagiarized the shop's name was something he had not anticipated. Let us set that aside for now. What did the police say? How long will you be detained? Is there any way to secure an early release? Su Zhuang shook his head. Fortunately, my prior record is clean. This matter requires persuading Zhang Hongye to withdraw the complaint. Understood, Jiang Yu replied, rising and nodding at the police officer before heading home to retrieve a document, then making his way directly to Zhang Hongye's establishment. At that moment, Zhang Hongye was in his shop, his right eye swollen and bruised. Jiang Yu entered, surveying the shop's decor and the signage, smiling as he remarked, Brother Zhang, are you planning to create a replica of my shop? Zhang Hongye's expression darkened upon seeing Jiang Yu. He had initially intended to surprise Jiang on the official opening day. Who would have anticipated that Su Zhuang would suddenly confront him, leading to an unprovoked beating? Zhang Hongye scoffed, Brother Jiang, you are mistaken. What replica? This shop's design is entirely my own. If you claim I copied yours, then you ought to present evidence. Jiang Yu chuckled softly. He had expected such a response from a shameless individual. Indeed, I do not possess any evidence. Jiang Yu seated himself across from Zhang Hongye, locking eyes with him. I did not come to discuss renovations. I am here to persuade you to drop the charges against Su Zhuang. Persuade me? I believe you should be the one pleading. Zhang Hongye snorted coldly. He was prepared for Su Zhuang's imprisonment. As long as he communicated with his connections back in Kyoto, Su Zhuang could easily become a target of the crackdown in Su Province. Although Zhang had limited connections in Su Province, his family's standing in Kyoto was significant. Orchestrating Su Zhuang's incarceration would be entirely feasible. Jiang Yu sighed. So you have no intention of letting Su Zhuang off the hook? That assertion is rather absolute. Brother Jiang, I still hold you in high regard. In truth, we harbor no enmity. Here's the deal. Transfer your shop to me and come work for me, and I will let Su Zhuang's matter slide, Zhang Hongye stated, staring intently at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu shook his head. There seems to be no other alternative. Zhang Hongye believed that Jiang Yu had yielded and, with a grin, clapped him on the shoulder, saying, Brother Jiang, rest assured, as long as you work with me, I shall never mistreat you. Share all your plans with me, and I will assist you in realizing them. A win-win situation, wouldn't you agree? Jiang Yu let out a faint chuckle before fixing Zhang Hongye with a frosty gaze. I beg your pardon, but I prefer to win solo. With that, Jiang Yu retrieved a document from his bag and slapped it onto the table. Take a look. I registered the trademark for Ilian a month ago. Your actions now constitute infringement. At your age, you should possess a clearer understanding of the law than I do. Zhang Hongya stared at the document, his expression darkening as he realized that Jiang Yu had gone so far as to register a trademark for a mere small clothing store. Have you comprehended this? Jiang Yu took back the document and tucked it away, locking eyes with Zhang Hongya. I advise you to head to the police station and withdraw the case. And promptly change your store's name. Otherwise, the next one entering the police station shall be you. Zhang Hongya clenched his fists, glaring at Jiang Yu. It's merely a store name. I can always do without it. What can the police do to me? Oh, I neglected to mention that one of my uncles is a deputy-level official in the Provincial Bureau of Industry and Commerce. I could easily enlist his intervention regarding the trademark issue. Jiang Yu rose to his feet. Thus, it would be wise for you to obediently go to the police station, retrieve Su Zhuang, and offer him a proper apology. Remember, the cause of your dispute is documented, and with this document in hand, I trust it won't take long for them to discern who is in the right. With those words, Jiang Yu turned and walked away. Bang! In a fit of rage, Zhang Hongya kicked the table over. Jiang Yu, just you wait. If I allow you to succeed, I shall no longer bear the surname Zhang. One of the store clerks cautiously approached him. Boss, should we go pick up Su Zhuang now? Zhang Hongya smacked the clerk on the head. Of course. Do you wish to see me imprisoned? The matter of trademark infringement was neither trivial nor insignificant. If Jiang Yu remained obstinate and refused to reconcile, seeking intervention from the Bureau of Industry and Commerce could jeopardize the future of his store. As Jiang Yu arrived at his doorstep, he was greeted by a chorus of joyous voices. Chapter 47. The fool is me. Jiang Yu stepped inside to find Zhang Xiaolan, and Lu Lian surrounding Su Zhuang, showering him with concern and urging him to leap over the fire basin. Jiang Yu was momentarily taken aback. He had just left Zhang Hongya, and Su Zhuang was already home. Was that not rather swift? Brother Su, did Zhang Hongya go to the police station so quickly? Jiang Yu inquired, puzzled. Su Zhuang flashed a grin. Brother Yu, my return has nothing to do with Zhang Hongya. It was Uncle Li who secured my release. Uncle Li? Jiang Yu furrowed his brow. Ever since the incident with Xiong Xiuzhen, he had lost contact with Li Jia. How could Li Jiantong suddenly come to his aid? Indeed, I was surprised as well that Uncle Li would show up, Su Zhuang continued. As soon as you left, he arrived with a rather imposing figure. The police verified the circumstances, gave me a thorough admonition, and then released me. Now, they are looking to question Zhang Hongya regarding the situation. Well, it is good that you are out now. Zhang Xiaolan smiled as she approached with a glass of water. You must be weary. Here, have a drink. Jiang Yu did not take the water. After a brief silence, he stood up and said, You all go ahead with dinner. I need to step out for a moment. With that, he turned and left. Li Jiantong was not the type to get overly involved in others' affairs, so it was likely that Li Jia was the one offering assistance. Watching Jiang Yu's departing figure, Zhang Xiaolan noticed her fingers, which held the teacup, turning pale. In just 5 minutes, Li Jia would finish work, and Jiang Yu rode his bicycle to wait for her. As the clock struck the end of the workday, Li Jia walked out with her female colleagues and immediately spotted Jiang Yu waiting at the door. Her fist clenched tightly, sweat beaded on her forehead. Was he here to see her? Should she take the initiative to greet him? But what if Jiang Yu ignored her again, surrounded by so many colleagues? It would be quite embarrassing. With her head bowed, her mind racing, she was about to pass Jiang Yu when he called out to her. Li Jia, I need to talk to you. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Li Jia felt as if a weight had been lifted from her chest. Her colleagues momentarily paused in surprise, then began to curiously scrutinize her. Li Jia, is this your boyfriend? He is quite handsome, one of them remarked. He even came to pick you up. You are truly fortunate. Li Jia's face flushed like a ripe apple. Please don't say that. He is not my boyfriend. You all head back. I have something to discuss. Oh, you have something to discuss with your boyfriend? Then we shall take our leave, her colleagues teased, raising their voices deliberately. Embarrassed, Li Jia stamped her foot in frustration. Observing the playful banter among the young women, Jiang Yu couldn't help but chuckle. Come on, let us go eat, he said, patting the back seat of his bicycle. With a crimson face, Li Jia climbed onto the back of the bike. Jiang Yu took her to a restaurant specializing in eel noodles, ordering 2 bowls of noodles and 2 bowls of mushroom soup. If you want more, just let me know. It's on me. Eat as much as you like, Jiang Yu said with a smile. Li Jia nodded softly, her head down as she slowly savored the eel strips. Despite sitting across from one another, they found themselves enveloped in an awkward silence. Jiang Yu broke the tension first. Li Jia, thank you for helping to save Brother Su this time. Li Jia continued to eat her noodles. It's nothing. I didn't do much. It was my dad who helped. Another silence fell between them. Jiang Yu sighed, reminiscing fondly about the times he and Li Jia had spent together. I took my frustrations out on you last time, he said, placing an eel strip in her bowl. I apologize. Can we return to how we were before? Li Jia paused, her grip on the chopsticks faltering as tears began to fall into her bowl. I was wrong last time. I shouldn't have brought my mom without telling you first. I'm just happy you don't hold it against me. Wiping her tears in a haphazard manner. The tears continued to flow. Jiang Yu felt a surge of panic. I don't blame you. I just didn't know how to face you. Upon hearing this, Li Jia bit her lip and then couldn't help but burst into tears, drawing the attention of those at nearby tables. Jiang Yu, at a loss for words, hurriedly wiped her tears. Why are you still crying? Haven't we made up? Are you still upset with me? Li Jia, her voice trembling, shook her head and choked out. I'm so sorry. I thought you would never forgive me in this lifetime. I haven't kept in touch with my mother much. And I told her not to bother you. I truly realized my mistakes. Jiang Yu, touched by her words, gently ruffled Li Jia's hair and said, all right, stop crying. There are so many people watching. Eat your noodles. I'll take you home once you're done. Li Jia sniffled a couple of times, wiped her tears, and obediently began to eat her noodles. Meanwhile, on the way to the police station, Zhang Hongya was led into the interrogation room by the officers who had come to find him. Flustered, Zhang exclaimed, Officer, I came here to reconcile. Why have you arrested me? A loud slap echoed as the interrogation officer struck the table, declaring, Reconcile? We have found that the trademark for Lian was registered by boss Su Zhuang. He is not the one causing trouble. It is you who have retaliated and reported false information. How bold of you. Officer, you misunderstand. I wasn't aware that they had registered the trademark, Zhang Hongya hastily explained. The officer snorted disdainfully. You didn't know before. But when Su Zhuang spoke to you later, you remained oblivious? Why then did you come here to reconcile with him? Zhang Hongya found himself at a loss for words, panic rising within him like ants on a hot pan. We have completed all necessary investigations. You are required to pay 300 in damages for infringement, a $50 fine for false reporting, and 1 day of detention. With that, 2 officers advanced, handcuffed Zhang Hongya, and tossed him into the detention center. He fell heavily to the ground, fury blazing in his eyes. Jiang Yu, damn you Jiang Yu. I will not let you get away with this. Zhang Hongya seethed, convinced that Jiang Yu had orchestrated this entire affair, having rescued Su Zhuang only to threaten him into coming to the police station, thus ensuring his own downfall. Achoo! Jiang Yu, awakened from his slumber by a sudden sneeze, glanced out the window to find dawn had already broken. Su Zhuang was sitting nearby, engrossed in a newspaper. Brother Yu, this paper says that the fashion performance troupe from Modu is coming to Su province. What a fashion troupe! I saw it before. It's quite scandalous with its shoulder-bearing outfits. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu's eyes lit up as he approached to take the newspaper. The Modu fashion troupe. This was the first performance troupe in Huagua. He recalled the movie made about them back in '84, after which they had gained international fame. Brother Su, when is this troupe arriving in Su province? Jiang Yu inquired eagerly. Su Zhuang, somewhat perplexed by Jiang Yu's excitement, replied, Tomorrow evening, they are just passing through. Clutching the newspaper, Jiang Yu silently resolved that if memory served him right, the troupe had garnered quite a bit of attention back in April in the capital. If he could secure their participation in his grand opening ceremony, the sales would surely soar. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks echoed from the door. Jiang Yu furrowed his brow, wondering who could be visiting at this hour, as it was nearing noon. As soon as the door swung open, Zhang Hongya stormed in with great ferocity, raising his fist to strike Jiang Yu. You wretched scoundrel, how dare you deceive me? The sudden turn of events caught Jiang Yu off guard, leaving him momentarily unable to evade the impending blow. You go! Su Zhuang exclaimed, rushing forward. Just as Zhang Hongya's fist was about to descend, Jiang Yu instinctively turned his head aside, only to find that Zhang's punch never landed. Upon glancing back, he realized that Zhang Xiaolan had subdued Zhang Hongya with a deft maneuver. Jiang Yu, who is this person? Zhang Xiaolan inquired with a look of ire as she restrained Zhang's arm. Zhang Hongya glared fiercely at Jiang Yu. You despicable creature, you've set me up? And now you've brought someone to assault me. Do you believe I want to report you to the authorities? Jiang Yu gestured for Zhang Xiaolan to release him and addressed Zhang Hongya. You were the one who came here seeking trouble. Comrade Xiaolan acted in self-defense. If you wish to report me, By all means, go ahead. Zhang Hongye flexed his arm angrily. You're quite ruthless, tricking me into the police station like a sheep to the slaughter. Just wait, I will not let you, this beast, off easily. Zhang Xiaolan's expression darkened suddenly. Sir, mind your language. Should you continue to insult me, do not expect me to hold back. What will you do to me? Zhang Hongye adjusted his clothing and turned to Zhang Xiaolan, his demeanor shifting slightly. Zhang Xiaolan furrowed her brows and clenched her fists. I will deliver a beating to you. Zhang Hongye completely disregarded her words, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized her. This woman was more captivating than the movie stars from the coastal provinces. Though Zhang Hongye was already in his 40s, he still had an affinity for young and vibrant girls in their 20s. He glanced at Jiang Yu, thinking it a shame that such a lovely girl was involved with this young man. Since you have this beauty speaking on your behalf today, I will let you off the hook for now. However, Jiang Yu, mark my words, if your clothing store does not open properly, I will take your head. Zhang Hongye glared intently at Jiang Yu. After Zhang Hongye departed, Su Zhuang expressed his concerns. You go. That Zhang fellow is surely planning to cause trouble on our opening day. Jiang Yu appeared unfazed. Zhang Hongye causing a ruckus was a foregone conclusion. With Lu Zhixue and Dong Xing'an overseeing the event, there was little to worry about. Jiang Yu picked up the newspaper Su Zhuang was holding and began to read. For this opening, I plan to invite the fashion show troupe from Modu to perform. Though the Modu fashion show troupe has received mixed reviews, they have undeniably set trends among the youth, who yearn for the extraordinary and seek change, leading to a fervent pursuit of this troupe. Securing their presence could potentially attract a significant influx of out-of-town customers. The performance troupe? Su Zhuang exclaimed in disbelief. You go, that is impossible. They are quite renowned now. Why would they showcase for a small shop like ours? They wouldn't even consider meeting with us. Jiang Yu chuckled softly. I have a plan for this. Xiaolan, I will need your assistance tomorrow. Zhang Xiaolan looked taken aback. Me? What can I possibly help with? Just follow me tomorrow. We're going to visit the Yu opera troupe in Su province, Jiang Yu replied, squinting his eyes. Originally, he intended to approach a newspaper to announce that the fashion show team would be present at the grand opening ceremony. However, given that Zhang Hongye now posed a potential threat, and with Xiong Xiuzhen lurking like a ticking time bomb, he realized that this matter required a more discreet approach. Meanwhile, Zhang Hongye had already arrived at the store. Upon seeing the sign with the characters Yi Lian inscribed upon it, he kicked it in frustration. Let us redesign the sign to Yi Lian, clothing for Yan Lian for Lotus. We shall commence operations promptly at 8 o'clock the day after tomorrow, Zhang Hongye declared through gritted teeth. Yes, boss. I will take care of it right away, replied the staff member. Cold light flickered in Zhang Hongye's eyes as he murmured, Jiang Yu, you are not yet seasoned enough to contend with me. After speaking, he picked up the landline and dialed a number. Brother, I need you to assist me with a task. The following morning, Jiang Yu printed a stack of business cards and some documents before taking Zhang Xiaolan to the Su province Yu opera troupe. If his memory served him well, the young teacher, Xiao Mao, was currently interning there. Upon arriving at the Su province Yu opera troupe, Xiao Mao was taken aback when told that someone was looking for him to do makeup. Having just graduated and assigned to this location, he had a greater affinity for makeup than stage performance, yet he had only limited experience in applying stage makeup. I can only do the makeup for you opera performers, and I haven't done it many times. Perhaps I should consult the other makeup instructors? Xiao Mao stammered nervously. Jiang Yu felt a touch of frustration. By the time Xiao Mao became an internationally renowned makeup master in the 1990s, he had already made a name for himself. Even as a man with little interest in makeup, Jiang Yu had heard his name. In his past life, women who followed his tutorials often recorded videos of Xiao Mao's techniques. Out of curiosity, Jiang Yu had looked him up and discovered that Xiao Mao had indeed attended classes at the Su province Yu opera troupe. However, looking at him now, he appeared to be just in his early 20s, a mere rookie. Would he really be capable of delivering quality work? Nevertheless, since they were already there, Jiang Yu would not easily back down. Xiao Mao, there is no need for hesitation. Among so many people, I chose you because I see your talent. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Keep it simple for a casual look. Although Zhang Xiaolan was unsure why Jiang Yu had brought her there, she gently reassured Xiao Mao, it's all right, just give it a try. If it doesn't turn out well, we can always wipe it off. Yet, Xiao Mao remained uncertain. He did enjoy makeup and had a penchant for studying it during his university days, but he had hardly any practical experience. Looking at Zhang Xiaolan, whose face was already a perfect blend of subtle and striking makeup, He worried that if he made her look unattractive, she would surely be upset. Jiang Yu glanced at the time. It was nearly noon, and he urged, Xiaomao, please don't hesitate any longer. Just follow the principles of the 3 sections and 5 eyes, working with the bone structure as a guide. That's your forte. At this, Xiaomao's eyes lit up. Makeup based on bone structure? That was indeed a brilliant idea. Furthermore, the wages at the Yu opera troupe were modest, and with his passion for makeup, he could only improve through diligent practice. However, without funds, how could he purchase cosmetics? The remuneration Jiang Yu offered today was quite generous. All right, I'll give it a try. With a determined nod, Xiaomao assessed Zhang Xiaolan's face and began to apply her makeup. Jiang Yu found himself at a loss and stepped outside to seek out Su Zhuang. Brother Su, gather Peng Shuo and the others, and have them don their suits and leather shoes. We shall all depart together shortly. Su Zhuang nodded in agreement. I have already notified them, Brother Yu. Are you not going to invite the fashion troupe from the Magic City? What exactly are you planning to do? Jiang Yu chuckled softly. You will find out shortly. The two idly squatted outside, awaiting Zhang Xiaolan's emergence. Suddenly, a small vehicle roared towards them. Chapter 49. A performance in Port Province. Zheng Hongya, donned in sunglasses, disembarked from the car. What a coincidence, Jiang Yu. Are you here to watch the Yu opera? I heard you possess only a primary school education. Do you truly comprehend it? Jiang Yu stood up, stretching his arms. What am I primary education? I can now even understand a dog's bark. Do you think I would struggle with anything else? Huh, you boast too much. You understand a dog's bark? Zheng Hongya's words faltered as he grasped the implication, his expression darkening. Are you insulting me? Jiang Yu feigned innocence. You are mistaken. I would never insult you. I was merely jesting about the dog. You. Zheng Hongya inhaled deeply to steady himself, then retrieved an invitation from his bag. Never mind. I shall not hold it against you. My shop will open promptly at 8 tomorrow morning, and you are welcome to attend the ceremony. Jiang Yu accepted the invitation, glancing at it before replying. If I manage to wake, I may drop by, but you know that your opening ceremony is far less important than my slumber. Zheng Hongya scoffed, sharp-tongued as ever. Just as Zheng Hongya prepared to enter the Yu opera troupe, Zhang Xiaolan emerged. Jiang Yu, Teacher Mao has finished my makeup. Hiss. The group turned, gasping in astonishment. Jiang Yu nodded appreciatively. Although he could not discern the techniques Teacher Mao employed, Zhang Xiaolan's visage radiated an alluring charm and softness, ethereal and surpassing even that of the starlets from Port Province. Teacher Mao had curled the ends of Zhang Xiaolan's hair and styled her bangs, adorning her with a large hat and a beach dress, accentuating her youthful vibrance. Jiang Yu could not deny Teacher Mao's genius in the art of makeup. Zheng Hongya stood transfixed, stepping forward to inquire. You are the lady who struck me last time, are you not? A celebrity? Zhang Xiaolan frowned, finding Zheng Hongya's demeanor peculiar. She ignored him and approached Jiang Yu, her cheeks lightly flushed. How do I look? What exactly do you intend to do? Jiang Yu nodded, satisfied. We shall proceed to the train station now. You must not utter a word. Simply cooperate with me. Zhang Xiaolan, bewildered, followed Jiang Yu to the train station. Zheng Hongya watched her retreating figure, unable to tear his gaze away. Once they departed the Yu opera troupe, Su Zhuang inquired, Brother Yu, Zheng Hongya's shop has just been refurbished. How can they possibly open so soon? Jiang Yu's eyes narrowed. This is his ploy against me. He understood Zheng Hongya's intentions, seeking to preemptively claim clientele. He had played such games in his past life. Jiang Yu was acutely aware, yet Su Zhuang remained perplexed. How does an early opening pose a threat to us? We too are on the verge of opening. Jiang Yu harbored the intention of appointing Su Zhuang as the manager of the first branch, patiently elucidating. Allow me to illustrate with an example. If a grocery store launches a promotional event, but it lasts only a week, would you partake in it? Su Zhuang nodded affirmatively, of course. And I would purchase more than usual during that week, stockpiling. Jiang Yu continued, but once you've stocked up and your funds are nearly depleted, how much can you afford to buy when the second store opens, even if the promotion is even more enticing? Upon hearing this, Su Zhuang's expression darkened. His fists clenched tightly. That Zheng Hongya has a heart of darkness. Jiang Yu, however, remained unfazed. Such competition was commonplace in the business realm, a reality he had encountered numerous times during his entrepreneurial journey. Rest assured, our clientele cannot be usurped by Zheng Hongya. Upon arriving at the train station, in the crisp autumn air, Jiang Yu intentionally purchased a bamboo umbrella for Su Zhuang to shield Zhang Xiaolan from the elements, while Peng Shuo and others trailed behind. This spectacle drew considerable attention. Is that a celebrity? They truly are striking. What celebrity would venture out like this? Perhaps she is a wealthy young lady from Kyoto, accompanied by bodyguards no less. The murmurs of the onlookers caused Zhang Xiaolan's cheeks to flush with embarrassment. By 7 in the evening, the performance troupe from the Magic City finally disembarked from the train, surrounded by a throng of admirers. Since their fashion show for the leaders in May, they had garnered a wave of fans. Jiang Yu, clutching his briefcase, approached Su Wenyuan, the leader of the fashion troupe, and handed him a business card. Hello, I am the general manager of the Hongwang Company from the Hong Province. Our young lady greatly admires your fashion troupe and would like to invite you to dinner. Would that be agreeable? Jiang Yu's fluent Cantonese momentarily left Su Wenyuan stunned, followed by a surge of excitement. He had not anticipated that their troupe had made it all the way to the Hong Province. Initially, they had no particular engagements in Su Province, planning merely to enjoy a couple of days before returning to the Magic City. Absolutely, Su Wenyuan responded enthusiastically. May I inquire your name? Jiang Yu gestured towards Zhang Xiaolan's position, tilting his chin slightly. I am Jiang Yu. Our young lady's surname is Zhang, so you may address her as Miss Zhang. Following Jiang Yu's gaze, Su Wenyuan's eyes widened in awe. Is that not a star from the Hong Province? The other female models in the troupe gazed enviously at Zhang Xiaolan. Originally, they were merely female workers from a clothing factory in the Magic City, and being selected for the performance troupe already indicated their admirable appearances. Yet, standing beside Zhang Xiaolan, they felt a profound sense of inadequacy, particularly as she was flanked by several bodyguards. Jiang Yu escorted the troupe to a grand restaurant in Su Province, where a meal would easily cost 100. He promptly ordered 2 tables worth of dishes, a display of generosity that left Su Wenyuan thoroughly convinced. Please, don't be modest. This meal is courtesy of our young lady. Should it be insufficient, feel free to order more, Jiang Yu remarked. That will suffice. Thank you, Miss Zhang. Su Wenyuan expressed his gratitude profusely towards Zhang Xiaolan, who, in response to Jiang Yu's words, remained silent, merely nodding slightly. As the wine flowed and the dishes were savored, Jiang Yu cut to the chase. Team leader Su, our young lady has invited you here for 2 reasons. Firstly, she wishes to witness your fashion performance team, and secondly, she inquires whether you have any plans to perform in Gang Province. Upon hearing this, Su Wenyuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Does Miss Zhang wish to invite us to perform in Gang Province? Our performance team is only gaining a modest reputation in the mainland. A performance in Gang Province could open doors to the international stage. Jiang Yu smiled and replied, that is indeed our intention. Our young lady has established an international clothing factory in Gang Province. Initially, we intended to invite Master Daniel's team from France to perform, but she prefers to remain true to her roots, as Huagua is our true home. Thus, we wanted to inquire about your interest in this opportunity. The young women at the adjacent table blushed with excitement, eagerly turning their gazes towards Su Wenyuan. He nodded enthusiastically. I personally support this endeavor wholeheartedly. But I cannot make the decision unilaterally. It requires further reporting. Jiang Yu interjected, there is no rush. It is already nearly October, and any performance would be scheduled for next year. However, our stay in Su Province will be brief, so we must take this opportunity to assess your capabilities, enabling us to communicate more concretely with our company. Su Wenyuan furrowed his brow. How do you intend to assess us? Shall we showcase our talents here? In response to his suggestion, the young women of the performance team immediately straightened their posture, ready to rise and perform. Jiang Yu waved his hand dismissively. On National Day, we will inaugurate a chain clothing store here, hosting a 5-day opening ceremony. You may perform then, as we need to observe your sales capabilities. Rest assured, compensation will be provided. At this, Su Wenyuan's expression shifted slightly, discreetly glancing at Jiang Yu's business card. Mr. Jiang, what is the scale of your clothing store? He inquired cautiously. We have opened 300 stores in Gang Province. This is our first pilot in the mainland, with only 1 store currently, located on the ground floor of the Canal Plaza. Su Wenyuan's countenance grew somewhat grim. Mr. Jiang, I apologize, but our performance team last performed before national leaders. And prior to that, we showcased at the Fashion and Accessories Fair in Kyoto. This was, in essence, a veiled rejection. However, Jiang Yu remained undeterred. Placing a document on the table, Team Leader Su, you are aware that your performance team only began to show results this past April. Would you like to take them directly to Gang Province? If they do not meet expectations, will you cover the travel expenses? This document represents our sincerity, and the last page contains a contract for your consideration. It includes my contact information. I hope for your response by the end of today. If this does not work out, I will reach out to Master Daniel's team. Lastly, I advise you not to aim too high. Your performance team should serve the public, not merely cater to leaders. Maintaining an inflated sense of self-importance at this stage may hinder your future progress. With that, Jiang Yu turned to Zhang Xiaolan. Miss, it is time for us to take our leave. Zhang Xiaolan nodded, casting a fleeting glance at Su Wenyuan before settling the bill and departing with Jiang Yu. Su Wenyuan disdainfully flipped through the documents on the table, having encountered individuals like Jiang Yu before, petty entrepreneurs masquerading as magnates, attempting to leverage the prestige of his performance troupe. It was utterly laughable. However, as he continued to peruse, Su Wenyuan's expression shifted. A jolt of alarm coursed through him. The title of the document read, Pilot Program of Ilian International Clothing Group under the Hong Province Ronghuan Group. The accompanying risk assessment and financial analysis were presented with crystal clarity. Moreover, the market outlook indicated that a pilot program would commence in October this year, with an expectation to launch 100 clothing stores across various provinces within a year, thereby contributing to the economic development of the mainland. The more Su Wenyuan read, the more uneasy he became. Such a detailed report could not have been fabricated by an ordinary individual. If it were not collaboratively drafted by consultants from Hong Province, then Zhang Yu must have taken at least a month to compile this entire report. Further flipping through the pages, he discovered another document, Ilian International Clothing Group's investment in Dream of the Red Chamber. It meticulously outlined the production start date, selected actors, and concluded with a photograph of Jiang Yu and director Wang Xiaolan. How could one falsify such evidence? Su Wenyuan quickly turned to the last page, scrutinizing the contract details, which stated that Ilian International Clothing was willing to establish a long-term partnership with the Shanghai Fashion Performance Troupe, offering a daily remuneration of 1,000 yuan. Upon seeing the amount, Su Wenyuan's breath quickened. Despite the troupe's recent success, each member's monthly salary barely reached 200 yuan. Now, a single performance could yield 1,000. That amounted to 5,000 for 5 days. My heavens! Su Wenyuan slapped his own face in disbelief and bolted out the door. At that moment, Jiang Yu had already exited, and Zhang Xiaolan let out a sigh of relief. You nearly scared me to death. I'm not some heiress from Hong Province. You could have given me a heads up, she complained. Jiang Yu chuckled. Had I informed you in advance, wouldn't you have panicked? Zhang Xiaolan paused, then grinned, conceding the point. Su Zhuang, having experienced such events before, remained unfazed but puzzled. Brother Yu, why did we leave? Shouldn't we be begging them to assist us with the performance? Jiang Yu shook his head. Individuals like Su Wenyuan, whose troupe has achieved sudden fame, carry a sense of pride. If we were to plead with him now, he would perceive us as unworthy. Even if he agreed, it would be half-hearted. Fruitful collaborations are not born from supplication, but rather from his own initiative. Miss Zhang, Manager Jiang. Just as they were speaking, Su Wenyuan came rushing towards them, prompting Zhang Xiaolan to promptly silence herself. Jiang Yu swiftly adjusted his demeanor, feigning surprise. Leader Su? What brings you here in such haste? Su Wenyuan, panting heavily, replied. Manager Jiang, I misspoke earlier. This national day, we are willing to perform for you. We shall return to Shanghai and come right over. Jiang Yu, recognizing the effectiveness of his document, felt a weight lift off his shoulders, though he maintained a composed exterior. Soon, you will realize that this decision of yours is undoubtedly the right one. Shall we proceed to sign the contract now? Su Wenyuan inquired. Jiang Yu nodded slightly. All right, but you are aware that I need to assess your capabilities. Therefore, I hope you refrain from disclosing the name and location of our clothing store too soon. Otherwise, I will not be able to ascertain whether there is genuine operation or if your abilities are truly as remarkable as they seem. Su Wenyuan's eyes flickered with thought. How about I mention that we will be showcasing for an international clothing store in Su Province? Jiang Yu had been waiting for this very statement and nodded. That works. The group returned to the hotel, engaged in further conversation, and only departed after signing the contract. Almost a kilometer away from the hotel, they erupted in jubilant cheers. Brother Yu, we did it. We have truly secured the performance team from the Magic City. I admire you immensely. Su Zhuang exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement, almost shouting out loud. Peng Shuo and the others celebrated with fist bumps, while the clothing store was not directly connected to them. They had played a part in its renovation. To have a performance team that had entertained leaders participate in their showcase was a matter of lifelong pride. Jiang Yu could hardly contain his exhilaration and spun Zhang Xiaolan around in an embrace. Xiaolan, this is all thanks to you. Zhang Xiaolan's face turned crimson. Jiang Yu, what are you doing? There are people around. Jiang Yu turned to see Su Zhuang and Peng Shuo casting teasing glances at him and Zhang Xiaolan, clearing his throat twice. He gently set Zhang Xiaolan down. I apologize. I was momentarily overwhelmed with joy. Zhang Xiaolan's face was still flushed, leaving her speechless. Jiang Yu felt a twinge of regret. He had forgotten that it was the 1980s. Upon returning home, Lu Lian and Yi were overjoyed to hear the news. However, Jiang Yu refrained from sharing the details of their success with Lu Lian, as he knew it would only lead to her worrying. Yi, wrapping her arms around Jiang Yu's leg, mischievously inquired, Brother, did you hug Sister Xiaolan today? I saw you outside Grandpa Deng's house. At this, Jiang Yu felt a sudden jolt of alarm. He had been spotted by Yi. Yet, the primary concern was to keep Lu Lian from learning about it. Otherwise, he would face another round of marriage pressure. Jiang Yu crouched down. Yi, I only hugged Sister Xiaolan out of sheer excitement. Please don't tell Mom, all right? Yi pursed her lips, took 2 steps back, and then bolted away. Chapter 51. The young are easily startled. Jiang Yu sensed trouble and turned around to find Lu Lian gazing at him with astonishment. Yuhua, are you and Xiaolan together? Jiang Yu's head was spinning. He spent a long time explaining that he had merely acted out of excitement when he embraced Zhang Xiaolan, ultimately receiving a lecture from Lu Lian. That night, as Jiang Yu lay in bed gazing at the moon outside, his mind was awash with thoughts. Brother Yu, do you really like my junior sister? Su Zhuang asked. Jiang Yu found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He wanted to deny it. Yet he could not dismiss the fact that he held a unique fondness for Zhang Xiaolan compared to others. However, to define it as love was something he dared not confirm at this moment. Jiang Yu shook his head. Let us not discuss such matters. My focus is entirely on the store right now, and I have no time for romantic entanglements. Early the next morning, Su Zhuang rushed in holding a newspaper, his face alight with excitement. Yugu, Su Wenyuan has already made the announcement. He stated that on National Day, their fashion performance team will come to Su Province to perform for a clothing group from a port province. People outside are already buzzing about this event. So soon. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Jiang Yu's eyes as he stood up and took the newspaper from Su Zhuang's hands. The bold black headline on the left side of the paper boldly proclaimed, the fashion performance team from Magic City collaborates with Port Province Clothing Store. Jiang Yu's eyes sparkled with delight as he dialed the landline at Zhu Huijin's home. Sister Zhu, in the next few days, please add 1,000 pieces to each style I previously ordered from you. When I next visit Yangcheng, I will settle the payment. An additional 1,000 pieces for each? That totals 15 styles, which means an extra 15,000 pieces. How long do you expect to sell all of that? Zhu Huijin's voice on the other end was filled with confusion. Jiang Yu chuckled lightly. I will sell them all within a day. After a brief silence, Zhu Huijin replied, Jiang Yu, I know you are not one to boast. I will prepare this batch of clothing for you, but if you fail to pay on time, all rights to your previous designs will revert to me. No problem. I will also send you some new design sketches in the coming days. Jiang Yu readily agreed. He had no worries about selling tens of thousands of garments. Back in April, the Magic City fashion performance team was still relatively unknown, but they caused a sensation at the clothing, shoes, and hats exhibition in Kyoto, leading to a shortage of supply. At that time, Magic City had even dispatched dozens of trucks filled with clothing to Kyoto, selling out within 3 days. Moreover, the performance team had already established a reputation. If it weren't for the concern that Zhu Huijin might refuse, he would have loved to have her send over a few dozen trucks. Once he secured the first batch of income, he would have Su Zhuang book a truck to deliver it to Zhu Huijin overnight, subsequently working overtime to roll out the designs. The venue for the runway show required ample space and proximity to the store. Jiang Yu reported to Dong Xing'an, renting a large circular area behind Canal Square for 20 yuan per day, promising to maintain cleanliness. After receiving the approval documents from Dong Xing'an, the area was cordoned off for Jiang Yu to arrange. He gazed at the banner that welcomed the Magic City fashion performance team to Su Province. Many university students from Su Province volunteered to help. Yes, place 2 white stone benches here. The performance team will enter from this spot. Let's add a few more display tables here for snacks and socks to give away, Jiang Yu said, wiping his sweat while busily working. In the afternoon, Jiang Yu treated the students who came to help to a meal at a restaurant. Comrade Jiang Yu, I feel you have a real knack for design. The serpentine design of this stage, we wouldn't have known if you hadn't mentioned it, a female student remarked with a smile. The other students nodded in agreement, filled with admiration for Jiang Yu's knowledge displayed that day. Jiang Yu replied, I merely ponder these things in my spare time. You university students are the true gems of society. A few students began to converse with Jiang Yu, astonished by his thorough understanding of matters within the university, even being able to discuss their fields of study with remarkable accuracy. Su Zhuang sat to the side, momentarily taken aback by Yu Ji's extensive knowledge. Comrade Jiang Yu, it is truly a pity that you did not pursue higher education. You ought to consider taking the university entrance examination, lamented the university students. It was now 1983, just 6 years since the reinstatement of the college entrance examination. During the years without it, the educational standards in Huagua had regressed significantly. In the initial years after the examination's revival, the national education system had yet to flourish, resulting in a scarcity of students gaining admission to undergraduate programs. In contemporary terms, those who managed to enroll in universities were akin to stars descending from the heavens. At this juncture, many individuals over the age of 25 were successfully entering university, and Jiang Yu was still relatively young. The prospect of attending university piqued his interest. In his previous life, he had graduated with a master's degree. Had he not been so impetuous in his youth, insisting on entrepreneurship, he would not have ascended from a sales position to the helm of a publicly listed corporation. Moreover, he had diligently reviewed numerous past examination papers prior to his own college entrance examination, and perhaps he still retained some memories of those questions. That evening, Jiang Yu paid for the students' return to their school, and they agreed to return the following day to assist him. As Jiang Yu and Su Zhuang walked back, they happened to pass by Zhang Hongya's store, which was bustling with customers even at night. A staff member was greeting patrons at the entrance. Is this your store? Why does the sign look different? A customer inquired. It is indeed our store. Doesn't this design look better? Please come in. Today, we're offering a 40% discount on any purchase of 3 items. Don't miss out. With that announcement, more people surged toward the entrance. A loudspeaker blared, designed by returning overseas designers, supporting domestic products. Love our Huagua. Don't be slow. On the shelves inside, leggings and double-breasted trench coats were prominently displayed. Su Zhuang clenched his fists. You go. Zhang Hongya has truly mastered your strategies. Jiang Yu chuckled derisively. Zhang Hongya fancied himself clever. These tactics might suit street vendors, but they were ill-suited for a store and would merely diminish its prestige. Ah, Brother Zhang has arrived. You didn't show up to support my opening ceremony earlier. Yet here you are, sneaking a peek. Zhang Hongya emerged from the shop. Su Zhuang scowled, retorting, who is sneaking a peek? We're merely passing by. Zhang Hongya laughed dismissively and said to Jiang Yu, Brother Jiang, I must thank you for the methods you taught me regarding grand openings and discount promotions. Our store's revenue has already surpassed 30,000 today, with profits exceeding 10,000. Jiang Yu smiled in response. No need for thanks, Brother Zhang. We all conduct business on the same street, and it is only right to help one another. However, Zhang Hongya regarded him with disdain, viewing him as a naive youth who could easily be intimidated. Seeing his store thriving, he now hoped to ingratiate himself and expect future concessions. How laughable. Zhang Hongya narrowed his eyes, sensing Jiang Yu's apprehension, and decided to instill even greater fear. What you say makes sense, Brother Jiang. Don't linger outside. Come in and take a look. Jiang Yu grinned. Very well. I shall tour Boss Zhang's establishment. Chapter 52. Striking a chord of laughter upon entering the store. Jiang Yu caught sight of a full-wall mirror and nearly burst into laughter. In front of a singular mirror, customers trying on clothes all gathered, and instances of fashion overlap were rampant. As the saying goes, encountering a duplicate outfit is not frightful. Rather, it is the unattractiveness of the wearer that breeds embarrassment. Zhang Hongya was orchestrating a grand scene of awkwardness. Zhang Laodi, how do you feel about one design being worn by 2 people? Zhang Hongya provocatively teased Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu, suppressing a chuckle, replied, it feels quite agreeable. Meanwhile, a female sales associate warmly attended to a customer trying on a trench coat. Comrade, you look absolutely splendid in this garment. Our cost for this piece is 50. However, the discounted price is only 48. The female customer scrutinized her reflection and remarked, the coat is passable, though it pales in comparison to the high-end attire others are wearing. It's merely adequate. The sales associate, taking back the coat, revealed a mysterious smile. Comrade, please wait a moment. I can offer you a better deal. She feigned a phone call. Boss. A customer is interested in our coat, but seeks a discount. Understood. After hanging up, the sales associate flashed a charming smile. Comrade. I managed to lower the price by an additional 3 yuan. You can take it for 45. The customer's lips curled into a smile. You certainly know how to conduct business. I shall return to seek you out next time. The sales associate beamed as she escorted her out. Zhang Hongya, pleased with himself, patted Jiang Yu on the shoulder. Following your advice, I expect to sell out my stock in 2 days. I will hold regular promotional events. Truly, I must thank you. Jiang Yu glanced at Zhang Hongya, his face crimson as he pulled Su Zhuang away and fled. Zhang Hongya stood stunned for a moment before scoffing. The youth cannot withstand a blow. Not long after exiting the store, Jiang Yu could no longer contain his laughter. How foolish. How could someone be so naive? Laughter brought tears to his eyes. Su Zhuang joined in. Brother Yu, he hasn't altered a single detail from the design you provided. I watched those women, gazing into the mirror, sizing each other up, terrified that someone else might look better. Jiang Yu clutched his stomach and laughed for a while. Zhang Hongya had truly struck his funny bone. What discounts and promotions? Did he truly lack common sense? At 40 years old, he remained oblivious to brand positioning. Relentless sales would inevitably diminish even the most luxurious brand to a mere budget option. Once the promotions concluded, who would foot the bill to restore the cheap goods to their former high-end prices? Jiang Yu mused with a grin. In the following days, Jiang Yu busied himself with arranging the venue, with university students lending a hand. He felt awkward constantly relying on their unpaid assistance, yet they refused any monetary compensation, so he could only occasionally treat them to snacks and drinks. Do you know any art students? I wish to commission a poster. Jiang Yu inquired of a female classmate nearby. In this age devoid of the internet, news and posters were the most effective means of capturing public attention. Promotional messages and celebrity images displayed at the storefront would naturally draw customers inside. A female classmate smiled widely and remarked, You are truly fortunate. My junior, Gong Shui, is currently in her 2nd year at the Fine Arts Department, and she will be coming over shortly. Jiang Yu chuckled, understanding why she was seeking out a student from the Fine Arts Department. In this day and age, expecting someone from a printing shop to create the desired poster style he envisioned was nearly an impossibility. When Gong Shui arrived, Jiang Yu presented her with a magazine and briefly outlined his design concept. She sketched a simple draft, which Jiang Yu found quite satisfactory. All right, I need 4 posters. I will pay you 8 yuan each and also provide you with a set of paints. Gong Shui's eyes sparkled with excitement, realizing she would earn a tidy sum of 32 yuan. Everyone knew of Gong Shui's family's financial struggles, and upon hearing of her potential earnings, no one felt envy. Rather, they all congratulated her. After several days, the venue was finally set up. Jiang Yu left the address and a 10 yuan deposit with Gong Shui and treated the university students who had assisted him to a meal before departing. That evening, just as Jiang Yu arrived home, a knock echoed at the door. He approached and opened it to find a slender man with a crew cut standing there. He seemed somewhat familiar, but Jiang Yu could not immediately place him. Before Jiang Yu could finish his sentence, the man dropped to his knees and exclaimed, Brother Yu, I am Alay. Thank you for your heroic rescue. With that, Alay bowed his head vigorously in gratitude. Due to a recent crackdown in Yangqing, many had been apprehended, and had it not been for Jiang Yu's timely warning to Sister Li, they would not have escaped. The severity of the crackdown was evident. Upon hearing Alay's name, Jiang Yu finally recognized him. This was understandable. Alay had appeared quite disheveled before, making it difficult for Jiang Yu to see his face clearly. Jiang Yu quickly helped Alay to his feet and inquired, Did you come alone? With Alay's plan to arrange same-city delivery, it seemed unlikely he could manage alone. Alay wiped the sweat from his brow and replied, Sister Li is looking after the boss. She sent me ahead to secure accommodations for our brothers before they arrive. Jiang Yu calculated that, excluding the goods and storage, he had nearly 10,000 yuan on hand. All right, I will help you find a place to stay, but do not bring your brothers over just yet. I have some matters I need them to assist with later. That won't do. We still owe 3,000 yuan from before. And we must resolve our housing situation ourselves as there are quite a few of us. Alay insisted, clutching his wallet. He mentioned that, collectively, they had pooled 300 yuan for this outing, which was sufficient for their rent. Jiang Yu could not argue. While he wouldn't contribute to the rent, he could certainly help find a suitable place. He decided to consult Li Jiantong, who was well acquainted with such matters. Uncle Li, just ensure it's not too far. Preferably a 4-bedroom flat with a spacious yard. Li Jiantong, always ready to assist, replied cheerfully, "There are plenty of rental houses on the West Street Lane. Though 4-bedroom options are rare. I'll scout a few for you in that alley. They won't be far from each other. How does that sound?" Jiang Yu gave a thumbs up, as expected of Uncle Li. "Your mind is sharper than mine." Li Jiantong laughed heartily. Among all the young people, he had a fondness for Jiang Yu, appreciating his genuine compliments, which always brought a sense of comfort. After resolving the housing issue, Jiang Yu glanced at Alei and inquired, "Can you and your brothers operate a motorcycle tricycle?" Alei paused for a moment before nodding affirmatively. "Yes. We can drive small vehicles. Our leader taught us at the public unit." Jiang Yu's eyes brightened. He had initially considered renting a few tricycles, but was pleasantly surprised to learn that Alei and the others could also drive small cars. He quickly led Alei to a repair shop. "Boss, how much would it cost to rent a few cargo vans?" The proprietor cast a fleeting glance at Jiang Yu and replied, "I'm in the repair business. For vehicle rentals, you should head to the car rental market." Jiang Yu remained unfazed, producing an envelope and slipping it into the owner's hand. "The rates there are exorbitant. Please help me find a way." In this era, the car rental market is heavily regulated by the state, with strict rules on where and when vehicles can be dispatched. Jiang Yu aimed to enter the express delivery sector, free from such constraints, hence his inquiry at the repair shop. Despite their primary focus on repairs, who knows more vehicle owners than these mechanics? Upon opening the envelope, the owner's demeanor shifted. "How many vehicles do you need, and for how long?" Jiang Yu calculated that at least 10 individuals from Alei's group would require transportation. "With 2 per vehicle, let us rent 5. I'm uncertain about the duration, so I'll pay daily." The owner waved his hand dismissively. 200 yuan per vehicle per day. "If there's any damage, you'll need to compensate. Are you sure you want to proceed? I can have the vehicles delivered tomorrow." Hearing the price made Jiang Yu wince. Renting a vehicle for a day would amount to over 1,000 yuan. However, there was no alternative, as automobiles were a rarity. A Changhe van costs 50,000 yuan up front, and most people are reluctant to rent them out. Jiang Yu and the owner formalized the agreement, leaving a 50 yuan deposit as he departed. Alei expressed his concern. "Brother Yu, why are you renting so many vehicles? 1,000 a day is exorbitant." Jiang Yu patted Alei on the shoulder. "I plan to establish a same-city express service in Su province, and I'll need your assistance along with your brothers. I'll provide salaries, a base of 50 yuan per month, plus an additional 5 yuan for every vehicle of goods delivered." Seeing Alei's puzzled expression, Jiang Yu sighed. "It's akin to a post office. You drop off your items, and they are delivered for you. We're simply rebranding. We will deliver goods within this city. Do you understand now?" Alei's eyes lit up slightly. "Got it. Now I understand." The following noon, Gong Shui delivered the posters, and Jiang Yu was immediately captivated. It wasn't just the quality of the artwork, but rather Gong Shui's bold, yet perfectly balanced use of color that would undoubtedly draw significant attention when displayed outside the shop. Jiang Yu was exceedingly pleased, handing over the remaining funds to Gong Shui and also presenting her with a magazine. "If you're interested, you might consider exploring fashion design in the future." Gong Shui possessed a commendable aesthetic sense, which had advanced at least 3 years ahead of the prevailing trends. Jiang Yu contemplated the necessity of nurturing a few designers. Otherwise, he would find himself constantly overseeing the design prototypes. Given the current domestic deficit in fashion design professionals, it might be more reliable to enlist an art student. Jiang Yu pointed to the garments displayed in the yard. "Something like this. See if you can design something new and bold." Gong Shui gazed at the garments displayed on the rack, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "All right, I shall give it a try, though I am uncertain of my capabilities." Jiang Yu waved his hand dismissively. "Once you have completed your design, present it to me, and I shall offer my corrections. If any of your classmates harbor an interest in this field, they are welcome to join us." After Gong Shui departed, Lu Lian approached with a conspiratorial air. Are you still hoping to enlist that university student to work for us?" She had previously observed Jiang Yu sketching, noting that once a design was rendered, it could be transformed into a garment. Regardless of their major, university students were allocated jobs by the state. They could hardly be expected to work alongside individuals like them, who operated as freelancers. In these times, legitimate employment was exceedingly rare. Even if Jiang Yu could offer a monthly salary of 100 yuan, it would be challenging to attract a university student. The positions allocated by the state were the true secure jobs. Jiang Yu watched as Gong Shui's silhouette faded from view, contemplating a collaborative approach for the time being, leaving future matters for another day. Lu Lian perused a poster. Her junior high school education allowing her to decipher the text. Grand opening celebration. Spend over 300 yuan for a 50 yuan shopping card with no restrictions. She chuckled. This shopping card can only be used in our store, correct? Jiang Yu nodded with a grin. Precisely, it's a clever strategy to encourage purchases at our shop. On September 30th, all preparations were complete, and the goods transported by Zhu Huijin had arrived. Su Wenyuan had contacted Jiang Yu to confirm the fashion show was scheduled for 6 o'clock on October 1st. This timing was meticulously calculated. It was auspicious and aligned with the primary demographic of young to middle-aged female customers. Given the holiday, daytime attendance was expected to be low, while 6 o'clock would be after dinner, when patrons would be eager to seize the opportunity to acquire new attire. Brother Yu, the clothing has been meticulously organized into sections, and the display racks are ready. We are merely awaiting the grand opening tomorrow, Su Zhuang exclaimed, his face alight with excitement, having anticipated this event for quite some time. Jiang Yu nodded in agreement. Let us head to the talent market. The exhibition would require numerous attendants, and Jiang Yu needed to prepare adequately. The talent market was bustling, though it predominantly attracted laborers engaged in physical work. After inquiring among several individuals to gauge the current market, Jiang Yu stood atop a bench and called out. Clothing store staff needed. 3 male and 6 female attendants required. 5-day trial period, 2 yuan per day, and for those who pass, a monthly salary of 40 yuan. Meals included. The 5-day trial would undoubtedly be the busiest, prompting Jiang Yu to offer an enticing wage. A monthly salary of 40 yuan was quite a rarity at that time, and soon a crowd began to gather around him. Having experience in sales from his previous life, Jiang Yu was adept at assessing potential candidates. After an hour, he selected a few individuals who appeared suitable in appearance and seemed capable of enduring hard work, arranging for them to report at the store front the following morning. Not far off, Zhang Hongya, smoking a cigarette, watched Jiang Yu with a smirk. Once Jiang Yu had completed his recruitment, Zhang approached. Brother Jiang, are you also hiring? A 5-day trial period? Planning to recruit temporary workers, I see. Well, your store can only afford such help. Jiang Yu did not respond directly to Zhang's remarks, but instead inquired, Zhang, how is business for you these days? Zhang Hongya replied with a smile, quite well, actually. I can barely keep up with the demand for staff. By the way, didn't you distribute a number of vouchers when you were selling on the street? Some customers mistakenly came to me with their vouchers. Jiang Yu's expression darkened instantly. The clients holding the vouchers were among the first he had personally nurtured. He had invested a certain emotional attachment to this group. It was one thing for Zhang Hongya to copy his decor and store name, but now he was deceiving Jiang Yu's clients as well. Observing Jiang Yu's changing demeanor, Zhang Hongya felt a surge of satisfaction. Isn't this what you taught me? To make customers feel at home? They came with discount vouchers, and I have no choice but to serve them. In a way, I'm assisting you, so there's no need for excessive gratitude. But rest assured, I've raised the prices of the clothes for this group of customers by 30 yuan, so I am not at a loss. Thank you very much. I've never encountered someone as shameless as you. Su Zhuang, unable to contain himself, raised his fist to strike Zhang Hongya. Zhang Hongya sneered, if you have the guts. Go ahead, I was just thinking about sending you behind bars. Jiang Yu restrained Su Zhuang's hand and said in a low voice, don't act impulsively. We open tomorrow. Let us go? Su Zhuang took a few deep breaths, glared at Zhang Hongya, and finally unclenched his fist, exiting the talent market first. Jiang Yu gave Zhang Hongya a meaningful glance. Boss Zhang, do you think you've won? Just wait. What belongs to me will eventually return to me. With that, Jiang Yu turned to leave. Just a moment. At that moment, Zhang Hongya called out to Jiang Yu, slowly approaching him and lowering his voice. Tomorrow at the opening ceremony, I will surprise you. A surprise that will make you regret ever crossing paths with me. Jiang Yu's eyes flickered. Was Zhang Hongya planning to cause trouble at his opening? Zhang Hongya continued. Of course, if you wish to avoid this surprise, have that actress who was with you last time, the one named Xiaolan, come to see me tonight. I enjoy whispers in the night. Chapter 54. Accompany us to the station. Jiang Yu's expression darkened as he strode out of the talent market. Su Zhuang approached. Brother Yu, why did you take so long? Did that scoundrel provoke you again? Jiang Yu took a deep breath and approached a little girl selling newspapers, handing her $1. Little sister, could you do me a favor? The girl timidly accepted the money and asked, what is it? Jiang Yu led her back to the talent market, pointing at Zhang Hongya, who was interviewing staff. See that man in the blue shirt sitting on the chair? When he comes out, tell him there's a beautiful sister looking for him in the alley next door. And if you call him over, I'll give you another $1. The girl grinned. Okay, that's easy. Jiang Yu cast a lingering glance in Zhang Hongye's direction, pocketing his hands as he walked out. Brother Yu, what are you planning to do? Su Zhuang inquired. Jiang Yu's gaze turned icy. I'm going next door to buy a snakeskin bag. 10 minutes later, Zhang Hongye emerged from the talent market. Remembering how enraged Jiang Yu had been moments ago filled him with delight. That little wretch. Daring to deceive me into going to the police station. I'll make sure he regrets it. A sinister smile crept across Zhang Hongye's lips. Uncle. At that moment, someone tugged at the hem of his clothing. Looking down, he saw a little girl pulling at him. Observing her grimy hands, Zhang Hongye furrowed his brow and yanked his garment back. What do you want? I'm not buying any newspapers. The little girl pointed ahead and said, Uncle, there's a beautiful sister who wants you to go to the alley next door. How beautiful. Like a fairy. The little girl, uncertain of her own words, merely babbled. A glimmer of intrigue flashed in Zhang Hongye's eyes as he smirked. I thought you were a tough nut, but it seems you're just soft. Tossing a coin into the girl's hand, he strode toward the alley. Upon entering, he found it deserted, momentarily taken aback. Then, he chuckled softly. Is Xiaolan still shy? Xiaolan, did you call for me? It's all right. Come out. No need to be bashful. How could I be shy? A male voice suddenly rang out, prompting Zhang Hongye to instinctively turn around. Abruptly, darkness engulfed him as a burlap sack was thrown over his head. Damn it. Jiang Yu raised his foot and kicked Zhang Hongye sharply in the knee. Zhang Hongye collapsed to the ground, panic flooding his mind. Who are you? I'm from Kyoto. My elder brother is the director at the education department in Kyoto. Do you dare to touch me? What of it? I've wanted to hit you for ages. Just because you can call out a little girl's name so flamboyantly, if I don't teach you a lesson today, I'm not worthy of celebrating Father's Day. Jiang Yu yanked the sack and slapped him a few times, then proceeded to kick him mercilessly. Su Zhuang had long harbored a desire to strike Zhang Hongye, seizing a nearby vine to lash at him. Zhang Hongye cried out in pain. Jiang Yu, I figured it out, beast. Do you believe I can send you to the police station? Slap. Jiang Yu responded with a resounding slap. I'm not Jiang Yu. Who is Jiang Yu? Is he your father? With that, the two unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon Zhang Hongye. After releasing a breath, Jiang Yu felt his pent-up anger dissipate somewhat. He exited the alley and took out several bills, handing them to the little girl selling newspapers. Go sell these near the train station. There will be more people there. The girl's eyes lit up, and with a crisp acknowledgement, she dashed away. Su Zhuang delivered 2 more fierce kicks to Zhang Hongye before they both rode their bicycles home. Su Zhuang, brimming with energy, exclaimed, You go. That was incredibly satisfying. If Zhang Hongye troubles us again, we shall use this tactic. Jiang Yu chuckled. If anyone comes to investigate at home, we'll just say we know nothing about it. In this day and age, there are no cameras, and Zhang Hongye was blindfolded when he was attacked. Why should we be blamed? Lying on the ground for a considerable time, Zhang Hongye was finally assisted by a passerby. He pulled off the sack from his head, revealing eyes swollen like walnuts. Upon returning home, the little maid accompanying him from Su province was astonished, rushing forward with alcohol to tend to his wounds. Ouch, be gentle. The alcohol stung where it touched his injuries, causing Zhang Hongye to wail in agony. The maid hurriedly blew gently on his wounds. Jiang Yu, just wait. I will not let you off easily. Zhang Hongye gritted his teeth in fury. The following morning, the newly hired staff gathered at the entrance of the store, with Lu Lian and Yi arriving to assist. Alei also approached, inquiring if there were any laborious tasks available for him. Jiang Yu distributed uniforms to the employees, suits for the men and skirts for the women, complemented by high heels. Customers arriving in the afternoon were instructed to queue orderly. Those who attempted to cut in line would not be served, while early arrivals were reminded to prepare fruit platters. Jiang Yu conducted training for the sales staff, with Zhang Xiaolan seated nearby, nodding in agreement. As noon approached, after organizing the staff, Jiang Yu and Lu Lian prepared some bone soup to deliver to the store. However, halfway through their journey, several individuals wearing red armbands approached them. Which one is Jiang Yu? One of them inquired. Jiang Yu, taken aback, stepped forward and replied, I am. What is the matter? Suddenly, the red armband struck the soup from Jiang Yu's hands. We received reports from the public that you are dealing in illicit goods. Come with us. Jiang Yu's eyes narrowed, and he spotted Zhang Hongye, bruised and grinning menacingly at a distance. Comrades, you must be mistaken. Our clothing is of the highest quality and poses no issues, Lu Lian interjected, stepping protectively in front of Jiang Yu. Whether there are issues or not will be investigated. Come with us to the police station. With a wave of their hands, the red armbands swiftly seized Jiang Yu, lifting him up. What are you doing? Let go of my son. Lu Lian cried, tears brimming in her eyes as she tugged at the red armbands. One of them forcefully pushed her aside, glaring furiously. If you continue to make a scene, you will accompany us to the police station. Mom, don't panic. Contact Mr. Lu. Jiang Yu managed to break free from the red armbands and helped Lu Lian to her feet. Contacting anyone will be futile. Come with us quietly. A red armband struck Jiang Yu on the back, pulling him away. You, my child. Lu Lian sobbed, abandoning her soup as she dashed toward the store. As Jiang Yu was dragged past Zhang Hongya, the red armbands deliberately paused. With a resounding slap, Zhang Hongya struck Jiang Yu's face, sneering, You little bastard. You must pay for your misdeeds. This is the surprise I have for you. Soon, I shall also enjoy your woman. Do you believe you have one? Jiang Yu replied with a calm demeanor. As long as I am alive, I will take you down. Faced with Jiang Yu's icy gaze, Zhang Hongya felt an uncharacteristic sense of trepidation. He raised his hand and struck Jiang Yu's face again. Stop pretending to be a big shot for your speculative crimes. You'll be lucky to serve 2 or 3 years. All right, Brother Zhang, we need to take him back, one of the red armbands interjected. Zhang Hongya finally ceased his assault, patting Jiang Yu's face. Do you see? This is the outcome of challenging me. With a wave of his hand, the red armbands escorted Jiang Yu to the station. Meanwhile, Lu Lian burst into the store. Where's the phone? Where is it? Andy, what happened? Zhang Xiaolan rushed forward. Concerned, Yu has been taken to the police station. Lu Lian cried, overwhelmed with grief. Chapter 55, False Testimony. Coerced Confessions. At this news, Zhang Xiaolan was taken aback and led Lu Lian to the landline. Previously, Jiang Yu had asked Lu Lian to keep Lu Zhishue's phone number handy. Fearing he might need it unexpectedly, Lu Lian had memorized the number and quickly dialed it. Greetings, comrade. I am searching for Mr. Lu. My name is Lu Lian, the mother of Jiang Yu. I implore you to connect me with Mr. Lu. Upon receiving the call, Yang Xian was met with a chorus of sobs, leaving him bewildered. He hurried to the office to inform Lu Zhishue of the situation. Lu Zhishue, exhibiting patience, approached Lu Lian, assuring her, Very well, I understand. I shall investigate this matter thoroughly. After ending the call, Yang Xian inquired of Lu Zhishue, Director, shall we assist Jiang Yu in this predicament? First, let us visit the police station, Lu Zhishue replied in a grave tone. Having heard Lu Zhishue's words, Lu Lian regained her composure. Wiping her tears as she recounted to Zhang Xiaolan and others the incident of Jiang Yu being taken away by those in red armbands. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed from the entrance, prompting everyone to turn their gaze. Li Jia stood pale at the door, her leather bag having fallen at her feet. Li Jia? Zhang Xiaolan called out. Li Jia remained unresponsive, fleeing in a daze. Mother must be at home now. Could this incident be yet another of her doing? Zhang Xiaolan mused. Peng Shuo, swiftly follow after comrade Li Jia. Her demeanor appears rather unsettling, she instructed. Without hesitation, Peng Shuo followed her out. Zhang Xiaolan then reassured Lu Lian, Auntie, with Mr. Lu on our side, Jiang Yu will not come to harm. Our task now is to prepare for the evening's opening ceremony before Jiang Yu's return. Senior brother, please proceed to the Su Province U Opera Troupe to bring back teacher Xiao Mao and ensure the staff training is well managed. Auntie, prepare all the outfits for the performance troupe. We must be swift in the costume changes. After allocating tasks to everyone in a few brief moments, Zhang Xiaolan led the remaining juniors to welcome the fashion performance team from Modu. Meanwhile, Li Jia had arrived at Xiong Xiuzhen's home, bursting through the door with urgency. Mother, was this incident you're doing? However, she was interrupted mid-sentence. Inside, the sweet voice of a singer serenaded, Night blooming jasmine, I sing for you. Night blooming jasmine, I ponder for you. As a group of men and women embraced and danced in the living room, their attention now fixed on Li Jia. Xiong Xiuzhen emerged from beside a man, awkwardly smiling. Please continue dancing, everyone. This is my daughter. She has something to discuss with me. She then pulled Li Jia outside. Mother, what is happening here? Playing sultry music and dancing. This could lead to charges of lewd conduct. Li Jia exclaimed in disbelief. Xiong Xiuzhen shot her a glare. What lewd conduct? What is wrong with dancing? If you continue to burst in unannounced like this, I shall reclaim the keys I gave you. Now what is the matter? Li Jia took a deep breath, disregarding the music from within, and asked Xiaolan, "Mother, did you know that Jiang Yu has been taken by the police?" "What? That little rascal has been taken to the police station?" Xiaolan's eyes widened, then burst into laughter. "I knew that little miscreant would come to no good. Always causing trouble outside, and now he's finally gotten himself into the police station. Oh, this is simply hilarious." "Mother," Li Jia stamped her foot. "Does this not concern you at all?" Upon hearing this, Xiaolan's expression darkened abruptly. "You have come to confront me again today, haven't you?" "I am not what?" "Nonsense." Xiaolan scolded Li Jia sharply. "You believe that Jiang Yu's arrest is my doing? I truly regret having given birth to such an ungrateful wretch. Leave. Get out of my sight, and do not return." Li Jia, in a state of panic, grasped Xiaolan's arm, pleading, "Mother, I was mistaken. I misjudged you. Could you please help me save Jiang Yu?" With a swift motion, Xiaolan forcefully shook off Li Jia's hand and jabbed a finger at her forehead. "I wish that wretched child were dead. You want me to save him? Fine, then you shall go on a blind date with Minister Tsin's son tomorrow." Li Jia's complexion turned pale at this revelation. Meanwhile, at the police station, Jiang Yu was unceremoniously ushered in, receiving a beating before being taken to the interrogation room. "Confess. Where did you acquire your clothing, and why have you deceived the public?" shouted Captain Kong Wei, adorned in an armband. "My clothing is sourced from Yangcheng, and the quality is impeccable. There is no deception involved," Jiang Yu retorted coldly. Still quibbling, Kong Wei slammed the table, prompting an accomplice to slap Jiang Yu across the face. Jiang Yu gritted his teeth. "You cannot be real police officers. You have been bribed by Zhang, haven't you? You seek to frame me. I demand a police investigation." This year, a sudden crackdown directive had been issued, resulting in a severe shortage of police personnel across the country. Thus, certain citizens had been selected to form civil defense teams, primarily to assist in patrolling and curbing criminal activities, and they were not genuine law enforcement. These individuals donned red armbands and did not wear uniforms, clearly indicating their status as civil defense members. Kong Wei's expression became somewhat awkward. He was indeed not a police officer, but had received orders to detain individuals at the station for 2 years. "I am unaware of what you are insinuating. We have received reports from the public regarding your sale of substandard clothing and false advertising, which constitutes speculation and profiteering. Do you acknowledge this crime?" "I do not acknowledge it. I demand police intervention." Jiang Yu maintained his insistence on calling the police. Kong Wei signaled, and a woman entered, cradling a child, who immediately began to wail. Kong Wei, with a serious demeanor, addressed her, "Madam, please recount the events clearly, and we shall assist you." Through her sobs, the woman explained, "Officer, I previously purchased clothing from this man for my child, and look, my baby has developed rashes all over." She rolled up the child's sleeve to reveal a multitude of alarming blisters. Jiang Yu stared at the woman. "I only sell adult clothing and have never sold children's apparel. The rashes on your child have nothing to do with me." "Madam, do you not realize that falsely accusing someone can lead to imprisonment?" The woman sniffled, dismissing his words. "I merely wrapped my child in the clothing I bought from you. Is that not permissible?" "Officer, this man is quite wicked. He must be apprehended. What else do you have to say? Confess." Kong Wei thundered, slamming the table at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu fell silent, choosing not to respond, and turned his gaze towards the window, where Zhang stood smiling and waving at him. "Beat him until he confesses." With a commanding tone, Kong Wei ordered several members of the Minin team to advance with their clubs. Exiting the interrogation room, he addressed Zhang, "Brother Zhang, what should we do if this scoundrel refuses to admit his guilt?" Zhang cast him a fleeting glance. He can endure the beating, but can his mother withstand it? Kong Wei's eyes sparkled with realization as he bowed slightly to Zhang. "I understand now. Brother Zhang is indeed formidable." Zhang observed Jiang Yu, surrounded by several assailants. A smirk playing on his lips. "Rest assured, your daughter's future is secure upon her graduation." Kong Wei expressed his gratitude earnestly. After all, Zhang held significant influence in the capital's higher education bureau, controlling the fates of university students. With a daughter currently in college, Kong Wei was assured of preferential job placement after graduation. After conversing with Zhang, Kong Wei re-entered the interrogation room, raising his hand to halt the actions of the assailants inside. Jiang Yu lay on the ground, clutching his abdomen, his back ablaze with pain, utterly drained of strength. Kong Wei instructed them to assist him into a chair. "I have received reports from the public that your mother is also involved in this scheme. Your refusal to confess leaves me no choice but to bring her in." Jiang Yu, upon hearing this, cast a fierce glance towards Zhang Hongya outside the window. He suspected that the informant was none other than Zhang Hongya himself. As the security team prepared to apprehend Lu Lian, Jiang Yu clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. I admit it, it was all my idea. My mother knew nothing. After uttering these words, a profound sense of helplessness consumed him. It was precisely because he lacked strength that he could not contend against these individuals, and he could only hope for Mr. L's timely intervention. Once this tribulation had passed, he vowed that those who wronged him would deeply regret their actions. If you had confessed earlier, this could have been resolved. Kong Wei hastily scribbled on his notebook, disregarding Jiang Yu's protests, demanding his fingerprint. Observing this scene, Zhang Hongya's grin widened as he provocatively mimicked a throat-cutting gesture towards Jiang Yu. Gazing at the charges written on the paper, Jiang Yu inhaled deeply. Uncle L, if you do not arrive soon, I may find myself imprisoned. What, Uncle L? Hurry and provide your fingerprint. Do you still expect someone to come to your rescue at this juncture? Kong Wei mocked with a derisive laugh. Suddenly, the door was kicked open with a loud bang. Zhang Hongya nearly leapt from his seat in fright. Kong Wei and the others were momentarily taken aback. Turning towards the entrance, Xiaolan stood at the doorway, his face ashen. Upon spotting Xiaolan, Jiang Yu's eyes lit up, fixated intently on Zhang Hongya, who felt a chill run down his spine. Who are you? Who permitted you to trespass into the police station? What did you just overhear? Kong Wei, unfamiliar with Xiaolan, brandished his baton and approached menacingly. Xiaolan maintained a stern demeanor. I have heard all that I needed to hear. Kong Wei's expression hardened, and he gestured to his subordinates. This person has unlawfully entered the police station and assaulted an officer. Throw him in jail. However, before he could finish, the station chief, Yan Liang, emerged from behind Xiaolan and delivered a resounding slap to Kong Wei's face. This is Director L from the Municipal Bureau. Go ahead and try locking him up. Kong Wei covered his face, retreating in fear. The bureau chief? Xiaolan scolded Yan Liang. Is this how you manage your police station, resorting to torture and coercion? But Chief LV, they are not police officers. They are members of the civil security team, Yan Liang hurriedly explained. Xiaolan snorted coldly, approaching Jiang Yu, instructing Yang Xian to help him up. Jiang Yu grinned. I didn't realize you were the head of the municipal bureau. Xiaolan maintained a stern expression. I have already investigated the matter thoroughly. You have been wronged. This issue will be resolved justly. With that, he waved his hand, signaling Yang Xian to escort Jiang Yu out of the interrogation room. Zhang Hongya was thoroughly frightened. What a coincidence it was for the bureau chief to inspect today. Jiang Yu was incredibly lucky. He didn't worry about Kong Wei, as he intended to keep the secret for his daughter. Upon exiting the interrogation room, Xiaolan glanced at Zhang Hongya, who was standing aside. What brings you to the police station? Cold sweat immediately broke out on Zhang Hongya's brow. He came to see me. It has nothing to do with this incident. Jiang Yu stared intently at Zhang Hongya, resolute that he would not let this matter go easily. Hadn't Zhang Hongya always sought to compete with him? He would engage him to the very end, allowing Zhang Hongya to witness how he would swallow his clothing store whole. Zhang Hongya was taken aback by Jiang Yu's defense, but in that moment, he had no time to consider anything else. He hurriedly nodded and even stepped forward to support Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu leaned closer, whispering in his ear, within a year, I will make your entire family kneel and beg me. Zhang Hongya's heart sank, turning to look at Jiang Yu, whose face was slightly pale. Yet his eyes bore a chilling and ruthless intensity reminiscent of the depths of hell. Zhang Hongya felt as though he had been frozen in place. I have matters to attend to at my store. I'll take my leave now. With that, he swiftly departed without hesitation, inexplicably feeling an overwhelming sense of pressure from Jiang Yu. Yan Liang quickly discovered that the woman who had slandered Jiang Yu was Kong Wei's daughter-in-law. A few of them had conspired to teach Jiang Yu a lesson, claiming that they were envious of his ability to earn such a substantial income as a self-employed individual. Once the truth was revealed, Jiang Yu, with Yang Xin's assistance, exited the police station. Just as they reached the entrance, he spotted Li Jia, her eyes bloodshot. Pacing anxiously, Li Jia? Jiang Yu called out. Upon hearing his voice, Li Jia's eyes brightened, and she rushed over. Jiang Yu, are you all right? Jiang Yu smiled and nodded. Yes, I'm fine. That's good. As long as you're fine, Li Jia said, her eyes still moist. I have to go now. I wish you great success on your opening day. With that, before Jiang Yu could call her back, she turned and ran away. It seemed that her mother had indeed helped. She had promised her mother that she would no longer meet with Jiang Yu. Li Jia believed that her plea to Xiong Xiuzhen had been effective, unaware that Xiong Xiuzhen had no intention of getting involved in this matter until after Li Jia had completed her matchmaking with Master Tsun, leaving any subsequent developments entirely up to Li Jia's response. Jiang Yu stood momentarily stunned as Yang Xian assisted him into the car. LV Shue cast a glance at Jiang Yu. As soon as you step out, a lady comes to see you. You certainly have a way with people. Jiang Yu chuckled helplessly. Uncle L, please refrain from teasing me. LG Shue picked up a newspaper and remarked, Kong Wei and the others are to undergo labor reform for 6 months and are fined 300. Is that sufficient venting? I'll take you to the hospital. Jiang Yu stretched his arms, wincing in pain, and with a slight smile replied, I'm fine. They didn't hit my face. I must stand at the opening ceremony today. Stubborn Yul. LG Shue shook his head, yet a hint of admiration gleamed in his eyes. Intelligent, thoughtful, and ambitious young individuals are always endearing. As a solitary figure with little interaction with the youth, LG Shue found himself developing a familial affection for Jiang Yu. By the time Jiang Yu emerged from the police station, it was already 3 in the afternoon. LG Shue accompanied him to the shop. Upon alighting from the vehicle, Jiang Yu was momentarily stunned. He had rushed over, neglecting the hospital, fearing his absence would leave the opening ceremony without a host. However, upon arrival, he found that all the posters had been affixed and the banners hung. The models from the fashion show in Magic City had also been brought in, waiting backstage for teacher Xiao Mao to apply their makeup. You, my boy. Lu Lian was the first to spot Jiang Yu, rushing forward with tears streaming down her face. Yi clung to Jiang Yu's leg, her eyes red-rimmed. Brother, are you all right? I was terrified. Jiang Yu attempted to bend down to ruffle Yi's hair, but was halted by a sharp pain in his back. He merely smiled and said, I'm fine, mister. I'll help me out. Lu Lian wiped her tears and nodded towards LG Shue. Mr. L, I truly appreciate your assistance this time. I have little to offer in return, but we will ensure we do not cause you any trouble in the future. LG Shue acknowledged Lu Lian with a nod, refraining from further comment. Captain Su, we are considering a long-term collaboration. The regulations in Gang Province are quite stringent, but there will be significant opportunities for cooperation next year. At that moment, Zhang Xiaolan and Su Wenyuan emerged, engaged in conversation. Upon spotting Jiang Yu, her eyes brightened, and she said to Su Wenyuan, You go check on the team members. I must greet a distinguished guest. Su Wenyuan, noticing the license plate on the parked car, stared wide-eyed at LG Shue and hurriedly nodded. Understood, Miss Zhang. I'll return shortly. Su Wenyuan, being knowledgeable in the field, could infer LG Shue's high status from the license plate. With such a prominent figure supporting the opening, he had no reason for doubt. Once Su Wenyuan departed, Zhang Xiaolan's eyes immediately welled with tears as she approached Jiang Yu, inspecting him closely. I'm glad you're back. Rest assured, senior brother is testing the exhibition lights. The staff has been trained, and the newspaper has been contacted. We will certainly commence on time. Thank you, Jiang Yu replied with a smile. This simple expression caused Zhang Xiaolan's tears to flow unexpectedly. While he could console Lu Lian and Li Jia in tears, he found himself at a loss with Zhang Xiaolan, who was not prone to crying. Fortunately, she quickly wiped her tears, assuring him, It's all right. Once today is over, everything will improve. After arranging seats for LG Shue and Yang Xian, Jiang Yu squinted and made his way towards Zheng Hongya. Zheng Hongya had returned to his shop, feeling a surge of anger as he recalled how he had been intimidated by the brash young Jiang Yu. Damn it, I will ruin you within a year. Such arrogance is intolerable, he muttered to himself. Just then, Jiang Yu entered, holding an invitation. Zheng's expression darkened. Jiang Yu, today you are fortunate to have encountered the supervisor on a routine inspection, but surely, your luck cannot hold out forever? Jiang Yu did not respond to Zheng's remarks, but instead thrust the invitation into his hands. At 6 o'clock tonight, I am opening my business, and I have reserved a spot for you. Do not forget to attend. Zheng chuckled. It seems you have no supporters, so you've come to me for help. Rest assured, I will be there on time. Jiang Yu smiled faintly before turning to leave. Zheng opened the invitation and was surprised to find that the opening location was at the venue of the prestigious Shanghai fashion show. A smirk crept across his face. Like moths to a flame, they seek their own destruction. Attempting to misuse public resources? Let me see how I will expose you. By 5:30 in the afternoon, Jiang Yu arrived at the venue with his team. He had arranged front row seats for dignitaries such as Deng, Lu Ziyuan, and the Yin couple. while Zhang Hongya was relegated to a hard bench in the far corner of the venue. Though he had a plan in mind, Zhang bore it without complaint. The newspapers had long announced the arrival of the Shanghai fashion show troupe, and although the exact time was not specified, a crowd had gathered daily to watch. As people began to congregate, they were blocked by Su Zhuang and a few others, leaving them to observe from the sidelines. At 6 o'clock sharp, the ceremony commenced. Jiang Yu, as the host, stood at the front with a microphone. Esteemed leaders and honored guests, good afternoon, he proclaimed with fervor, echoing the speeches he had heard at trade fairs in his past life. In 1983, aside from affluent families who could afford color televisions, there were scant entertainment options available. Jiang's performance drew the local residents, many of whom rushed home to bring their families to witness the event. Unfazed by the growing crowd, Jiang Yu continued, as the autumn breeze ushers in the National Day celebrations, we gather today to mark the grand opening of the International Clothing Store in 1983. This is a brand that unites professional designers from both home and abroad, specially crafted for our Chinese people. He added, today, we are honored to have the Shanghai Fashion Show troupe as our ambassadors. Now, let us welcome them to the stage. As Jiang Yu finished his announcement, firecrackers erupted, and the models stepped onto the stage, sending the audience's excitement skyrocketing as they surged forward. Zhang Hongya, seated at the back, could barely see the performers, but he was certain that they were not from the Shanghai Fashion Show troupe. From the day he left the police station, he had discovered that Jiang Yu was merely a country bumpkin in the city who only knew the deputy director of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau through his neighbors. How could such a person possibly hire the prestigious Shanghai Fashion Show troupe? They performed only for high-ranking officials. Wait a moment. Zhang Hongya rushed to the front and switched off the recording device, leaving the models on stage momentarily stunned, while the audience was fully engrossed in the performance. What are you doing? Who invited you to intrude? Don't disrupt our show, just step aside. The crowd erupted in a chorus of jeers. Zhang Hongya boldly seized the microphone from Jiang Yu's grasp and declared to the audience, do not be deceived by him. These individuals are certainly not members of the Shanghai Fashion Show troupe. He is merely a country bumpkin come to the province. And these people were likely recruited haphazardly from the streets. After his proclamation, Zhang tossed the microphone back to Jiang Yu, looking at him with mockery, contrary to his expectations. However, Jiang Yu's expression bore no sign of panic, but rather a smirk of derision. A sense of foreboding washed over Zhang in the next moment. A cabbage struck him squarely in the face. Get lost. This is undoubtedly the Shanghai Fashion Show. I saw it in the newspapers. Someone shouted. You are the real country bumpkin here, causing trouble without a shred of shame. I recognize you as the owner of that clothing store next door, attempting to sabotage our event. The crowd's anger escalated, with some throwing wilted vegetable leaves and rotten eggs at Zhang Hongya. His eyes widened as he finally noticed the performers standing behind the stage, their brows furrowed. Could it be that Jiang Yu had actually brought them? No, that's impossible. Zhang clutched his head, shouting to the crowd, even if the performance troupe was invited, that doesn't give them the right to special treatment. This space belongs to the public. Why should he misuse public resources? Chapter 58. A surge in sales at that moment. Dong Xingyan rose calmly, and Jiang Yu tugged on the wire, handing the microphone to him. Dong bowed to the crowd, stating, Good day, comrades. I am Dong Xingyan from the Bureau of Industry and Commerce. Comrade Jiang Yu received my approval to rent this space at a rate of 20 yuan per day. There is absolutely no misuse of public resources. After speaking, Dong shot a fierce glare at Zhang Hongya before taking his seat. Zhang's complexion had turned ashen. He realized he had lost utterly today. Jiang Yu approached him, patting his shoulder mockingly. Don't think about causing trouble. Go back now. My opening ceremony no longer welcomes you. You scoundrel. You did this on purpose, didn't you? Zhang Hongya, enraged and humiliated, grabbed Jiang Yu by the collar. You anticipated that I would create a scene. You deliberately sought to embarrass me. Jiang Yu merely grinned, disregarding him, while Su Zhuang stepped forward to lift Zhang and toss him out. Peng Shuo, instruct someone to clean this place up, Jiang Yu commanded. Then returned to the stage. What you just witnessed was a farce, and we apologize for the disruption. For everyone who enters, a pair of socks will be given as a gift. Now, let us continue with our fashion showcase. With a snap of his fingers, the music resumed, and the performers emerged with graceful strides. The first group donned vibrant overalls, while the second group flaunted floral beach dresses. The brilliant colors, paired with their exquisite makeup, left the audience spellbound. As they gazed at their own drab, workmanlike attire, and contrasted it with the performers' garments. Longing glimmered in their eyes. As the best friends made their appearance, two beautiful actresses emerged hand in hand, joyfully skipping along, each holding a small flower and beaming radiant smiles at one another. Among the onlookers, close female friends instinctively clasped each other's hands. For this couple-themed segment, Jiang Yu, concerned about the audience's receptiveness, had arranged for two girls to showcase the attire. After the first round of the fashion show concluded, Jiang Yu took to the stage, smiling as he addressed the captivated crowd. "Did you all find the performance thrilling?" "Absolutely," came the enthusiastic response. "And what about the outfits worn by the performers? Would you like to have them?" "Yes, we want them." The crowd had already erupted with excitement, each person eager to voice their enthusiasm. This was their first encounter with a performance team, akin to what is referred to as models in the West. The vibrant garments swayed on the bodies of the performers, their confidence striking a profound chord within the hearts of the audience. Jiang Yu raised his hand and declared loudly, "I am here to inform everyone that the clothing worn by our actors is exclusively designed and carries our unique trademark. Today, we are opening sales, and for every purchase over 300, you will receive a 50 yuan shopping card. Now, let us commence the ribbon cutting." With that, he lowered his hand, and in the center stood LG Xue, flanked by director Dong and factory manager Yin, as they together cut the red ribbon. The celebratory music played once more, and the staff brought out all 5 sets of clothing. Su Zhuang, holding a megaphone, shouted, "The passage is now open for 30 minutes. Please queue in an orderly fashion. Those who cut in line will not be granted purchasing privileges." Jiang Yu had decided to limit each round to 30 minutes. Without such timing, the sales could extend into the early hours of the morning. By setting a time limit, it also heightened the urgency for purchases. In the next moment, all 5 passages opened, and the crowd surged forward, yet due to Su Zhuang's warning, no one dared to skip the line. The throng was immense, prompting Su Zhuang to open 2 more passages. Lu Lian and Yi also lent a hand. Although Yi was young, she excelled at mathematics, and here, no one would deceive her. "Bring me the first set of overalls. I want the second and third sets." The scene was ablaze with excitement, and the actors of the fashion show wore expressions of delight as they descended to assist in selecting the garments. "Do not worry. Our store is located at 82 Canal Square. We are restocking immediately, and there will be plenty of clothing available." Su Zhuang shouted excitedly, never anticipating such a booming business. As the 30 minutes elapsed, Jiang Yu quickly arranged for the models to begin the next round while he started tallying the earnings with Zhang, Xiaolan, Alei, and others. 8 individuals counted simultaneously, taking considerable time. 600,000, 9,000. And we've only sold 3,000 pieces. Over 10,000, sent by Sister Zhu. Haven't even begun to sell. Su Zhuang exclaimed in disbelief as he looked at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu placed the 600,000 in a large bag and then addressed Zhang, Xiaolan, and Su Zhuang. "Xiaolan, Su Gu, we have 5 days of fashion shows, and our stock should be sold out by tomorrow afternoon. I will leave the rest to you. I need to make a trip to Yanqing. Be sure to give Mr. L and the others a proper send-off." Jiang Yu had not anticipated the overwhelming success of today's sales. Initially, he had intended for Su Zhuang to take charge, but he realized that the more identical garments were sold, the less valuable they would become. He needed to sketch designs immediately and commence custom production, and there was just enough time during the drive. "Brother Yu, don't worry. We've got this handled," Su Zhuang declared, thumping his chest confidently. "If anything arises, just head to the martial arts school. I've already coordinated with them," Zhang Xiaolan added. Jiang Yu nodded, having hired 5 drivers who promptly took the rented cars to Yanqing. "Alrei, drive cautiously. I need to focus on my designs," Jiang Yu instructed Alrei in the vehicle. Alrei, his face flushed with excitement at witnessing such a bustling shopping scene for the first time, replied, "Rest assured, Brother Yu, I won't delay your opportunity to earn." The small car sped along, moving much faster than a train. At 3 in the morning, Jiang Yu asked Alrei to contact his driving acquaintances. He offered 300 yuan to those willing to drive over, instructing them to take the train back. He quickly ascended the stairs and knocked on Zhu Huijin's door according to the address on the paper. Awakened from her slumber by the loud knocking, Zhu Huijin's heart raced, and she sprang from her bed, grabbing a broom to confront the noise. In such a stringent environment, who would dare disturb her at such an hour? "Who is it? Do you believe I want to call the police?" she shouted at the door. "Zhu Jia, it's me, Jiang Yu." Upon recognizing his voice, Zhu Huijin opened the door to find Jiang Yu panting at her doorstep, a booklet in hand. Jiang Yu, why are you here at this hour? She asked, astonished. Zhu Jie, keep your voice down. I have something to show you, Jiang Yu replied, swiftly entering and securing the door and windows. Being a single woman, Zhu Huijin felt a flutter of anxiety at his sudden intrusion, tightening her grip on the broom. What are you doing? It's inappropriate to come to a woman's home at this hour. Jiang Yu gazed intently at Zhu Huijin, tossing his bag onto the bed. Unfortunately, the strap of his shoulder bag snagged on the pull cord of the tungsten lamp, plunging the room into darkness. Ah! Zhu Huijin screamed. Thinking Jiang Yu had done it intentionally, she swung the broom at him, but tripped and fell directly onto him. Chapter 59. The Floral Sea Garment Factory. The unexpected turn of events startled Jiang Yu. Zhu Huijin, clad in a silk nightgown purchased from Pengqing, found herself pressed against him. The softness of her body stirring his senses as he caught a whiff of her unique fragrance. The atmosphere shifted palpably, both their breaths quickening. Embarrassed and frightened, Zhu Huijin felt a rush of emotions. Jiang Yu took a deep breath, calming himself, and gently laid her on the bed. What do you intend to do? Zhu Huijin's voice trembled. Jiang Yu reached for the tungsten lamp, reminding himself that while he had briefly entertained inappropriate thoughts, now was not the time. Zhu Jie, I've come to deliver money to you. Stunned, Zhu Huijin sat up, her cheeks flushed as she muttered, delivering money at this hour? Are you out of your mind? Jiang Yu opened the bag and poured out the money onto the bed. Here lies 600,000, of which 35,000 is yours, and the remaining 25,000 is my profit. I have come to inquire if you would be willing to collaborate with me. Zhu Huijin gazed at the money in astonishment. Did you truly sell the clothing? Her previous agreement with Jiang Yu was merely based on his talent, and since the materials from the garment factory were currently in use, she assumed it would take him at least 6 months to repay the sum. Although she had advanced him the goods, she never expected him to gather such a substantial amount so swiftly. Aside from the glorious years of her family's garment factory, she had never witnessed such a pile of cash before. Sister Zhu, what do you say? Will you partner with me? Jiang Yu's visit aimed not only to procure goods, but also to secure a collaboration with the garment factory behind Zhu Huijin, thus maximizing his profits. Regaining her composure, Zhu Huijin looked at Jiang Yu. You still wish to collaborate with the factory behind me? Jiang Yu nodded. As we discussed previously, if you can facilitate a connection with the garment factory, I am prepared to offer you a 5% stake. Zhu Huijin fell silent for a moment before responding. I do have a garment factory behind me, and I am personally inclined to collaborate with you. However, as I mentioned before, I am entangled in trouble, and the factory is similarly burdened. Jiang Yu reclined on the bed, crossing one leg over the other. Sister Zhu, I can assure you that the more than 10,000 pieces you sent me, I have yet to sell. This money only reflects the profit from 3,000 pieces. If there are troubles, you can confide in me, and I will do my utmost to assist you. At his words, Zhu Huijin's eyes flickered, yet she remained silent. Jiang Yu continued patiently. Sister Zhu, for me, time is of the essence. Harboring secrets will not aid you. It would be better to share your concerns, and I will endeavor to devise a solution. Taking a deep breath and biting her lip, Zhu Huijin finally spoke. Very well, I will tell you. The factory behind me is called Huahai Garment Factory, which was contracted by my grandfather and later handed down to my father. 5 years ago, I married my ex-husband, who served as the financial manager of the factory. Unfortunately, he embezzled the funds and fled, tarnishing the factory's reputation, and we ceased to receive orders. To preserve the factory, I have been working to support the employees. Jiang Yu furrowed his brow. You encountered a scoundrel, but he has already departed. What troubles do you still face? The key issue is that he has returned. Zhu Huijin's gaze darkened, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. I regret being foolish enough to grant him 70% of the factory's shares. Now, he has aligned himself with a powerful figure who intends to reclaim the factory. In half a month, if I do not make a decisive choice, he will forcibly expel me from the factory. He has the means to do so, I am aware. Hearing this, Jiang Yu felt a pang of alarm. The factory was to be reclaimed? Where would he source his goods thereafter? Finding another factory to produce garments overnight according to his designs while ensuring his patterns remained unplagiarized was no small feat. Jiang Yu's expression turned grave. Sister Zhu, I will find a way to secure that garment factory, but subsequently, I will require 40% of its equity. Zhu Huijin's words suddenly enlightened Jiang Yu. Only by mastering the supply chain could he ensure sustainable development. After a moment of silence, Zhu Huijin bit her lip and declared, If you can help me save the garment factory, I can offer you 50% of the shares. The factory was left to me by my grandfather, and I absolutely cannot let it fall into the hands of that beast. All right, it's settled then. Starting today, I will provide at factory prices, Jiang Yu replied. After they formalized their agreement, Jiang Yu handed the design booklet to Zhu Huijin, saying, we need 1,000 pieces of each design, and they must be processed overnight. Inform the workers that upon completion, each will receive a bonus of 50 yuan. Urged by Jiang Yu, Zhu Huijin, feeling dizzy, changed her clothes and quickly rallied the workers to begin production. With the design plans in hand, the garment-making process accelerated. By 7 in the morning, 4,000 pieces were already completed. The capacity of the delivery vans was limited, so Jiang Yu instructed Ali to arrange 5 vehicles to head back, while he stayed behind to assist Zhu Huijin with the patterns. He returned with the 3rd load of goods. By this time, the grand opening ceremony was on its final day. Jiang Yu set the runway inside the store, with beautiful models parading about, serving as living advertisements. Customers flocked to the entrance, and inside, the store was aglow with lights, each garment showcased in its designated area, illuminated by brilliant lighting that captivated the women gazing into mirrors. Brother Yu, just in these few days, our net profit has reached 1,960,000. Su Zhuang exclaimed with excitement. Jiang Yu felt exhausted after these days. While 1,960,000 sounded impressive, it paled in comparison to the exhibitions in Kyoto, where consumer spending was evidently higher than in Su province. In my absence, did Zhang Hongya make any moves? Jiang Yu inquired. Su Zhuang scoffed. He did try to create some disturbances, but I managed to handle it. The customers were eager to buy clothes and even assisted us. After this incident, Zhang Hongya would likely lay low for a while. Jiang Yu smiled and then turned to the busy staff in the store, asking, how are these employees performing? A hint of hesitation crossed Su Zhuang's face. The new hires are quite diligent, but I'm uncertain about who to let go. Then do not dismiss anyone. Jiang Yu advised. Go to Nan Street and select another shop. Afterward, recruit a few employees to take over there. That location will be entrusted to you. Su Zhuang's eyes brightened, but he soon felt a pang of insecurity. Brother Yu, can I manage a store on my own? Jiang Yu patted Su Zhuang's shoulder. Our store must grow larger. You successfully managed this opening ceremony, so running a store will be no problem for you. The stores entrusted to you will only increase. Have confidence in yourself and aim to open before the year's end. These 5 days, rather than merely a grand opening, resembled a trade fair. Su Zhuang's ability to manage the event so effectively was a testament to his competence. A single store does not require an extensive management team, and he would have other responsibilities in the future. Su Zhuang nodded resolutely. All right, I understand. Thank you, Brother Yu, for your recognition. By 9 in the evening, the last pair of overalls was snatched up, yet a long queue remained. We have waited for so long, and you say there is no stock? This is utterly outrageous. Indeed, you previously stated that everyone would be able to purchase one, yet now there is nothing available. Have we simply wasted our time waiting? Some customers have queued for an entire day, and others have even attempted to secure items for several days without success. Now that it is finally their turn, they are told there is no stock, and understandably, everyone is incensed. Chapter 60. Same City Express Delivery. Su Zhuang hurriedly reassured. Everyone, please remain calm. Tomorrow we will have more stock. So, we must come back to queue again tomorrow? You've ruined our entire week off, shouted a female customer, her eyes red with frustration. Exactly. After waiting so long just to purchase a piece of clothing, you should have informed us earlier if there was no stock. Why waste our time? In an instant, the customers in line erupted in uproar, with some women on the verge of tears. Jiang Yu had anticipated this scene. He picked up the microphone and called out, everyone, please be quiet. We acknowledge our mistake today, but the goods are indeed on their way. Kindly leave your deposits and addresses, and we will deliver to your doorstep. As long as you are within Su province, we will deliver wherever you specify. To compensate for the inconvenience, everyone who registers today will receive a 10 yuan discount voucher. Upon hearing this, the crowd gradually quieted down. A young girl timidly asked, if I buy for my friend, will she receive one too? Absolutely. Jiang Yu replied emphatically. As I have mentioned before, we are an international brand, and we already have 200 chain stores in Gang province. Soon, we will launch same-city express delivery, establishing stations throughout various streets. When you wish to purchase clothing, we will have photographs available at the stations for you to view. Once payment is made, we will deliver it to your home free of charge. This is a unique privilege for our customers. At this announcement, the crowd's eyes lit up. So, I won't have to come here to buy clothes in the future. It's quite far from my home. Jiang Yu encouraged everyone, come quickly to register, and we will deliver to your homes starting tomorrow. As he finished speaking, the customers in line immediately divided into 5 groups to register. A recently registered female customer recognized Jiang Yu, saying, "Young man, you are the one who used to set up a stall at the South Street corner, right?" Jiang Yu grinned. "Yes, I remember you. You are one of my regulars. Did you bring your discount voucher from the previous registration?" The female customer paused. "I used it at your branch, just at the store in front." Jiang Yu's expression darkened. "Ma'am, we plan to open branches during the new year. Currently, none exist. I believe you may have been deceived." Upon hearing this, many in the queue were stunned. "What? I specifically inquired before, and they said it was just a name change. The clothing inside is quite similar. Could it be that I purchased a counterfeit?" Many customers widened their eyes in disbelief, regretting their choices. Jiang Yu's demeanor turned serious. "Dear customers, there is currently only this main store in the country. However, due to our high recognition in Gang Province and overseas, it is inevitable that some would attempt to replicate our designs. The quality of our garments, however, is impossible to imitate. So please ensure you recognize our exclusive trademark to avoid being deceived." My goodness, that store is utterly outrageous. It's one thing to sell knockoffs, but to deceive us with counterfeit discount vouchers is beyond reproach. Tomorrow, I must confront them. As Jiang Yu listened to the impassioned voices of several individuals, a smile flickered in his eyes. He had no intention of offering any compensation to these customers. If he did, how could they possibly seek retribution from Zhang Hongya? That evening, Jiang Yu thoughtfully purchased sleeper tickets for the performance team and accompanied Zhang Xiaolan to see them off at the train station. Su Wenyuan, with palpable excitement, grasped Jiang Yu's hand, exclaiming, "Miss Zhang, Manager Jiang, we look forward to further collaboration. Do not hesitate to reach out whenever you require our assistance." In just a few days, Jiang Yu had provided them with 5,000, covering their meals and accommodations, and even arranged for a newspaper to report on their performance team, significantly enhancing their domestic recognition. Jiang Yu smiled, reassuring them, "Our contract is in place. We will certainly seek your services in the future." After bidding farewell to Su Wenyuan, Zhang Xiaolan sighed in relief. "Thankfully, I didn't give myself away. Pretending to be a lady from Port Province these past few days has been exhausting." Jiang Yu chuckled as he helped Zhang Xiaolan with her bag. "You seemed quite adept at it." Zhang Xiaolan shot him a playful glare. "Being around you has taught me a thing or two about deception, but truly, we owe a lot to them. Their newspaper coverage has made our opening known, even in other provinces." Jiang Yu replied with a grin, "That was my intention. Once our reputation is established, we can invite businesses to join us and merely collect franchise fees. I believe in your success," Zhang Xiaolan said, her eyes sparkling with determination. Feeling a peculiar stir in his heart as he gazed into her bright eyes, Jiang Yu shook his head and looked up at the moon. It must be the enchanting moonlight. The following day, after Lei and his companions delivered the goods, Jiang Yu returned the vehicle and, together with Lei, proceeded to the market to purchase a new van, settling all outstanding payments. Observing the newly acquired van, Lei exclaimed with excitement, "Brother Yu, are we really going to start a courier company? When will we open?" Jiang Yu patted Lei on the shoulder. "For now, you and the brothers should collect clothes from various households. When you do, mention that we can assist with deliveries, but only within Su Province. Our shipping rates will be cheaper than the post office. Once we can fill 5 vans in a day, we will officially open for business." Currently, the only delivery service available was the post office, which was slow and did not handle small packages, leaving a void in the express delivery market. However, given that the post office was a state-run entity, it was more trusted by the public. If Lei and his team did not establish a solid reputation first, launching prematurely would lead to disastrous consequences. Meanwhile, Zhang Hongya sat in his shop, glaring at the newspaper loudly proclaiming the grand opening of Jiang Yu's venture. In stark contrast, his own store had only a handful of customers, and Zhang Hongya felt as if he could chew his teeth to dust. He had come to realize that Jiang Yu's previous assertions regarding the clothing store's operational strategies were indeed flawed. Ever since he ceased promotions, the store's revenue had dwindled pitifully, particularly during the days of Jiang Yu's opening, when he faced daily losses. "Boss, you charge so much for these replicas. I see they don't even have a trademark. Could you lower it to 30? A female customer bargained, holding a coat. Zhang Hongya forced a smile as he looked at the coat in her hands. 30? The cost price is more than 30, my friend. What I offer you is already the lowest price. and we are not selling imitations. We are the genuine article from Ilian. The female customer's expression darkened, and with a disdainful sniff, she retorted, "Fine, 50 it is. Yet you claim it's not an imitation, when the name is clearly borrowed from Ilian. And the stench in this store is overwhelming. The clothes reek." With that, she tossed 50 yuan onto the counter and stormed out. Watching the 5 large bills on the cash register, Zhang Hongya's face turned a deep shade of anger. His initial ambition had been to rival Jiang Yu's brand. Yet here he was, reduced to selling imitations? He resolved to register a trademark immediately and hang the documentation on the wall. Enraged, he kicked a nearby employee. "And replace this mirror. You've all seen the state of the renovations over there. Find someone else to install the mirror." The employees nodded frantically in agreement. Zhang Hongya clenched his fists. "Jiang Yu, just wait. I will not be defeated by you." At that moment, a loud commotion erupted at the entrance as a group of people charged into the store, shouting. Zhang Hongya initially thought they were customers eager to buy clothes. His eyes lighting up as he called out to the staff, "Xiaofang, why aren't you attending to the customers?" "Attend to what?" A woman clad in a trench coat shot back. "Return the vouchers we used here. Are you deceiving the public? Do you want me to report you?" Zhang Hongya was splattered with spittle as more voices joined in, clamoring for refunds and to return their vouchers. The staff struggled to contain the crowd, but to no avail. "Shameless. You've copied the decor of another store and are trying to deceive us with our vouchers." Another voice cried out. "Can your shop even compare? Selling counterfeits is disgraceful. If you don't refund us, we'll call the police." The chorus of insults struck Zhang Hongya like a hammer, and at that moment, he realized he had vastly underestimated Jiang Yu. When had Jiang Yu discerned his intentions? Was it during the meal delivery or their first meeting? Shaking his head vigorously, he felt as though he had been jolted awake, collapsing into a chair in defeat. "Enough!" Zhang Hongya shouted, waving at the staff. "Return all the vouchers collected and process the refunds." With his declaration, the crowd quieted. He sighed and addressed the group. "I cannot say whether you believe me or not, but I indeed misread the name on the vouchers. I thought my staff had made an error in their promotions. I will refund what is due to you. But our store is certainly not an imitation of Ilian. After all, we opened first. As for why the decor resembles theirs, I cannot say." His words left the customers glancing at one another, momentarily at a loss for what to say. Once outside, a female customer remarked to her companions, "I must say, they did open first. Could it be that Ilian is imitating them?" "Surely not," her companion frowned. "Isn't Ilian already operating chain stores in the region? There's no need for them to mimic a small shop's decor." With lingering doubt, they departed. The boss, Xiaofang, approached with a hesitant expression. Zhang Hongya gently tapped Xiaofang's leg and said, "I am fine. I merely need some time to reflect." Having persevered in the marketplace for so long, his recent defeat to Jiang Yu stemmed primarily from underestimating his opponent, coupled with his insufficient experience in the clothing industry. With Ilian now officially opened, he aspired to achieve profitability at the swiftest pace, which would hinge upon a single individual, Jiang Yu. "This time, I require your assistance," Zhang Hongya murmured, squinting. The situation regarding the store had stabilized for the time being. Su Zhuang was occupied with the branch, while Jiang Yu visited the main store occasionally. Most of the time, it was Lu Lian and Zhang Xiaolan who managed operations. When Lu Lian expressed her desire to participate in store management, Jiang Yu was taken aback, but his surprise was overshadowed by joy. At least Lu Lian's world was no longer solely revolving around him and The newspapers had been published, attracting a host of out-of-town customers. After deducting expenses such as electricity and rent, the average net profit for the week was an impressive 13,600 yuan. Jiang Yu calculated the earnings, noting that while the initial sales frenzy had subsided, the profits remained substantial. This day is destined to create a household with wealth. Lu Lian marveled, somewhat dazed as she gazed at the money laid out on the bed. How had life transformed so drastically? Just 5 months prior, she had fretted over affording meals, and now their family boasted nearly 2 million yuan. Jiang Yu chuckled, "You must safeguard this money. When the year-end approaches, we shall deposit it in the bank. Tomorrow, I need to make a trip to Yanqing." Although the current profits were promising, Zhu Huijin's factory encountered troubles. Unreliable suppliers and inconsistent goods posed a threat to the store's sustainability. Speaking of the year-end, a flicker of hesitation crossed Lu Lian's face. "This year, we should visit your father for the new year. Why not buy a car? It would help assert your presence and prevent them from being difficult." Upon hearing about returning to the Jiang family for the new year, Jiang Yu's expression darkened. From the memories he had inherited, he knew that his father, Jiang Yu, had been adopted by the Zhang family, who had always treated them harshly, especially during the years when Jiang Yu was consumed by gambling. The family had spared no effort in ridiculing him with biting sarcasm. The mere suggestion from the frugal Lu Lian to purchase a car highlighted the extent of the Jiang family's disdain. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yu replied, "All right. It is indeed time for me to buy a car. I will also take the opportunity to procure one in Pengcheng." He had contemplated acquiring a vehicle when he purchased the van, but the current car market was exceedingly stringent, making it difficult to find one that suited his taste. Jiang Yu had always believed that a car represented a man's second visage, and he envisioned returning with a Santana from Pengcheng. The first batch of Santanas had just entered Huagua in 1983, sporting a prominent front, wearing sunglasses. And gripping the steering wheel of a Santana was the hallmark of a successful entrepreneur. However, securing a Santana had become quite challenging in Su province. One could cost over 300,000 yuan, but in the special economic zone of Pengcheng, he might manage to acquire one for just over 100,000. Why not save some money? Lu Lian grinned. That would certainly bring honor to your mother. The following morning, Jiang Yu delegated the necessary tasks and entrusted a lay with the establishment of relay stations on every street. In the realm of express delivery, he invests both financially and ideationally, while the remaining matters do not necessitate his excessive involvement. Upon learning that Jiang Yu intended to visit Yang City, Zhang Xiaolan eagerly volunteered to accompany him, as she too wished to revisit the operations of her martial arts school. After assisting Jiang Yu with his luggage, Lu Lian grasped his hand and said, "Yuhua, please do not return too late. I am anxious managing the shop alone." Jiang Yu smiled and patted Lu Lian's hand reassuringly. "Rest assured, I shall be back within a month at the latest, with Su Gu and a lay around. There is nothing for you to worry about." While Jiang Yu harbored no concerns for Lu Lian, he was apprehensive for himself. According to Zhu Huizhen, her ex-husband Wei Jianren was currently employed by a medium-sized garment factory in Yang City, and the initiative to reclaim the clothing factory originated from Wei Jianren's employer. Although Zhang Xiaolan's martial arts school provided some support, it lacked the extensive network of connections that a businessman possessed. Nonetheless, if he did not take this step, the suppliers would cease their support. Thus, he was determined to secure the Huahai garment factory during this visit. Jiang Yu donned an elegant suit and subsequently acquired forged identification documents, adopting the name Jiang Dehua. In these times, merely associating with the term Hong Province was enough to excite individuals from the mainland. Within the Pengcheng Special Zone, people from Hong Province had begun to collaborate with the mainland on real estate ventures. At 1,500 yuan per square meter, who among the mainland populace could afford such prices? Yet, those from Hong Province would purchase multiple properties, as the prices were more than 50% cheaper than in Hong Province itself. For all manufacturers on the mainland, merchants from Hong Kong epitomized the elusive fortune they yearned for. As Jiang Yu pondered this, he and Zhang Xiaolan made their way to the train station. "Jiang Yu, is that not Comrade Li Jia up ahead?" Zhang Xiaolan inquired, pointing ahead. Chapter 62. The first night spent together, Jiang Yu returned to his senses and followed Zhang Xiaolan's gaze, spotting Li Jia approaching with a slender man. Having not seen Li Jia for several days, a smile crept across Jiang Yu's face as he stepped forward to greet her. "Long time no see. I heard from Peng Shuo that you helped me plead for Uncle Li last time. I truly appreciate it." Upon seeing Jiang Yu, Li Jia's complexion paled, instinctively distancing herself from the man beside her. "Indeed, it has been a while. Are you heading out with Comrade Xiaolan?" Li Jia fidgeted with the hem of her clothing, appearing somewhat flustered. "Yes, we are making a trip to Yang City. May I ask who this is?" Jiang Yu politely acknowledged the man beside Li Jia with a nod. The man cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Yu and impatiently urged Li Jia, "Are we leaving or not? Stop dawdling." Li Jia's expression grew awkward as she turned to Jiang Yu. "This is Xin Shun, a friend of mine. I wish you both a safe journey. Let us gather once you return. Hurry up. Do you not realize I have plans this evening?" Xin Shun urged once more. Without uttering another word, Li Jia exchanged a fleeting smile with Jiang Yu and Zhang Xiaolan before departing. That man couldn't possibly be the petty businessman you fancy, could he? He looked so frail. Trying to wear a suit, Xin Shun mocked as they walked away. Li Jia bit her lip. "That is none of your concern." Zhang Xiaolan gazed anxiously at Li Jia's retreating figure. "Jiang Yu, why do I feel that Comrade Li Jia is not quite herself?" Jiang Yu's expression darkened slightly. He was not blind, and it was evident that Li Jia and Xin Shun were far from ordinary friends. However, this was of no concern to him. Let us first head to Yang City, Jiang Yu remarked nonchalantly. Having purchased 2 sleeper tickets, he arranged for Zhang Xiaolan to be placed next to him. The sleeping berths were closely spaced, and as Zhang Xiaolan lay on her side, she opened her eyes to find Jiang Yu engrossed in a magazine. The silvery moonlight streamed through the window, casting a soft glow upon Jiang Yu's face, captivating Zhang Xiaolan momentarily. How could he be so strikingly handsome? Jiang Yu sensed her gaze upon him and lowered the newspaper, asking, "Why do you keep staring at me?" Caught in the act of peeking. Zhang Xiaolan's cheeks flushed crimson as she retorted stubbornly, "I was merely curious about what has you so enthralled." Jiang Yu extended the newspaper towards her. Take a look at the current state of the Pengqing Special Economic Zone. It has seen a substantial influx of foreign investment, and its electronic products are flourishing. The prospects for future development are boundless. Zhang Xiaolan furrowed her brow as she examined the newspaper. Do you intend to venture into business in the special zone? Jiang Yu propped his hands behind his head, his gaze resolute. Indeed, I plan to head to the special zone. Established as a city in 1979 and designated as the first national special economic zone in 1980, the development pace of Pengqing could only be described as meteoric. A new floor every 3 days. This was the speed of Pengqing. Despite the current chaos within the special zone, it was undoubtedly a land of opportunity. The thought of the real estate within stirred a fervent desire in Jiang Yu to rush there and secure it. However, entering the special zone required a border pass, which was far more challenging to obtain than the permits of later years. It necessitated approvals from various levels, including units, villages, counties, cities, and provinces. In that moment, Jiang Yu's eyes sparkled with ambition. Zhang Xiaolan hesitated before speaking. If you wish to go to Pengqing, I can accompany you. I possess a border pass. At her words, Jiang Yu abruptly sat up, ready to propose that she become his partner, but the words caught in his throat, refusing to emerge. What is it? Zhang Xiaolan inquired, puzzled by his sudden change. Jiang Yu lay back down, turning his body away. It's nothing. We can go another time. Let us rest for now. A fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed Zhang Xiaolan's face. Did Jiang Yu doubt her capabilities? With his back turned to her, Jiang Yu took a deep breath. He could not enter the Pengqing special zone, but he intended to find a partner who could, and Zhang Xiaolan, with her border pass, was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. Yet, he was reluctant to let her venture into the special zone alone. The following evening, the two arrived in Yang City. Zhang Xiaolan returned to the martial arts school, while Jiang Yu found his way to the Swan Hotel to check in. The Swan Hotel was the first 5-star hotel in mainland China, having been completed only this past February, making it a favored lodging for Hong Kong businessmen visiting Yang City. As he entered the hotel's lobby, a charming hostess approached him, inquiring, "Sir, how may I assist you today?" Jiang Yu smiled as he removed his sunglasses. "Hello, I would like to book a room, the finest one available." Upon hearing Jiang Yu's Cantonese accent, the hostess's eyes brightened, and her smile became even more radiant. "Sir, are you referring to our luxurious business suite? We do have one available for 800 per night." Jiang Yu directly tossed a stack of bills onto the table. "Here's 10,000, enough for 10 days. The excess is your tip." The head hostess was taken aback and hurriedly called for someone to collect the money, meticulously escorting Jiang Yu to his room. Upon reaching the door, Jiang Yu produced another stack of bills for the head hostess. "It's my first visit to Yangqing, and I wish to meet some local business owners for potential collaborations. If you could assist me, this would be my token of appreciation." The head hostess, moved to the brink of tears at the sight of the money in her hands, replied, "Of course, you can count on me. I have my ways." Jiang Yu smiled at her and closed the door. The Swan Hotel was currently the center of attention, frequently visited by Hong Kong merchants and foreign investors, always under the watchful eyes of journalists. Most of the staff here maintained connections with various news agencies, relaying the latest information when notable figures arrived. Particularly, staff members like the head hostess, who had close proximity to the elite, were highly sought after by news outlets eager to collaborate. Once inside his room, Jiang Yu set down his suitcase and called Zhu Huijin. "Sister Zhu, I've arrived in Yangqing at the Swan Hotel. Please come over now." "Now, it's already 10 in the evening." Zhu Huijin exclaimed in surprise on the other end of the line. "Come over right away, and remember to dress stylishly. It's pertinent to my plans." After hanging up, Zhu Huijin bit her lip, pondering Jiang Yu's intentions. She donned a fitted qipao and curled her hair before heading to the Swan Hotel. "Excuse me, How may I assist you? The head hostess who had previously attended to Jiang Yu approached her once more. I'm here on Mr. Jiang Dehua's behalf, Zhu Huijin stated, striving to maintain her composure. Little did she know how shocked she had been when Jiang Yu had suggested this name change. Yes, it had been sheer astonishment. The head hostess, upon noticing Zhu Huijin's expression, fell silent and led her into Jiang Yu's room. After closing the door, the head hostess murmured, "She is only slightly better looking than me." As Zhu Huijin entered, Jiang Yu had just finished his shower and was drying his hair. Zhu Huijin tossed her bag onto a chair, exclaiming, "Goodness, why stay here instead of the guest house? Are you burning through your money?" Jiang Yu tossed the towel onto the table and replied with a smile, "After all, this is our first night alone together. I thought we should be in a nicer place." Chapter 63. The arrival of the Tycoon from Hong Kong. Zhu Huijin's face immediately flushed crimson as she picked up her bag and aimed to throw it at Jiang Yu. "You indecent fool. Do you believe I want to smash you?" Fuming, she turned to leave, but Jiang Yu quickly stepped in her path. "Sister Zhu, I was just joking." Zhu Huijin glared at her wrist, caught in his grasp, and stomped her foot in frustration. "You called me here at this late hour just to joke around?" Jiang Yu was taken aback by her words. Did she want him to be serious? Zhu Huijin soon realized her phrasing was amiss, her ears reddening as she withdrew her hand and stated, "Let us get to the point. Why did you summon me?" Jiang Yu presented the fabricated documents before her. "Sister Zhu, take a look at these." Zhu Huijin perused the documents, growing increasingly alarmed, and looked at Jiang Yu in disbelief. "You are the young master of the Ronghuang group from Hong Province?" Jiang Yu wiped his forehead, a frown appearing. "Indeed, just imagine. If Wei Jianren were to discover that I am the young master of the Ronghuang group, what would he think? Naturally, he would seek every possible means to collaborate with you." Zhu Huijin replied without hesitation. Upon uttering those words, her eyes suddenly sparkled. "Are you planning to acquire the garment factory from him?" Jiang Yu shook his head. "Purchasing it would be a last resort. My intention is for him to relinquish it willingly." "Relinquish it willingly? How is that even possible?" Zhu Huijin's brows furrowed slightly. Jiang Yu sat beside her. "This matter will require some sacrifice on your part. Tomorrow, news of my arrival in Yangqing should be reported, and when Wei Jianren seeks you out, he will be aware of our special relationship. If he wishes to collaborate with me, he must transfer shares of the garment factory to you." "Special relationship? Is it that kind of relationship?" "Yes, precisely the kind you are thinking of." Jiang Yu patted Zhu Huijin's shoulder and said, "Tomorrow, we will appear in Yangqing's newspapers, and you must make an appearance. Only then will Wei Jianren approach you willingly." Zhu Huijin bit her lip, hesitating for a moment, then took a deep breath. "Fine, I have no plans to marry in the future anyway. So let us proceed as you suggest." The following day, with the assistance of the foreman, numerous newspapers began circulating reports that the young master of the Ronghuang group from Hong Province was discreetly visiting Yangqing and was staying at the Swan Hotel. The name Jiang Yu had conjured for the Ronghuang group was mere fabrication, yet no one dared to underestimate it. In Hong Province, a group signifies at least several companies under its umbrella. Moreover, when a big shot arrives, they occupy luxury suites, flaunting wealth that reaches tens of thousands. This was undeniably a major figure. The business community of Yangqing buzzed with excitement, and many reporters congregated at the Swan Hotel. On the morning of the second day, Jiang Yu and Zhu Huijin enjoyed breakfast at the hotel, followed by a stroll in the garden, with Jiang Yu donning sunglasses while Zhu Huijin had no cover at all. The reporters watching captured every moment fervently, and by evening, newspapers with headlines proclaiming the Hong Province Tycoon's hidden romance were flying off the shelves. At Ren's garment factory, Director Ren Xingrong sat with his legs crossed atop his desk, reflecting on the news. Wei Jianren, seated across from him, suddenly leaped to his feet. Startled, Ren Xingrong exclaimed, "What are you doing, making such a commotion?" Wei Jianren pointed at the woman in the newspaper, speechless with shock. "Director, that woman is my ex-wife." Ren Xingrong's expression changed, and he leaned in to look. "Which ex-wife are you referring to?" "My former spouse. This time, we must reclaim the garment factory from her." Wei Jianren was fuming. "That wretch. She presents herself as a paragon of virtue to me. Do Hong Province people have so many tricks up their sleeves?" Ren Xingrong slapped Wei Jianren on the head. "You useless fool, still harboring jealousy. Quickly contact your ex-wife. If we can collaborate with the Hong businessman, our garment factory won't have to worry about expanding." Reluctantly, Wei Jianren picked up the phone to call Zhu Huijin's home, but no one answered. No matter how many times he tried, Wei Jianren's face darkened ominously. Director, she isn't answering her phone. She must be with that businessman from Hong Kong. Ren Shungrong's eyes gleamed with excitement. He had heard that many in the business circles of Yansheng were eager to contact Jiang Dehua. Jiang Dehua's woman was the spouse of one of his subordinates, and he was seizing the opportunity. With a wave of his hand, Ren Shungrong addressed Wei Jianren. Let me tell you, keep your jealousy to yourself. If you can arrange a meeting with the Hong Kong businessman, I will triple your salary this year. Triple. Upon hearing this, Wei Jianren's eyes lit up, and he quickly donned a cheerful expression. All right, leave it to me. At that moment, Zhu Huijin was in a room with Jiang Yu. She glanced at the newspaper in her hand, her cheeks flushed. Are you sure that by doing this, Wei Jianren will come looking for me? Jiang Yu lay on the bed, reassuring her, don't worry, he will definitely seek you out by tonight at the latest. Just as he finished speaking, the hotel phone rang, and the manager's voice came through. Mr. Jiang, a Mr. Wei is here to see your companion. He says it's urgent. Let him come up. After hanging up, Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow at Zhu Huijin and whispered, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. When Wei Jianren heard from the manager that he could go directly upstairs, his eyes widened in disbelief. Wasn't it said that the Hong Kong businessman was difficult to meet? This was not a challenge at all. Upon reaching the door, he found it ajar, and there stood Zhu Huijin, coldly regarding him. What do you want? Dressed in a split cheongsam that accentuated her figure, Zhu Huijin made Wei Jianren swallow hard as he peered into the room. Is Master Zhang not here? He has gone for a walk in the garden. Speak your mind, Zhu Huijin replied impatiently. A smirk crept onto Wei Jianren's lips as he stepped inside, plopping down onto the sofa and surveying his surroundings with envy. Truly, the grand hotel befitting a magnate from Hong Kong was luxurious. This sofa must be imported. It was so soft. Wei Jianren lewdly eyed Zhu Huijin and asked, have you two ever had a rendezvous on this sofa? Zhu Huijin's expression darkened instantly. Without hesitation, she grabbed a glass from the table and hurled it at Wei Jianren. Shut your filthy mouth. Do you think everyone is as disgusting as you? Get out if you have nothing to say. Wei Jianren hurriedly dodged, and the glass shattered at his feet. You vile woman, are you out of your mind? Infuriated, Wei Jianren stood up, raising his hand to strike Zhu Huijin. She remained motionless, coldly staring at him, causing him to falter and retract his hand. If it weren't for the powerful figure behind you, I would have struck you down today. He slumped back on the sofa, lifting his chin towards Zhu Huijin. I came to inform you that our director wishes to discuss a collaboration with Master Jiang. Please make the arrangements. Why should I help you with that? Zhu Huijin scoffed. Do you still think I am the fool you could manipulate 5 years ago? You absconded with funds, causing my father's heart attack. And now you conspire with your director to take over our garment factory, yet you expect my assistance? Fine, return all the shares of the garment factory to me, and I may consider helping you. Chapter 64. A stirring emotion. Wei Jianren's expression fluctuated between anger and disbelief. Your appetite is truly insatiable. Zhu Huijin approached the door and coldly remarked, he won't be here for long. I give you 1 day to discuss with your boss whether you wish to collaborate or take shares. Now leave. He will return shortly. Wei Jianren, with a stern expression, rose and exited the room. I will give you my answer tonight. Make sure you stay by the landline. Don't get distracted and miss it. Get out. Zhu Huijin slammed the door shut and then helplessly sank to the ground. Jiang Yu emerged from the bathroom, noticing Zhu Huijin crouched on the floor, silently shedding tears, and felt a pang of compassion. He knelt beside her and gently patted her back. Sister Zhu, it's all right. He.S. just a scoundrel. He.S. not worth your tears. Zhu Huijin lifted her head, staring blankly at Jiang Yu's resolute face, and finally could no longer contain herself, collapsing into his embrace and weeping openly. Her tears soaked his shirt, and Jiang Yu sighed, holding her close as she cried. After a while, they both stood up. Zhu Huijin blushed and said, thank you. You should rest now. I'll go take a shower. After she entered the bathroom, the lingering scent of her perfume still clung to Jiang Yu. The luxurious suite had 2 rooms, and since Zhu Huijin needed to answer the landline, she had swapped rooms with Jiang Yu for the night. After leaving the Swan Hotel, Wei Jianren immediately sought out Ren Shungrong, conveying Zhu Huijin's demands. Director, this woman is too ruthless. We had everything planned. Once we acquire the Huahai garment factory, I would manage it, and now she wishes to reclaim the entire factory. Wei Jianren exclaimed indignantly. With a sharp slap, Ren Shungrong struck the back of Wei Jianren's head, chastising him for his lack of foresight. Are you filled with nonsense? Do you remember why I wanted you to reclaim the Huahai garment factory? Wei Jianren rubbed the back of his head, frowning as he replied. Wasn't it because of its advantageous location? You also don't have enough funds to acquire the other factories. Rin Xingrong, exasperated, poked Wei Jianren's forehead. Why did I choose to start a business with such a fool like you? Once we collaborate with the Hong Kong merchants, we won't lack the funds to acquire factories. Wei Jianren's eyes lit up. Right. As long as we establish a partnership with the Hong Kong merchants, I can buy several Huahai garment factories. And then I'll be the factory director. He then declared, I'll call that woman and transfer the shares to her. Wait. Rin Xingrong placed his hand over the dialing pad, addressing Wei Jianren. Don't transfer them just yet. Tell her that once we reach an agreement with the Hong Kong merchants, the Huahai garment factory will be hers, and that this order must yield at least $1 million in annual profits. Rin Xingrong, having started from scratch to become the director of a medium-sized garment factory, was exceedingly prudent. He could not gauge Zhu Huijian's influence over the Hong Kong merchants. If the shares were transferred and they failed to collaborate, or if the partnership yielded a mere few tens of thousands, it would be a loss for him. Director, you think ahead. Wei Jianren gave a thumbs up to Rin Xingrong, and then called Zhu Huijin to convey the message. Just as Zhu Huijin was preparing for bed, the receptionist transferred Wei Jianren's call to her. Wonderful. After hanging up the phone, Zhu Huijin, overwhelmed with excitement, rushed directly to Jiang Yu's room. Jiang Yu, Wei Jianren has agreed, and all we need to do now is forge a contract, she began, but her voice trailed off as she noticed Jiang Yu, utterly exhausted from the recent days, had already succumbed to slumber on his bed. Observing him peacefully asleep, Zhu Huijin couldn't help but chuckle softly, leaning down to tuck him in. At that moment, Jiang Yu unexpectedly turned over, causing their proximity to diminish, close enough for Zhu Huijin to feel the warmth of his breath. Startled at first, she sighed in relief upon realizing he remained asleep. Viewing Jiang Yu's face from such a close distance for the first time, a blush adorned Zhu Huijin's cheeks. This boy, she mused, was rather handsome, and his embrace felt quite comforting. As she gazed at his lips, her heart raced uncontrollably, and in a moment of whimsy, she pressed her lips against his before hastily darting out of the room. The following morning, when Jiang Yu awoke, Zhu Huijin had just finished washing up. Sister Zhu, did Wei Jianren call you yesterday? Jiang Yu asked with a yawn. Feeling somewhat awkward in Jiang Yu's presence, Zhu Huijin stiffly nodded. He did. He mentioned that if we could secure a 1 million order with you, he would return my shares. Jiang Yu chuckled. As I expected, that old fox. Very well. Tell him that I will be leaving the hotel at 3 this afternoon. If he wishes to intercept me, that will be the only opportunity. Understood, Zhu Huijin replied, though she kept her head bowed low. Noticing her unusual demeanor, Jiang Yu inquired with concern, Sister Zhu, are you all right? I'm fine. You should wash up first. I will contact Wei Jianren, she hurriedly responded. Once Jiang Yu entered the bathroom, Zhu Huijin, filled with frustration, slammed her palm onto the table. What had possessed her to act so recklessly towards someone so much younger than herself? When Jiang Yu emerged, he found Zhu Huijin fuming, her fists clenched. He paused. Sister Zhu, what is troubling you? The sound of his voice startled her, and she quickly regained her composure. It's nothing. I just need to contact Wei Jianren. Jiang Yu furrowed his brow, sensing that Zhu Huijin was still unsettled due to the previous day's events with Wei Jianren. Meanwhile, at the municipal guest house in Yangcheng, LV Zhixue sat in his room reading a newspaper, which featured an article about Jiang Dehua. Xiaolan, take a look at this person. Who does he resemble? LV Zhixue asked, a faint smile playing on his lips as he set the paper down. Yang Xian leaned in to examine the newspaper, his eyes widening in disbelief. Though he is wearing sunglasses, this Hong Kong businessman bears an uncanny resemblance to Comrade Jiang Yu. We should show this to him. LV Zhixue chuckled, not resembles. He is Jiang Yu. Sent by orders to Yangcheng for official duties, LV Zhixue had spotted Jiang Yu's photo in the newspaper and called the shop, where Lu Lian confirmed Jiang Yu's presence in the city. He was certain that the unexpected Hong Kong businessman was indeed Jiang Yu. Yang Xian frowned. What is Comrade Jiang Yu doing in Yangcheng disguised as a Hong Kong businessman? That lad is quite resourceful. He is likely seeking to expand his business in Yangcheng. We have a connection, after all. L. Zhixue smiled, realizing that this task could be accomplished more swiftly. Are you suggesting that Comrade Jiang Yu assist us? Yang Xian inquired. L. Zhixue picked up the newspaper and scrutinized Jiang Yu's photograph for a considerable time before responding. Not Comrade Jiang Yu, but Comrade Jiang Dehua. Have someone from the office go to the Swan Hotel to find him, under the pretext that the leadership wishes to meet him to discuss business in Yangqing. Yes, leader. I will personally take people there. Yang Xian nodded in agreement. No, you must not show your face. LG Xue closed the newspaper. I will also intimidate this young man. At the Swan Hotel, as Zhu Huijin finished her conversation with Wei Jianren, Jiang Yu inadvertently revealed his plans to depart at 3 in the afternoon to a reporter from the press. Instantly, every newspaper office coordinated their efforts, disseminating the news far and wide. By the time it was not yet 3 o'clock, the vicinity of the Swan Hotel was already teeming with people, predominantly local businessmen. What is happening? So many people. How can we possibly intercept young Master Jiang? Rin Xingrong, clutching a bouquet, anxiously addressed Wei Jianren. Rest assured, I have already informed my wife. She will pull young Master Jiang into our car shortly. With that, Rin Xingrong finally exhaled in relief. Young Master Jiang. Young Master Jiang is coming out. A shout arose from the crowd, prompting everyone to turn their gaze toward the hotel entrance. Chapter 65, Identity Revealed? Jiang Yu, seizing the moment, emerged clad in an elegant suit he had purchased, sunglasses perched on his nose. Zhu Huijin stood beside him, carrying a purse, her hair elegantly styled, and donning the ensemble designed by Jiang Yu. Her already graceful figure rendered even more captivating. The surrounding journalists' eyes sparkled with excitement as they surged forward. Cameras trained on the pair. The service at the Swan Hotel was exceptional. The head waitress had specifically enlisted several security personnel to help Jiang Yu manage the throngs of people. This was Zhu Huijin's first experience with such a grand spectacle, and it felt as though they had taken a significant risk. If their ruse were discovered, it would spell disaster. Noticing Zhu Huijin's anxiety, Jiang Yu stepped closer, wrapping his arm around her waist, gently addressing the crowd. Dear friends, please do not be too excited. You might frighten my darling. In 1983, the majority of people in Yancheng were locals, and the distinction between Cantonese and the dialect of Hong Kong was minimal. However, the people from Hong Kong, influenced by foreign cultures, often interspersed English into their speech. The term darling was familiar to most people from the mainland, and upon hearing it, the onlookers stepped back slightly, some revealing a glint of mischief in their eyes. The people from Hong Kong were indeed open-minded. Feeling Jiang Yu's hand resting on her waist, Zhu Huijin's heart fluttered. She closed her eyes momentarily, striving to compose herself. A reporter stepped forward to inquire, Mr. Jiang and your wife appear to be quite affectionate. Did you come to Yanqing solely to see your wife? A smile curved Jiang Yu's lips. Indeed, my darling is so beautiful. I could not bear to leave her alone in Yanqing. Additionally, I wanted to observe the development situation on the mainland. Should I identify suitable companies? I will place a few orders to support the construction of the mainland. Do you have any specific industry interests, such as steel or glass? No, I do not consider those. Jiang Yu lightly tapped his sleeve and expressed his intent to support the development of the mainland, stating that any industry would suffice. As he was not lacking in investment funds, he then mentioned he needed to catch a ride. The reporter sought further questions, but Jiang Yu remained unresponsive, leading Zhu Huijin forward. Following their prior arrangement, Jiang Yu deliberately accompanied Zhu Huijin in the direction of Wei Jianren. Rin Xingrong hurriedly approached, presenting flowers to Jiang Yu. Young Master Jiang, greetings. I am Rin Xingrong, the owner of Rin's clothing factory. We warmly welcome your presence in Yanqing. Where are you headed today? May I drive you? Wei Jianren, previously watching with irritation as Jiang Yu embraced Zhu Huijin, now wore a forced smile and extended his hand, introducing himself as the director of the clothing factory. Jiang Yu glanced at Wei Jianren and remarked, that name suits you well. Mistaking the comment for flattery, Wei Jianren grinned and responded, thank you, young Master Jiang. My name signifies the importance of establishing trust and benevolence. Jiang Yu, growing impatient, interrupted him, turning to Rin Xingrong. As it happens, I arrived in Yanqing without a vehicle. I appreciate your offer. Rin Xingrong's face brightened with joy as he opened the car door for Jiang Yu. Upon seeing the vehicle, Jiang Yu chuckled. It was yet another Changhe van. In this era, bicycles remained the primary mode of transport, with only a handful of cars available in the country, such as Hongqi, Dongfeng, and Jeep 212. Compared to these, the Changhe van appeared more stylish, performed better, and was affordably priced, making it a preferred choice for many business owners. As Jiang Yu and Zhu Huijin entered the vehicle, Wei Jianren took the wheel while Rin Xingrong engaged Jiang Yu in conversation. Young Master Jiang, where do you plan to go? I have time over the next few days and can accompany you, Ren Xingrong said, ingratiatingly smiling. Jiang Yu furrowed his brow. I intend to purchase a car in Pengcheng. I prefer to change vehicles whenever I arrive in a new place. Isn't there an imported Santana available in Pengcheng? Drive me there. Both Ren Xingrong and Wei Jianren gasped at this revelation. Changing cars at each destination? And intending to buy a Santana? Currently, the Santana was only available as an import, which meant it would be expensive. How about this? I know a few car dealers. I can inquire if they have a Santana available. The trip to Pengcheng is quite far, and we will need a border pass, Ren Xingrong suggested cautiously. Jiang Yu displayed some dissatisfaction but replied, all right, ask around. But do not waste my time. Once I acquire the vehicle, I plan to take my darling on a trip. This statement elicited another round of gasps. A trip? The people from the Hong province are indeed avant-garde. Only Zhu Huijin found it amusing. It was a pity Jiang Yu wasn't a con artist. The vehicle had not traveled far when another car obstructed their path. Wei Jianren quickly hit the brakes and rolled down the window to express his frustration, only to fall silent upon realizing it was a Hongqi vehicle. A man dressed in a Zhongshan suit emerged from the car and approached, knocking on the window. Ren Xingrong hurriedly exited the vehicle, asking, Sir, how may I assist you? Jiang Yu and the others also disembarked. The man stepped forward and addressed Jiang Yu. Young Master Jiang Dehua, I am from the office. Our leader wishes to invite you to discuss investment plans for Yangqing. Jiang Yu felt a sudden jolt of anxiety. The situation had escalated significantly. It was impossible for him to decline, especially since the leaders had personally sent someone to summon him. If any complications arose, he would surely face dire consequences. Zhu Huijin was already in a state of distress, stepping forward to say, Comrade, this matter is my responsibility. It's actually not. Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Yu hastily pulled her behind him, firmly grasping her hand, and smiled at the visitors. All right, I will accompany you. After saying this, he glanced at Zhu Huijin, signaling her to remain calm, and followed the visitors to the Hongqi car. Zhu Huijin's face drained of color. She took a few steps forward, but the car had already driven away. Wei Jianren, seeing her distress, felt a surge of anger. Isn't it just a discussion about the investment plan? Why are you so anxious? You shameless woman. With that, Zhu Huijin could no longer contain her frustration and slapped Wei Jianren across the face, her eyes turning red. Wei Jianren, let me make this clear. We have nothing to do with each other anymore. Get lost. Wei Jianren, stunned by the blow, quickly regained his composure and raised his hand to retaliate. You think you can defy me? However, before he could strike, Ren Xingrong kicked him aside and smiled at Zhu Huijin. He doesn't know any better. Don't let it bother you. Get in the car, I'll follow behind. Remember to have young Master Zhang come with us. With red eyes and silent resolve, Zhu Huijin turned and entered the car. She had made up her mind. If Jiang Yu was indeed arrested, she would go to explain the situation, even if it meant being taken in as well. She could not let a promising young comrade suffer harm. Inside the car, Jiang Yu was feeling quite anxious and tentatively asked the driver, Comrade, which leader is looking for me, and what is it about? You will find out when you arrive, the driver replied coldly, and thereafter fell silent. Sensing the driver's tone was off, Jiang Yu began to contemplate potential solutions for when he met with the leader. The Hongqi car arrived at the municipal reception center, where the driver escorted Jiang Yu into a room. A man was seated, perusing a newspaper that obscured his face, making it difficult for Jiang Yu to see clearly. So, you are the one impersonating a Hong Kong businessman, Jiang Yu? The voice from behind the paper was frigid. Chapter 66, The Indigenous Business Association. At that moment, Jiang Yu's tension heightened. He did not recognize the voice of LG Xue. Upon hearing these words, his nerves immediately tightened. Leader, what do you mean? I have not impersonated anyone. You must have mistaken me for someone else. Recently, some have said I resemble a Hong Kong businessman, Jiang Yu replied, struggling to maintain his composure. A hearty laugh echoed from the side as LG Xue lowered the newspaper, addressing Jiang Yu with a smirk. A clever little rascal. Aren't you? Upon recognizing the man before him, Jiang Yu let out a relieved sigh, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Uncle L, it's you. You truly scared me this time. LG Xue gestured for Yang Xin to pour a cup of tea and beckoned Jiang Yu to sit down. Jiang Yu took a seat opposite LG Xue, still feeling a residual unease as he exhaled deeply. Uncle L, why have you come to Yangqing? I am here on a mission. I need to clear out the Indigenous Business Association here, LG Xue stated, fixing his gaze on Jiang Yu. I require your cooperation to accomplish this task. Jiang Yu's expression turned serious. The Indigenous Business Association? Are you referring to the team formed by local merchants? Indeed. The Indigenous Merchant Association was once the driving force behind the development of Yang City. Several of its founding members wielded considerable influence and banded together to establish numerous factories when private enterprises were first advocated, achieving notable success. However, in recent years, as the country has encouraged the influx of talent, they have united to resist outsiders seeking to establish businesses, which is detrimental to the future development of Yang City. My task is to assist the leadership in dismantling the Indigenous Merchant Association. Jiang Yu nodded in agreement, acknowledging that if this situation is not curbed now, the economic future of Yang City would fall into the hands of this group. However, he questioned how he could contribute. Zhishue smiled. The merchants within the Indigenous Association are eager to collaborate with Hong Kong businessmen. Your substantial presence in Yang City has already caught their attention. In fact, Ren Xingrong, whom you contacted, is a member of the Indigenous Association, and they will undoubtedly seek you out soon. Jiang Yu's expression darkened as he realized he had overlooked this aspect. It seemed his desire to return home promptly would be quite challenging. Zhishue treated Jiang Yu to a meal at the guest house, explaining the basic structure of the Indigenous Merchant Association. Though all were from Yang City, there were divisions. Some were established enterprises, while others were emerging businesses, akin to a contest between the elderly and the youth. Both factions aspired to take control of the association's presidency, leading to ongoing competition. Jiang Yu pondered that Ren Xingrong was likely aligned with the younger faction. Zhishue offered Jiang Yu a piece of meat, stating, I have conducted several inspections in Yang City over the past few months. You must be wary of the current president, Zhang. He is a cunning old fox. If local leadership intervenes, he will certainly become suspicious, which is why I have been dispatched from above. Jiang Yu hesitated. So my role is to exacerbate their conflicts and encourage significant investments? Zhishue nodded. Proceed as you see fit. I will ensure your identity remains protected. Should any issues arise, contact me immediately. In the event of danger, execute an emergency withdrawal. Understood, Jiang Yu acknowledged, realizing that this task could not be declined. He looked up at Zhishue. Uncle L, might you agree to 2 requests? What are they? I wish to acquire Ren's clothing factory. No problem, Zhishue replied without hesitation. You can handle the Ren matter independently. I will not interfere. What is the second request? Jiang Yu chuckled. The accommodation at the Swan Hotel is quite expensive. What do you think? Zhishue couldn't help but laugh, giving Jiang Yu a mock glare. I'll inform the higher-ups. Continue your stay. You truly detest losing even a little. Thank you, Uncle L, Jiang Yu smiled in response. After their meal, Zhishue received word that Zhang was en route to the municipal guest house. It was not until 5 in the afternoon that Jiang Yu was escorted out by Zhishue's associates. Zhu Huijin was waiting for him at the entrance and rushed forward upon seeing him. Are you all right? Jiang Yu smiled. Just discussing investment matters. I am also willing to contribute to the future development of Yang City. Upon hearing this, Ren Xingrong felt relieved. He had been pondering Zhu Huijin's earlier words in the car, initially suspecting that Jiang Yu might be an imposter posing as a Hong Kong businessman. However, the fact that he could be sent out now signifies that he is indeed a genuine big shot. Ren Xingrong quickly approached with a forced smile. Young Master Jiang, it's getting late. Shall I take you out for a meal? Jiang Yu, gazing at the approaching car, replied with a smile. It seems someone else has come to pick me up. Following Jiang Yu's gaze, Ren Xingrong's expression darkened. An elderly man alighted from the leading vehicle, his hair grizzled, clad in a long gown. This was Zhang, the president of the Indigenous Chamber of Commerce. Despite being over 70, his eyes sparkled with shrewdness. Upon seeing Jiang Yu, tears welled up in Zhang's eyes, cascading down the wrinkles of his face. He rushed forward, grasping Jiang Yu's shoulders, exclaiming, You look just like him. Far too much. This left Jiang Yu bewildered. Like whom? Zhang wiped his tears, revealing an awkward smile. Forgive me, my age has made me unable to control my emotions. Young Master Zhang, greetings. I am Zhang from the Chui Steel Factory. Jiang Yu scrutinized Zhang. The old man seemed harmless. Were it not for Zhishue's prior warning, he might have unwittingly fallen into a trap. Frowning, Jiang Yu inquired, Is there something you need? Crying upon first meeting seems ill-fated. Young man, how dare you speak to Elder Chui like that? Are you seeking your own demise? A man beside Zhang barked angrily. Elder Chui lost his son years ago. Seeing you resemble his son in youth has stirred his emotions. Do you want me to teach you a lesson? How audacious. Zhang suddenly slapped the man across the face. Who permitted you to speak to young Master Jiang in such a manner? He is young, and it is only natural for the youth to be unruly. Elder Chui, I cannot stand by idly. I have witnessed your suffering as you miss your son day and night. The man beside Zhang's eyes also glistened with tears. Jiang Yu, darkening his expression, observed the exchange between Zhang and the man, thinking, like his son, this old fellow is quite cunning, trying to exploit me. Before he could respond, Ren Xingrong sneered. Elder Chui, didn't your two sons return last year to celebrate your birthday? When did one of them die? Zhang shot a dismissive glance at Ren Xingrong. Oh, Ren, you are here as well. I was referring to my nephew, whom I raised. He is as dear to me as my own son. He then turned to Jiang Yu, his voice laced with a plea. Young Master Jiang, I apologize for my loss of composure. Look, it is nearing dinner time. How about we dine together? Jiang Yu, revealing a hint of reluctance, replied, I have already promised Chairman Ren. Perhaps we could dine together tomorrow at noon? Zhang's face brightened with delight. Very well, I shall send someone to pick you up at the Swan Hotel tomorrow. Jiang Yu agreed and departed in Ren Xingrong's vehicle. Inside the car, Ren Xingrong furrowed his brow and exchanged a knowing glance with Wei Jianren, who immediately understood. Chapter 67. The Red Rose Cabaret. While driving, Wei Jianren remarked, Young Master Jiang, be wary of Elder Chui. He harbors ulterior motives and seeks to deceive you into investing. Such words could only come from Wei Jianren's lips. If the Hong Kong merchants did not appreciate such sentiments, Ren Xingrong would merely feign disapproval of Wei Jianren's remarks. Jiang Yu smiled slightly, remarking that many had sought to persuade him to invest, yet this time he had no intention of doing so. Upon hearing this, Ren Xingrong was astounded. No investment? If he were not to invest, what purpose would his incessant efforts serve? With an anxious expression, Ren turned to Jiang Yu, imploring, Young Master Jiang, why have you decided against investing? Did you not express your support for the development of the mainland? Especially our factory, which is undoubtedly a hidden gem. An investment that promises substantial returns. Jiang Yu shook his head. Your leader spoke with me earlier, and I realized that merely investing in each company does not bolster the commercial competitiveness of the mainland, particularly when there are no publicly listed companies among you. Noticing Ren's face darkening, Jiang Yu swiftly shifted the topic. Therefore, I intend to inform the group to initiate a project specifically targeting the merchants of Yangqing. This project will allow them to secure financing, and the profits will be shared among them, constituting a different form of equity participation. Ren's eyes lit up. What kind of project are you considering? What profits might we expect? This should involve at least 100 million, right? Jiang Yu replied nonchalantly, 100 million. Ren struggled to suppress an exclamation of disbelief. Wei Jianren, gripped by fear, could barely steady the steering wheel. 100 million. What an astonishing sum. Even Zhu Huijian, aware of Jiang Yu's plans, was taken aback, her face reflecting sheer incredulity. Jiang Yu, however, remained composed. What is the matter? Supporting the development of Yangqing with 100 million isn't excessive, is it? In my previous life, my worth had already surpassed 100 million. Thus, mentioning such a figure doesn't strike me as daunting. Ren Xingrong, flushed with excitement, exclaimed, Young Master Jiang is truly magnanimous. Tonight, I shall take you to a splendid place. Very well, I shall leave tonight's arrangements in your capable hands. Jiang Yu responded, his tone indifferent. If he was not mistaken, Ren would lead him to meet the young entrepreneurs that evening. As anticipated, Ren brought Jiang Yu to a secluded locale, appearing dilapidated from the outside, yet upon entering, it revealed opulent decor. A small sign on the left wall read, Red Rose Dance Hall. Two elegantly attired young women knelt, their enchanting voices welcoming, Welcome, esteemed guests. Zhu Huijian furrowed her brow. Why have you brought us here? If we are caught, it could lead to charges of indecency. Ren chuckled softly, Fear not. We have guards stationed, and there are multiple exits. In the event of trouble, no one will be able to apprehend us. Young Master Jiang, I hope you don't mind. Observing the dancers on stage and the couples swaying in the dance floor, Jiang Yu was astonished. Had society become so indulgent in revelry? Ren guided Jiang Yu into a private room, where a large round table was laden with delectable dishes unavailable elsewhere. Upon seeing Jiang Yu, the individuals gathered around the table eagerly approached, each extending a hand in greeting. Young Master Jiang, We have long admired your reputation. Ren introduced each acquaintance. Yet the only name that resonated with Jiang Yu was Jiao Ruizai, the vice president of the Indigenous Chamber of Commerce, who belonged to the same youthful faction. Wei Jianren was also visiting this place for the first time, eagerly approaching several prominent figures to exchange greetings. Greetings, I am Wei Jianren, the director of Ren's clothing factory. I haven't heard of you, replied one. The woman beside young Master Jiang is my wife. Director Wei, I have long admired your reputation. Ren Xingrong seated Jiang Yu at the head of the table, with Zhu Huijin beside him. Several elegantly dressed young women busied themselves arranging the dishes. Ren Xingrong reiterated Jiang Yu's earlier remarks, causing the guests to light up with intrigue. Xiao Ruitai raised his wine glass, exclaiming, Young Master Jiang, meeting you is truly a stroke of fortune. I deeply admire your bold spirit. I currently run a children's vehicle factory to contribute to Huawei's economy. Should the opportunity arise to participate in your project, I will give my utmost. He drained his glass in one go. Jiang Yu smiled and reciprocated the toast. Mr. Xiao is a forthright person. I will certainly prioritize your factory in the future. Xiao Ruitai's face flushed with excitement, urgently calling over a nearby waiter. Quick, pour more wine for young Master Jiang. Ren Xingrong, not to be outdone, raised his glass and leaned towards Jiang Yu, saying, Young Master Jiang, to be frank, your darling is the ex-wife of one of my subordinates. This is our connection. Wei Jianren hastily patted his chest, adding, Indeed, she was previously my wife, young Master Jiang. It seems we've shared a bed, in a sense. This remark sent the gathering into fits of laughter. Zhu Huijin's face turned pale as she stood up, but Jiang Yu gently pressed her back down, whispering, Let us not forget our purpose. Taking a deep breath to compose herself, Zhu Huijin forced a smile, saying, Excuse me for a moment. I need to visit the restroom. Please, enjoy your meal. After her departure, the men present grew increasingly uninhibited. Xiao Ruitai thumbed up at Jiang Yu, saying, Though young Master Jiang is young, his taste in women is impressively discerning. Indeed, a young girl cannot compare to a married woman's allure. Ren Xingrong chuckled. They remained unfazed by the prospect of offending Jiang Yu. Who could deny the customs in the Port Province? A wealthy scion from a prominent family would never truly engage with a small-time entrepreneur from Yangqing. It was merely a dalliance. Jiang Yu waved his hand with a smile. Let us refrain from discussing this further. My darling is rather sensitive. When she returns, be mindful not to upset her. I shall have to appease her. Wei Jianren frowned. Young Master Jiang, you cannot indulge her. I tell you, such women need discipline. The more you discipline them, the more obedient they become. Jiang Yu's expression darkened. In our culture, women are cherished. Only by indulging them can their beauty truly flourish. Young Master Jiang, you are mistaken, Wei Jianren retorted. Enough, be quiet and cease your rambling. Ren Xingrong interjected, sensing Jiang Yu's irritation. Young Master Jiang is correct. Women should be pampered. Those who resort to hitting women are cowards. Jiang Yu nodded with a smile, clinking glasses with Ren Xingrong. Your words resonate with me profoundly. Regardless of my darling's past, now that she is with me, I shall cherish her. She is the very essence of my heart. The atmosphere shifted as the guests exchanged glances. Was this port businessman truly smitten? Ren Xingrong hastily grasped Jiang Yu's hand, exclaiming, Young Master Jiang, your thoughts resonate profoundly with me. I hold you in the highest regard. Rest assured, as your project unfolds, I shall devote my utmost efforts to assist you. Securing these 5 slots for us will undoubtedly be the wisest decision. Jiang Yu merely smiled, choosing silence as they continued to indulge in their drinks. Zhu Huijin emerged from the restroom, having overheard Jiang Yu's remarks, and paused momentarily. The one who marries him in the future will surely be blessed, she reflected, her hands tightly gripping her bag strap as she murmured to herself. They continued to drink until 8 in the evening, at which point Jiang Yu and Zhu Huijin returned to the hotel entrance. Although Jiang Yu possessed a considerable tolerance for alcohol, the multitude of toasts had left him somewhat unsteady on his feet. Perhaps I should have moderated my intake. This is rather overwhelming, he mused. Zhu Huijin gently placed his arm over her shoulder for support. If I hadn't indulged, would they have felt at ease to engage me in conversation? Jiang Yu replied with a chuckle. Just as they reached the hotel entrance, Jiang Yu spotted a familiar figure, Zhang Xiaolan. Chapter 68. Misunderstanding. Zhang Xiaolan had been preoccupied with affairs at the martial arts school, also making calls to inquire about the situation in Xiangnan. It was not until today that she had seen the news in the paper. Upon witnessing Jiang Yu and Zhu Huijin together, she was momentarily taken aback. After waiting all night for Jiang Yu's return, she did not anticipate the sight of him in such an intimate embrace with Zhu Huijin. Xiaolan, Jiang Yu exclaimed, momentarily stunned, as he withdrew his hand from Zhu Huijin's shoulder and staggered toward her. What brings you here? Zhang Xiaolan, flustered and at a loss for words, replied, Oh, it's nothing. You and Sister Zhu continue with your business. I'll take my leave. With that, she hurried away. Zhu Huijin's complexion paled. Previously, Jiang Yu had accompanied Zhang Xiaolan on several procurement trips, leading her to suspect they might be romantically involved. Seeing this scene, Zhang Xiaolan must surely have misconstrued the situation. Zhu Huijin contemplated pursuing her, but Jiang Yu grasped her shoulder, saying, Let it be. This matter has considerable implications, and she will learn the truth in due course. Upon returning to their room, Jiang Yu took a hot shower, the effects of the alcohol dissipating somewhat, yet the image of Zhang Xiaolan fleeing lingered in his mind. Jiang Yu, you can explain this to Xiaolan. She seems to have misunderstood. Zhu Huijin expressed her concern. Wringing out his hair, Jiang Yu's expression turned grave. This situation extends beyond mere clothing factory issues. The stakes have escalated, and I cannot divulge anything lightly. Once everything is resolved, she will naturally come to understand. Zhu Huijin's expression shifted, and she anxiously inquired, Does this relate to the leaders who sought you out today? Jiang Yu nodded. The business landscape in Yangcheng is on the brink of significant transformation. There is no need for you to worry. Simply adhere to our plans. Zhu Huijin furrowed her brow. Before we left, Wei Jianren insisted that I prevent you from going to Chuizongyuan. I do intend to visit Chuizongyuan. You may inform him that he can send someone to fetch me. It would be impolite for me to decline. After finishing a glass of water, Jiang Yu reclined in his room. The day's events had left him somewhat perturbed, yet what troubled him most was Zhang Xiaolan. Why did he care so deeply about her feelings? Could it be that, as Su Zhuang suggested, he has developed feelings for Xiaolan? Jiang Yu slightly lowered his gaze. Past experiences had taught him that once one ventured into the realm of emotions, tumultuous troubles were bound to ensue. Until his career found solid footing, he must suppress such thoughts. Zhu Huijin gazed at the closed door of Jiang Yu's room, feeling inexplicably despondent. Having indulged in drink, Jiang Yu awoke the following morning at 10 o'clock. As he stepped into the living room, Zhu Huijin approached with a newspaper in hand. Jiang Yu, Wei Jianren and the others have set a trap. They have already published an announcement claiming you have reached a preliminary cooperation agreement with them. Jiang Yu took the newspaper, a smirk forming on his lips as he read the news. Yesterday, he had feigned intoxication, allowing Ren Xingrong and the others to extract information from him. And in his haze, he had indeed agreed to consider involving them in future projects. The youth faction is nearly settled. Now, it's the elder faction's turn. Jiang Yu murmured. Zhu Huijin, puzzled, asked, What youth faction? Elder faction. Jiang Yu returned the newspaper to her. Nothing of significance. You should focus on managing the Huahai garment factory, which is probably in need of supplies. Ren Xingrong and his cohorts had contacted nearly every newspaper in Yangcheng to disseminate this news. Naturally, it reached Chui Zongyuan's ears as well. Chui Zongyuan squinted as he crumpled the newspaper in his hand. Those youngsters think they can snatch business from me. They are sorely mistaken. By 11 o'clock, Chui Zongyuan dispatched a convoy to fetch Jiang Yu. Even for a mere pickup, he sent a fleet of vehicles. This was both a show of his regard for Jiang Yu and a demonstration of power. There is a saying, a powerful dragon does not suppress a local snake. What of the Hong Kong merchants? Yangcheng is his territory. Zhu Huijin peered out the window at the procession of cars below, frowning. Chui Zongyuan is notoriously treacherous in Yangcheng. Most of the local businesses are under his control. You must exercise caution during your visit. Jiang Yu donned his suit jacket. No worries. As long as I hold the identity of a Hong Kong merchant, he wouldn't dare to act against me. You should head to the garment factory. I will go on my own. Descending the stairs, he found a line of well-dressed men awaiting him. Young Master Jiang, please step into the car. Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow and entered the first vehicle. The interior was stifling, prompting him to roll down the window as they drove towards Chui Zongyuan's residence. Cars of this era were not particularly fast, especially given the road conditions, which were far from the smooth surfaces of later times. The journey was winding, and as they passed by the train station, a pair of eyes fixated intently on Jiang Yu within the vehicle. Is that Jiang Yu? After approximately half an hour, they arrived at a grand house enclosed by its own walls. Although high-rise buildings were becoming fashionable, Zhang, being of advanced age, opted for a bungalow. Yet it was a bungalow of distinction. In the courtyard stood a large rosewood marble table, adorned with calligraphy from famous masters. Beneath a grand tree, a pond had been constructed, filled with pebbles, where colorful goldfish swam gracefully, a delightful sight. Zhang, accompanied by several individuals, was tossing food into the fish pond. Upon seeing Jiang Yu, he immediately approached with a broad smile. "Young Master Zhang has arrived? Fine wine and sumptuous dishes will be served shortly." Jiang Yu nodded, surveying Zhang's courtyard, his eyes gleaming with admiration. To possess such a vast estate in Yangqing, what a remarkable investment it would be. Zhang chuckled. "Do you have an affinity for my courtyard?" Jiang Yu affirmed. "The environment here is quite pleasant." Zhang heartily patted Jiang Yu on the shoulder, exclaiming, "When you come to Yangqing in the future, this residence is always open for you." As they approached the pond, the others, upon noticing Jiang Yu, warmly greeted him. Zhang introduced him to several prominent figures in Yangqing's industry, each with considerable wealth. Jiang Yu nodded politely, exchanging pleasantries. When mealtime arrived, Zhang clapped his hands, and 2 rows of waitresses clad in short skirts gracefully emerged, bearing dishes. Zhang remarked, "These young ladies are quite refined, while maturity has its charm. Sometimes youthful exuberance is equally enticing." Jiang Yu awkwardly chuckled. "Let us focus on the meal." The adage, "Where there are policies, there are countermeasures," seemed universally applicable. Had the doors not been tightly shut, Jiang Yu might have forgotten that this was a period of stringent regulation. Zhang laughed heartily. "Master Jiang, you are a gentleman. Come, let us dine." Upon hearing these words, Jiang Yu felt a wave of relief. Had Zhang not intervened, the lovely server might have taken liberties. During the meal, someone inquired, "Master Jiang, I hear you have reached a preliminary cooperation agreement with Xiaolan's team?" "Just a preliminary discussion," Jiang Yu replied, as he helped himself to the dishes. Director Jiao and Director Ren were quite cordial, and I assured them I would consider collaboration. Zhang chuckled in response. "Just considering? Look at those youngsters. They are practically bursting with pride, eager for the entire city to believe the deal is already sealed." With that, Zhang clapped Jiang Yu on the shoulder, saying, "Let me be frank, those lads are still too inexperienced. They are unreliable in their dealings. Our companies have long been intertwined. Simply place your orders, and we can produce immediately, with quality and efficiency." The others chimed in. "Indeed, partnering with us is far superior. The development of Yangqing owes much to our collective efforts." They continued, "Their success is merely a shadow of our contributions. Had we not shared our resources, they would not be where they are today." Listening to their self-congratulatory remarks, Jiang Yu could not help but smirk inwardly. No wonder there was a desire to cleanse the native business associations. These individuals had come to view Yangqing as their personal domain. How long had private enterprises been established? Their claims of fostering Yangqing's growth seemed absurd. If internal affairs were so tumultuous, how could they possibly be accommodating to outsiders? "Let us eat first. I have yet to have breakfast. We can discuss these matters afterward," Jiang Yu replied deliberately coolly. After all, he was portraying himself as the young heir of a significant conglomerate. If he simply acquiesced to their assertions, it would undermine his image. With matters progressing too smoothly, one could only wonder if Zhang, the seasoned fox, would not grow suspicious. Enough, he concluded. Zhang discerned Jiang Yu's lack of enthusiasm and interjected, "Let us first dine. Business shall not be discussed at the table. Come, bring forth the finest wine, and you ladies, do please dance." Jiang Yu paused, his hand holding the chopsticks momentarily halted by this familiar routine. In the blink of an eye, a group of elegantly attired maidens emerged, gracefully swaying to the music. Jiang Yu was momentarily taken aback, yet managed to smile. This dance is indeed refined. The individuals at the table exchanged sly smiles. Is there something even more exquisite to come? A sense of foreboding washed over Jiang Yu, and before he could fully grasp the situation, the dancing women began to shed their garments. Jiang Yu almost spat out his food in shock. Apart from him, the youngest at the gathering must have been in their 50s. Did they indulge in such exuberance daily? Zhang chuckled, patting Jiang Yu on the back. "What is the matter? Has our young master Zhang become so refined that he can no longer enjoy his meal?" The room erupted in laughter. Each person doubled over in mirth. Jiang Yu, removing the warm garment that had been flung upon him, coughed a few times. "All right, All right, let us eat first. After we have dined, we shall discuss serious matters. He had now gained a deeper understanding of Zhang and his circle, akin to the uncultured nouveau riche of later generations. For them, conducting business meant steamy rooms, lively dance halls, and clinking glasses at lavish feasts. Once satiated, Zhang summoned more maidens to approach Jiang Yu. Feeling akin to Tang Sung in the Spider-Woman's cave, he hastily protested, "No, no, let us discuss serious matters, business." Upon hearing the word business, Zhang and his companions finally assumed a serious demeanor, motioning for the others to exit. Jiang Yu exhaled in relief and proceeded to relay the discussions he had previously held with Rin Shengrong and the others. Having visited Yangqing only a few times, he could not simply accept whatever they proposed. Wealth was not meant for reckless expenditure. This project, he assured them, would yield profits, a minimum of 100 million. As long as they met the investment criteria, he would welcome their participation. Greater investments would result in larger shares of the profits. 100 million? The attendees widened their eyes in disbelief, gazing at Jiang Yu in astonishment. Jiang Yu chuckled, "Why such surprise at 100 million? In our Hong province, earning 100 million is quite facile. This amount is merely a short-term gain." Zhang furrowed his brow. "What project are you planning to undertake? Perhaps a film city?" Jiang Yu replied nonchalantly. "The film industry is flourishing, with a vast overseas audience. Profits are virtually guaranteed. Even our small stars can earn 700,000 to 800,000 a month without issue." The crowd was electrified. Everyone was aware of Hong Province's cinematic prowess. If they were to become stakeholders in a film city, the potential for profits far exceeded a mere 100 million. Only Zhang maintained a semblance of rationality. Frowning as he inquired, "If we wish to secure financing, must we not formalize it with a written agreement? We must also ascertain the company's registration details." Jiang Yu smiled. "Our family is supporting the development of Yangqing, and this endeavor will certainly be conducted through official channels. I will arrange for introductions with the leaders of Yangqing, and all pertinent information will be published in the newspapers. You can review it at that time." As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the crowd turned somber, with only Zhang wearing a broad smile as he clapped Jiang Yu on the shoulder, saying, "Young Master Jiang, you have handled this matter splendidly. We shall certainly pay more attention moving forward." It was not until 3 o'clock in the afternoon that Zhang arranged for someone to escort Jiang Yu away. After Jiang Yu's departure, the remaining individuals began to converse. "Cui Lao, why did you let him go so easily? We should have at least checked his credentials. This business is substantial. Indeed, the higher-ups are quite displeased with us. Even going through official channels seems unreliable. Didn't that young man get taken to the municipal reception center before?" Zhang waved his hand dismissively. "Rest assured, I have investigated this matter. The visit to the municipal reception center was merely coincidental, as they were in Yangqing to gather information. Those individuals targeting us have been relatively inactive lately. As long as he can go through official registration, this matter is undoubtedly legitimate." Upon hearing this, the others felt reassured. Zhang's extensive network and keen information-gathering skills assured them that if he stated there was no issue, there certainly was none. Upon returning to the hotel, Jiang Yu found Zhu Huizhen absent. He reclined on the sofa, releasing a deep sigh. He was truly fatigued from maintaining this charade for so long. However, he had laid a solid foundation for the matter at hand, and now it was merely a matter of watching the ensuing struggle between the two factions. Zhang and Zhao Ruitai would undoubtedly vie fiercely to secure funding for the Film City project, each trying to outdo the other. Once their investments were fully committed to this project, it would be time for LG to reel in the profits. After Jiang Yu's departure, Zhang contacted the newspaper to publicly announce the news, inadvertently leaking details about the Film City project while emphasizing that young Master Jiang expressed a strong willingness to collaborate with them. The news sent shockwaves through the business community in Yangqing, with everyone speculating about its authenticity. If true, many would be eager to liquidate their assets to invest in it. Later that evening, as Zhu Huizhen was on her way back to the Swan Hotel, Wei Jianren angrily blocked her path. "What are you doing?" Zhu Huizhen felt nauseated at the sight of him, her tone decidedly frigid. Wei Jianren tightly grasped her wrist, questioning, "What is going on?" "I distinctly told you to prevent that young man from meeting Zhang." Zhu Huizhen winced in pain from his grip. He agreed to meet Zhang yesterday, and this afternoon, Zhang sent a convoy to pick him up. "How could I stop that?" "Bah!" Wei Jianren spat at her. slapping a newspaper against her face. You useless thing. You can't even handle a simple task? Look at what this newspaper says. Why were we unaware of the Film City project? Zhu Huijin struggled to free her hand. How would I know? I left early this morning, and he doesn't consult me on every business matter. Let go of me, or I won't hold back. You foul woman. I've watched you betray me for too long. Wei Jianren dragged her towards his car, declaring, Today, I will make you submit. Let us see if you dare to disobey me again. What are you doing? At that moment, Jiang Yu approached, coldly addressing Wei Jianren. Chapter 70. Acquiring the Santana. While Jiang Yu was upstairs, he noticed Wei Jianren blocking Zhu Huijin and promptly descended to the lower level, witnessing the scene unfold. Upon seeing Jiang Yu, Wei Jianren was startled and hastily released his grip. Jiang Yu stepped forward, pulling Zhu Huijin behind him. His gaze sharp as a blade fixed on Wei Jianren. What did you just say to my darling? Wei Jianren, feeling a tremor of fear, swallowed hard. I said nothing of consequence. It was merely that my factory manager has found a car dealer for you, and I suggested she persuade you to take a look. Is that so? Jiang Yu inquired, directing his attention towards Zhu Huijin. Wei Jianren, in a flurry of anxiety, blinked desperately at Zhu Huijin, hoping she would come to his aid. Zhu Huijin's expression was frigid. How had she ever found this man appealing? Taking a deep breath, she replied, It's fine. Are you planning to see the car? Jiang Yu addressed Wei Jianren. If the dealer is found, let him wait. I am fatigued today. I will see him tomorrow. All right. Understood. Wei Jianren nodded vigorously. That evening, Jiang Yu communicated with Zhishue over the phone, relaying the events of the past 2 days. They should still have considerable trust in me. After the announcement, we can proceed with the investment tender. Excellent. I will reach out to the contacts in Yanqing. The local merchants association has set a loan limit during this period. I will ensure that your plan receives full cooperation there. And I will arrive in Yanqing on the day of the tender, Zhishue assured him. Hearing this, Jiang Yu felt a wave of relief. Good. Please arrange the announcement and calculate the equity limits, ensuring that other merchants do not incur losses. After discussing their plans, Jiang Yu reclined on the sofa, rubbing his temples. According to Zhishue, although progress was currently smooth, they could not afford to be complacent. Cui Zongyuan's connections had already reached higher circles. Even a slight slip could result in his entrapment in Yanqing. Though Zhishue promised to safeguard him, could one truly ensure protection from someone like Cui Zongyuan for a lifetime? Zhu Huifan handed Jiang Yu a cup of warm water. I have already dispatched the goods as per your specifications. It should suffice for your sales for a while. Jiang Yu accepted the water with a nod. It's only been a few days, yet it feels as though I have been enduring for an eternity. Tomorrow, I will visit Rinxingrong to reclaim a portion of the shares. The following morning, Wei Jianren was already waiting by the hotel entrance in his car as Jiang Yu and Zhu Huijin climbed in. Young Master Jiang, I am now taking you to the car dealership. Do you have enough funds on hand? Jiang Yu produced a passbook, replying nonchalantly, Let us first inspect the vehicle. If it meets our standards, I will settle the payment directly. Wei Jianren tilted his head, attempting to glimpse the amount in the passbook. But the distance proved too great to discern clearly. 20 minutes later, Wei Jianren brought Jiang Yu to a large factory where a pristine Santana awaited inside, with Rin Shengrong present, accompanied by a young man of about 30. Upon seeing Jiang Yu, Rin Shengrong immediately approached with a broad smile. Young Master Jiang, I have contacted numerous individuals and finally managed to secure a brand new vehicle for you from the special zone. Please, take a look. As Jiang Yu's eyes gleamed with excitement, he approached the vehicle, caressing its sleek body. Although it was an '83 Santana, its design would not appear outdated even 20 years hence. He had only encountered such a model in a museum in his past life. What is the price of this car? Jiang Yu inquired of the young man. A flat price of 180,000. You may inspect it. All parts are imported from Germany, brand new, and the documentation is complete. Upon hearing the price, Rin Shengrong and his companions gasped in astonishment. 180,000. What does that signify? How many people would struggle their entire lives without earning such an amount? While Rin Shengrong could indeed afford the 180,000, doing so would severely restrict the operations of his factory. Jiang Yu settled into the driver's seat, gripping the steering wheel with satisfaction. A Santana of this caliber would fetch around 80,000 abroad, and in the domestic market, after a few transactions, it could be sold for approximately 300,000, a normal occurrence, albeit with no guarantee of availability. To be able to navigate the special economic zone and acquire it for just 180,000 was remarkably favorable, were it not for the current difficulties faced by card dealers. He would have ventured into automobile trading, reaping substantial profits. All right, let's get in the car. I will head to the bank to withdraw the money and pay directly, Jiang Yu stated resolutely. Ren Xingrong and Wei Jianren couldn't help but marvel at the lavishness of the Hong Kong businessman. At the bank, Jiang Yu withdrew the funds and handed them to the dealer. After completing the necessary paperwork, the car was officially his. With everything settled, Ren Xingrong beamed as he offered Jiang Yu a cigarette. Young Master Jiang, you truly are extravagant. Shall we dine at that place today? Jiang Yu waved his hand dismissively. Enough with the flattery. I understand your intentions. Let us go to the hotel. Whatever needs to be discussed, let us clarify it today. Ren Xingrong felt a surge of joy at these words. Very well, once we conclude our discussion, I will treat you to a meal. Upon arriving at the hotel, Ren Xingrong admired the room Jiang Yu was staying in, showering him with compliments. Jiang Yu quickly interrupted him. Let's refrain from idle talk. It delays our purpose. Sitting across from Jiang Yu with an awkward smile, Ren Xingrong remarked, Young Master Jiang, I read in the newspaper today that you are undertaking the Film and Television City project. Why didn't you inform me sooner? Jiang Yu took a sip of water. This project was only finalized with the company the night before last. I plan to have the city organize a bidding session to select shareholders directly at the meeting. Ren Xingrong, grinning, inquired, Young Master Jiang, may I ask your thoughts on my factory? As he spoke, Wei Jianren subtly nudged Zhu Huifan, signaling her to contribute to the conversation. Has Director Wei's eye twitched? Jiang Yu mused, perplexed. Wei Jianren's heart skipped a beat as he forced a smile. It seems a bug flew in just now. It's a bit uncomfortable. While speaking, he continued to discreetly blink at Zhu Huifan. Zhu Huifan interjected. I have already discussed with Dehua. Once the project commences, you will merely need to go through the motions, as your selection is already predetermined. However, the prerequisite is that Wei Jianren must transfer all shares of the Huahai garment factory to me. At this moment, Wei Jianren was overwhelmed with excitement. Ren Xingrong had promised him that as long as he could secure a stake, he would receive a 5 share of the profits. With such an amount at stake, did he still care about the Huahai garment factory? No problem, I will transfer it to you right now, he exclaimed, but was abruptly silenced by Ren Xingrong's sharp reprimand. Subsequently, he smiled at Jiang Yu and said, the transfer is certainly not an issue. As long as we secure the cooperation contract on the day of the bidding meeting, we will hand over the Huahai garment factory to Miss Zhu on that very day. I am aware that this factory has been passed down through generations. How astute Ren Xingrong is. Without having gained a single benefit, he allows Wei Jianren to transfer the equity of the factory. What if he turns against it later? Jiang Yu scoffed. Are you worried that I might extort your factory? Let me assure you, if I wish to acquire your factory, do you think it would take me long to do so? Jiang Yu rose, looking down at Ren Xingrong with an imposing demeanor. Chapter 71. Consumed by jealousy upon hearing this, Ren Xingrong broke out in a cold sweat. If the Hong Kong merchants truly desired to acquire his factory, it could indeed happen in the blink of an eye. Young Master Jiang, that's not what I meant, Ren Xingrong hurriedly explained. Enough, Jiang Yu said, pouring the water from his teacup into the trash bin. I have matters to attend to. You may leave. You misunderstand, young Master Jiang. That's not my intention. It's just that the transfer of shares for the garment factory requires a procedure, Ren Xingrong said, anxious as a flea on a hot pan. Poking Wei Jianren in the side, Wei Jianren felt extreme disdain. Who would care about Ren Xingrong? He had just interrupted him, offending young Master Jiang. And now he had to rely on him. Young Master Jiang, our factory director truly did not mean it that way. Huijin, please persuade young Master Jiang. Wei Jianren gestured towards Zhu Huijin. Zhu Huijin tugged at Jiang Yu's sleeve. Let it go. For my sake, grant them another chance. Jiang Yu snorted and returned to the sofa. Director Ren, if you wish for me to grant you a favor, you must make some concessions. Here's the deal. Director Wei will transfer 20% of his shares to me, allowing you to retain 50% equity. This is my utmost concession. Ren Xingrong nodded eagerly. With 50% equity, he could later find a way to control the Huahai garment factory. The two parties swiftly signed the agreement, and Ren Xingrong continually smiled, saying, Young Master Jiang, I was thoughtless and offended you. Rest assured, once we achieve cooperation, I will not disappoint your expectations. Jiang Yu merely responded with a faint acknowledgement and instructed Zhu Huijin to see off Ren Xingrong and Wei Jianren. Once they departed, Zhu Huijin turned to Jiang Yu and remarked, I noticed Ren Xingrong was already flustered. I should have demanded all the shares outright. You are correct. Had I forced Ren Xingrong to compromise earlier, he might have indeed acquiesced. However, do you think he would not harbor suspicions afterward? Jiang Yu looked at Zhu Huijin. He would be suspicious, but what could he do? The contract has already been signed, Zhu Huijin replied. Ren Xingrong gained no benefits, but instead lost a garment factory. To ensure he was not deceived, he would obsessively seek information for reassurance, and if he uncovered any wrongdoing, it could lead to his total ruin. Jiang Yu stated this matter-of-factly, yet Zhu Huijin felt a chill, sitting back on the sofa and nodding repeatedly. Your intellect is remarkable. I have been thinking too simplistically. Meanwhile, at the Zhang family martial arts school in Yangqing, Zhang Xiaolan was engaged in a tournament with her fellow disciples. With a dull thud, Zhang Xiaolan forcefully kicked a junior disciple off the stage. The referee declared, once again, Sister Xiaolan emerges victorious. Clenching her fists, Zhang Xiaolan graciously acknowledged her opponent with a nod, then cast a piercing glance at the onlookers, declaring, Who's next? The disciples below the stage wore expressions of despair. What has gotten into Xiaolan? Why has she been holding so many matches these past few days? One lamented, Brother, I can't take it anymore. I've already been knocked out 3 times. Haven't we contacted the senior brother? Why hasn't he called yet? Just then, another disciple leapt into the arena. At that moment, the phone at the martial arts school finally rang. The recently defeated disciple scrambled to answer it, tears brimming in his eyes. Senior brother, you finally called. It's Sister Xiaolan. Senior brother is looking for you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaolan flexed her wrists and said to the gathered disciples, I'll take this call. You all take a breather. The disciples eagerly nodded, their faces filled with gratitude. Though Zhang Xiaolan was beautiful and usually gentle with them, she was undeniably fierce in combat. Wiping her hands, Zhang Xiaolan picked up the phone. Brother, what's the matter? Xiaolan, I've heard that you've been acting strangely these past few days. Is something wrong? Isn't you with you? Su Zhuang inquired from the other end of the line. Zhang Xiaolan fell silent for a moment. Since Jiang Yu arrived in Yangqing, he hasn't been with me. He is now living with Zhu Huijin and has even assumed the identity of a Hong Kong businessman to be with her. Su Zhuang was taken aback for a moment before responding. I lived with you for quite some time, and I never knew he had feelings for Sister Zhu. Besides, she was already aware of Jiang Yu's identity during our previous dealings. How could she still believe he is a businessman from Hong Kong? Zhang Xiaolan bit her lip. I don't know the specifics. All I know is that Jiang Yu is living with Zhu Huijin now. I even saw them with their arms around each other last time. Xiaolan, heed my advice. Yu has always had his own ideas. There's definitely something amiss here. You should investigate further. After chatting with Su Zhuang for a while longer, Zhang Xiaolan's frown deepened. Brother Luo, please bring me the newspapers from the past few days. She called out to one of her juniors. He promptly retrieved them, and as Zhang Xiaolan perused the news, her heart sank further. How could Jiang Yu be involved with the Indigenous Business Association? This is far too perilous. Sitting in her chair, she felt a wave of frustration. Upon seeing Jiang Yu with Zhu Huijin, jealousy had clouded her judgment. She hadn't inquired about Jiang Yu's situation and had isolated herself from external information. If Su Zhuang hadn't called today, she might still be oblivious to Jiang Yu's current circumstances. Holding the newspapers, she approached her 2 senior brothers. Brothers, I need your help to discreetly protect this person. After some time, under the dual insistence of Cui Zongyuan and Ren Xingrong, Jiang Yu finally finalized a comprehensive plan with his group in Hong Kong province. On the same day, the official newspaper announced that a bidding conference for the Film and Television City project would take place in 10 days, where 5 enterprises would be selected for equity participation. Additionally, it published relevant information about the Ronghuan Group. Any business in Yangqing could invest, with an implicit suggestion that greater investments would yield higher returns, potentially leading to future collaborations with the Hong Province and Ronghuan Group. Upon the release of this news, the business community in Yangqing erupted in excitement, as speculation surrounding the messages from Cui Zongyuan and Ren Xingrong had just been validated by the authorities. However, after evaluating the assets of local businesses, the initial investment was set at 500,000, which effectively barred nearly all merchants, except for the Indigenous Business Association, from participating. The 10 days also served as a crucial period for members of the Indigenous Business Association to gather funds, with only 5 slots available, compelling them to privately sign contracts, ensuring that profits would be shared regardless of which companies won the bids. Consequently, Members of the Indigenous Business Association began fervently seeking out Jiang Yu, eager to foster a favorable relationship with him in hopes of securing a successful bid at the upcoming auction. Since the announcement, Ren Xingrong had been stationed daily downstairs, waiting for Jiang Yu to emerge. As soon as he did, he would whisk him away for meals and dancing. That evening, Jiang Yu was once again summoned by Ren Xingrong and others to the previously visited Red Rose nightclub. Young Master Jiang, since you're here alone tonight, why not enjoy yourself? Ren Xingrong quipped, raising an eyebrow. The ladies here are top-notch. Chapter 72. I prefer tranquility. Jiang Yu observed the swaying figures on the dance floor, shaking his head. No thanks, it's too raucous. I prefer tranquility. At his words, Ren Xingrong immediately understood. Turning to Jiao Rui, he said, Brother Jiao, since Brother Yu has spoken, why not arrange a private room? A private room? Jiang Yu was momentarily taken aback. What private room? Before he could gather his thoughts, he was ushered into a private room by Ren Xingrong and the others. A young lady entered, dressed in a white blouse and a skirt, her large, innocent eyes captivating. Ren Xingrong, with a sly grin, placed an arm around Jiang Yu's shoulder. Young Master Jiang, the real deal is not to be underestimated. You've only been here a few times and already know the ladies here. Xiao Jing, do keep young Master Jiang company. Upon hearing the girl's name, Jiang Yu felt a pang of discomfort. He had expressed a desire for a quiet environment, not for the company of someone named Xiao Jing. What on earth was Ren Xingrong thinking? Xiao Jing cautiously assessed Jiang Yu. Young Master Jiang, is there anything you would like me to assist you with? With her appearance and soft voice, Jiang Yu felt as if he were bullying a young girl. I don't need your company. You can leave. I'll be fine alone, he said, placing several bills on the table, hoping she would take the money and depart. However, in the next moment, not only did the money remain on the table, but he also heard a soft sobbing coming from the girl. Looking up, he saw Xiao Jing standing there with reddened eyes, her body trembling slightly. Puzzled, Jiang Yu asked, Why are you crying? Wiping her eyes, she replied pitifully, Boss, did I do something wrong that you want me to leave? Taken aback, Jiang Yu reassured her, No, I just wanted to be alone for a while. It has nothing to do with you. Xiao Jing blinked her watery eyes and asked with anticipation, Can I stay here? If I go out now, I might be beaten. Are your rules really that strict? Jiang Yu, feeling somewhat helpless, replied, All right, then you can just sit over there. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jing instantly broke into a smile, stepping forward to pour tea for Jiang Yu. Thank you. You are truly a good person. Jiang Yu chuckled wryly, thinking, Is this what being a good person means? How old are you this year? What brings you to work in such a place? He inquired. As soon as the question left his lips, Xiao Jing's complexion paled slightly, and a bitter smile tugged at her lips. I am 19. I never wanted to come to such a place, but I need money. For the next several minutes, Xiao Jing recounted her tragic story. Her father abandoned the family at an early age, and her mother lay bedridden with a severe illness. She was left to care for her younger brother and sister. My brother is doing so well in school. I must earn money to support his education. No matter how hard or exhausting it is, I have to earn money for my mother's treatment and to provide for my younger siblings. Tears streamed down her face as she bit her lip. I know this is not a place for good girls, but I have no other choice. Listening to her tale, Jiang Yu found it eerily familiar, yet he patted Xiao Jing's shoulder and reassured her, Do not cry. This will pass. Life will surely improve. Xiao Jing gazed at him with tear-filled eyes, pleading, I'm sorry. I'm feeling a bit unwell. Could you hold me? With that, she leaned against Jiang Yu's chest, softly sobbing. He gently patted her back, but his mind was occupied with the earlier warning from Elzhishua. Although the time for the bidding meeting had been set, they were on the brink of a critical moment. The local merchant association had begun quietly amassing funds. When people invest their interests, they become wary of risks. And at this moment, Ren Xingrong and Cui Zongyuan's attention was almost entirely focused on him. What if they discovered something? Thus, he needed to divert their attention. And the best method for doing so was to incite conflict among the dogs. Meanwhile, Xiao Jing continued her sorrowful lament. I want to be able to pay the rent soon, and I'll end up on the streets since I've sent all my money back home. Jiang Yu, deep in thought, hardly paid attention to her words, merely responding with a soft aha before asking, Where is your phone? Xiao Jing paused for a moment. There's one at the front desk. Jiang Yu nodded, I'll step out for a moment. If you can't go out, just stay here. With that, he opened the door and walked toward the front desk. The moment the door closed behind him, Xiao Jing's expression shifted dramatically as she crossed her legs, thinking, What a cold-hearted person. At the front desk, Jiang Yu borrowed the phone to call LG Xue, asking him to find a way to inform Cui Zongyuan of his whereabouts. Upon returning to the private room, he found Xiao Jing still inside, quietly reading a book. "What are you reading?" Jiang Yu inquired. Xiao Jing smiled faintly, blinking her eyes. "This is my brother's homework book. I carry it with me and take it out to look at whenever I miss him." Jiang Yu nodded slightly, expressing, "It would be rather dull with just the two of us. Kindly step outside and invite Mr. Ren and the others in. Order some drinks. Consider it your achievement." Xiao Jing's eyes glimmered with gratitude. "Thank you, boss. Will you allow me to remain by your side afterward? I feel somewhat apprehensive around the others." "Very well. Go and fetch them." Jiang Yu waved dismissively. Meanwhile, Cui Zongyuan and his companions had been keeping watch over Jiang Yu for several days, consistently thwarted by Ren Xingrong. With the bidding conference approaching, who would not wish to quickly ally themselves with Jiang Yu for potential collaboration with the Ronghuan group? Cui Lao. News just arrived that Ren Xingrong and Zhao Ruizai have taken young Master Jiang to the Red Rose Dance Hall. We must hurry to bring him back. Wait. Cui Zongyuan squinted. We cannot simply seize him. That would be uncouth. Let's avoid Ren Xingrong's crowd and secure 2 private rooms at the Red Rose Dance Hall. Remember, 2 rooms. Today we shall stage a heroic rescue. Inside the dance floor, Ren Xingrong and his group were reveling. Upon receiving the news that young Master Jiang had invited them back for drinks, they hurriedly returned to the private room. Though Zhao Ruizai had left early due to prior commitments. "Is everything settled?" Ren Xingrong inquired meaningfully as he entered the room. Jiang Yu waved his hand, smiling. "It would be too dull for me to be alone in this room. Today is a joyful occasion. I wish for my brothers to join me." Hearing Jiang Yu refer to them as brothers, Ren Xingrong was taken aback and quickly called out to Xiao Jing, "Go, fetch a few more ladies. We must ensure young Master Jiang is well entertained tonight." Shortly thereafter, 7 or 8 youthful maidens, radiant and charming, entered the room, taking their seats beside the guests, entwining their arms and whispering sweet nothings. With Jiang Yu and his companions engaging in drinking games, the atmosphere became quite lively. After a while, the mood heated up, and a few maidens even entertained them with a dance. Ren Xingrong, grinning widely, boldly placed his hand on Jiang Yu's shoulder. "Young Master Jiang, this is how it should be. You were too reserved before. Life is meant to be enjoyed." Jiang Yu nodded with a smile. Indeed, Director Ren possesses great insight. He raised his glass for a toast with Ren Xingrong, yet inwardly pondered why Cui Zongyuan had not yet arrived. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door of the private room. Jiang Yu's heart leaped with joy, believing it to be Cui Zongyuan and the others, and called for Xiao Jing to open the door. Upon opening it, a woman in her 30s, adorned in heavy makeup, sauntered in with a sway of her hips, cheerfully addressing the group. "How are you enjoying yourselves, esteemed gentlemen?" "Ah, it's Sister Hua. We're having a splendid time. Please bring in another case of wine." Ren Xingrong yawned, introducing her to Jiang Yu. "She is the leader of the ladies here." Jiang Yu nodded, his expression slightly sour. He had anticipated Cui Zongyuan's arrival, only to be greeted by a matron. Sister Hua smiled at the gathering. "As long as you are enjoying yourselves, that's what matters. Since several esteemed bosses are here today, I will bring you some drinks. Ladies, come out and bring the wine." With her command, Xiao Jing and the others exited. "Please continue to enjoy yourselves. The ladies will return shortly," Sister Hua said with a smile. "Very well, let us not linger too long," Jiang Yu replied. Ren Xingrong waved his hand and said to Jiang Yu, "Brother Yu, there is no rush. Let us enjoy ourselves first." Jiang Yu suppressed his emotions, picked up a bottle of beer, and proclaimed, "Come, we shall not return until we are intoxicated." After a few of the girls were called out, Sister Hua urgently addressed the group. "Zhao Dongping from the brewery has arrived. You all need to accompany him promptly." "But how can we attend to 2 private rooms at once?" Xiao Jing furrowed her brow. Sister Hua produced a wad of cash and slapped it in her hand. "Excuses abound. Restroom breaks, phone calls. If you wish to earn money, you must tread on the edge of danger." With no other choice, Xiao Jing and the others reluctantly agreed. In the ensuing moments, Xiao Jing alternated between drinking with Jiang Yu, pouring him tea, and occasionally excusing herself to visit the restroom, making her way to another private room. While the others were engrossed in their revelry, Jiang Yu noticed that not only Xiao Jing, but nearly all the girls in their room were taking turns to leave, more frequently than they were drinking. When Xiao Jing stepped out again, Jiang Yu followed her at a distance, watching as she entered the opposite room. There, he spotted a middle-aged man welcoming her. A knowing smile crept across his lips. This man was none other than Cui Bang, who had previously been acting alongside Cui Zongyuan at the entrance of the municipal reception center. A cunning fox indeed, Jiang Yu thought, if his instincts were correct. The individuals seated in that room were formidable figures like Ren Xingrong. Why are you leaving again? Zhao Dongping gripped Xiao Jing's arm, expressing his displeasure. I came specifically to see you, yet you keep departing. Do you not wish to meet me? Xiao Jing lowered her head, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Director Zhao, something has happened at home today, and I am a bit worried. I need to make a phone call. Seeing her distress, Xiao Dongping's heart ached, and he hurriedly wiped her tears. Very well, go make your call. If there is anything at home, you can confide in me. I promise to help you. Xiao Jing managed a faint smile of gratitude. Thank you, Director Zhao. After Xiao Jing exited, the other girls gradually followed suit, making their way to the room where Jiang Yu was. At that moment, Cui Bang seized the opportunity, pretending to head to the restroom, and hurriedly entered after the girls had gone into Jiang Yu's room. Brothers, damn it, the girls from our room have gone to the opposite one, Cui Bang exclaimed. What? Zhao Dongping's eyes widened in disbelief as he abruptly slammed his hand on the table and, followed by a group, stormed toward the opposing room. Upon returning to their room, several young women leapt into the arms of the seated bosses, sweet-talking them affectionately. Jiang Yu was engaged in a game of rock-paper-scissors with Ren Xingrong, while Xiao Jing obediently sat beside him, clutching his arm. Boss, you are quite skilled at this game. Could you teach me afterwards? I always lose, and when I do, I am forced to drink. Sure, I'll teach you later, Jiang Yu replied dismissively. He had seen many such girls in nightclubs before, pretending to be delicate and meek merely to extract money from him. Although he had previously indulged in this mutual exploitation, he had no time to entertain such antics now. Ren Xingrong, slightly inebriated, draped an arm over Jiang Yu's shoulder and jested, Brother, you are rather indifferent to our lovely Xiao Jing. How about I play rock, paper, scissors with her? And you can teach her hands-on? Jiang Yu had yet to utter a word when Xiao Jing entwined her arm around his. I gazed at him with a pitiful expression, pleading, Boss, please teach me. I need to be cautious too. If I order 4 or 5 more boxes, I'm certain I can learn. Jiang Yu winced at the thought. There were already 4 or 5 boxes in the room, and if she ordered more, did this girl truly intend to intoxicate him? Bang! At that moment, the door to the private room was forcefully kicked open, and Zhao Dongping stormed in with a group of men, exuding an intimidating presence. Damn it! One of the men behind Zhao Dongping lunged forward, seizing the hair of the woman singing on stage and dragging her outside. How dare these wretches deceive us? The others joined in, relentlessly beating the woman. In the chaos, a drunken boss smashed a beer bottle on the floor, leading a few others into a scuffle, plunging the room into utter disorder. Seizing the opportunity amidst the distraction, Cui Bang discreetly slipped into an adjacent room and approached Cui Zongyuan, saying, Old Cui, the plan has succeeded. Cui Zongyuan rose with a smile. Let us go, we must provide assistance. He had intentionally arranged for 2 private rooms, having Cui Bang contact Zhao Dongping to invite him over, and then inform Sister Hua that Zhao Dongping specifically requested the woman from Jiang Yu's room, ensuring everything fell into place. Inside the room, Zhao Dongping stepped in front of Xiao Jing, his eyes glinting with malice. You filthy wench. Didn't you say you were calling home? Xiao Jing shrank back behind Jiang Yu, wanting to explain that she was coerced by him, yet fearing to offend the dominant figure in the room. I'm just trying to make money, she stammered, terrified. Zhao Dongping seized Xiao Jing's wrist, attempting to drag her out. You deceitful wench, still trying to fool me? I told you, if you're short on cash, come to me. Xiao Jing clung desperately to Jiang Yu's arm, pleading, Boss, please help me. I truly didn't mean it. I just need money. Truth be told, Jiang Yu was indifferent to whether Xiao Jing was beaten or not, but if he failed to intervene now, it would undermine Cui Zongyuan's plan. Rising, he pulled Xiao Jing behind him and addressed Zhao Dongping. Brother, why quarrel over a woman? Allow me to toast to you. I will protect Xiao Jing today. To hell with you. Zhao Dongping hurled a beer bottle at Jiang Yu, seething, don't act chummy with me. If you're going to stand up for this wench, don't blame me for being rude. As he spoke, Zhao Dongping smashed the bottle, and a dozen men immediately positioned themselves behind him. What? You dare to trouble Brother Zhao? Do you seek death? The atmosphere in the room grew tense and charged. Chapter 74, Identity Exposed. Ren Xingrong furrowed his brow and stood, addressing Zhao Dongping. Zhao Dongping, young Master Jiang is a distinguished guest of our indigenous Chamber of Commerce. You should swiftly remove your men. or else do not blame me for being impolite. Bah! Zhao Dongping spat in Ren Xingrong's face. I've long had a distaste for your indigenous chamber of commerce. Damn it, does having local connections mean anything? He then turned his gaze toward Jiang Yu. Either hand over this filthy wench, or I'll blow your head off. Choose. In her heart, Xiao Jing incessantly cursed Sister Hua. She was on the verge of securing Zhao Dongping's favor, and now, not only had her efforts been thwarted, but she also found herself in this predicament. Gripping Jiang Yu's arm tightly, she implored, Boss, I beg you, please don't hand me over. My brother needs to pay his tuition soon. I cannot afford to be in trouble. Rest assured, I will not betray you, Jiang Yu replied. Though his gaze drifted towards the door, where he faintly discerned Cui Zongyuan approaching. Damn it, you're asking for trouble. Zhao Dongping exclaimed as he lifted a bottle of liquor and hurled it at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu tilted his head, and the bottle struck Xiao Jing squarely on the head. Ah! Xiao Jing cried out in pain, crouching down and clutching her head as blood oozed through her fingers. Ren Xingrong's face darkened ominously. Zhao Dongping, are you truly unwilling to show me any respect today? What respect do I owe you? Zhao Dongping retorted impatiently. Beat him. Beat him to a pulp. With a wave of his hand, his men brandished bottles, preparing to strike Jiang Yu. Let us see who dares. A thunderous voice boomed from the entrance as Cui Zongyuan entered the private room with a group of people. Ren Xingrong's expression was beyond difficult to describe. Cui Zongyuan's arrival was incredibly ill-timed. Cui Lao, what brings you here? Seeing Cui Zongyuan, Zhao Dongping gestured for his men to lower their bottles. Despite his disdain for the local business association, Cui Zongyuan's influence in Yanqing was formidable and his network extensive. He had to show respect, regardless of his personal feelings. Cui Zongyuan approached Jiang Yu, expressing concern. Young Master Jiang, are you all right? It's nothing serious. Please have someone bandage her up, Jiang Yu replied, pointing to Xiao Jing. Cui Zongyuan signaled behind him, and immediately someone took Xiao Jing away. Before leaving, she cast a reluctant glance at Jiang Yu, saying, Boss, please take care. Jiang Yu suddenly felt a wave of nausea and waved his hand dismissively, instructing them to take her away. Addressing Zhao Dongping, Cui Zongyuan stated, Dongping, young Master Jiang is my esteemed guest, and I intend to take him with me today. Will you grant me this favor? Internally cursing, Zhao Dongping forced a smile. Of course, I must honor Cui Lao's request. Cui Zongyuan cast a triumphant glance at the visibly frustrated Ren Xingrong, then turned to Jiang Yu, young Master Jiang. In the future, please contact me in advance when visiting such places. This location is not secure, as not everyone can be trusted. Shall I escort you home today? Very well. I too am weary, Jiang Yu replied, rising without sparing Ren Xingrong a glance as he strode out. Cui Zongyuan smiled at Zhao Dongping. I have protected the person I intended to, and the rest is no longer my concern. With that, Cui Zongyuan followed Jiang Yu out. Zhao Dongping felt as though his pride had been trampled. With Cui Zongyuan's declaration, he angrily smashed a wine glass atop Ren Xingrong's head, igniting a brawl among the group. As Jiang Yu descended the stairs, he was approached by Xiao Jing, her head wrapped in a bandage, rushing towards him with tears in her eyes. Boss, thank you for helping me today. Jiang Yu hurriedly stepped aside, and Xiao Jing knelt firmly on the ground, appearing somewhat flustered in Jiang Yu's presence. It's nothing. No need to thank me. You may go back, Jiang Yu said, furrowing his brows. Xiao Jing awkwardly got to her feet, tucking her hair behind her ear, and bit her lip as she replied, a drop of water shall be returned with a burst of spring. Although I have no money, and I must pay my rent this month, along with my mother's surgery fees and my brother's tuition, I am still willing to repay your kindness. If you need anything, please let me know. Jiang Yu was taken aback. In this era, the term green tea merely referred to the beverage. Yet this young woman reminded him of the exquisite by Luo Chun tea. He had only encountered women like Zhang Xiaolan and Li Jia, believing that women from the 1980s were quite innocent, but today he had gained a new perspective. Perhaps you enjoy green tea? Jiang Yu inquired of Xiao Jing. She appeared bewildered. What green tea? I don't drink tea, I only drink water. Tea is too expensive. Jiang Yu chuckled softly. I wish your mother a successful surgery. With that, he exited the ballroom. Hey, Xiao Jing called out, taking a few steps forward, then stomped her foot in frustration. Damn it, this man is truly difficult. Just as Jiang Yu stepped outside, Cui Zongyuan approached him, exclaiming, Young Master Jiang, shall I escort you back? Jiang Yu nodded and followed Cui Zongyuan into the car. Inside the vehicle, Cui Zongyuan smiled and asked, Young Master Jiang, do you plan to return after the bidding meeting? Not necessarily. Jiang Yu leaned back against the seat. Aside from Yangcheng, I also wish to visit the special economic zone, as the group does not require my attention at the moment. Indeed, why do we earn money? It is to enjoy life, Cui Zongyuan replied with a grin. For this bidding meeting, I specifically gathered a few old friends to jointly invest. What figure do you think would be necessary for collaboration with your group? Jiang Yu glanced at Cui Zongyuan, shaking his head with a smile. Forget it. You helped me today, so I will give you a hint. He raised a finger, causing Cui Zongyuan's heart to skip a beat as he nodded. Understood. 10 million. Cui Zongyuan squinted. With the banks no longer issuing loans, it seemed he would need to draw from his factory's resources. When they arrived at the Swan Hotel, Jiang Yu spotted a man squatting at the entrance, engrossed in a newspaper. Upon exiting the car, Cui Zongyuan warmly shook Jiang Yu's hand. Young Master Jiang. It was a pleasure discussing matters with you. If you have time, do visit my residence. I know you enjoy it. All right, I shall visit when time permits. Jiang Yu replied courteously. Cui Zongyuan's smile widened. Then I shall see you off to the elevator. You are too kind, Cui. Jiang Yu nodded and headed towards the hotel. At that moment, the squatting man looked up, his eyes suddenly brightening. Jiang Yu. It really is you. Jiang Yu's heart raced at the unexpected recognition. He turned to see the man glaring at him with a fierce expression. Just as Cui Zongyuan was about to get into the car and noticed someone confronting Jiang Yu, he walked over, asking, "What is happening?" Jiang Yu quickly masked his emotions and replied to Cui Zongyuan. "It seems I have been mistaken for someone else." "Mistaken? I would recognize you even if you turned to ash." "Jiang Yu, it's me, Guqi, the one who used to set up stalls with you on West Street." Guqi glared at Jiang Yu through gritted teeth. Because of Jiang Yu, he had been beaten twice by Zhu San and expelled from the shop by Zhang Hongya. Fortunately, Zhang Hongya was not entirely heartless and left him some money, allowing him to resume his street vendor business. This time, he had come to Yang City to procure goods. He had spotted Jiang Yu at the train station last time and doubted whether he had been mistaken. After perusing the newspaper, he came to confirm his suspicion, and today he finally encountered him. Chapter 75. To live long and not die is to be a thief. It dawned on Jiang Yu that this was the very street vendor who had set up shop opposite him initially. Cui Zongyuan's expression shifted as he fixed his gaze on Guqi. This gentleman is Mr. Jiang Dehua, not the Jiang Yu you speak of. You have mistaken the person. Although he said this, doubt had already seeped into Cui Zongyuan's eyes. Guqi let out a cold laugh. Jiang Yu, I never imagined your audacity had grown so bold that you would dare impersonate a businessman from Hong Kong. This esteemed elder is neither a scion of the Ronghuang Group, nor anything more than a small trader who has moved from the countryside to the city. Cui Zongyuan's demeanor grew serious as he turned to Jiang Yu. Mr. Jiang? Jiang Yu relaxed his clenched fists and smiled. Cui Lao, you don't actually believe this man's words, do you? My identity has been published in the papers. You may verify it at any time. As he spoke, he approached Guqi, scrutinizing him with suspicion. I understand that the marketplace is akin to a battlefield. Are you sent by Director Ren? What Director Ren? Guqi retorted. Jiang Yu, stop the charade. I was just about to mention the fashion show team's newspaper. Before he could finish, two shadowy figures sprang out from behind a large tree beside the hotel, each delivering a kick to Guqi's chest, sending him flying. Subsequently, the two approached Jiang Yu and nodded. Young master, the matter has been resolved. Jiang Yu was taken aback, yet mindful of Cui Zongyuan's presence. He nodded and remarked, well done. After this, the two men lifted Guqi from the ground and hurriedly retreated into the woods. The speed of their departure left Cui Zongyuan utterly astonished, his finger pointing toward the woods as he stammered, Mr. Jiang, who are they? Jiang Yu cleared his throat and placed his hands behind his back. They are my bodyguards, responsible for ensuring my safety. Anyone who approaches me without my permission will be dealt with by them. Cui Zongyuan was left speechless, previously skeptical of Jiang Yu's identity, but now bewildered by the unfolding events, unsure whether to continue his doubts. Jiang Yu, not wishing to elaborate, merely shook his head and sighed. I had hoped that the business landscape in the mainland would be more straightforward than that of Hong Kong, but it seems I was mistaken. After parting ways with Cui Zongyuan, Jiang Yu entered the hotel. He understood that the more nonchalant he appeared, the less Cui Zongyuan would suspect him. Indeed, as Cui Zongyuan observed Jiang Yu's retreating figure, his eyes narrowed. A person approached him from behind, wearing a puzzled expression. Cui Lao, is there truly an issue with Mr. Zhang's identity? With a scoff, Cui Zongyuan replied, those individuals are quite the schemers. attempting to make us believe that the Film City project is a sham while they seize the shares for themselves. Yet, they overlooked one detail. How could the young masters of the great families from Hong Kong venture out without bodyguards? Cui Zongyuan's face darkened. Had it not been for those two bodyguards, he might have fallen into their trap. He could now vividly envision the series of events that would unfold following his deception. He would withdraw from the Film City project, deriving satisfaction from watching Jiao Ruizai and Ren Xingrong scurry about in search of funds, eagerly anticipating the day of the bidding meeting when they would become the subject of ridicule. However, on that fateful day, Jiao Ruizai and his associates would stage a remarkable comeback, and he would find himself the object of mockery instead. A few despicable scoundrels. The more Cui Zongyuan pondered, the angrier he became, furiously instructing those around him. Return and clear out all the employees from the factory. This time, we must secure our position as the largest shareholders of the Film City project. Upon returning to his room, Jiang Yu was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Grateful that advanced technology like surveillance cameras had yet to be installed. Otherwise, he would have felt utterly uneasy in his own space. Zhu Huijin was in the room, and upon seeing Jiang Yu's perspiring visage, she hurriedly fetched a towel to offer assistance. What happened? You look dreadful. Jiang Yu accepted the towel, wiping his brow and reclining on the sofa, taking several deep breaths. I encountered someone from Su province and nearly had my identity exposed by Cui Zongyuan. Zhu Huijin, startled, nearly lost her balance and urgently inquired, what exactly transpired? Does Cui Zongyuan now harbor suspicions about you? Jiang Yu took a couple of sips of water and recounted the events that unfolded downstairs. Cui Zongyuan is a cunning individual. The more shrewd one is, the more they suspect others of being equally sly. He must be directing his suspicions towards Ren Xingrong and the others, he stated gravely. Zhu Huijin breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, you had the foresight to arrange for 2 bodyguards. Otherwise, today could have turned dire. Jiang Yu remained silent. Those 2 individuals were not part of his arrangement, but he had witnessed their prowess before. Oh, I almost forgot, Zhu Huijin exclaimed, tapping her forehead. Jiang Yu, interrupted in his thoughts, turned to her. What is it? Zhu Huijin, seated beside him, continued. Wei Jianren just contacted me, stating that Ren Xingrong has been hospitalized and asked me to accompany you to the hospital to see him. The mere mention of this incident reignited Jiang Yu's earlier anxiety, stirring a flame of anger within him. He sneered coldly. Does he think he can control my movements now? Should we go or not? The garment factory still holds 50% of the shares. If we don't go, then the shares. Enough. Jiang Yu interjected, rising. I have already given you the half of the shares we previously agreed upon. You need not worry about the remaining 50%. Zhu Huijin was taken aback by his outburst, but upon regaining her composure, she lowered her head and absent-mindedly wiped the table with a cloth. All right, I understand. Jiang Yu realized he had failed to manage his emotions and was at a loss for words, turning and walking into the bathroom in a state of agitation. Despite having lived another life, he was not an unflinching warrior. The sudden appearance of Guqi had nearly exposed him, and knowing that those 2 individuals were sent by Zhang Xiaolan only added to his vexation. He had allowed Zhang Xiaolan to misunderstand, feeling sorrowful. Yet she continued to support him, even assisting him in such significant ways. Contemplating this left Jiang Yu with a tumult of emotions. After taking a hot shower, his mood improved considerably, but when he returned to the living room, Zhu Huijin had already departed. Jiang Yu sighed and approached Zhu Huijin's door, gently knocking. Zhu Huijin was silently shedding tears. Upon hearing the sound, she hurriedly wiped her eyes and opened the door. What is it? I have something in my eye, and was in the midst of clearing it out. Jiang Yu observed her eyes, reddened like a rabbit's, and softly said, Sister Zhu, I apologize for my earlier harshness. Zhu Huijin managed a faint smile. Are you still apologizing? I am much older than you. Would I truly be perturbed by your fleeting anger? Hearing this, Jiang Yu felt relieved. That's good. Please don't concern yourself with Ren Xingrong for now. I need to distance him for a while. If Wei Jianren comes looking for me, just inform him that I am quite dissatisfied with matters regarding the nightclub. Zhu Huijin nodded, understood. After Jiang Yu departed, Zhu Huijin returned to her room, sitting on the bed as a bitter smile crept across her face. A man as wonderful as he is beyond my reach, she murmured. Meanwhile, at Yangqing Hospital, Ren Xingrong lay in his hospital bed, multiple ribs and arms fractured. Jiao Ruizai and Wei Jianren sat beside him. I need you to contact Zhu Huijin. Have you done so? Ren Xingrong inquired of Wei Jianren. I have. Wei Jinren replied. I told her to remind young Master Zhang to visit you. Ren Xingrong nodded. Turning to Jiao Ruizai, you are already aware of the events that transpired. That old man has declared war openly. What do you propose? Jiao Ruizai's eyes sparked with fury. Those who do not perish in their old age are indeed thieves. When I return, I will rally everyone. This project must not fall into the hands of that old scoundrel. Which old scoundrel? Just then, the door to the hospital room swung open, and Cui Zongyuan entered with the group. Chapter 76. She is my fiancée. Upon seeing Cui Zongyuan, Jiao Ruizai became immediately alert. Cui, what brings you here? Cui Zongyuan wore a broad smile. Little Ren has been hospitalized. How could I not come and see? Ren Xingrong scoffed, suppressing his pain. Isn't this all thanks to you? Your feigned concern is rather tiresome. Ah, you err in your words. I have no familial ties to you. Why would I assist you in dealing with Zhao Dongping? Cui Zongyuan fixed his gaze on Ren Xingrong. Ren Xingrong was momentarily taken aback, unsure how to respond. Jiao Ruizai, with a grim expression, stated, We are all part of the same business association. Mutual support is expected. Cui Zongyuan shook his head. I won't indulge in discussions of what is expected. Let me be direct. You are to withdraw from this project. By what right? Ren Xingrong gritted his teeth, demanding an explanation. If you refuse to withdraw, I shall become the major shareholder and find a way to oust you. Cui Zongyuan chuckled lightly. Well then, I shall not linger. A multitude of people await my return for a meeting. After Cui Zongyuan departed, Ren Xingrong's face flushed with anger as he turned to Jiao Ruizai. That old scoundrel came here to demonstrate his power. We absolutely cannot allow him to win this time. Jiao Ruizai's countenance darkened. You are correct. We cannot afford to lose to him. I must devise a plan to hinder his progress. Early the next morning, Jiang Yu awoke to a phone call from LG Xue. The tensions have escalated on both sides. This morning, Jiao Ruizai botched 2 orders from Cui Zongyuan's subordinates, and both parties are now mortgaging their shares to raise funds, LG Xue remarked with a smile. Upon hearing the words, Jiang Yu exhaled in relief. He had spent the previous night worrying whether Cui Zongyuan would suspect his true identity, but it seemed that all was well. Now, they merely awaited the day of the bidding conference. Once the funds were collected on that day, they would wait a few days before announcing the bankruptcy of the Ronghuang Group, thus severing their financial lifeline entirely. Jiang Yu remarked, You are indeed correct. During this period, the enterprises in Yancheng have been observing potential replacements for them. We cannot allow these miscreants to hinder the economic development of Yancheng. By the way, Uncle Lu, Jiang Yu pondered, deciding he should inform Lu Zhixue about the events of yesterday. Yesterday, someone nearly exposed my identity in front of Cui Zongyuan. I managed to deflect it this time, but if a similar situation arises again, I fear I might not be so fortunate. On the other end of the line, Lu Zhixue was silent for a few moments before responding. First and foremost, you need to contain that individual from yesterday. I will return to Yancheng this evening. If anything similar occurs again, contact me immediately. I will personally vouch for you. Jiang Yu was taken aback and hurriedly replied, Uncle Lu, just proceed without any reservations. The call was abruptly disconnected, leaving Jiang Yu with a serious expression. The task he was undertaking could be seen as aiding the leadership in rooting out corruption, yet conversely, it could also be perceived as deceiving the populace. Lu Zhixue's nonchalant offer to provide support could backfire, jeopardizing his own position and potentially leading to years of repercussions. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yu had initially sought to cultivate a favorable relationship with Lu Zhixue as a means of securing an ally. But now it appeared he needed to reassess the nature of this relationship. He picked up the phone and dialed the martial arts school. At 11 in the morning, a knock echoed at Jiang Yu's door. He quickly approached and opened it, only to pause mid-sentence as he saw Cui Zongyuan standing outside. Cui Lao, what brings you here? Jiang Yu inquired, frowning. Cui Zongyuan, with a smile in his eyes, replied, Are you waiting for someone, young Master Jiang? I have come to invite you and your wife for a meal at my residence. Jiang Yu awkwardly forced a smile. I still need to attend to matters regarding the bidding conference today, and my wife is not home, so I must decline. Do not worry about the timing of the meal. I will ensure you can attend to your affairs afterward, Cui Zongyuan insisted, his gaze fixed on Jiang Yu. Also, please check out of your hotel. It would be more convenient for you to stay at my residence. Jiang Yu's expression darkened. It was clear Cui Zongyuan was a cunning old fox. The actions of the youth faction were to attract investment, while Cui Zongyuan aimed to keep him close at hand, using him as a lure for direct financing. Young Master Jiang, I am of considerable age and have come to extend this invitation to you. You cannot refuse me. Chui Zongyuan continued, motioning behind him where two attendants approached, bowing deeply. Young Master Jiang, please. Jiang Yu's face soured as he pondered how to evade this predicament. Just then, a furious female voice interrupted. Wife? Jiang Dehua, when did you acquire a wife? Why was I not informed? A spark lit in Jiang Yu's eyes as he turned to see Zhang Xiaolan, dressed in a fashionable dress and adorned with a black veil hat, storming toward him. The moment they laid eyes on her, Chui Zongyuan and his companions exhibited expressions of astonishment. Young Master Jiang, may I inquire who this lady is? Chui Zongyuan asked, looking at Jiang Yu. Before Jiang Yu could speak, Zhang Xiaolan, with her hands on her hips, confronted Chui Zongyuan, questioning, what did you just say, sir? Is he hiding a woman here? Chui Zongyuan's expression grew somewhat awkward. Jiang Yu, smiling, took Zhang Xiaolan's hand and said, what, sir? You are my only lady. Now, let us be a bit more courteous to Mr. Chui. Guided by Jiang Yu, Zhang Xiaolan struggled to suppress her blush, retorting, you smooth talker. I've been waiting for you in the room. We agreed you'd call my dad, so hurry inside. After she entered the room, Jiang Yu sighed and said, Mr. Chui, I genuinely have matters to attend to. Let us defer this to another time. Was that young lady your fiancée? Chui Zongyuan inquired cautiously. Jiang Yu quickly gestured for him to lower his voice. She is the fiancée chosen for me by my family. Please do not let anything slip in front of her. I will reach out to you when I have the opportunity. With that, he closed the door behind him. Mr. Chui this. Chui Zongyuan's smile broadened. No worries, you may leave now. Young Master Jiang has provided us with such leverage. What is there to fear? As he heard the footsteps fading away outside, Jiang Yu breathed a sigh of relief and poured a glass of water for Zhang Xiaolan. Xiaolan, your acting skills have become increasingly adept, he remarked. Zhang Xiaolan felt her cheeks grow warm as she removed her hat. I came up with this plan on the spur of the moment. Thankfully, I wasn't exposed. Why did you call me here? Jiang Yu sat beside her, handing her the water. Is Gucci with you? Zhang Xiaolan nodded, then shook her head. I initially planned to confine him at the martial arts school, but my senior said that detaining someone without cause is illegal, so I had to put him on a train back to Su province. Jiang Yu acknowledged this. Knowing that it took a day and night to travel from Yangqing to Su province, by the day after tomorrow, the bidding meeting would take place, and Gucci would not arrive in time to cause trouble. Your senior is correct. Given the current strict enforcement, one must act cautiously. As he spoke, Jiang Yu took out an envelope. I am currently assisting Uncle L with a somewhat perilous plan, and I need your help to arrange something with the train staff. Please keep track of the names of anyone arriving from Su province over the next couple of days, and inform me. Mr. Chui has already seen you, so you must remain in the background. Zhang Xiaolan nodded. Is there anything else you need my assistance with? Observing her concerned expression, Jiang Yu felt a surge of emotion and embraced her. Chapter 77. The self-impressed Chui Zongyuan Zhang Xiaolan was taken aback. And just as she was about to push him away, Jiang Yu had already released her. Xiaolan, there are matters I cannot explain to you right now, but you will understand the truth in due time. Please do not hold it against me. Jiang Yu spoke earnestly, realizing he should have confided in her that fateful night, sparing them both this prolonged worry. Zhang Xiaolan's face flushed. All right, I understand. If you need my help, feel free to contact me anytime. If I'm unavailable, just speak with my senior. Jiang Yu gently ruffled her hair, a smile playing on his lips. I will keep that in mind. The two, having not seen each other for a while, engaged in conversation about various topics, including Aunt Wu and Uncle Zhang. Though there was no specific subject, they found themselves lost in endless dialogue. Until he finished dinner, Jiang Yu finally saw off Zhang Xiaolan. As he reclined on the sofa, a wave of relaxation washed over him, alleviating the pent-up frustration that had long weighed on his chest. I wonder how things are now, Jiang Yu murmured to himself. At that moment, the store was bustling with customers, each selecting and trying on various garments. Lu Fun and the newly hired attendant, Ma Fong, were busy at the cash register. After collecting payment, Ma Fong smiled as she bid farewell to a customer, then turned to Lu Lian. Auntie, when will the big boss return? Shouldn't we plan a promotion for the new year? Lu Lian observed the ebb and flow of patrons in the store, her thoughts drifting to Jiang Yu. During their last phone call, he mentioned he had matters to attend to but promised he would return before the new year. Well, since there aren't many customers now, you should go have your meal, she advised. All right, Auntie, Ma Fong replied cheerfully, picking up a boxed meal and stepping out of the store. She surveyed her surroundings before rounding a corner and arriving at Zhang Hongya's shop. "Boss, we haven't finalized the New Year's promotions yet. Jiang Yu is tied up in Yangqing and likely won't return for a while," she informed him. "Have you received new stock?" Zhang Hongya inquired. "Yes, I'll discreetly bring you a piece once the coast is clear," she replied. "Good. You should head back now and avoid getting caught," he instructed. "Boss, after being your undercover for so long, I've really missed you," Ma Fong said, nearly pressing herself against Zhang Hongya. He chuckled as he pulled a wad of cash from his bag and patted her leg. "No need to rush. You'll have plenty of time to be comfortable later." Reluctantly, Ma Fong accepted the money and departed. Zhang Hongya scoffed, recalling that Ma Fong was originally one of their employees. After Jiang Yu's departure, he had instructed her to feign helplessness in front of Lu Lian, and it had worked flawlessly. With Jiang Yu still absent, once he returned, Zhang Hongya would devise a plan for Ma Fong to obtain the design Jiang Yu had ordered, which would then be sold in their shop. At that point, the distinction between genuine and counterfeit would be glaringly obvious. Just then, the store's landline rang, and Zhang Hongya answered. "Who is it?" "Zhang boss, it's me, Guqi. I have significant news regarding Jiang Yu." Guqi, standing at the train station in Yen City, had disembarked early after being tossed onto a train. Zhang Hongya, growing impatient, asked, "What significant news? I hope it's not about some thugs again. This is no trivial matter. Jiang Yu is masquerading as a Hong Kong businessman in Yangqing, and the business scene there is in utter turmoil because of him. The bidding meeting is the day after tomorrow. If we don't expose him soon, it will be too late." Upon hearing this, Zhang Hongya abruptly sat upright in his chair. "Are you serious?" Guqi, noting the impatience of a nearby station employee, nodded apologetically and hurriedly continued, "How could I deceive you? If you reveal Jiang Yu's true identity at the bidding meeting, he will surely be disgraced. I want to say more. If it weren't for the fact that someone is watching me in Yangqing, I would return myself." Before Zhang Hongya could finish his questions, Guqi had already hung up. Impersonating a Hong Kong businessman, a glint of determination flashed in Zhang Hongya's eyes. "Better to believe it than dismiss it. You all, keep a close watch on the store these days. I must make a trip to Yangqing." He instructed a few shop assistants before returning home to pack his belongings. With only 2 days left until the bidding conference, this period also represented the final opportunity to raise funds. Two factions of the Indigenous Business Association were frantically rallying their companions, mortgaging shares, selling houses and cars, yet the funds they gathered were tightly concealed from their adversaries. On the eve of the bidding conference, news spread throughout the bustling streets of Yangqing. Cui Zongyuan, in an interview, declared that Jiang Dehua of the Ronghuang Group had extended an olive branch, expressing interest in collaborating with his steel mill. This revelation sent shockwaves through the business community, causing Ren Xingrong to be so astounded that his illness was momentarily forgotten, prompting Wei Jianren to support him as they sought out Jiang Yu. "Jiang, have you truly agreed to collaborate with Cui Zongyuan?" Ren Xingrong inquired anxiously. His steel mill may appear substantial, yet its facilities are severely outdated, and he has recently laid off numerous workers. Ren Xingrong gazed at Jiang Yu with palpable urgency, wishing he could press the newspaper against Jiang Yu's face if not for the splint binding his hand. Jiang Yu took the newspaper, glanced at it, and shook his head. "This report is false. I have not discussed any such matters with old Cui. I have already communicated that whether a partnership with our group is feasible hinges on the capabilities demonstrated by each company at the upcoming bidding conference." Relieved, Ren Xingrong sat across from Jiang Yu, indignantly declaring, "How dare Cui Zongyuan fabricate such news? Jiang, you must confront him about this. He is attempting to leverage the Ronghuang Group for his own gain." Jiang Yu, too, was taken aback. Logically, Cui Zongyuan should have been hesitant to provoke him during this period. Yet, here he was, brazenly spreading rumors. Did he not fear inciting Jiang Yu's ire? "I will call old Cui and inquire about this matter," Jiang Yu said, rising to enter the bedroom. Ren Xingrong, unable to follow him inside, discreetly stood outside to eavesdrop. "Cui, I wish to ask about the news published in the newspaper. I do not recall committing to any collaboration with you," Jiang Yu stated directly, foregoing pleasantries. He needed to discern Cui Zongyuan's intentions behind this maneuver. On the other end of the line, Cui Zongyuan's hearty laughter echoed. "You are mistaken. I misspoke regarding this matter. How about I invite you and your wife to dinner? Which one shall I invite, or would you prefer both?" Jiang Yu paused momentarily, nearly bursting into laughter. Did this old fox believe he had leverage over him to issue a threat? If that were the case, he would play along. He glanced at Ren Xingrong, who was eavesdropping outside, and lowered his voice. You must understand, I have only one fiancée, and before our marriage, should anyone dare to create trouble for me, I will not hold back. Rest assured, Jiang, I have only met the one you refer to as your wife. Regarding the newspaper's claims, what do you suggest? Rin Xingrong inquired. Let the newspaper matter slide. Jiang Yu responded slowly, a smile creeping onto his face. I will offer you this assurance. If you can secure an investment of 10 million by the day of the bidding conference, regardless of whether it is the highest bid, I can guarantee your position as a major stakeholder in the film and television city project, and we can discuss collaboration thereafter. With that, Jiang Yu promptly hung up the phone, leaving Cui Zongyuan, red-faced and exhilarated, clutching his device. He dropped the phone and hurriedly strode towards the door, only to stumble as he stepped over the threshold and collapsed to the ground. Chapter 78. Miracles of Wealth, Old Cui. The people in the courtyard were startled. Rushing forward to help him up, Cui Zongyuan straightened himself, panting as he inquired, how much capital have we gathered so far? We have already amassed over 9 million. Once the funds from the share mortgage arrive, we should have at least 9,800,000. Not enough, still insufficient. Cui Zongyuan shook his head. I can sell my house for 200,000 and quickly mortgage it. I will return to my original place. But old Cui, the bank is no longer granting us mortgages. Cui Zongyuan took a deep breath. You all need to tally the funds accurately. Tonight, I will pay Zhang Dehua a visit and secure a mortgage with him. Jiang Yu was unaware that his words had stirred Cui Zongyuan to contemplate selling his house. He exited the bedroom to find Rin Xingrong seated back on the sofa, a broad smile illuminating his face as he regarded Jiang Yu. Young Master Jiang, how did your conversation with old Cui go? He claims there was a misunderstanding on the reporter's part. Jiang Yu feigned anger. I believe he thinks of me as a fool to be used. I hope he can bear the consequences. Rin Xingrong was elated inwardly, yet feigned solidarity with Jiang Yu. Indeed, that old man Cui Zongyuan loves to wield his age to his advantage. If the Ronghuang group collaborates with him, who knows what chaos may ensue. Jiang Yu patted Rin Xingrong on the shoulder, looking at him earnestly. Thus, you must strive diligently. I genuinely hope the Ronghuang group can collaborate with the youth. The mindset of the elderly is ultimately less agile than that of the young. The amount of funds raised is one aspect, but the most crucial factor lies in potential. Rin Xingrong, flushed with excitement, raised his hand in a vow. Rest assured, as long as I can collaborate with the Ronghuang group, I will do my utmost. Jiang Yu stared, astonished, as he watched Rin Xingrong raise his hand, which was encased in a splint. He swallowed hard. Does your hand not hurt? Rin Xingrong, momentarily taken aback, looked at his raised right hand, his eyes widening. Young Master Jiang, I can't move my hand. Jiang Yu was taken aback. Truly, money does work wonders. With no other option, he assisted Rin Xingrong downstairs and drove him back to the hospital. As Jiang Yu supported Rin Xingrong towards the ward, a stunning woman with sun-kissed skin and an alluring figure approached them. Rin Xingrong's eyes sparkled. Young Master Jiang, this time it's truly thanks to you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known such a beautiful woman was hidden in this hospital. However, Jiang Yu felt a sinking sensation. The woman approaching was none other than Zhong Jie. Should she choose this moment to greet him, it could easily arouse Rin Xingrong's suspicions. Are you mesmerized by the beauty? Rin Xingrong teased, nudging Jiang Yu playfully. Jiang Yu snapped back to reality, smiling as he guided Rin Xingrong towards the ward. The closer they walked, the nearer he drew to Zhong Jie. It was only then that Zhong Jie recognized Jiang Yu, a smile gracing her lips as she approached him. Jiang Yu's heart sank further. Yet, Zhong Jie merely patted his shoulder, smiling as she walked away. Jiang Yu let out a sigh of relief. Rin Xingrong, astonished, asked, Young Master Jiang, do you know this girl? Jiang Yu sighed and remarked, let us not dwell on that. When I visited Yanqing previously, I encountered some issues. Let us hasten to the hospital room. Rin Xingrong cast a teasing glance at Jiang Yu, wearing an expression that conveyed an understanding. A bitter smile flickered at the corners of Jiang Yu's mouth, lamenting that his visit to Yanqing had tarnished his reputation. Upon arriving at the entrance of the hospital room, they fortuitously bumped into Jiao Ruizai, who had come to visit Rin Xingrong. Jiang Yu entrusted Rin Xingrong to him. Thank you, young Master Jiang. Were it not for you, I would have been at a loss as to how to return to the hospital. Rin Xingrong expressed with gratitude. Jiang Yu waved his hand dismissively. It is of no consequence. Even without me, you would not have encountered such a predicament. Do take a moment to rest in the hospital room. After Jiang Yu descended the stairs, Rin Xingrong lowered his raised hand, revealing a cunning smile. Is your hand all right? Zhao Ruizai inquired, astonished as he gazed at Ren Xingrong. It is my left hand that is fractured. I merely wished for young Master Jiang to comprehend my eagerness to collaborate with him and the significant price I paid due to our previous encounter. Ren Xingrong squinted as he spoke. Zhao Ruizai's eyes widened in realization, and he grinned broadly, giving Ren Xingrong a thumbs up. Tomorrow marks the bidding conference. Should the Hong Kong merchants show even a modicum of favoritism, the outcome of the bidding could be unpredictable. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu drove along the road in search of Zhong Jelly. At first sight of her, concern washed over him, but once she departed, he began to contemplate his subsequent plans. Not long after, he spotted Zhong Jelly walking along the road and halted his car before her. Where are you headed? Jiang Yu inquired as he rolled down the window. Zhong Jelly paused momentarily, then, upon recognizing him, smiled. I'm heading home to prepare dinner. Get in. I'll give you a ride, Jiang Yu invited, patting the passenger seat. Zhong Jelly did not hesitate. She readily accepted the offer and shared her address with him. You seem to be quite affluent now, young Master Jiang Dehua, Zhong Jelly remarked, tilting her head with a playful smile. Jiang Yu, somewhat speechless, responded. Have you read the newspaper? Were you trying to scare me just now? I have faith that you would manage to navigate through it. You've certainly turned Yangqing upside down this time. Zhong Jelly laughed heartily. Jiang Yu smiled wryly. How is your brother faring? His condition is gradually stabilizing. Though he has lost all his hair, Zhong Jelly replied with a bittersweet smile. Fortunately, with Alei and the others accompanying you, they can earn money, alleviating the burden of medical expenses somewhat. Jiang Yu steered the car towards the woods ahead, executing a drift that startled Zhong Jelly. What are you bringing me here for? She asked, her eyes wide with surprise. Jiang Yu turned to her, his gaze intense. Your brother requires long-term treatment. Have you considered seeking medical assistance abroad? Zhong Jelly hesitated, lighting a cigarette as she replied, I have thought about it, but traveling abroad is no simple matter. I inquired with a smuggler in Pengcheng, and just to take one person across costs 150,000. Then, finding a doctor overseas entails additional expenses. What you perceive as difficult stems from a lack of resources. However, once you possess wealth, such concerns will dissipate, Jiang Yu stated, retrieving a bankbook from his bag to showcase it to Zhong Jelly. This is what I have earned recently, and it is merely a portion of it. Zhong Jelly stared at the figures in astonishment, covering her mouth in disbelief as she gazed at Jiang Yu. 1,500,000? Jiang Yu nodded, tucking away the bankbook. Even in this off-season, daily earnings could reach around 10,000. Once the branch opened, sales would undoubtedly double. What I wish to convey is that in this environment, the timid perish while the bold thrive. Earning money is not the challenge, but having the courage to pursue it without prior success is. Zhong Jelly pondered for a moment before bluntly asking Jiang Yu, what do you want me to do? Though young and not highly educated, her ability to manage a group of subordinates effectively after Zhong Cheng fell ill indicated her astuteness. Jiang Yu had taken the time to speak with her, suggesting he had a business proposition, albeit one that bore certain risks. I want you to seek some opportunities in the special economic zone, Jiang Yu stated, his gaze fixed intently on Zhong Jelly. Zhong Jelly hesitated. You mean the special economic zone in Pengcheng? It's chaotic there, and the infrastructure is still underdeveloped. Can one really make a fortune? Her apprehensions mirrored those of Zhang Xiaolan, prompting Jiang Yu to chuckle and shake his head. The more disorderly the place, the greater the potential for profit. Just consider the influx of people into the special economic zone. With so many individuals, how could one possibly fail to earn? And who fears the lack of infrastructure? It is precisely during such times that one must seize the initiative. The special economic zone had already attracted foreign investments, bringing together a diverse population. With higher wages and broader experiences, these individuals would inevitably demand enhanced living standards. In the past, a simple bowl of rice sufficed, and a single piece of clothing could last years. Now, their needs had evolved. They sought gourmet food and sophisticated attire. The Special Economic Zone in Pengcheng was officially established in August 1980, and Jiang Yu aimed to establish his foothold there. Once he secured his position, he believed future concerns would be minimal. Zhong Jelly furrowed her brow. Then I should first familiarize myself with the area. I'm not too acquainted with the environment there. Indeed, you will also need to obtain a border pass, and it's advisable not to go alone. The area can be quite unruly. Do you have any connections? At this, Zhong Jelly laughed, exhaling a plume of smoke. I am a native of Yangcheng, after all, and with Pengcheng so nearby, how could I lack connections? I'll take a few of my subordinates with me to explore and get accustomed before reaching out to you again. Jiang Yu nodded and drove Zhang Jili home. While he was keen to visit the special economic zone, he lacked a border pass and the resources to venture far and wide at this stage. He needed someone to secure a position for him in Pengcheng. I hope Zhang Jili proves to be a competent agent. He murmured to himself before turning the car around and heading to the station. In half an hour, LG Xue would arrive in Yangqing, and he had to prepare a warm welcome. Upon reaching the station, Jiang Yu first visited a nearby state-run restaurant to pre-order the dishes, then proceeded to the platform to await LG Xue's arrival. At 1 in the afternoon, LG Xue arrived in Yangqing, with Yang Xian following closely behind. Jiang Yu greeted them with a smile. Uncle L, it has been a long journey. The meal is ready at the nearby state-run restaurant. You young lad, LG Xue chuckled. Shaking his head, he turned to Yang Xian, instructing, you go meet with the leaders in Yangqing on my behalf. Come back in half an hour. Understood, leader. Yang Xian nodded in agreement. Jiang Yu led LG Xue into the state-run restaurant, where the two engaged in lively conversation while enjoying their meal. I received news that Cui Zongyuan was preparing to mortgage his house. This time, he would suffer a significant setback. Jiang Yu, using his chopsticks, picked up a piece of fish. What consequences will Cui Zongyuan and his associates face? The Indigenous Merchant Association is to be disbanded, and their factory will either be confiscated or auctioned off. As for those individuals, LG Xue let out a cold laugh. They will be utterly defeated. Charges of hooliganism could very well imprison them for years. Jiang Yu nearly choked on the fish he had just put in his mouth, looking up at LG Xue in shock. Uncle L, are their eyes watching them? LG Xue chuckled. Did you think we had taken no action prior to this? Why didn't they directly charge them with hooliganism before? The Indigenous Merchant Association holds some power. They have been discreet about their dealings, and it is challenging to convict them before they exhaust their resources. Jiang Yu swallowed nervously, cautiously regarding LG Xue. So, my previous interactions with them. LG Xue paused with his chopsticks, looking up in surprise. What interactions? You merely shared a few meals with them and discussed business matters. Did you not? Jiang Yu's eyes lit up, nodding eagerly. Yes, come on, Uncle L, let us eat. With LG Xue's reassurance, Jiang Yu felt at ease. Otherwise, if matters were pursued, regardless of whether he was coerced, he would undoubtedly be implicated, especially with the current crackdown in effect. After finishing their meal, Yang Xian arrived, accompanied by Secretary Li from Yangqing, wishing to converse with LG Xue. LG Xue excused himself to discuss matters with Secretary Li and Yang Xian, leaving Jiang Yu leaning against the car outside, waiting. Suddenly, he spotted a pile of dog excrement as he stepped out of the vehicle. A harsh voice came from behind, causing Jiang Yu's heart to skip a beat. Turning around, he saw Zhao Dongping approaching with a stern expression, flanked by a few young gentlemen. Brother, what a coincidence. You're here for a meal as well? Jiang Yu smiled, feeling emboldened by the car he leaned against. Damn, Zhao Dongping cursed angrily. I told you not to act friendly in front of me. I haven't settled the score from last time. Dongzi, what's going on? Is this the kid who snatched your girl? Asked Yu Lei, one of Zhao Dongping's companions. What girl? She's nothing but a worthless tramp. I never cared for her, Zhao Dongping retorted bitterly. Come on, you used to say how pitiful and pure Xiao Jing was, now that she has been taken. I heard you didn't even have a chance to confront him. You really dropped the ball there. Yu Lei shook his head. The others around Zhao Dongping erupted in laughter. Zhao Dongping, his face flushed with anger, shouted at them. Who says I didn't confront him? I was just giving old Cui Zongyuan face. He's getting on in years, and I didn't want to give him a heart attack. Jiang Yu chimed in, grinning. I can attest. When young Zhao kicked the door open that day, he looked quite dashing. His eyes were almost red with emotion for Xiao Jing. He's a devoted man. At this remark, the young gentleman laughed even harder, some even emitting pig-like snorts. Oh dear, you got misty-eyed over a barmaid? This is too much. Dongzi, I never expected you to be such a sentimental soul. Tonight, I shall invite that young lady out for a proper education. Yu Lei was nearly in tears from laughter, turning to the speaker and saying, let me see the woman who can make our President Zhao weep. Though they were gathered together, their camaraderie was largely driven by business or family alliances, leaving little room for genuine affection. They all understood that no one dared to truly fall out with anyone else. Thus, they took great pleasure in each other's misfortune without restraint. You insolent wretch! Who the hell gave you the audacity to speak so recklessly? When have I ever cried? Zhao Dongping's eyes reddened as he lunged forward, seizing Jiang Yu by the collar. Do you think I fear you just because Cui Zongyuan is backing you? Believe me, if I wanted to, I could render you incapacitated. And Cui Zongyuan wouldn't dare to lay a finger on me. Jiang Yu leisurely pried Zhao Dongping's hand away. If you don't believe me, how about we drive over to Cui Zongyuan's residence and ask? Zhao Dongping's face flushed with anger. Dongzi, this brat is quite audacious. You wouldn't back down, would you? Hush. Hush. The crowd erupted in derision, and Zhao Dongping's expression twisted with rage. His earlier bravado was merely an attempt to intimidate Jiang Yu. After all, he was well aware that if he resorted to violence, Cui Zongyuan would make his life miserable. Zhao Dongping had hoped that Jiang Yu would yield, allowing him to regain some face in front of the fools surrounding him, but to his dismay, he found himself stripped of both dignity and respect. You son of a... Zhao Dongping could no longer contain himself and raised his right fist to strike Jiang Yu. Chapter 80. How handsome the uncle is. In an instant, two bodyguards, who had been lurking in the shadows, abandoned their bicycles and rushed forward, delivering swift kicks to Zhao Dongping's face. With a loud thud, he was sent sprawling to the ground. The two bodyguards nodded at Jiang Yu before mounting their bicycles and vanishing down a nearby alley. Jiang Yu couldn't help but chuckle. The two individuals selected by Xiaolan were indeed reliable, though they appeared somewhat bumbling. He resolved to express his gratitude to them properly later. Zhao Dongping, clutching his aching back, rose to his feet, incredulous as he pointed at Jiang Yu. You struck me? Before Jiang Yu could respond, the group of young masters erupted in laughter, one of them rolling on the ground in mirth. Zhao Dongping was left bewildered. He had intended to berate Jiang Yu, but the laughter of his peers had extinguished his fury. Furrowing his brow, he demanded, What are you laughing at? I've been assaulted, and instead of helping, you find it amusing? Are you even my brothers? Dongzi, your face. Ha ha. Yulei laughed so hard that he was nearly in tears, struggling to articulate his words. Jiang Yu, too, couldn't help but laugh at Zhao Dongping's visage. President Zhao, come take a look. They are not laughing at your misfortune. Jiang Yu gestured toward the rearview mirror of the car. Zhao Dongping scoffed and approached the mirror, only to see his face turn an angry shade of purple as he noticed two large shoe prints unmistakably emblazoned across his visage. Oh dear, this is too hilarious. The group continued to laugh uncontrollably. Jiang Yu pointed toward the shop. There's a restroom inside. You might want to clean yourself up. Zhao Dongping hastily wiped his face with his hands. I don't want your feigned kindness. Having spoken, he turned to his companions, the wealthy young men accompanying him, and remarked, Each of you appears utterly useless. If you possess any capability, why not assist me in teaching him a lesson? All you do is laugh. Yulei, are we no longer brothers? Initially, these young men had merely anticipated a spectacle, but with Zhao Dongping's intervention, they could not afford to remain idle, especially as they hoped for future collaborations with the opposing faction. Of course, we remain brothers, Yulei replied, suppressing his laughter as he stepped forward to confront Jiang Yu. Towering over him as he declared, Brother, do not assume that your two bodyguards make you invincible. With our numbers, we could easily take turns slapping you, and this matter would be settled. The others quickly encircled Jiang Yu, emboldened by Zhao Dongping's presence. Indeed, why not bring your face closer? Zhao Dongping taunted. Jiang Yu, nonchalantly leaning against his vehicle, retorted, If you dare, why not give it a try? My bodyguards are both masters of Qigong. Each could withstand a train's force. He sought amusement from these young men, having felt an overwhelming tension in recent days. In this era, Qigong was revered among the Chinese populace, almost elevated to a mythic status. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's claim, Zhao Dongping and his companions hesitated to act. Zhao Dongping cautiously probed, Do your bodyguards only appear when you are assaulted? Indeed, they emerge when I am in peril. Jiang Yu nodded, uncertain of Zhao Dongping's intent. Zhao Dongping laughed, raising his chin defiantly as he kicked the front of the car. Damn it, if I cannot strike you, I shall at least damage your vehicle. Jiang Yu was genuinely astonished. You intend to ruin this car? Do you not recognize its license plate? Why should I remember some worthless license plate? Zhao Dongping scoffed, delivering another kick that knocked the plate off. Jiang Yu could hardly contain his incredulity, marveling at how such an uncultured individual could emerge from any household. Why do you not stop him? Are you truly willing to witness the destruction of my vehicle? He addressed Yulei and the others. Stop him, Yulei retorted, raising his foot to dent the car door. I won't assist him, nor will I assist you. The others joined in, delivering kicks to the vehicle. Jiang Yu, dumbfounded, stepped aside, I must remind you, I attempted to intervene, yet you insisted on kicking. Zhao Dongping grinned maliciously. Do not think I am unaware. You are merely an outsider. How dare you act so brazenly here? Today, I shall smash your car. He lifted his foot once more to strike. Nonsense. At that moment, LV Zhixue and Secretary Li emerged from their discussion, witnessing the scene. Secretary Li's face flushed with anger. Jiang Yu hurried forward. Mr. LV, I tried to dissuade them, but they began kicking the car without any discussion. I could not stop them alone. With a stern countenance, LV Zhixue approached Zhao Dongping. Are you aware of the consequences of your actions? Speaking with authority, he placed his hands behind his back. Zhao Dongping felt a flicker of trepidation, yet, bolstered by his companions, he defiantly replied, What consequences? You are allied with that fellow, defending him. Do you believe I would not confront you as well? With that, Zhao Dongping kicked the car again. Excellent. Well done. All of you stay put. Not a single one of you is allowed to leave. Secretary Li, seething with anger, immediately began contacting others. Zhao Dongping disdainfully glanced at Jiang Yu. Are you really calling a couple of old men to help you? How embarrassing. Jiang Yu chuckled. How handsome those uncles are. LV Zhixue shot a glare at Jiang Yu, who shrugged his shoulders innocently. I merely reminded them. Zhao Dongping furiously kicked the car, his eyes blazing with red fury. It seemed that the humiliation he suffered at Jiang Yu's hands in recent days was being avenged at this very moment. Yulei and a few others, having nothing better to do, joined in, kicking the car alongside him. Before long, 2 motorcycle police cars, sirens blaring and lights flashing, roared onto the scene, encircling Zhao Dongping and his companions. A dozen uniformed officers brandishing firearms aimed at them. They vandalized the leader's vehicle. Arrest them all, Secretary Li declared furiously. At the sight of such an overwhelming display, Zhao Dongping and the others were rendered speechless, trembling in place. They had merely kicked a car. How could it have escalated to such a spectacle? Someone, overwhelmed by fear, soiled themselves, and the air was thick with the stench of urine. Thud. Yulei, terrified, dropped to his knees, raising his hands. This isn't my doing. It was all Zhao Dongping. He made me kick the car. The rest of the group also knelt, clamoring that it was Zhao Dongping who had coerced them. Zhao Dongping was both furious and anxious. Although they had never been particularly close, he often stepped up in times of need, treating them to meals and entertainment more than anyone else. Now, faced with trouble, they all cast him aside. As the police approached to arrest him, Zhao Dongping, in a moment of desperation, turned to Jiang Yu and dropped to his knees. Brother, I was wrong today. I was merely envious of your looks, your wealth, and your charm. I beg you, show me mercy and let me go. Chapter 81. An agreement in a house. Jiang Yu, caught between laughter and tears, turned to LV Zhixue. Did you not hear them pleading? LV Zhixue replied coolly. I am merely a middle-aged man. The implication was clear. He was giving Jiang Yu the authority to resolve the matter. Having lived 2 lives, Jiang Yu did not wish to dwell on the incident, offering a few explanations to spare them from charges of petty crimes. However, the damage to the leader's property was inescapable. Ultimately, it was decided that Zhao Dongping and his companions would be detained for 10 days and required to compensate for the vehicle's damages. Secretary Li returned in the police car, while LV Zhixue and Yang Xian took a ride in Jiang Yu's Santana. Thank you for saving my face today, Uncle LV, Jiang Yu said with a smile in the car. LV Zhixue lowered his newspaper and shot him a sidelong glance. Do you think I'm unaware of your instigation? I was originally going to let this matter pass and award your shop a title of excellence, but today's incident changes everything. What? Please don't. Jiang Yu turned to look at LV Zhixue, regretting his actions. After dropping off LV Zhixue, Jiang Yu returned to the Swan Hotel, only to find Cui Zongyuan and his group waiting at the entrance. Jiang Yu's expression grew serious. Tomorrow marked the bidding conference, and instead of seeking funds, Cui Zongyuan had come to him. Had he perhaps uncovered something? As soon as he parked the car, Cui Zongyuan approached with a beaming smile. Greeting, young Master Jiang. You have returned. What brings you here? Jiang Yu asked, his tone laced with caution. Cui Zongyuan gestured towards the upstairs, saying, This isn't the most suitable place. Shall we ascend to discuss? Jiang Yu cast a wary glance at Cui Zongyuan's companions, hesitating to lead them upstairs. At least here, the 2 martial arts brothers could offer assistance if needed. My room is not convenient for entry. Please speak plainly, Jiang Yu replied. A hint of embarrassment flickered across Cui Zongyuan's face as he surveyed the surroundings before saying, Young Master Jiang, You have expressed fondness for my residence, haven't you? I intend to offer it as collateral for cash. Would you be interested? You wish to sell your house. Where will you reside? Jiang Yu inquired. I possess 3 properties in Yancheng, but this one is the finest among them, Cui Zongyuan responded. Jiang Yu marveled inwardly. This elderly gentleman truly possessed considerable wealth. Nevertheless, he genuinely desired that house. With a smile, he suggested, I prefer not to deal in mortgages. How about you sell the property directly to me? Cui Zongyuan's expression stiffened. Though he had no shortage of places to stay, that particular residence was his favorite, custom designed to suit his tastes. Never mind. Jiang Yu observed the change in Cui Zongyuan's demeanor and waved a hand dismissively, adding, I dislike taking what someone cherishes. However, I do not engage in mortgages. Seek another buyer. With that, he turned to enter the hotel. Wait, young Master Jiang. Cui Zongyuan exclaimed, urgency in his voice as he grasped Jiang Yu's arm. Fine. I shall sell you the house. The renowned calligraphy and paintings, along with the furniture I specially imported from Pengcheng, will total 200,000. What do you think? Jiang Yu was taken aback. The figure of 1 million had merely been a pressure tactic, and he hadn't anticipated they would be so close to settling on 200,000. Were these people truly that affluent? Seeing Jiang Yu's expression, Cui Zongyuan hastily added, the items inside have been accumulated over the years. 200,000 is definitely not excessive. Raising an eyebrow, Jiang Yu remarked, I don't find it expensive. Rather, I consider it a bargain. Let us proceed to finalize the paperwork immediately. I will draft an agreement stating that the 200,000 will count towards your investment tomorrow. Is 200,000 considered expensive now? But in the future, where will it seem costly? He mused, noting that the current price per square meter in Yancheng was approximately 150. The residence alone spanned at least 600 square meters upon acquiring it. He could swiftly finalize the paperwork and await appreciation in value. Are you implying you won't provide cash now? Cui Zongyuan asked, eyeing Jiang Yu with suspicion. As an elder, his mindset was somewhat rigid. He felt secure only once the money was in hand. Jiang Yu chuckled coldly, producing a savings book to obscure his name. This is merely my spending money for this trip. Do you think I would deceive you out of that 200,000? I have other matters to attend to. Let us hasten the process, as a trip to the bank would consume considerable time. Gasping at the series of figures before him, Cui Zongyuan drew in a sharp breath. It was said that the prosperity of the Hong province was comparable to that of America, yet he had always been skeptical. However, upon witnessing Jiang Yu's pocket money exceeding 1 million, Cui Zongyuan could not help but believe. Jiang Yu tucked away his bankbook and calmly stated, hurry up, do not delay. The bidding meeting is set to commence early tomorrow morning. All right, let us proceed with the formalities now, Cui Zongyuan replied, his excitement palpable at the mere mention of the bidding meeting. A glimmer of cunning flashed in Jiang Yu's eyes as he accompanied Cui Zongyuan to complete the necessary paperwork, even going so far as to solemnly sign a contract with him. Cui Lao, hold on to this contract. The 200,000 will be directly credited to your shares tomorrow. Remember to vacate this residence promptly. Jiang Yu handed the contract to Cui Zongyuan. Cui Zongyuan, donning his reading glasses, meticulously reviewed the document before smiling and signing it. Very well, I shall rely on young Master Zhang's orders from now on. Jiang Yu smiled and waved his hand dismissively, driving away. Not far down the road, Jiang Yu abruptly turned into an alley, parked the car, and, filled with exhilaration, pounded the steering wheel with glee. Although he had owned several luxurious properties in his previous life, he had never acquired one so effortlessly. The mere act of signing an agreement had granted him a residence, and the thrill was exhilarating. Taking a deep breath, he contemplated how he would have played rock music if he had a car stereo at that moment. Suddenly, he felt a twinge of guilt towards Cui Zongyuan. With a smirk, Jiang Yu hummed a tune as he drove towards the hotel. Upon arriving at the hotel entrance, a Changhe van blocked his path, and Zhang Hongye emerged, grinning as he fixed his gaze upon Jiang Yu. The smile on Jiang Yu's lips faltered. While he could anticipate threats at the train station, he had not foreseen Zhang Hongye driving over personally. Jiang Laudi, you seem to be thriving. You've become a Hong Kong businessman, Zhang Hongye remarked, his stare fixed on Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu exited his vehicle and greeted Zhang Hongye with a smile. It seems I keep running into acquaintances in Yancheng. Are you here to procure supplies as well? Zhang Hongye produced a cigarette and offered it to Jiang Yu. Deceiving the merchants here into investing in you, then absconding with their funds, your audacity knows no bounds. Do you know why I refrained from exposing you? Jiang Yu accepted the cigarette. No, out of kindness? Leaning against the car, Zhang Hongya replied ominously, "No need for sarcasm. I merely wish to partake in your fortune. Regarding the money you amass tomorrow, I propose an 80-20 split, 80 for me, 20 for you. Furthermore, having swindled so many individuals, you can no longer remain in Huagua. How about I take over your affairs?" Jiang Yu chuckled softly, realizing Zhang Hongya's overestimation of his own significance, believing that such a grand scheme was solely his design. "Your appetite is indeed substantial," Jiang Yu remarked. Zhang Hongya returned to his vehicle, saying, "Your path is narrow. I will be attending tomorrow's bidding meeting. If you fail to deliver the funds, I will report you directly or sell you out to the local merchant association. Just imagine if I were to inform them of your deeds. Would they not devour you until not a shred remains? Not merely scraps of bone. They might even reduce you to ashes," Jiang Yu replied coolly. Zhang Hongya laughed heartily before driving off. Watching the departing vehicle, Jiang Yu's expression shifted slightly. Fortunately, Zhang Hongya's hubris had granted him ample time to prepare. Upon returning to the room, Zhu Huijin immediately approached. "I have already provided the goods from over there. The tender meeting is tomorrow. Once it concludes, everything will return to tranquility." "It would be wonderful if it could indeed be tranquil," Jiang Yu mused, recalling Zhang Hongya, and sighed. "What troubles you?" Zhu Huijin inquired with concern. "Do not attend the tender meeting tomorrow. Remain at the hotel. If anyone questions my identity, feign ignorance." Jiang Yu instructed Zhu Huijin before entering the room to contact LG Xue, discussing the matter regarding Zhang Hongya. "Yes, he believes I have come to Yangqing solely to swindle money, seeking to exploit me for financial gain without implicating himself." LG Xue's voice on the other end was grave. "This individual poses a potential threat. If he causes a disturbance at the tender meeting tomorrow, I can take measures. My concern is that he might privately approach Cui Zongyuan." "Uncle L," Jiang Yu paused momentarily. "What do you think of leading Zhang Hongya to believe he has received the funds? I shall remain oblivious to everything. Proceed as you wish." The following day, at 9 in the morning, the tender meeting commenced. The venue was adorned with a crimson banner proclaiming, "Ronghuang Group Film City Project Tender Ceremony." The assembly was filled to capacity, with Cui Zongyuan and Rin Xingrong seated at the front, while the back was mostly occupied by onlookers. LG Xue did not take a direct role. Instead, Secretary Li presided over the proceedings. Prior to the commencement of the meeting, Jiang Yu engaged in a courteous handshake with Secretary Li, who leaned in to whisper, "Do not worry about Zhang Hongya. Armed police are present at the venue. Should any disturbances arise, he will be promptly detained. The surrounding media are fabricated, so you need not fear information leakage." Jiang Yu smiled and nodded, feigning nonchalance as he shook hands with others. "Master Jiang, you must remember our agreement," Cui Zongyuan said, gripping Jiang Yu's hand tightly with a beaming smile. "Rest assured, the results will be announced today. I shall not forget my promise," Jiang Yu replied, his demeanor brightening at the sight of Cui Zongyuan. At 9:30, the tender meeting officially began. Secretary Li, microphone in hand, addressed the assembly. "Comrades, today is a significant day for our Yangqing. The representative of Ronghuang Group has come to visit us. Comrade Zhang Dehua is here to assist us in economic development. I sincerely hope that Yangqing will soon attract talents from all corners of the world for business opportunities. Now, let us welcome the representative of Ronghuang Group, Comrade Zhang Dehua, to the stage to speak." Amidst resounding applause, Jiang Yu ascended the stage, microphone in hand, proclaiming, "Thank you, comrades. Although Ronghuang Group is based in the Hong province, we have always yearned for our hometown. The Film City project is our initial step to aid our homeland, with further steps to follow. I firmly believe that one day, the mainland will develop to surpass foreign nations in strength and scale." As his words echoed, thunderous applause erupted from all directions, with some passionate youths visibly moved to tears. However, Rin Xingrong and Cui Zongyuan exchanged knowing glances, both harboring the same thought. Mere empty rhetoric. The advancements abroad far outstripped those of Huagua. Were it not for the difficulties in obtaining passports, they would have eagerly flown abroad to amass wealth. 7 enterprises participated in the bidding conference. Among them, only Jiao Ruizai, Rin Xingrong, and Cui Zongyuan belonged to the indigenous Chamber of Commerce. The rest were mere pretenders. As Jiang Yu concluded his address, firecrackers erupted in celebration. This bidding was not merely a conventional affair. It also encompassed financing. Naturally, all the indigenous chamber members were included among the winning bids. And Cui Zongyuan and his associates promptly submitted their cash. After the conclusion of the conference, Jiang Yu ascended the stage to announce that Cui Zongyuan had become the majority shareholder of Ronghuang Film City, followed closely by Jiao Ruizai and Ren Xingrong. At noon, the group indulged in food and drink at the venue, toasting and exchanging pleasantries. With a glass in hand, Cui Zongyuan approached Ren Xingrong and Jiao Ruizai, a sly smile illuminating his eyes. I previously advised you to withdraw early, yet you disregarded my counsel. Henceforth, you shall continue to work under my aegis. Ren Xingrong scoffed dismissively. You may be the majority shareholder, but the combined shares of Jiao and I hardly pale in comparison. Without absolute control, what grounds do you have to boast? Cui Zongyuan squinted at Ren Xingrong and Jiao Ruizai as they distanced themselves, silently clenching his fists, such insolent youths who knew not the rules. Jiang Yu observed the dispute between Cui Zongyuan and Ren Xingrong with a silent shake of his head. All were trapped in the same web. Throughout the bidding conference, Zhang Hongye was conspicuously absent, a weight lifting from Jiang Yu's heart. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Hongye was en route to Cui Zongyuan's residence, several letters strewn across the passenger seat. Matters concerning the police station, the talent market, and other issues weighed heavily on Zhang Hongye's mind, for his animosity towards Jiang Yu had reached a boiling point. This time, he intended not only to extract money from Jiang Yu, but also to betray him. Should the matter escalate, the funds he sought would remain unattainable. Thus, the optimal choice was to reveal Jiang Yu's true nature to Cui Zongyuan and the others. Zhang Hongye deposited the letters into the mailbox at Cui Zongyuan's doorstep, a venomous smile curling his lips. Jiang Yu, do you truly believe I would let you off so easily? At 5 in the afternoon, Jiang Yu was escorted back to the hotel by Cui Zongyuan and Ren Xingrong, where Zhang Hongye's car awaited him. Upon seeing Jiang Yu, Zhang Hongye approached with a smile, giving his shoulder a playful shove. Brother Jiang, why have you returned so late? I've been waiting for you. Young Master Jiang, is this someone you know? Cui Zongyuan inquired with a beaming smile. Jiang Yu replied with a faint smile, yes, I am acquainted with him. Elder Cui, Mr. Ren, please carry on with your affairs. I have a matter to attend to. Of course, if you wish to join us later, feel free to reach out. Xiaojing has everything prepared for you, Ren Xingrong flattered. Jiang Yu waved his hand and leaned closer to Zhang Hongye, lowering his voice. The items you desired have been prepared. Follow me upstairs. With a smirk, Zhang Hongye trailed Jiang Yu into the room. Jiang Yu produced a savings book and handed it to him. The amount raised during the bidding has already been made public. Please verify it. If you have any doubts, you may check with the bank. Zhang Hongye scrutinized the figure on the savings book, his eyes gleaming with greed. I have no concerns. I shall return now. May you run swiftly. With that, he chuckled, stowing the savings book in his bag before turning to leave. In a place rife with intrigue, lingering was unwise. Soon, this location would become the target of many. After Zhang Hongye departed, Jiang Yu took out his phone and dialed Lu Zhixue. Uncle Lu, Zhang Hongye is currently driving towards Su Province. We can proceed. After hanging up, he twisted his aching neck. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware that there exists another predator, the huagua mantis. Zhang Hongye tossed his bag into the car and joyfully sped towards Su Province. I am destined to become the richest man in Huagua, he shouted exuberantly. Rolling down the car window, passers-by cursed him for his madness, but he paid them no mind. Now, he was a millionaire, far above squabbling with those impoverished commoners. At that moment, a dozen police motorcycles roared in, their red lights flashing as they blocked his path. Chapter 83, Identity Revealed. The smile on Zhang Hongye's face instantly froze as he hurriedly slammed on the brakes. As he stepped out of the car, a swarm of uniformed officers brandishing firearms directed them at him. Hands up, a commanding voice thundered, chilling Zhang Hongye to the bone. He raised his hands, involuntarily swallowing hard, and trembled as he asked, Officer, I am a law-abiding citizen. What is the matter? Shut up, barked the lead officer, then ordered his subordinates, search him, search the vehicle. At the command, 3 officers advanced. 2 began rummaging through the car, while another checked Zhang Hongye's pockets. Officer, you must have made a mistake. I have no illegal items on me. I'm merely visiting Yangqing, Zhang Hongye pleaded. Boss, we found something. Just as Zhang Hongye finished speaking, an officer jogged over, holding his bag aloft, extracting a passbook and presenting it to the lead officer. The officer opened the passbook and glanced at it, tearing off the tape that sealed the name section, revealing it before Zhang Hongye. Take a good look at the name on this passbook. You dare to steal money from the Yinhuang Film City project? Zhang Hongye was taken aback, hastily flipping open the passbook, where the Naminghuang Film City Company Limited glaringly appeared. This, Zhang Hongya's eyes widened. Jiang Yu had given him a corporate passbook. Panic-stricken, he stammered. This passbook was given to me by Jiang Yu. He was impersonating a Hong Kong businessman. I knew nothing. Whatever it is, discuss it at the station. With a wave of his hand, the lead officer ordered Zhang Hongya to be taken into custody. Upon receiving the news, Jiang Yu reclined on the sofa. Cleverness often leads to one's downfall, he mused. Zhang Hongya would likely be incarcerated for at least 10 days. His mission in Yangcheng was complete, and all subsequent operations would be beyond his concern. The office would announce the sudden bankruptcy of Yinhuang Group, heralding a significant reshuffle in Yangcheng's business landscape. After Cui Zongyuan and his associates were imprisoned, their factories would be reclaimed and auctioned, while Rin Shungrong's factory, as Lu Zhishua promised, would be reserved for him. To be cautious. Before Cui Zongyuan and his group were apprehended, he planned to return to Su province to evade scrutiny. Meanwhile, Cui Zongyuan had returned to his residence, where most of his personal belongings had already been moved. The only remaining old servant approached him, holding a letter. Sir, there is a letter addressed to you in the mailbox. A letter? Cui Zongyuan's expression was one of bewilderment as he took the letter and tore it open. In the next moment, he felt as though struck by lightning, rendered utterly speechless. Impossible. Impossible. No, cough, cough, cough. Cui Zongyuan's face turned a deep shade of purple, his breath quickening to the point of near suffocation. The elderly servant, alarmed, rushed forward to steady his breathing. Are you all right, sir? Cui Zongyuan took a moment to regain his composure, collapsing into a chair. This is serious. Summon Cui Bang and the others, as well as Jiao Ruizai. Gather promptly at the entrance of the Swan Hotel. A similar panic unfolded with Rin Shungrong and Jiao Ruizai, as the entire indigenous merchant association plunged into chaos. Forgetting their internal strife, they hurriedly made their way to the Swan Hotel. Upon her return to the hotel, Zhu Huijin found Jiang Yu packing his belongings. Are you leaving today? A flicker of panic crossed her eyes, having grown accustomed to Jiang Yu's presence during this time. His sudden departure left her feeling as though a part of her was hollow. Jiang Yu stuffed clothes into the suitcase, stating, It's too dangerous for me to remain in Yangcheng while Cui Zongyuan and the others are still at large. Then I shall go with you. Zhu Huijin blurted out. Jiang Yu appeared taken aback. You wish to go to Su province? Who will manage the garment factory? Zhu Huijin nervously fidgeted with her hands. My mother can oversee the factory for the time being. I need to avoid the storm as well. Jiang Yu nodded. I have already contacted people at the top. Once I leave, you should head to the municipal guest house, where you will be protected. Zhu Huijin fell silent, unsure how to respond. All right, you may stay here tonight, but I recommend departing early tomorrow afternoon. With that, Jiang Yu lifted 2 suitcases and made his way towards the door. Wait, Zhu Huijin suddenly called out. As Jiang Yu turned, she wrapped her soft arms around his back. His mind went blank, frozen in place. Sister Zhu, what is it? Zhu Huijin buried her head in Jiang Yu's back, her voice slightly choked. Jiang Yu, thank you for everything during this time. Jiang Yu sighed with relief and gently embraced Zhu Huijin. Sister Zhu, the garment factory will soon be back on its feet, and Wei Jianren will face his reckoning. There are brighter days ahead. Remember to keep up with your health checkups. He recalled the news from his previous life, that Zhu Huijin would suffer a heart attack and pass away at the age of 54. He hoped that, with his warning, she might overcome this fate. As he released Zhu Huijin and exited the room with his suitcases, he encountered a senior brother sent by Zhang Xiaolan to protect her halfway down the stairs. Comrade Jiang Yu, Cui Zongyuan and Rin Shungrong have arrived downstairs with numerous thugs. My junior has already informed Xiaolan. You must quickly hide back in your room. Startled, Jiang Yu dashed to a nearby window and peered out. 2 rows of bodyguards clad in black stood below, while Cui Zongyuan and Rin Shungrong had already entered the hotel. Tell Xiaolan not to panic. Have her contact Uncle L to bring the savings book. Having said this, Jiang Yu hurried back, pounding urgently on the door. Sister Zhu, open the door quickly. Zhu Huijin crouched at the doorway, weeping softly. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's voice, she hurriedly wiped away her tears and opened the door. Did you forget something? She asked. Cui Zongyuan and the others have arrived. They must have caught a whiff of something. Jiang Yu swiftly stepped into the room, hurriedly pulling out several pieces of clothing from the box to hang outside. What? Zhu Huijin was taken aback and quickly pushed Jiang Yu toward the bathroom. You must change your jacket immediately. Your appearance is too reminiscent of someone preparing to leave. Remember to calm your breathing. I will handle things here. Having lived for over 20 years and experienced the ordeal with Wei Jianren, Zhu Huijin was far from foolish, though she often preferred not to think deeply. When the moment called for it, she proved to be even more composed than Jiang Yu. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Zhu Huijin had placed the 2 boxes down, there came a knock at the door. Who is it? She called out toward the outside. Good day, ma'am. I am here to deliver a meal. Came the quivering voice of the server, Rin Xingrong, from the other side. Zhu Huijin brushed her hair back and stepped forward to open the door. Director Wei, what brings you here? She feigned surprise. Wei Jianren emerged from the crowd, pointing an accusatory finger at her and shouting, You deceitful woman. Did you think we wouldn't come? If we hadn't, would you have run off with that swindler? Zhu Huijin furrowed her brow. I do not understand what you are saying. Are you unwell? She turned to Cui Zongyuan and the others, coldly asserting, Are you here to stir up trouble with him as well? If there's nothing else, you should leave at once. With that, she attempted to close the door. Cui Zongyuan huffed darkly, and Cui Bang stepped out from behind him, forcefully kicking the door open. The tremendous impact sent Zhu Huijin sprawling to the ground. Cui Zongyuan was the first to enter the room, looking down at Zhu Huijin with a grave expression. Where's Jiang Yu? Has he fled? Chapter 84. Crisis unfolds. Zhu Huijin winced in pain, her brows knitting together. What Jiang Yu? If you are looking for Dehua, he is in the bathroom. Wei Jianren slapped Zhu Huijin across the face, his eyes ablaze with fury. You wretched woman. Don't play innocent. You relied on that swindler to deceive me countless times. That charlatan has undoubtedly run away. I swear I will kill you. Close your foul mouth. Rin Xingrong snapped, his expression exceedingly grim. If Jiang Yu has fled, we are doomed. Their only hope now rested on the possibility that Jiang Yu had not yet left, for only then could they recover their money. Rin Xingrong approached the bathroom and kicked the door open with a mighty force. Inside, Jiang Yu had just donned a bathrobe, his hair still damp. Upon seeing Rin Xingrong, Jiang Yu's expression shifted from surprise to anger. What are you doing? He demanded. Seeing Jiang Yu, Rin Xingrong exhaled in relief, but his expression soon darkened as he advanced, gripping Jiang Yu's collar tightly. You scoundrel, still pretending. Hand over our money. Jiang Yu forcefully pushed Rin Xingrong away, visibly displeased. If you're sick, go get yourself treated. I can't understand a word you're saying. He walked into the living room, and, upon seeing Zhu Huijin on the floor, quickly rushed to help her up, his icy gaze sweeping over the others. Who laid a hand on my woman? Is that how it is? You deceitful wretches. You have defrauded me terribly. Return my shares. Wei Jianren, in a fit of rage, raised his fist and lunged at Jiang Yu. Over the years, he had succumbed to a life of indulgence, leaving him utterly depleted. Jiang Yu effortlessly lifted his foot and sent him crashing to his knees. Go check the room and see if you've injured yourself. Jiang Yu quietly instructed Zhu Huijin, who wore a worried expression. It's nothing today. I shall see who dares to lay a hand on me. Jiang Yu's words were directed at Zhu Huijin, yet his icy gaze was fixed upon Cui Zongyuan and the others. Left with no choice, Zhu Huijin stepped into the room. Jiang Yu sank into the sofa, his countenance exceedingly grim. I demand an explanation for today's events. His demeanor left Cui Zongyuan and Rin Xingrong somewhat perplexed. Cui Zongyuan tossed an envelope onto the table, steadying his voice as he proclaimed, Take a good look at who you owe an explanation to. We've all been deceived by you, and my property must be returned immediately. The thought of Jiang Yu having swindled his estate filled Cui Zongyuan with seething rage. Jiang Yu arched an eyebrow, nonchalantly picked up the envelope, and upon reading its contents, his expression darkened. He had anticipated that Zhang Hongya had left such a contingency behind. You are here to trouble me over this fabricated letter? To assault my woman? Jiang Yu slammed the letter onto the table, his voice brimming with fury. You claim this letter is a fabrication? It holds your true name, your actual address, and even details of your dealings in Su province, which we are now aware of. Who could fabricate such a thing to this extent? Do you think we are fools? Jiao Ruitai's teeth ground together in frustration. Cui Zongyuan retorted coldly. I recall that at the hotel entrance, someone also called you Jiang Yu. At the time, you claimed it was someone sent by Ren to frame you. Yet when we checked, that person was completely unknown. Now, should I address you as Jiang Yu or Jiang Dehua? Return the money, and I might spare your family. Was this truly his objective? Jiang Yu forced a bitter smile before looking up and stating, I am Jiang Dehua. Feel free to investigate. If my identity were false, why would the authorities assist me in publishing a notice? This time, it was merely a lapse on the part of my subordinates. Cui Zongyuan's face darkened. Do not attempt to pressure us with the authorities. That group has long sought to undermine the Indigenous Merchant Association, so it is only natural for them to assist you. You say you were framed, then reveal who was behind it. Do you remember the person you encountered when they brought you back today? What of it? You don't expect us to believe he framed you, do you? Keep spinning your tail, Ren Xingrong scoffed. Whether you believe it or not, he was previously our family's servant who illegally emigrated to Gang Province. We took him in, but we sent him back for stealing. Jiang Yu's expression grew grave as he intertwined his fingers on the table. I also did not expect to encounter him here today. I only wished to spare him embarrassment by asking him to come upstairs. Who would have thought he would steal the savings account passbook meant for financing? Ren Xingrong let out a derisive snort. Keep weaving your story. If the passbook is gone, then your family shall pay the price. Jiang Yu raised his gaze and cast a fleeting glance at Ren Xingrong. I do not concern myself with whether you have been deceived. In light of your recent remarks, the Ronghuang group will henceforth cease any collaboration with you. A jolt of anxiety surged through Ren Xingrong's mind, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. The expressions of Jiao Ruizai and Cui Zongyuan also soured, and the atmosphere in the room grew heavy with tension. Please wait a moment. I shall fetch something for you to see. Jiang Yu rose and entered another room. Contemplating that by now, Xiaolan should have already contacted Uncle L. Meanwhile, upon receiving the news, Zhang Xiaolan promptly called L. Jishua, requesting him to send someone to deliver the bank book. How many individuals have gone over there? Zhang Xiaolan inquired. There are 2 rows of vehicles, and the bodyguards number around 30, appearing quite capable, she noted, casting a discerning glance at the sparsely populated martial arts hall. I will reach out to Alay. You should gather the brothers from the dojo. Dress like the bodyguards, and remember, do not speak unless absolutely necessary. And refrain from making any moves until the critical moment. After relaying her instructions, Zhang Xiaolan proceeded to contact Alay, recalling that Alay's leader was Zhong Jie, who wielded considerable influence in Yangqing. Upon receiving the alert, Zhong Jie immediately rallied her companions, commanding, all units gather and head to the Swan Hotel. There are those who intend to harm our benefactor. Cui Zongyuan had deliberately summoned such a multitude of thugs to intimidate Jiang Yu, unaware that Jiang Yu's influence in Yangqing far exceeded his expectations. As Jiang Yu entered the room, Cui Zongyuan and his companions followed suit. Jiang Yu scoffed. What? Are you afraid I might vanish through the walls? Not at all. We merely wish to see the opulence of this private suite, Cui Zongyuan replied, signaling to Cui Bang. Cui Bang opened the wardrobe in Jiang Yu's room. The sight of the neatly hung garments within caused Cui Zongyuan and his cohorts to waver. If this were truly a ruse, Jiang Yu would have left in disarray by now, yet the wardrobe remained impeccably organized. Jiang Yu tossed a stack of documents into Cui Zongyuan's hands, then approached and closed the wardrobe, frowning as he remarked, age does not excuse rudeness. As you are my elder, I shall overlook this incident, but should there be a next time, I may not be so forgiving. Cui Zongyuan's expression darkened as he perused the documents, which detailed the financing plan for the Ronghuang Group's Film City project in Hong Province, along with photographs of the investment in the Dream of the Red Chamber production. Jiao Ruizai and Ren Xingrong craned their necks to take a closer look, their gazes turning uncertain. The photographs appeared convincingly genuine, and the beauty depicted indeed dressed in the stylish manner characteristic of Hong Province. Is there still doubt? Jiang Yu inquired, his tone nonchalant. Cui Zongyuan promptly donned a smile, declaring, we were indeed presumptuous this time. To make amends, I invite young Master Jiang to stay at the residence. After all, it belongs to you now, and it would be a waste not to occupy it. With this statement, 2 bodyguards stepped forward, their voices resonating like bells. Young Master Jiang, please. Chapter 85. The Beauty Rescues the Hero. Observing the veiled menace in Cui Zongyuan's smile, Jiang Yu's eyes flickered. These individuals still harbored suspicions about him and were wary of his potential escape. If he truly went to the residence with them, who would guarantee his safety thereafter? Yet now he had no choice but to proceed, hoping that the members of the LG school would arrive in time. Cui Zongyuan. It's no wonder Ren Xingrong referred to you as a cunning old fox. You truly are one. Jiang Yu remarked nonchalantly, then cast a glance at Ren Xingrong and Jiao Ruizai beside him. I hope you will not regret today's events. Cui Zongyuan exchanged a meaningful glance with Ren Xingrong, who awkwardly cleared his throat a couple of times. Very well, let us accompany young Master Jiang to the residence. Zhu Huizhen had been leaning against the wall of the room, listening to their conversation, and now she felt a surge of panic. She rushed out, clutching Jiang Yu's arm. I will go with you. Jiang Yu gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Stay at home, in case anything happens to me. I will need you to contact those in the port province. Upon reaching the ground floor, just as Jiang Yu was about to enter his car, a bodyguard intercepted him. Cui Zongyuan smiled amiably. Young Master Jiang, let us take my car. I will accompany you. Jiang Yu halted his hand as he reached for the car door, sneering. The last person I encountered with such profound suspicion was Cao Cao, and he met his demise. At these words, Cui Zongyuan's expression darkened instantly. In this era, people were somewhat superstitious, especially someone of Cui Zongyuan's age, who would often repent before the Buddha after committing misdeeds. Jiang Yu's words now were nothing short of a blatant curse. Cui Zongyuan no longer had the inclination to play the role of a benevolent figure. Regardless of whether he was a businessman from the port, in his territory, even a dragon must coil. Take young Master Jiang to the car. Cui Zongyuan commanded coldly, hands clasped behind his back. At his order, 2 bodyguards in black swiftly approached, one on each side, seizing Jiang Yu and pushing him toward the vehicle. Cui, isn't this going a bit too far? Ren Xingrong hesitantly inquired. Cui Zongyuan snorted. Think about the money you invested. Instantly, Ren Xingrong fell silent. Being pushed toward the car by the 2 men, Jiang Yu felt his brow twitch, internally murmuring, Uncle L, if your people do not arrive soon, my life will be in peril. Who dares to touch him? Just then, a sharp voice rang out from a distance. Following closely, 2 figures darted forward, toppling the 2 bodyguards holding Jiang Yu to the ground. Zhang Xiaolan, accompanied by a group of her fellow disciples, swiftly reached Jiang Yu's side, with someone holding an oiled paper umbrella over her head. Are you all right? Zhang Xiaolan inquired with concern. Jiang Yu felt a wave of relief wash over him as he clasped Zhang Xiaolan's small hand, softly replying, I'm fine. Your timing is impeccable. Zhang Xiaolan's face flushed slightly, yet she did not pull away. The sudden turn of events left Cui Zongyuan and his companions momentarily stunned. Leaning languidly against the car, Jiang Yu addressed Cui Zongyuan and the others. I apologize, but I have matters to attend to today, so I shall not be returning with you as a guest. Cui Zongyuan's gaze flickered. Until the situation was clarified, he could not allow Jiang Yu to leave. If the contents of the letter were indeed true, and Jiang Yu escaped, how would he reclaim his assets? Glancing at the 10 individuals standing behind Zhang Xiaolan, Cui Zongyuan spoke in a grave tone. I have always heard tales of heroes rescuing damsels, yet today unfolds a remarkable instance of a damsel rescuing a hero. No matter, since your fiancé has arrived, let us proceed together to the estate as guests. As his words echoed, the henchmen from the car advanced, encircling Jiang Yu and Zhang Xiaolan. Zhang Xiaolan grasped Jiang Yu's hand, her gaze wary of the surrounding thugs. Do not worry, I shall ensure your safety. Looking down at Zhang Xiaolan's profile, Jiang Yu felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Everyone make way. Today, should anyone dare to harm Mr. Jiang, my brothers will not stand idly by. Before Jiang Yu could finish his sentence, a thunderous voice resonated. Zhong Jelly, wielding a steel rod, led dozens of her comrades to surround Cui Zongyuan and his entourage. Ren Xingrong, recognizing Zhong Jelly's face, was left dumbfounded. This stunning beauty was indeed from the underworld. The number of Zhong Jelly's crew was double that of Cui Zongyuan's, causing the henchmen to falter. What shall we do now? If we allow him to remain at the Swan Hotel, he might escape through a secret passage. Ren Xingrong frowned at Cui Zongyuan. Cui Zongyuan, his face ashen, turned to Jiang Yu. Young Master Jiang, I truly underestimated you. In that case, let us all stay at the hotel until the project is finalized. Jiang Yu waved his hand, non-committal. What is the meaning of this? A public brawl. Secretary Li furrowed his brow as he descended from the vehicle. Jiang Yu's eyes glimmered with surprise. He had not anticipated that LVG Shue had summoned him. Secretary Li, Jiang Yu approached and shook hands with him, then smiled. This is not a public brawl. Rather, Mr. Cui and Mr. Ren have been misled by false information, believing that I am a fraudulent Hong Kong businessman attempting to deceive them. Absurd. Secretary Li reprimanded. The bidding meeting was held this morning, and the project is about to be finalized. What are you all causing a ruckus for? If I had not come to deliver the stolen passbook to young Master Jiang, would you have laid hands on him today? At his words, Cui Zongyuan and his companions felt a sinking sensation in their hearts. Ren Xingrong looked at Secretary Li with suspicion. Was the passbook truly stolen? Secretary Li snorted, presenting the passbook before them. The thief has been apprehended and has confessed to his crimes. His target was indeed young Master Jiang. Gazing at the amount and account name on the passbook, Cui Zhongyan and the others exchanged glances, realizing they had been deceived by that letter. Jiang Yu cast a calm glance at them and addressed Secretary Li. I am weary. I shall return to the hotel now. I leave this matter in your capable hands. These individuals are here solely for my protection, so please do not make things difficult for them. With that, Jiang Yu took Zhang Xiaolan's hand and entered the hotel. Zhang Jie watched their retreating figures, a bitter smile gracing her lips. She turned, flicked her coat, and departed with her entourage. Young Master Jiang, it was a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Cui Zongyuan forced a smile as he hastily approached. Secretary Li frowned, and immediately, police officers moved in to apprehend Cui Zongyuan and his companions. Cui, you have greatly miscalculated this time. Should this impact the investment development in Yangqing, you can expect to face imprisonment. Take them all back to the station and detain them for 24 hours. In the hotel room, Zhu Huijin sat pale-faced on the sofa. Upon hearing the sound of the door, she promptly approached and opened it, her eyes immediately welling with tears. Jiang Yu, you are safe? Jiang Yu nodded, a faint smile gracing his lips. It seems I am all right now. That's wonderful. I was terrified, Zhu Huijin exclaimed as she prepared to embrace Jiang Yu. Just then, Zhang Xiaolan stepped out from behind him, nodding towards Zhu Huijin, Sister Zhu. Zhu Huijin hesitated, her outstretched hand faltering, and awkwardly patted Jiang Yu's shoulders. Comrade Xiaolan has come too. Please come in quickly. I shall fetch some water to calm your nerves. Jiang Yu guided Zhang Xiaolan to the sofa. At this moment, Zhang Xiaolan, blushing, retracted her hand. I was negligent this time. I received a call from the train station, and Zheng Hongya informed me that Guqi had made a move. I should have assigned someone to monitor him. Jiang Yu felt a twinge of reluctance as her warm, soft hand slipped from his palm. It's all right. This incident has also dealt a heavy blow to Cui Zongyuan and his associates. Within these 24 hours, Uncle LV will diligently gather evidence, ensuring their complete downfall. This can be considered a fortuitous turn of events. Zhang Xiaolan glanced at Jiang Yu. Her ears faintly flushed. By the way, before Sister Zhong arrived, you were about to tell me something, weren't you? Chapter 86. Seizing the Ren's garment factory. Jiang Yu, noticing the rosy hue on Zhang Xiaolan's cheeks, felt a sudden wave of nervousness. Ironically, in 2 lifetimes, he found himself as flustered as a young lad, his heart racing. The moment he heard Zhang Xiaolan's soft reprimand, he seemed to grasp his feelings for her. However, what he intended to say then could now await a more opportune moment. I've forgotten. I will tell you when I remember. All right, Zhang Xiaolan replied, a hint of disappointment in her eyes. Yet she looked up at Jiang Yu with keen anticipation. When you do recall, you must share it with me. Rest assured, I shall remember soon. Jiang Yu gently ruffled Zhang Xiaolan's hair. If it were Xiaolan, embarking on a venture together would undoubtedly be a success. Meanwhile, Cui Zongyuan and his companions had been taken to the detention center. Old Cui, we have severely offended young Master Jiang this time. What shall we do? Ren Xingrong inquired. Seated on a nearby haystack, Cui Zongyuan's expression darkened. Who else in Yang City can meet his standards besides us? Once we are released, we shall adopt a humble attitude and seek his forgiveness, and this matter will be settled. Ren Xingrong nodded, his gaze menacing. Secretary Li is ruthless. He truly intends to detain us for 24 hours. This is obvious revenge. Do not worry. I have already made arrangements, Cui Zongyuan replied, casting a sidelong glance at Ren Xingrong. By tomorrow morning at the latest, we shall be free. That evening, news spread throughout the streets and alleys of Yang City. The Rongwang Group had declared bankruptcy, and the investment in the Film City project had completely fallen through. Instantly, the local business community was thrown into disarray. During this period, they had frantically raised funds, pouring their resources into the project with Cui Zongyuan and others. If the project truly failed, they too would face ruin. The remaining local merchants united, intent on seeking out Jiang Yu for a definitive answer. However, halfway through their endeavor, they were apprehended by LV Zhixue and his men on charges of hooliganism. That day, the business community of Yang City was engulfed in a cacophony of weeping and relief. As Cui Zongyuan and his companions emerged from the police station, they hastily made their way to the Swan Hotel, intent on confronting Jiang Yu for an apology. Coincidentally, they crossed paths with members of the Indigenous Business Association. Cui Zongyuan, how dare you? Return my money. I entrusted my funds to you. And you were the one who referred me to the Red Rose Dance Hall. You owe me for my factory, for my very life. The restrained individuals surged forward, seizing Jiang Yu and his associates by their hair, pulling and tugging violently. Panic-stricken, Jiang Yu turned to his former business partner. What on earth is happening? What is this? What is happening? The Ronghuang Group has gone bankrupt. My factory, my finances, all gone. The man, seething with anger, struck Jiang Yu across the face, staggering back in shock. Jiang Yu stammered. Impossible, it cannot be true. Officer, I report that 3 years ago, Jiang Yu's factory employed child laborers, failing to pay them, leading to the deaths of several children. I also report that Ren Xingrong is involved with the flower sister from the Red Rose Dance Hall. He has committed acts of debauchery. In an instant, chaos ensued. Upon receiving news from LG Xue, Jiang Yu felt an immense sense of relief. Throughout this period, he had been on edge, fearing that Jiang Yu and his cohorts might detect a flaw in his FAAD. At last, he could breathe easy. The Indigenous Business Association had fractured, and the Yangqing Society was welcoming a fresh influx of talent. Jiang Yu and his associates faced the seizure of their factories due to illegal dealings, which were slated for auction, though the auctioneer had already been predetermined. Jiang Yu, have you seen the newspaper? The office has released news that Ilian has now been recognized as an exemplary personal industry. Zhu Huijin exclaimed, showing Jiang Yu the paper. The headline declared that Yangqing would forever welcome the entry of Ilian International Clothing Store, asserting that all cities should embrace such establishments. Accompanying the article were photographs of the Modu fashion show troupe, strutting their stuff. Jiang Yu smirked. Uncle L has a sharp tongue, but a tender heart. Early the next morning, the auction commenced, with Jiang Yu securing Ren-S clothing factory for 800,000 and simultaneously acquiring 50% of Huahai clothing factory for 200,000. That day, Jiang Yu's name etched a vibrant mark in Yangqing's history. In the afternoon, Jiang Yu and Zhu Huijin drove to Ren Xingrong's factory. The establishment was of moderate size, employing 400 to 500 individuals, with many of Ren's close associates taken away for investigation, including Wei Jianren. Word must have spread about Jiang Yu's impending arrival, as all employees were summoned and bowed in unison, greeting him with, "Welcome, new boss." Observing the timid expressions on the employees' faces, Jiang Yu felt a pang of compassion. The difficulty of finding employment was a widespread issue in this era for these workers, who the boss was mattered little compared to the necessity of having a job. A man in his 30s, clad in work attire, stepped forward. "Hello, boss. My name is Yu Wei, the supervisor of the assembly line. Would you like me to introduce you to the internal staff situation?" Jiang Yu nodded. "The others may return to their posts. Please take us to see the facilities." Yu Wei guided Jiang Yu through the warehouse, assembly line, and office, revealing that everything appeared to be functioning adequately. Ren Xingrong's ability to rise from humble beginnings to his current standing is indeed commendable. The division of labor within the factory is quite clear, and thus far, the employees do not appear to be exceptionally outstanding. "Sister Zhu, do you believe you can manage this factory?" Jiang Yu inquired, directing his gaze toward Zhu Huijin. "Manage it? You must be referring to me." Zhu Huijin exclaimed in surprise, pointing to herself. "You are the shareholder of this factory. My primary focus remains in Su Province, leaving me little time for ongoing management here. However, you possess experience in running a garment factory and have a certain flair for design. I am willing to allocate 10% of the shares to you. Will you accept this offer?" Zhu Huijin's expression grew serious. The scale of Huahai Garment Factory was no smaller than this one. She had previously been blinded by ambition, leading to her current predicament, which weighed heavily on her heart. "Provided you have faith in me, I shall take on the role of factory manager," Zhu Huijin affirmed, gazing earnestly at Jiang Yu. "Very well, let us rebrand it as a garment factory," Jiang Yu decided. "Agreed, I will attend to it shortly," Zhu Huijin responded. Having concluded matters concerning the garment factory, Jiang Yu exhaled deeply. He had entrusted most of his funds to Zhu Huijin's management and would soon have to start anew upon returning to Su Province. That evening, after bidding farewell to Zhu Huijin, Jiang Yu set off for Su Province with Zhang Xiaolan. "Time has flown. It has already been a month and a half since I left. The new year is approaching," Zhang Xiaolan remarked. Jiang Yu gazed out at the moon, his heart filled with myriad emotions as he prepared to celebrate his first new year since his rebirth. "Xiaolan, how do you plan to celebrate this new year? Is your uncle still in the hospital?" At this question, Zhang Xiaolan's expression fell. "My father has been discharged, but he has suffered tendon damage, along with injuries to his blood vessels and nerves. Most importantly, he must relinquish martial arts, and he is unwilling to face this new reality. He does not wish to return to see me or my fellow disciples. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu fell silent. Zhang's uncle had been devoted to martial arts for decades, and the sudden inability to practice would be a tremendous blow to him. Xiaolan, Jiang Yu said, stopping the car and turning to face her. Xiaolan turned, and Jiang Yu enveloped her in an embrace. Dear girl, you need not put on a brave face in my presence. If you wish to cry, let it out. I only want you to feel at ease. Jiang Yu comforted her, holding Zhang Xiaolan tightly. Zhang Xiaolan was taken aback, burying her head in Jiang Yu's embrace as she began to sob. Despite the kindness shown by Jiang Yu and Aunt Lu Lian, she truly missed her parents. Feeling her shirt become damp, Jiang Yu held Zhang Xiaolan even closer, gently patting her back. After all, no matter how resilient she tried to be, she was still just a 20-year-old girl. By the time they returned home, it was already 7 o'clock the following morning. Jiang Yu first dropped Zhang Xiaolan off at her house before carrying the numerous bags toward his own home. This time, he had deliberately purchased a new backpack for Yi, along with an imported Barbie doll from Yangqing. He had distributed countless such toys to children during his philanthropic endeavors in his past life, and those were far more aesthetically pleasing than the one he had just purchased. At this moment, the cost price of a Barbie doll was a mere 1 yuan. Yet the cheapest imported version would cost at least 70 yuan. Had it not been for the prevailing bias towards sons over daughters and the populace's fixation on mere sustenance, he would have truly contemplated establishing a toy factory. As Jiang Yu stepped through the doorway, Lu Lian was preparing to leave for the shop. Upon seeing him, her eyes instantly welled with tears. You've returned, Lu Lian exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she grasped Jiang Yu's hand and gently caressed his resolute face, her heart aching with concern. You must not have eaten well during this time. You've lost weight. Have you had breakfast? I can make you some noodles. I ate along the way. Please don't worry. This is for you, Jiang Yu said, handing her a bag containing snowflower cream, a staple among the people of Yangqing. As Lu Lian gazed at the snowflower cream, tears streamed down her cheeks. It's enough that you're back. You didn't need to bring anything. You must be exhausted. Let me tidy your bed. Just wait a moment. No. First, you should drink some water. After having breakfast, you must be thirsty. Watching Lu Lian fluster about, Jiang Yu felt a warmth envelop his heart. In his previous life, he had never experienced maternal love and could not comprehend the songs that celebrated it. Now, however, he understood. Yi, rubbing her eyes, dashed out from her room. Upon seeing Jiang Yu, her large, sparkling eyes radiated joy. Brother, you're back. The little one dashed forward and leapt into Jiang Yu's embrace. He squatted down to lift her up. You've gained weight, he teased, playfully pinching her small nose. I'm not heavy. I'm just healthy. Yi pouted defiantly. After a long day of driving, compounded by the rough road conditions of this era, Jiang Yu was utterly fatigued. Once Lu Lian had prepared his bed, he lay down without even taking a shower. Unbeknownst to him, during his slumber, he once again became the center of attention. A throng of reporters gathered at the entrance, and Dong Xingyan personally delivered a banner proclaiming him an exemplary individual entrepreneur. In this era, being a sole proprietor was often looked down upon, and this banner firmly established his standing in Su province. A clothing store supported by the state could hardly be compared to others. Consequently, newspapers across Su province began reporting exquisite garments, top-notch taste. Jiang Yu slept soundly until 3 in the afternoon, and upon waking, he found Su Zhuang already in the yard. Brother Yu, today's revenue is expected to surpass 50,000. Many visitors from other regions have come to see. Su Zhuang excitedly recounted the day's events to Jiang Yu. How did outsiders even hear about it? Jiang Yu rubbed his sleepy eyes and yawned. Brother Yu, this is from the Xinhua Daily. It has nationwide circulation. At this, Jiang Yu's drowsiness dissipated significantly as he hurriedly took the newspaper to read. How is the renovation of the branch store progressing? The youngsters, Peng Shuo and the others, have completed their work swiftly. It's been ready for half a month. Just waiting for the grand opening at year-end. No more waiting, Jiang Yu declared, setting down the newspaper, his eyes gleaming with determination. We will open tomorrow morning. This opportunity is too precious. We must capitalize on the current momentum to expand outward. Our average monthly revenue is 600,000. Next year, we aim to establish 20 stores in major cities. Su Zhuang was taken aback. 20 stores? How long have we even been in business? Jiang Yu recognized that merely discussing this with Su Zhuang was insufficient. As the store closed for the night, he headed directly to the main store and summoned all the employees. From today onwards, the management of the store will be contingent upon sales performance. Each month, performance targets will be set. Those who meet these targets will not only receive their base salary, but also a bonus. Additionally, employees who achieve their targets for 3 consecutive months will be entitled to a paid vacation of 10 days. Next month, the targets will be halved. But those who fail to meet the targets for 3 consecutive months will face termination, as will anyone attempting to usurp sales achievements. As Jiang Yu's words resonated, the eyes of the employees brightened with anticipation. A 10-day paid vacation? Such benefits are rare even in state-owned enterprises. Those who consistently meet their personal sales targets for 6 months will be promoted to branch manager, with a base salary increased to 100, and commission based on 15% of the monthly sales revenue. To illustrate, if your monthly sales reach 10,000, you would earn 150 in commission. Standing on stage, Jiang Yu gazed intently at the captivated crowd. You are the veterans. Your path to success can be swifter than those who join later. Currently, the daily sales amount to 10,000. Once you become a manager and achieve your targets, you can earn at least 4,500 in commission each month. Furthermore, you may ascend to the role of regional manager, enjoying a monthly income exceeding 10,000, with commission from every store across the province. Effort yields reward. Tomorrow, we will set this month's targets, and I eagerly anticipate seeing our branch managers emerge. This is not mere motivation. I will formalize our labor contracts. And should I fail to meet targets, you may hold me accountable. As Jiang Yu departed with Su Zhuang and others, the remaining staff were filled with fervor. Many of them had come from rural areas seeking a livelihood, and earning 400 a month had already surpassed their expectations. Now, Jiang Yu announced the possibility of earning 4,000 or even 10,000, a monthly income of 10,000. This is something even university graduates struggle to achieve. Once the targets are announced tomorrow, I must work diligently to become a manager within 6 months. Ma Feng's eyes sparkled with ambition, almost leading her to abandon her plans with Zhang Hongya and commit to this store instead. However, she eventually shook her head. As a woman, I must rely on men. Exiting the store, Su Zhuang gazed at Jiang Yu with admiration. Brother Yu, your mind works so quickly. Our employees are all inspired. So, according to you, am I now the manager? Jiang Yu nodded. Su Gu, for our store to flourish, we must establish regulations. If you fail to manage your store effectively, I will hold you accountable. Su Zhuang thumped his chest. Understood. Once we open tomorrow, I will lead them to achieve the targets. Peng Shuo and his companions, who had been listening from the sidelines, felt a twinge of envy. Peng Shuo gritted his teeth and approached. Brother Yu, can we also work at the clothing store? Jiang Yu paused for a moment, then sighed and shook his head. I'm sorry, but you do not meet the requirements for staff. Peng Shuo lowered his head, displaying a look of discontent, while the others appeared equally dejected, as if they had been completely dismissed. Su Zhuang felt a pang of sympathy for his younger colleagues and implored Jiang Yu. Brother Yu. Jiang Yu shook his head and addressed Peng Shuo and the others. I can see that you are more interested in decoration. Selling clothes may not be the right fit for you. In our nation, we currently lack specialized renovation teams. We have the opportunity to be pioneers in this field, and I intend to apply for copyright registration for our unique design style. You can start expanding our team and imparting renovation knowledge. Once we reach 100 members, I will invest in establishing a company, and each of you will hold a 15 share, provided you are willing to collaborate with me. With enthusiasm, Peng Shuo and others raised their heads, their eyes shining brightly. Jiang Yu nodded, saying, let us not delay. New stores will soon require your services. Take this time to recruit more apprentices. I will cover their salaries and meals. Understood, Brother Yu. After Peng Shuo and his companions excitedly departed, Su Zhuang looked at Jiang Yu with concern. Brother Yu, do we really need to open 20 more stores? The annual rent for each shop is in the thousands. Renovations will cost tens of thousands, not to mention maintenance and employee wages. We've already allocated a significant portion of our funds to the clothing factory, leaving us with only 600,000. Jiang Yu shot a glance at Su Zhuang. Are we not in a profitable state? Of course, we are in a profitable state. After tomorrow's opening, profits will undoubtedly increase. Jiang Yu patted Su Zhuang's shoulder. So what are you worried about? Let me share a principle with you. Money is not meant to be hoarded, but to be spent. The funds we have are sufficient for opening 20 branches. With the current momentum from the Xinhua Daily, we can leverage that publicity when the stores open and plan a grand promotion for the new year. Jiang Yu had already settled on several cities. Daxing, Tianjin, and Jiangsheng were essential. As for Kyoto and the Magic City, he felt uncertain and lacked the confidence to venture there. Encountering the wrong circumstances could lead to significant losses, if it weren't for the fact that the new year is less than 2 months away. With people accustomed to preparing their holiday goods a month in advance, he would almost wish to secure those 20 factories immediately. Jiang Yu waved his hand dismissively. Let us set those matters aside for now. I need to think about the year-end promotional strategies and shop for New Year goods. Tomorrow we open, so try to reach out to the fashion performance team from the Magic City and see if they can participate this time. Zhang nodded in agreement. Okay. As the two conversed while walking, they suddenly witnessed a man forcefully pinning a young woman against the wall. Let go of me. No way. What are you pretending for? Didn't your mother imply that we should be dating? Is there any dating without kissing? The man leaned in, his foul breath approaching her face. Jiang Yu furrowed his brow. He did not consider himself a hero who intervenes in every injustice. Yet he could not bear to watch this scene unfold. Just as the man was about to kiss the woman, Jiang Yu stepped forward, twisting the man away and throwing him aside. Brother, can't you see the girl is unwilling? Who the hell do you think you are to meddle in my business? The man shouted angrily, his expression darkening as he recognized Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu? Taken aback, Jiang Yu finally discerned the man's features. Sinshun? He remarked with a frown. Glancing towards the wall where the woman, curled up and weeping, was none other than Li Jia. Who do you think you are, a mere small-time operator? To ruin my plans? Get lost, or don't blame me for being rude. Sinshun yelled at Jiang Yu. Bang! Zhang struck the nearby utility pole with a fist and stepped forward, confronting Sinshun. How do you intend to treat Yu Gu with such disrespect? Sinshun, glancing at the slightly bent pole, felt cold sweat trickle down his back. I won't stoop to your level, but mark my words, next time. I will not let you off easily. With that, he fled in a panic. Coward, Zhang scoffed. Jiang Yu helped the trembling Li Jia to her feet. Inquiring with concern, are you all right? What brings you here at this late hour? Still shaken from the earlier encounter, Li Jia's tears flowed freely. He was seeing me home. And when we reached here and found no one around, as she spoke, her sobs intensified. In this era, most women regarded their chastity as paramount. Fortunately, Jiang Yu intervened in time. Had anything untoward occurred, Li Jia might have resorted to drastic measures. I pushed him away, but he wouldn't leave. He grabbed my clothes and tried to kiss my neck. Li Jia trembled violently, her words tumbling out in disarray. I was terrified. Jiang Yu enveloped her in a comforting embrace, soothingly assuring her, it's all right now. Everything is fine. Since Shun has gone, he won't return. Just focus on taking deep breaths. The warmth of his embrace calmed Li Jia's frayed nerves considerably. She clutched Jiang Yu's shirt tightly, reluctant to let go. Seeing that she had finally stopped shaking, Jiang Yu sighed with relief and addressed Zhang. Sugu, you should head back now. I'll accompany Li Jia home. Although somewhat reluctant, Zhang nodded in acknowledgement of Li Jia's current state and departed. Jiang Yu supported Li Jia as they walked towards her home. Li Jia, are you already involved with Sinshun? Not yet, she replied, biting her lip. My mother wants me to date him and is pressuring us to spend time together. Jiang Yu paused thoughtfully. Sinshun is not a good person. You are not suited for him. You should discuss today's incident with Uncle Li. If you wish to press charges for his misconduct, Su Gu and I can serve as witnesses. No, Li Jia exclaimed, anxiety flashing in her eyes as she looked at Jiang Yu. You mustn't let my father know about this. He is unaware of my involvement with Sinshun, and he's on the verge of a promotion. I cannot add to his troubles. He is your father. How could this be a burden to him? Moreover, Sinshun's behavior today constitutes a crime. Jiang Yu began, but halted mid-sentence. He realized he had overlooked a crucial detail. The instigator of this incident was Xiong Xiuzhen. If Li Jiantong were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly confront Xiong Xiuzhen. During a time when he was seeking a promotion, any misconduct could be magnified. Jiang Yu sighed as he observed Li Jia, who had lowered her head. This girl had many admirable qualities, yet she was somewhat timid, unlike Xiaolan, who was strong but not overly proud. Even if you choose not to inform Uncle Li, you must speak to your mother. If she understands the severity of the situation, she will likely prevent you from seeing Sinshun again. Additionally, you must be cautious not to be alone with him in the future. Li Jia's heart quivered, and a bitter smile crossed her lips. Jiang Yu was mistaken. If her mother were to learn of this incident, she would only be more pleased. She would eagerly hope for Li Jia to hasten the consummation of their relationship, marrying into a prominent family. After escorting Li Jiao back, as Jiang Yu stepped out of the alley, a figure suddenly darted out, causing his heart to momentarily stop in fright.